Chapter 1. The Age of Giants. Lin Yuan, please provide an overview of the historical context since the onset of the Age of Giants. Upon the request of their homeroom teacher, Zhang Tao, a strikingly handsome youth with black hair and eyes, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, rose calmly to respond. Since the dawn of the Age of Giants, human history can be broadly categorized into three distinct phases: the Dark Era, the Survival Period, and the current stage of war. 120 years ago, the Earth underwent a cataclysmic transformation, expanding its surface area more than 100-fold. However, at that time, no one understood the implications of such change. It was not until 3 months later that fluctuations in the dimensions led to the emergence of countless spatial rifts, marking the formal invasion of Earth by giant civilizations. But this was not merely a clash of civilizations. It was an overwhelming massacre. It was a darkness longer than the polar night. The giants feasted upon humanity and evolved into various forms: flame giants, demon apes, iron giants, zombie giants. In just 1 year, the global population plummeted by 60%. Human habitats were reduced to an extreme. Fortunately, the instinct for survival compelled humanity to break through the limits of their own genetics, achieving a remarkable evolution. In the 36th year of the Age of Giants, the first superhuman emerged on the battlefield. Subsequently, individuals with extraordinary abilities began to awaken across the globe, referred to as the first generation of superhumans. They are the vanguards of humanity and the guardians of Earth. These pioneers, under immense pressure from the giant civilization, erected defensive lines worldwide, granting humanity a fleeting opportunity to breathe. It is due to these trailblazers that we could reclaim territories from the giants. Now, the conflict between humans and giants has escalated into a full-scale war. The brutal giant civilization seeks to utterly crush our society, reducing us to mere slaves and sustenance. Thus, even though we find ourselves in a rear that is peaceful and secure, countless soldiers perish daily at the front line, building our defenses with their flesh and blood. Following Lin Yuan's declaration, a profound silence enveloped the room. Lin Yuan speaks the truth. The peace in the rear is soaked in blood. Finally, Zhang Tao spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. In the depths of endless darkness, there will always be those who burn themselves to illuminate others. At this point, he turned his gaze back to Lin Yuan and gently inquired, "Lin Yuan, you have inherited your father's talents, possessing both the abilities of thunder and healing. If you choose to enlist, you could save countless lives at the front lines. Therefore, I sincerely hope you will make the right choice." In an instant, every eye in the classroom was fixed upon Lin Yuan, eagerly awaiting his response. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan resolutely stated, "I'm sorry, I choose to remain in the rear." The classroom erupted in an uproar upon hearing his answer. Expressions shifted from anticipation to disdain and even disgust. A coward who dares not step onto the battlefield. I never imagined that a hero like General Lin would have such a feeble son. To possess 2 top-tier abilities, yet only seek comfort in the rear, utterly shameless. Lin Yuan, do you still consider yourself a man? Do you possess even a shred of courage? Out of 48 classmates, all chose to fight, and even the girls volunteered for logistics, yet you have become a deserter. Feeling the cold stares around him, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. This was his choice. At that moment, Zhang Tao spoke again, letting out a slight sigh. He said, "Very well, I respect your decision. Your father is a hero, and according to Chinese law, you indeed have the right to abstain for frontline service. However, I must remind you that there are many things in this world that hold greater significance than preserving one's own life." After saying this, Zhang Tao patted his shoulder. Lin Yuan could sense the depth of his disappointment. After all, he had once been Zhang Tao's most esteemed student. The school bell rang. Classmates passed by Lin Yuan one after another, not sparing him a glance. Silence was the greatest scorn. At that moment, a tall young man abruptly halted in front of him, spitting at his feet. "Lin Yuan, you truly are a coward. I can't believe General Lin would produce such a son." Lin Yuan raised his gaze and calmly asked, "Are you finished?" "You." The tall youth was evidently infuriated by Lin Yuan's indifferent demeanor and promptly rolled up his sleeves, seemingly ready to confront him. "Since you finished, let's go." Lin Yuan lowered his head, gathering his belongings, and replied coolly, "Before you challenge me, I advise you to consider whether you are truly my match." Possessing dual abilities, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly the most powerful presence in the class, a true prodigy. It was precisely because of the high expectations placed upon him that his peers felt such disappointment following his refusal to enlist. Wang Ming lifted his head proudly and declared, "Lin Yuan, I acknowledge your talent surpasses mine. However, a coward like you can only boast of your gifts. Unlike you, I will burn my life to fight the giants and become a hero of China. And you, like a turtle retreating into its shell, can live out your pitiful life in the rear." With those words, Wang Ming snorted coldly and strode out of the classroom without looking back. Within minutes, the classroom began to empty. Only Lin Yuan remained in his seat, silently packing his belongings. He had already applied for withdrawal from school. Someone like him, who refused to fight at the front, would only draw scorn by continuing to enjoy the educational resources. At that moment, a tall girl in a short school uniform approached him. With long, straight black hair and doe-like eyes, she appeared both delicate and enchanting. Her aura was so striking that even in the most ordinary school attire, she shone like the dawn. She gently bit her lip and softly asked, "Lin Yuan, do you truly not wish to enlist?" Lin Yuan did not raise his head, replying coolly, "Chu Yu, if you're here to persuade me, you may as well abandon that thought. If you come to mock me, feel free." To his surprise, the girl shook her head and softly stated, "Lin Yuan, while I may not understand your reasoning, since you wish to remain in the safety of the rear, then this time, allow me to protect you." Her voice was gentle yet resolute. Chapter 2. If there is no torch in the darkness, then I shall be the sole light. Lin Yuan walked alone on his way home. The chill of early spring nipped at his cheeks, the wind biting and fierce. The streets were adorned with banners and posters calling for conscription. In this brutal era, someone must rise to confront the giants. Countless youths marched towards the battlefield, yet what returned from the front lines were only mangled corpses. Nevertheless, amidst such dire circumstances, fear and retreat were foreign concepts. In the hearts of all, it seemed a flame flickered brightly. Their pursuit was not the elusive glory, but the protection of their families at home. No matter the cost on the front lines, they could not allow their homeland to fall. For there lay the roots of Huaxia. For the sake of peace and tranquility at home, someone must choose to bear the burden and march forth. It was the courageous youth, unyielding in their resolve, who shouldered this responsibility, to enlist and defend the homeland, to safeguard Huaxia and expel the giants. Gazing at the stirring slogans lining the streets, Lin Yuan felt as though a sharp thorn was lodged in his heart. He was Lin Yuan, the son of Lin Tianke, the dragon general of Huaxia. Perhaps due to his lineage, he had displayed astounding talent from the moment he entered school, awakening dual abilities, thunder, and regeneration. Everyone anticipated that he would become the next dragon general of Huaxia, driving the giants away without a trace. Lin Yuan harbored the same aspiration, viewing his father as his ultimate goal, relentlessly honing his abilities without a moment's respite. However, 5 years prior, the Huaxia military suffered a catastrophic defeat on the front lines. In that battle, the devastating giant made its first appearance, a creature with a head reminiscent of a colossal dragon, radiating an intense, searing flame. The Huaxia military dubbed it the Dragon Flame Giant. Although Lin Tianke managed to thwart the Dragon Flame Giant from obliterating Huaxia's defenses, he paid an excruciating price. Severely injured and on the brink of death, he lost all his strength and even a leg. The once heroic dragon general of Huaxia had become a mere shadow of his former self. Many speculated that Lin Yuan's reluctance to enlist stemmed from witnessing his father's tragic state, instilling in him a sense of fear and hesitation to engage in battle. Yet, the reality was far different. The flames of hate had never extinguished within him. Lin Yuan refrained from military service not out of fear, but because, 100 days prior, he had awakened a system known as salvation. By signing in daily, he could receive rewards. However, since acquiring the system, it had remained in a loading state. Only yesterday did the progress bar finally reach 99. If his estimations were correct, today should mark the day he officially unlocked the system. Just as Lin Yuan pondered this, a mechanical notification sound echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the salvation system. Upon detecting that the host had failed to sign in for nearly 100 days, a prompt inquired whether to engage in a retroactive sign-in. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, "Yes, proceed with the retroactive sign-in." Until the system completed its loading, he had never imagined that he would still possess the privilege of signing in retroactively. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed a retroactive sign-in and received the following items. Ability Upgrade Crystal. Invisibility Gem. Weapon, Dragon Slayer Blade. Skill, Thunder Dragon's Fury. Mechanical Puppet. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing 50 retroactive sign-ins, you have received a special reward, Frost Ability. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing 100 retroactive sign-ins, you have received a special reward, Undead Ability. As the incessant system notifications echoed in his ears, Lin Yuan found himself momentarily frozen in place. The system had indeed granted him all the sign-in rewards for a full 100 days in one fell swoop. This sudden influx of wealth sent a thrill through every pore of Lin Yuan's being. His patience and perseverance had proven worthwhile. The savior system had not disappointed him after all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan commanded, System, display personal attribute panel. In the next instant, a digitalized attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Lin Yuan combat level. D-class ability, user vitality. 5,348 calories mental power. 1,793 hertz abilities. Thunder ability D-class. Self-healing ability E-class. Frost ability E-class. Undead ability E-class. Items. Ability upgrade crystals X20. Life recovery potions X15. Stamina recovery potions X15. Mental power recovery crystals X15. Invisibility gem, Dragon Slayer Blade. Mechanical puppet. Upon viewing his current attribute panel, a self-deprecating smirk crossed Lin Yuan's lips. He mocked his own insufficient strength, realizing that on the battlefield, he would likely struggle to even defeat the most ordinary of colossal giants, let alone those evolved mutated giants. This, too, was the reason Lin Yuan had refrained from enlisting in the military. In the face of the perilous battlefield, where danger lurked at every corner, it was not just newcomers like him who were at risk. Even the most formidable ability users could meet their demise at any moment. Lin Yuan was not afraid of death. Yet, he also could not resign himself to such an unceremonious end. Had it not been for the savior system, he might have chosen to enlist, honing his abilities through battle, breaking through limits time and again, either perishing or rising to power atop the corpses of giants. However, it was precisely because he had acquired this savior system that Lin Yuan opted to retreat. At times, retreating can be a far more arduous choice than advancing. This meant that, before he could fully mature, he must remain like a specter, concealed in safety, even as he witnessed his loved ones and companions depart from him, without wavering in the slightest. After all, when confronted with the civilization of giants, even if he could attain the strength of someone like his father, Lin Tianke, on the battlefield, it would ultimately change nothing. In the present day, Lin Tianke has become a pitiful example of failure, serving as a bloody lesson. Thus, Lin Yuan must exercise patience and remain concealed, for only in this manner can he avoid an untimely demise and, with the aid of the system, ultimately possess the power to alter the tides of battle. The plight of humanity, struggling to survive beneath the oppressive giant civilization, is truly lamentable. Scholars have noted that after the expansion of Earth's tectonic plates, the territory occupied by humanity accounts for less than 10%. Yet, despite this, the giant civilization persists in its relentless quest to eradicate humanity completely. For humankind, this is undoubtedly the darkest of nights, devoid of any glimmer of dawn. Unbeknownst to all, in a secluded corner of Huaxia, a resolute young man silently clenches his fists, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. If there is no torch in the darkness, then I shall be the singular light. I shall expel every last giant without exception. Chapter 3. Pursue your ambitions without hesitation. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yuan gently tapped on the door. Shortly thereafter, a voice from within rang out, half-jokingly chiding him. You little rascal, forgot your key again? After a rustling sound, the door swung open to reveal a one-legged man leaning on a cane. This man bore the marks of time on his weathered face, his unshaven stubble lending him a rugged appearance. Though he appeared languid, his gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. The man retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, nonchalantly extracting one, igniting it, and then, with a light laugh, inquired, Why are you home so late today? Lin Yuan regarded the man before him, and after a few moments of silence, he finally spoke. I was expelled from school for refusing to enlist. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan could distinctly sense the man's body shudder slightly. He had braced himself for a storm of anger from the man, who had once been revered as a hero among the people of Huaxia, only to now face the disgrace of having a son branded as a coward. However, the man merely pursed his lips and calmly asked, Why? Lin Yuan replied casually, There is no reason. But if you insist on one, it's simply that I fear death. I fear that if I die, no one will be there to care for you in your old age. He then shifted the conversation, asking, Aren't you angry with me? Why should I be angry with you? The man smiled quietly, a silent laughter gracing his lips. You are the son of Lin Tianke. Whatever you choose to pursue, I respect your decision. Whatever you wish to do, go ahead and do it. Even if you desire to spend your life in hiding. With the achievements your father has amassed over the years, no one would dare to speak against you. After all, I sacrificed half my life on the battlefield. At this point, the man took another drag from his cigarette, erupting into a hearty laugh that quickly turned into a cough, his expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Time and fate work in unison, yet heroes often find themselves shackled. Once a hero, he now walks the path of desolation. If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly wish to once again charge into battle, decimating those accursed giants until heads rolled and rivers of blood flowed. Gazing at the disheartened middle-aged man before him, Lin Yuan remained silent for a moment, ultimately uttering but a simple thank you. With those two words lingering in the air, he turned and strode into the building, leaving Lin Tianke behind, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression a tangle of complexities. Based on his understanding of his son, he was certainly not one to fear death. Yet, if that were the case, why had he so uncharacteristically chosen to decline military service? What was this boy truly plotting? Lin Tianke's gaze flickered, as if deep in contemplation. The night had deepened. In the cool evening of Nanjing City, an unusual chill enveloped the atmosphere. Due to the nationwide war preparations, the majority of entertainment venues were shuttered. Consequently, the vast streets bore an eerie emptiness, devoid of pedestrians. Clad in a black coat, with his hood drawn over his head, Lin Yuan walked briskly along the street, almost merging with the shadows. After acquiring the salvation system, he had devised a rough plan. The destination of his current journey was a structure known as the Hunters Association. As he made his way, Lin Yuan opened his attribute panel once more. He then spoke in a hushed tone. System, I choose to use the ability upgrade crystals. System, please select the ability you wish to upgrade. Consume 10 ability upgrade crystals to enhance thunder ability. Consume 5 ability upgrade crystals to enhance self-healing ability. Consume 5 ability upgrade crystals to enhance frost ability. Just as Lin Yuan finished speaking, the ability upgrade crystals in his hand transformed into a luminous azure glow, melding into his being. The process of upgrading was remarkably smooth, to the point where Lin Yuan felt no extraordinary sensation. Merely a gradual improvement in his control over his abilities. When the azure light dissipated, his thunder ability had ascended to level C, while both self-healing and frost abilities had advanced from level E to level D. If not for the scarcity of upgrade crystals, Lin Yuan would have even considered enhancing his necromancy ability as well. For ordinary ability users, possessing dual abilities was already a rare feat. Yet Lin Yuan boasted an impressive 4 abilities: thunder, self-healing, frost, and necromancy. Moreover, should he continue his diligent attendance, he would likely acquire even more abilities in the future. When Lin Yuan raised his head once more, the Hunters Association loomed before him. Within this establishment, a diverse array of individuals mingled, powerful ability users, well-equipped hunting teams, and even some young women engaged in licentious trades. In essence, the Hunters Association resembled a mercenary guild, operating on a system where employers issued tasks that were then completed by those who accepted them. It is worth noting that nearly 70% of the missions within the Hunter Association are commissioned by the military of Huaxia, with the targets primarily consisting of giants. After all, even amidst a nationwide conscription, many superpowered individuals remain reluctant to serve their country. Hence, the state permits the existence of the Hunter Association to harness this formidable force. The missions within the association are classified based on difficulty, ranging from E to SSS levels. Naturally, the Hunter Association adheres to a set of regulations. To undertake missions of a certain difficulty, one must possess the corresponding hunter rank. This implies that regardless of one's strength, one must commence with E-level tasks to validate their capabilities. Before entering the Hunter Association, Lin Yuan retrieved a silver-white mask from his system space and donned it upon his face. Although Lin Yuan intended to accept missions within the association, he knew that he could not indiscriminately reveal his identity in such an environment. Moreover, the mask not only concealed his visage but also utilized a stealth gem from his rewards to obscure his presence. In this state, even if Lin Yuan's own father were to arrive, he would not possess a guaranteed ability to recognize him. Having completed these preparations, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and stepped into the Hunter Association before him. Chapter 4. The Hunter Association. The entire Hunter Association is divided into 4 levels. The lowest level resembles a tavern, furnished with numerous tables where hunters can enjoy a drink and exchange intelligence. Centrally located is a massive electronic screen that continually displays missions awaiting acceptance, along with their difficulty levels and the rewards for completion. The second level serves as the mission acceptance area, where even newly registered hunters are guided by dedicated staff. Ascending to the third level reveals an environment akin to a black market, where one can sell items deemed valuable or procure desired goods from others. However, entry to the black market is not without its prerequisites. Only hunters ranked B or above may enter unconditionally. Those ranked below B wishing to access the black market must pay a fee. Beyond these 3 levels, Lin Yuan was unaware of the purpose of the highest 4th level of the Hunter Association, as his knowledge of it was limited to mere basics. Upon entering, Lin Yuan immediately attracted several gazes. "Well, this is rare. We have a newcomer today," one remarked. "Look at that physique. He probably hasn't even reached adulthood yet. With that build, he thinks he can take on missions at the Hunter Association? TSK. I fear that any giant could easily crush him into a pulp with a single step." In an instant, a cacophony of sardonic voices enveloped Lin Yuan. It is important to note that these hunters were all seasoned warriors, accustomed to dancing on the edge of danger. Rarely did they encounter such an amusing spectacle, and thus, they could not resist the temptation to jest at Lin Yuan's expense. However, Lin Yuan remained unfazed, maintaining a calm demeanor as he approached the mission display screen. E-Class Mission: Eliminate Giants Mission Requirements. Slay 10 ordinary giants roaming near the outskirts of the city. Mission Reward: 30,000 yuan. D-Class Mission: Collect Hearts Mission Requirements. Kill a large giant over 10 meters in height and obtain a complete giant's heart. Mission Reward: 50,000 yuan. 1 small energy crystal. B-Class Mission: Slay Armored Giant Mission Requirements. Defeat the armored giant wandering beyond the city outskirts, a mutated 4th-tier giant of immense strength. Teamwork is highly recommended. Mission Reward: 2,000 yuan. 1 advanced vitality pill. As the myriad tasks scrolled across the electronic screen, Lin Yuan felt momentarily dazzled. However, he could only accept the most basic E-Class mission. After perusing the options, he swiftly determined the task he wished to undertake. He then ascended to the 2nd floor, and in accordance with the regulations of the Hunter Association, registered an identity. Addressing the receptionist, he requested, "Excuse me, I would like to accept this mission." The receptionist regarded him with a mixture of surprise and disbelief, inquiring, "Are you certain you wish to take on this task?" Lin Yuan nodded affirmatively, replying, "If I am not mistaken, this mission is classified as E-Class, is it not? It should fall within my range of capability." Seeing his unwavering resolve, the receptionist refrained from further questioning and quietly processed his request, handing him a sleek black wristwatch imbued with a sense of advanced technology. "Please take this. The progress of your mission will be displayed on this watch as proof of your task completion." Lin Yuan nodded, immediately fastening the watch around his wrist. Just then, an uproar erupted in the hall below. Goodness, has this newcomer lost his mind? He dares to undertake that E-Class mission. Where does he find the audacity? Although labeled as E-Class, this task is often more troublesome than certain C-Class missions. This fool clearly has no grasp of the dangers he faces. Clearly, he is a naive academic who believes that mastering supernatural abilities makes him invincible. Such a fool would be better off meeting an early demise to spare the world from his recklessness. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, his actions had sparked a considerable commotion within the Hunter Association. He had initially sought to remain inconspicuous, yet he inevitably became the center of attention. After all, the nature of the mission he had chosen was extraordinarily peculiar. E-level task: Giant Slayer task requirements. Eliminate 1,000 ordinary giants wandering near the outskirts of the city. Task rewards: 3,000 yuan. 10 ordinary blood recovery pills, and 10 beginner-level mental enhancement potions. The demands of this task are not particularly complex. Its true challenge lies solely in the sheer quantity. A staggering 1,000 giants. Even slaying 1,000 ordinary humans would not be a trivial endeavor. How much more daunting it is to confront giants, whose size far surpasses that of humans. Even if all the giants stood in line awaiting their demise, it would likely require several hours to complete the task. Yet, the time limit for this mission is a mere month. Thus, despite being categorized as an E-level task, many hunters doubt that even C-level abilities could accomplish it. As for B-level and above, they would not squander their time on such a trivial pursuit. This is precisely why the task has remained unclaimed on the electronic display, with no one willing to undertake it. Even when Lin Yuan accepted the mission, few believed that a novice like him could succeed, and he was met with mockery and derision. It is important to note that if a hunter fails to complete a mission within the designated time frame, they are subject to penalties. All the hunters regarded Lin Yuan as a mere joke, eagerly anticipating his return in disgrace to withdraw from the task. Of course, there were a few well-meaning hunters who intended to offer warnings, but they were quickly silenced by the surrounding crowd. Having already accepted the task, abandoning it now would still incur costs. This inexperienced youth should be allowed to learn through hardship. Indeed, it is often said that good advice is wasted on those who refuse to heed it. If you were to approach him now, he might even think you are hindering his giant hunting efforts. After accepting the task, Lin Yuan did not linger within the Hunter Association. Instead, he pulled down his hood and swiftly exited the building. Chapter 5. Leaving the city to hunt giants. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan finally arrived at the edge of Nanjing City. He raised his head, and before him stood a towering alloy city wall, reaching heights of 100 meters. The wall soared into the clouds, its silver alloy shimmering under the night sky, emanating a cool metallic sheen. This formidable wall can withstand the majority of giants below level 5. In the hierarchy of giant civilization, giants are classified from level 1 to level 9 based on their strength. Correspondingly, within human civilization, the abilities of supernatural beings are categorized from E level to SSS level. Among the giants, those above level 5 possess terrifying, world-destroying powers. Level 6 giants are known as city-destroying giants. Level 7 giants are referred to as disaster-class giants. Level 8 giants are labeled as annihilation-class giants. The Dragon Flame Giant, which once forced Lin Tianke into a dire situation on the battlefield, was a destruction-class giant. As for level 9 giants, Lin Yuan cannot recall any having appeared on the battlefield in his memory. He was only aware that the 9th level giant was defined by humanity as an apocalyptic entity. When it manifests on the battlefield, even the most formidable human defenses will be obliterated in an instant. For humanity, giants of this caliber are undoubtedly harbingers of doom. Fortunately, Lin Yuan found himself in the city of Nanjiang, situated well behind the front lines of battle. Outside the city walls, almost all the giants wandering about were of level 5 or lower. Should a giant of level 6 or higher be detected, the nation would promptly dispatch forces to annihilate it before it posed any threat to the rear cities. In other words, although the towering 100-meter alloy walls could only defend against giants of level 5 or lower, they were sufficiently robust to protect the residents within Nanjiang from any incursions by giants. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to exit the city, he was abruptly halted by 2 military personnel armed with firearms. During these turbulent times, all individuals seeking to leave the city were required to present the appropriate credentials. The 2 men before him were members of the city wall guard, essentially the patrols tasked with safeguarding the city. Should a massive invasion of giants occur outside, they would relay information back to the city and initiate the first wave of counterattacks. These soldiers, though not engaged in frontline combat, commanded respect for their crucial role in ensuring the safety of the citizens, allowing them to rest peacefully. Lin Yuan was well aware of the procedures for leaving the city and promptly presented his credentials to the 2 men. "You are a hunter from the Hunter Association?" One of the men glanced at him and cautioned in a deep voice, "It is recorded that your hunter rank is only E. If you intend to venture outside, exercise caution. The dangers beyond the city at night are greater than you might imagine." Lin Yuan nodded and replied softly, "Thank you for the warning." After verifying his credentials, the 2 city guards stepped aside, recognizing that one must meet specific criteria to register as a hunter. Those who became hunters possessed some degree of strength, and Lin Yuan had been acknowledged by the Hunter Association for his qualifications due to his dual abilities. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yuan stepped out from the confines of the city walls, exhaling deeply. He raised his head, gazing at the moon suspended high in the sky. After leaving that birdcage-like city, it seemed even the heavens had opened up before him. One day, humanity would no longer cower in their small territories, but would stand proudly in the world, breathing in the mildly brackish air outside the city. Lin Yuan couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. He then lowered his hood and swiftly melded into the darkness. He had not forgotten his purpose for venturing outside the city, to hunt giants. Directly ahead, at the 12 o'clock position, 5 ordinary giants were gathered, their sizes mostly ranging between 3 to 5 meters. To the right, at the 3 o'clock position, 3 ordinary giants and 1 large giant loomed, the latter towering nearly 15 meters. Adjacent to it, there were also 4 ordinary giants of 5 meters in height. Once the battle commences, it becomes all too easy to attract these colossal giants. Lin Yuan lay concealed upon the crown of a grand tree, his keen eyes surveying the surroundings with acute perception. Prior to engaging in formal combat, it is imperative to observe the environment meticulously, assessing the number of adversaries to devise a strategic plan. All of this knowledge was gleaned from the practical courses he undertook at school. Ordinary giants, often referred to as mindless titans, are predominantly devoid of intelligence, acting solely on instinct. These giants generally measure below 10 meters in height and are categorized based on their destructive power as either Class 1 or Class 2 giants. In essence, a typical D-class superhuman could confront a single giant alone. However, these ordinary giants tend to congregate, frequently leading hunters to find themselves in dire straits, or ensnared by a multitude of ordinary giants. Lin Yuan remained uncertain about the number of ordinary giants he could face under extreme conditions. Nonetheless, he understood well that if he could not resolve the conflict swiftly, he would inevitably draw all surrounding giants to his location. At that juncture, his fate would be to be torn asunder by the very giants he faced, devoured piece by piece. Regardless, Lin Yuan dared not gamble with his life. Thus, Under such circumstances, the most prudent course of action was to first lure a group of giants to his vicinity. With this thought crystallizing in his mind, a tactical plan emerged. In the next moment, he retrieved the mechanical puppet from the system's inventory, a reward from his previous check-in. Before activation, the mechanical puppets resembled mere metallic spheres. However, upon pressing the switch to initiate them, the metallic spheres rapidly transformed into 10 mechanical figures, each mirroring his own stature. According to the system's description, these mechanical puppets possessed no formidable strength, being only slightly superior to an average human. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan had not anticipated them to fight on his behalf. Addressing the mechanical puppets calmly, he issued a directive: go forth and attract those giants directly ahead to this location. The command was received. The indicator lights of the mechanical puppets illuminated, and they swiftly traversed the forest with remarkable speed, racing towards their objective. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan remained poised atop the tree crown, gripping his dragon slayer knife tightly, his body taut and ready, akin to a predator poised to strike. Chapter 6. Luring the enemy, hunting as the mechanical puppets approached the giants. Their mechanical arms morphed instantly into the shape of machine guns. With a cacophony of gunfire, countless bullets rained upon the titanic forms of the giants. Following this sudden assault, the mechanical puppets successfully garnered the attention of the giants. One of the 5-meter giants emitted a low growl, reminiscent of a beast's roar, and swatted towards the direction of the mechanical puppet with a mighty hand. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the ground suddenly gave way to reveal a massive pit. Fortunately, the mechanical puppets possessed remarkable agility, allowing them to deftly evade the giant's assault. Had they not, this mechanical entity would have likely been reduced to a scattered array of parts beneath the giant's crushing hand. Despite the ferocity of the towering behemoth before them, these mechanical constructs remained steadfast in their mission. They engaged in a tactical retreat, drawing the giant towards the direction of Lin Yuan. Due to their non-biological nature, the battle between these mechanical puppets and the giants did not attract the attention of nearby titans. After all, the intellect of these mindless giants was exceedingly low. Their sole interest lay in the flesh and blood of humans. It was only by devouring humanity that they could achieve evolution. This understanding seemed to have been ingrained in their very genes. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, the distance between the giants and Lin Yuan was rapidly diminishing. Meanwhile, the number of mechanical puppets continued to dwindle. The damage inflicted by light weaponry was, indeed, limited against such colossal foes. At last, one of the giants inadvertently stepped into Lin Yuan's attack range. Now was the moment. A fierce glimmer ignited in Lin Yuan's eyes as he tightened his grip on the dragon slayer's hilt, summoning his thunderous powers to their zenith. A brilliant flash of lightning erupted from the blade. Death! Lin Yuan leaped into action like a panther, the electrified dragon slayer slicing downward towards the giant's head. With a soft hiss, the giant's massive head tumbled to the ground, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain from the severed neck. It is worth noting that the dragon slayer was a divine weapon capable of cleaving through dragon bones. Now, imbued with the ferocity of thunder, it wielded even greater destructive power. Such a strike effortlessly severed the giant's head. Upon vanquishing the giant, the numbers on Lin Yuan's wristwatch flickered to life. Giant Hunter. Mission progress, 11,000. Rather than feeling any trepidation after slaying a giant, Lin Yuan felt his blood ignite with fervor. With his strength, confronting 5 of the most ordinary first-level giants posed no challenge whatsoever. At that moment, the giants that had been pursuing the mechanical puppets abruptly shifted their focus, growling as they converged towards Lin Yuan's location. In their eyes, humans were the only truly valuable beings. Perfect timing. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, his right hand tracing an arc in the air as he unleashed his frost powers. In mere seconds, a thin layer of ice formed upon the bodies of the approaching giants, causing their movements to grow sluggish. This illustrates the advantages of possessing multiple extraordinary abilities. When utilized effectively, each skill can manifest its intended impact. Seizing the opportunity while the giants were momentarily hindered, Lin Yuan did not hesitate for an instant. He propelled himself off the corpse of the giant before him, harnessing the recoil to swiftly reach another giant. Before the latter could even react, Lin Yuan's dragon-slaying blade had already plunged deep into its chest. The defenses of these ordinary giants were not particularly formidable, and their hearts lacked substantial protection. Consequently, Lin Yuan's strike forcibly pierced through the creature's heart. In the blink of an eye, yet another giant succumbed to Lin Yuan's blade. Is this all you've got? A frenzied smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. In that moment, he resembled a ravenous wolf that had plunged into a flock of sheep, maneuvering with astonishing speed among the giants, inflicting continuous harm. The dragon-slaying blade flashed as it severed the Achilles tendon of one giant. With its physical support lost, the colossal figure collapsed onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. However, Just as Lin Yuan prepared to deliver a finishing blow, a massive hand suddenly loomed towards him. A surge of instinctual danger compelled Lin Yuan to evade, narrowly escaping the grasp of the enormous palm. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, another giant raised its fist, swinging it down towards Lin Yuan like a hammer. Thud! With a resounding impact, Lin Yuan found himself smashed into a deep pit. Under such a crushing blow, he felt several of his ribs crack. Combat with giants has always been perilous. A single misstep could result in gruesome dismemberment. Subsequently, the giant's enormous head slowly loomed closer, its terrifying visage betraying a cruel smile, as if Lin Yuan had become a sumptuous meal in its eyes. However, the giant failed to notice the flicker of murderous intent that flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes upon its approach. Lin Yuan, bracing himself with one hand against the ground, swung his blade upwards with a fierce determination. A tempestuous surge of thunderous energy erupted from his blade, transforming into a thunder dragon that charged directly at the giant. Boom! The Thunder Dragon, a special skill acquired through Lin Yuan's sign-in, known as Thunder Dragon's Wrath, collided violently with the giant's head, instantly shattering it into fragments. In less than half a minute, only one giant remained standing before Lin Yuan, though its size dwarfed Lin Yuan's own several times over. It appeared remarkably feeble in the presence of this human. Swoosh! A flash of crimson light suddenly emerged. The final giant clutched its throat and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 7. The Role of Necromantic Powers. Giant Slayer. Task Progress. 51,000. The entire battle unfolded in less than a minute. Yet, 5 giants met their demise at Lin Yuan's hands. It was only at this moment that Lin Yuan comprehended the extent to which his powers had been elevated by the Crystal of Enhancement. Had it been the former version of himself, even if he managed to slay these 5 giants, it would have undoubtedly taken a considerable amount of time. Logically, after vanquishing the giants, Lin Yuan should have vacated the battlefield immediately, otherwise he risked attracting other giants. However, Lin Yuan remained stationary. Firstly, he had already discerned the general locations of the nearby giants. Even if the nearest group were to approach, it would take at least 3 minutes for them to arrive. Thus, he had ample time to withdraw. Secondly, Lin Yuan sought to utilize the corpses of these giants to experiment with his necromantic abilities. Among his 4 powers, only the necromantic ability had yet to be upgraded, as he was still uncertain of its true function. In contrast to his other powers, thunder, frost, and self-healing, its nature remained much less apparent. Fortunately, Lin Yuan was not entirely oblivious to the mysteries of his necromantic ability. At the very least, he sensed that he could channel this ability towards the corpses of the giants before him. With this thought in mind, he suppressed the pain radiating from his ribs and raised his arms towards the giant's corpse. In the next moment, 2 chilling waves of necromantic energy surged from his palms. This energy swiftly permeated the bodies of the giants. Subsequently, their skin turned a ghastly gray, akin to that of a zombie, and they staggeringly rose to their feet once more. Not only that, Lin Yuan felt an extraordinary connection, enabling him to command these necromantic giants to engage in battle. In an instant, the expression on his face transformed from shock to exuberance. Lin Yuan had not anticipated that this power, which he had consistently overlooked, possessed such formidable capabilities. However, there was a slight drawback. The strength of these necromantic giants was evidently inferior to that of their living counterparts. Lin Yuan estimated that the strength of the resurrected giants through his necromantic ability amounted to no more than 50 of their former selves. Yet, for Lin Yuan, this was more than sufficient. After all, his necromantic ability was merely at the lowest E rank. Should he continue to elevate this ability, he would undoubtedly awaken even more powerful capabilities. In the blink of an eye, the 5 giants that had previously engaged him in combat transformed into his necromantic minions. However, after consecutively invoking the necromantic ability 5 times, Lin Yuan felt a dull ache in his head. Clearly, the utilization of this power was exceedingly taxing on his mental stamina. Lin Yuan gently massaged his temples and retrieved a crystal of mental energy restoration from the system space, clutching it tightly in his hand. In the next moment, a pure and robust surge of mental energy flooded into his consciousness, enabling his own mental strength to recover at an astonishing pace. This unique crystal was also a reward from the Savior System's sign-in, capable of swiftly replenishing mental energy without any side effects. At that moment, the echoing roars of giants once again reached Lin Yuan's ears. He turned to find another group of giants, drawn in by the earlier battle. Among them stood a colossal giant, towering at 15 meters. This giant's physique resembled that of a skyscraper, its muscles bulging and emanating a terrifying aura. In the presence of this massive giant, the ordinary-sized giants appeared as mere children, while the diminutive humans resembled insignificant ants. Faced with such a significant disparity in size, any individual would experience a shuddering dread at the very core of their being. This instinctual reaction could be likened to the survival instinct of animals. Submitting to the strong while dominating the weak seemed to be the essence of existence. However, Lin Yuan was not an animal. He was human. What differentiates humanity is the ability to transcend instinct through action. The weak strike down the weaker. The strong confront the stronger. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the dragon-slaying blade, as arcs of lightning surged from its blade like a tempest. In the next instant, he charged towards the imposing giant before him. For reasons unknown, the colossal giant surprisingly felt a rare twinge of fear upon facing this minuscule human, akin to an ant. Just then, several undead giants suddenly leaped from the side, tightly grasping the giant's limbs and forcibly restraining its movements. Although these undead giants were not particularly powerful, they were more than capable of holding the massive giant at bay for a brief moment. Given the giant's intelligence, it would likely struggle to comprehend why another giant would assault it. Yet, it had no time left to ponder. Die! Lin Yuan leapt into the air like a ferocious beast, his dragon-slaying blade shimmering with brilliant lightning, piercing through the heart of the massive giant with lethal precision. With a single strike, he extinguished the giant's life. The foul blood splattered across Lin Yuan's face, rendering him almost demonic under the moonlight. Yet, if he could vanquish all the giants, what did it matter if he appeared as a fiend? After dispatching the colossal giant, the remaining giants surged forward. With their inferior intelligence, they could not fathom the notion of avenging their fallen comrade. What truly captivated them was none other than Lin Yuan's flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of humanity is the most coveted sustenance for this horde of giants. Faced with these titans, Lin Yuan resembles a blood-soaked Azura, mercilessly reaping their lives upon the battlefield. Slay, slay, slay. The air is thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Yet, Lin Yuan's mind remains untouched by any turmoil. With the utmost composure, he engages in the most frenzied slaughter, for he understands that he has no time for respite. The warfare on the front lines will be 1,000-fold more brutal than this current level of conflict. Since retreat is not an option, he must fight. Fight, fight. Chapter 8. As long as there is breath, one shall fight to the end. 5 hours later, Lin Yuan traverses the forest of giants, his grip unwavering on the dragon-slaying blade. His body, however, is already smeared with blood. He raises his intelligent wristwatch and casually glances at it. Giant Slayer, Mission Progress, 1. 251-000. Were the members of the Hunter Association to behold the figures on Lin Yuan's watch, they would be utterly astounded. This young lad has, in a mere 5 hours, slaughtered a staggering 125 giants. This implies that Lin Yuan has dispatched an average of 25 giants each hour. Furthermore, this figure also accounts for the time spent in locating the giants. Such a remarkable achievement would leave any hunter in sheer awe. However, this accomplishment is not solely Lin Yuan's. He slowly turns his gaze backward, where an army of spectral giants has gathered in formation behind him. Dozens of these spectral giants stand in perfect alignment, following Lin Yuan closely. Each of these giants has been summoned by him after he vanquished the giants, utilizing his necromantic powers. Nevertheless, due to losses sustained during combat, their numbers have not exceeded 100. Yet even so, with such a legion of spectral giants at his command, Lin Yuan can secure overwhelming victories against any number of giants 10 or fewer. This is precisely why his efficiency in slaying giants is so remarkably high. Ultimately, all of this can be attributed to the salvation system. Without its existence, he would never have possessed necromantic abilities, nor would he have been able to endlessly utilize the crystallized mental energy to restore his own mental strength. If this pace continues, it will take Lin Yuan no more than a week to successfully complete the task of being a giant slayer. The reason he undertook this mission was not for the rewards, but rather to swiftly elevate his status as a hunter. Had he chosen a task of ordinary difficulty, he would likely have needed to complete several E-rank missions to achieve promotion. Yet now, upon completing this singular task, his hunter rank will ascend directly from E to D. Consequently, he will be able to undertake more challenging missions with greater expedience. As Lin Yuan pondered, a sudden tremor reverberated in his ears, accompanied by the haunting sounds of a violent earthquake. Damn it, damn it! A middle-aged man, covered in dust and bearing a disheveled appearance, was desperately fleeing while carrying a bloodied young man on his back. Beside him was a tall, sophisticated young woman clad in a black, form-fitting outfit that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Despite her face being smeared with dirt, it could not conceal her striking beauty. Casting a glance behind her, her countenance turned pale as ash. Why? She clenched her teeth, her voice filled with despair. Why is a level 4 armored giant appearing in this place? At that moment, accompanied by a whistling sound slicing through the air, a massive boulder came hurtling towards them. Lin Han, watch out! In an instant, the middle-aged man made a split-second decision, abandoning the youth on his back, and lunged forward to push Lin Han out of harm's way. The next moment, A piercing scream erupted from the man's lips as the boulder crashed into the ground, creating a gaping crater and shattering his legs into a gruesome state. The excruciating pain radiated from his mangled limbs, nearly driving him into unconsciousness. Lin Han, don't worry about me. You and Sheng Peng must escape. No. Tears surged from Lu Lin Han's eyes like a breached dam. She had never anticipated that events would escalate to such a dreadful extent. The three of them were all members of the Hunter Association, having formed a cohesive team of hunters. Although their numbers were few, each possessed D-class capabilities, and their synergy made them adept at hunting the giants in the outskirts of the city. Today, they had believed they would, as usual, hunt a certain number of giants and then return to the Hunter Association to fulfill their mission and claim their rewards. Little did they realize that this would mark the onset of their nightmare. During their hunt, they inadvertently attracted the attention of an armored giant. It was crucial to note that this was a level 4 giant, a terrifying entity that only B-class superhumans could contend with. They had no understanding of why such a formidable giant would appear so close to the city walls. For them, as long as they could reach the safety of the city walls of Nanjiang, they would be free from the giant's relentless pursuit. Even a level 4 giant would meet a merciless end at the hands of the city guard should it dare approach the walls. Yet, the mere distance of a few thousand meters felt interminable, as if they could never reach the end. Within the group, Sheng Peng had barely managed to withstand a single strike from the armored giant before being gravely injured, his body broken in countless places, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. Now, their leader lay in agony, his legs shattered by the giant's boulder, left to suffer and await his fate. The ground trembled once more beneath her feet. Lu Linghan turned rigidly, only to behold a colossal figure towering over 10 meters, clad in dark steel armor, parting the trees as it emerged before her. The armor enveloped the giant's entire form, leaving only a pair of chilling dark silver eyes that coldly scrutinized her. Although the level 4 giant possessed a degree of intelligence, it remained mute. Yet, this oppressive silence only heightened the sense of dread and trepidation. The overwhelming pressure made her tremble uncontrollably. She could no longer discern whether it was her desire to protect her companions that kept her rooted in place, or whether it was the paralyzing fear that rendered her immobile. In this beautiful yet brutal world, before the armored giant, her only recourse seemed to be to humbly beseech the Reaper for a little more time. With that thought, Lu Linghan despairingly closed her eyes. Rather than abandon her companions and flee in disarray, it would be more gratifying to meet her end here. However, at that moment, a hand unexpectedly rested upon her shoulder. There is nothing to fear. It is merely a giant. Lin Yuan's deep voice resonated softly in her ear. As long as there is breath in our bodies, we shall fight to the bitter end. Chapter 9. Slaying the armored giant. Lu Linghan momentarily froze, instinctively glancing back. There stood a youth with black hair and dark eyes, having appeared at her side unbeknownst to her. In an instant, a flicker of hope ignited within her gaze, akin to a drowning person grasping for the last straw of salvation. Are you a B-class ability user? Lu Linghan implored, her face alight with expectation, yearning for an affirmative response. Only the hunters could appear outside the city at this hour. If this individual possessed B-class strength or higher, even if they could not vanquish the armored giant, they would undoubtedly aid in their escape. Yet, Lin Yuan shook his head, calmly responding no. Despite wielding 4 abilities, the highest tier among them was merely C-class lightning powers. Strictly speaking, Lin Yuan could only be regarded as a C-class ability user at present. Upon hearing those words, Lu Linghan felt as if all strength had been siphoned from her body, her eyes dimming rapidly. Gritting her teeth, she implored, "You must go, quickly. This giant is beyond your capabilities." However, Lin Yuan paid her no heed, advancing forward with a nonchalant demeanor, leaving behind a single phrase. How can one know without trying? The armored giant, locking its icy gaze onto Lin Yuan, sensed the burgeoning threat beneath its surface. To the giant, this human was nothing short of a provocation. At that moment, Lin Yuan finally spoke again, his voice cold and resolute. "Kill it for me." As soon as his voice fell, countless undead giants emerged from the woods behind him, roaring fiercely as they lunged towards the armored giant before them. Lu Linghan stood in a daze, utterly captivated by the bizarre spectacle unfolding. She swore she had never witnessed such an extraordinary scene before. The young lad before her was commanding a multitude of giants, collectively assaulting the armored giant. It was not just her. Even the armored giant, possessing a modicum of intelligence, was momentarily taken aback. It was only when one of the undead giants leaped onto its body that it fully grasped the situation. With a thunderous roar, the armored giant unleashed a powerful punch. Its steel-clad fist was formidable beyond measure, and with a single blow, it forcibly pierced through the abdomen of an undead giant. Dark red blood gushed forth immediately. It must be noted that before this 4th-tier giant, even the largest of giants would be crushed without exception, let alone this group of undead giants. who only possessed half of their former strength in life. However, the sheer number of these undead giants was overwhelming. Even ants, in great numbers, can bring down an elephant. Under Lin Yuan's command, these undead giants, undaunted by death, charged relentlessly towards the armored giant. Among them were even those towering over 10 meters in height. This battle could only be described as horrifically bloody. These undead giants, even in their final moments, aimed to bite off a piece of flesh from the armored giant. In less than a minute, the ground was strewn with the corpses of giants. The dark red blood pooled together, nearly reaching their ankles. The armored giant itself was covered in numerous wounds and bite marks. Nonetheless, the formidable strength of the fourth-tier giant far exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. He silently tightened his grip on the dragon-slaying blade, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. The undead giants alone could not slay this armored giant. Only he could deliver the fatal blow. Conventionally, a C-tier ability user would be unable to defeat a higher-tier fourth-level giant. Yet this time, it was an exception. For Lin Yuan was not merely an ordinary C-tier ability user. He was a unique individual endowed with 4 distinct abilities. Moreover, the armored giant had already expended a significant amount of energy in the relentless onslaught of the undead giants. Lin Yuan understood the enormous risks he was about to undertake. Yet in his lexicon, the word retreat had never existed. Just as he had proclaimed, as long as there was breath within him, he would fight to the end. With sword in hand, he was prepared for battle. Lin Yuan's legs propelled him forcefully from the ground, soaring through the air like an arrow released from its bow, heading straight towards the armored giant. The armored giant roared and, without hesitation, swung its fist at him in a furious strike. Frost. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan unleashed his frost ability directly at the giant. In the next moment, a delicate layer of frost swiftly enveloped the armored giant's form, drastically slowing the latter's punching speed to an almost imperceptible crawl. With a resounding clang, as lightning flickered, Lin Yuan's dragon-slaying blade cleaved deeply into the armored giant's body, leaving a profound wound. The giant, in a fit of rage, shattered the frost encasing him, continuing to unleash his fists upon Lin Yuan. He could sense that this blow from the armored giant unleashed its full power, compressing the surrounding air to an extreme, the howling wind echoing like thunder. However, just as the titanic fist was about to strike Lin Yuan, a colossal undead giant suddenly emerged, positioning itself directly before the armored giant. With a thunderous impact, the giant's fist crashed against the undead giant's chest, the immense force driving through it with ease. The massive fist became drenched in dark crimson blood. Lin Yuan commanded the undead giant to absorb this lethal strike for him. Had that punch landed upon him, it would have undoubtedly resulted in his utter obliteration. Such a degree of injury, even with Lin Yuan's healing abilities, would likely not allow for swift recovery. Yet now that the armored giant's offensive had been successfully neutralized, it was Lin Yuan's turn. His gaze sharpened as he fixated on the gap in the armored giant's neck. The previous frenzied assaults by the undead giants had not been aimless. Faced with a foe of such caliber, Lin Yuan had to devise every possible strategy to create an opening for himself. After countless suicide-like assaults from the undead giants, they had finally managed to gnaw a gap in the impenetrable black armor encasing its neck. It is essential to understand that the armored giant's strength lay within its encompassing black armor, which only grew more formidable in its most vulnerable areas. Presently, before Lin Yuan lay a splendid opportunity. His eyes locked onto the jagged opening, and the dragon-slaying blade in his hand radiated with brilliant lightning. As he descended, he planted a foot upon the armored giant's wrist. In the next instant, he propelled himself upward, swiftly aligning his position with that of the armored giant's head. In his grasp, the dragon-slaying blade transformed into a bolt of lightning, culminating in a concentrated point of power. With a fierce roar, Lin Yuan unleashed his full might. Cleaving forward with ferocity, the razor-sharp blade followed the trajectory of the gap in the armored giant's neck, plunging instantly into it, severing the head cleanly from its body. The armored giant fell, lifeless. Chapter 10. He once walked in darkness, gazing at the fallen armored giant before him. Lu Linghan covered her mouth in disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that the young man before her had truly slain the armored giant. Despite the victory over the armored giant, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. This battle, though won, had been a narrow escape, a mere breath away from peril. The necromantic giant under his control had seen nearly 80% of its kind perish at the hands of this colossal armored behemoth. Had he not seized the opportunity for a decisive strike, it could very well have been him lying lifeless instead, merely a level 4 giant, yet possessing such formidable strength. Lin Yuan found it almost unfathomable to imagine the terrifying power that giants of level 5 and above must wield. Perhaps, as the titles assigned by Huaxia suggest, they embody annihilation, disaster, devastation, and the end of days. Lin Yuan inhaled a breath of the air thick with the scent of blood. He understood well that the path ahead of him was still long and fraught with peril. Subsequently, he commanded a necromantic giant to shift the boulder crushing the middle-aged man. However, the unfortunate fellow had succumbed to excessive blood loss and fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Thank you. Lu Linghan approached Lin Yuan, her voice barely above a whisper, expressing her gratitude. In her current state, she had yet to recover from the life-and-death crisis, her mind a muddled haze, leaving her at a loss for words. After a brief silence, she gestured toward the necromantic giant beside her, asking, "Is this your ability?" "Indeed," Lin Yuan affirmed without hesitation. Before Lu Linghan could pose further inquiries, he interjected, "The man trapped beneath the stone must be your companion, correct? If he is not taken to a hospital soon, he might perish from blood loss." At Lin Yuan's reminder, Lu Linghan suddenly came to her senses, in her eagerness to thank him for saving her life. She had nearly forgotten about her two critically injured companions. With that thought, Lu Linghan wasted no time, swiftly hoisting her two comrades onto her back and racing towards the city walls with urgency. As she was halfway there, a realization struck her, and she abruptly turned her head, asking aloud, "By the way, I still don't know your name. Could you tell me?" However, in response to her inquiry, Lin Yuan remained unresponsive, engrossed in dissecting the armored giant's head. Is a name truly so significant? He pondered. Those who traverse the shadows do not require names. Should he fail, he would fade away into the abyss, unremembered, with no one to acknowledge his existence or his name. Yet, should he succeed, humanity's chronicles would recount his journey through darkness, ultimately heralding him as the savior who tore through the night. With a soft sound, Lin Yuan finally severed the armored giant's head. He had to admit, this creature's skull was exceptionally hard, even in death. It took him half a minute of relentless effort with his dragon-slaying blade to cleave through it. With a thud, an irregular dark golden crystal tumbled out from the fissure. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and grasped the crystal in his hand. The knowledge acquired in school had proven to be undeniably accurate. This crystal, also known as the brain core, serves as a unique energy vessel and the source of the giant's power. However, it is rare for first- and second-tier giants to form a brain core, while third-tier giants only have a chance of producing one. It is only the fourth-tier giants and above that are guaranteed to possess a brain core. The brain core that Lin Yuan held in his hand was no larger than an egg. It was hard for him to fathom that such an inconspicuous little object was the very essence of the power of this armored giant. In reality, the significance of a giant's brain core is immense, playing a crucial role in both the energy sector and the realm of supernatural abilities. A brain core from a fourth-tier giant can fetch tens of millions in the black market, albeit in a market where it is scarce. Lin Yuan carefully stowed away the brain core and stood up, resolutely activating his necromantic abilities upon the corpse of the armored giant. Since he had painstakingly accumulated his necromantic giants, all perished at the hands of this armored giant, he decided to let this creature take their place. In the next moment, a torrent of deathly energy surged from Lin Yuan's palm, swiftly merging into the corpse of the armored giant. However, given his current mental strength, coercively animating the armored giant's body proved somewhat taxing. Lin Yuan could only sustain the effort for a minute before he felt his mental energy begin to wane, accompanied by a dull ache in his temples. Yet, despite the strain, he refused to relent. He retrieved a mental energy recovery crystal with his other hand, gripping it tightly while simultaneously exerting all his might to wield his necromantic powers. Through Lin Yuan's relentless determination, the corpse of the armored giant finally stirred slightly. Gradually, the armored giant rose, kneeling on one knee before Lin Yuan. The once ferocious giant, capable of cleaving mountains, had now become his necromantic servant. Although Lin Yuan felt on the verge of collapse, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, a flicker of joy sparkled in his eyes. With the aid of the undead armored giant, his forthcoming hunts would become significantly easier. While the armored giant, in its undead state, possessed only half of its former strength, it was more than sufficient to deal with ordinary giants. Furthermore, due to its imposing size, it could easily vanquish even larger giants. Yet, what mattered more to Lin Yuan was that his necromantic abilities held limitless potential for growth. As his necromancy evolved, the giants he summoned from corpses would increasingly approach their former might, and the number of giants he could command would also multiply. In fact, should his strength reach a certain threshold, he could potentially assemble an army composed entirely of undead giants. At that moment, the sight of tens of millions of undead giants charging into battle against their foes would undoubtedly be a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. Lin Yuan was determined to demonstrate to the giant civilization the true essence of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Chapter 11. 5 days. 1,000 giants 5 days later. System, I wish to sign in, Lin Yuan calmly announced as he sat atop a massive rock. Before him, the corpses of giants lay strewn haphazardly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 105 days, earning the reward, 2 ability upgrade crystals. Upon hearing the system's notification, a glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. This time, the sign-in reward was indeed the coveted ability upgrade crystals. It is worth noting that this was precisely the item he most desperately needed to enhance his abilities. During this period, he had also gleaned some understanding of the system's patterns. First and foremost, the longer the duration of the sign-in, the more generous the rewards became. Previously, during makeup sign-ins, he received the ability upgrade crystals one by one. Now, however, the quantity had increased to 2 as a sign-in reward. Moreover, on special milestones, the rewards would be particularly bountiful, such as at 5 days, 10 days, 50 days, and 100 days. The rewards from Lin Yuan's recent sign-ins had mostly consisted of consumables like life restoration potions and mental energy recovery crystals. Yet, upon reaching the milestone of 105 days, he was granted 2 ability upgrade crystals. This was corroborated by the 100-day rewards he had received during his makeup sign-ins. All special rewards were almost exclusively issued on whole days. As for the ice ability and the undead ability, they were awarded for reaching the 50-day and 100-day milestones, respectively. Lin Yuan pondered quietly, wondering what rewards awaited him at 150 days and 200 days. Though it was early to speculate, it did not diminish his anticipation for the forthcoming sign-in rewards. After all, the savior system he possessed was intricately linked to humanity's hope for resurgence. If 200 days yielded no results, then 500 days. If 500 days yielded nothing, then 1,000 days. If 1,000 days proved fruitless, then 10,000 days it would be. Lin Yuan firmly believed that one day, he would possess the strength to overturn the entire giant civilization. Upon completing the sign-in, Lin Yuan glanced at his wristwatch once more, noting the task progress. Giant Hunter, task progress, 1,000. Gazing at the numbers on his watch, Lin Yuan felt both exhausted and fulfilled. He could hardly recall how he had spent these 5 days. Aside from returning to the city for supplies, he had been outside the city hunting giants. In total, he likely spent less than 20 hours on eating and sleeping. It was only through such relentless effort that he managed to slay 1,000 giants in a mere 5 days. Towards the end, Lin Yuan even needed to venture over 10 kilometers away from the city to find traces of giants. The giants wandering outside the city walls were nearly on the brink of extinction due to his relentless pursuit. At last, he could choose to return to the city to fulfill his task. Within the confines of South River City, a gentle rain fell, creating a serene atmosphere. Lin Yuan donned a silver-white mask and approached the entrance of the Hunters Guild, pushing open the grand door before him. Perhaps due to the inclement weather, a throng of hunters had gathered within, engaged in merriment and conversation. Upon noticing Lin Yuan's arrival, they paused momentarily, only to erupt into lively discussions. Isn't that the newcomer from a few days ago? I can't believe he lasted this long before giving up on his task. Laughter ensued. He hasn't even matured yet. Thinking himself invincible. I wonder if he was terrified into submission by the giants outside the city. What are you talking about? What happened to this newcomer? Oh, you don't know? This rookie came by 5 days ago and took on the most challenging E-rank mission. Huh. The more inexperienced they are, the more they court disaster. A little hardship will surely teach him a lesson. As their chatter intensified, more individuals became aware of the unfolding events. The hunters' gazes quickly converged on Lin Yuan. For them, witnessing the blunders of such a novice provided a rare diversion from their monotonous lives. With the scrutiny of the crowd upon him, Lin Yuan ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor. Good day, esteemed hunter. How may I assist you? The attendant at the task handover station greeted him with a polite smile. Though she had heard whispers of the rumors, she held no significant disdain for the young man before her. After all, who hasn't experienced youthful arrogance? Moreover, as a service staff member, she was obliged to maintain a respectful demeanor towards the hunters. Lin Yuan removed the watch from his wrist and handed it to her, speaking in a calm tone. I am here to submit my task. Very well. According to the regulations of our Hunters Guild, there is a penalty fee for task abandonment. The young lady's voice faltered, as if someone had choked her, forcing her to swallow the latter part of her statement. In an instant, the 1st floor of the guild fell into a profound silence. All discussions ceased, leaving the patrons questioning the reliability of their hearing. After a moment, the attendant looked up at Lin Yuan, her expression one of disbelief. Excuse me, what did you just say? Lin Yuan calmly replied. I said I am here to submit my task. Is that difficult to understand? Allow me to verify. The attendant, wary of hesitation, promptly connected Lin Yuan's watch to the task terminal. It indicates that you accepted the task 5 days ago. During this time, you have successfully hunted 1,000 ordinary giants, fulfilling the conditions for task submission. As she continued, her voice grew increasingly uncertain. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind. Was the task terminal malfunctioning? 1,000 giants in just 5 days? How could that be possible? Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Even a B-level supernatural being would struggle to accomplish such a task within such a brief time frame. 5 days, 1,000 giants. Am I hearing things? This is madness. How could this possibly be? I have not slain 1,000 giants throughout my entire life. There must be a malfunction in the task system. Or perhaps this individual has tampered with the data. Yes, cheating. He must have resorted to data manipulation to gain an unfair advantage. An investigation is imperative. It must be thorough. If this individual is not scrutinized, what will become of the credibility of the Hunters Association? Chapter 12. Since they cannot be awakened to reality, let them all fall silent. In an instant, the first floor of the Hunters Association erupted into a frenzy of outrage. They could hardly believe that Lin Yuan, a newcomer who appeared to have just reached adulthood, had completed what was deemed the most challenging E-level task in a mere 5 days. Moreover, they had just been mocking Lin Yuan for his overestimation of his abilities. Acknowledging that he had accomplished this task would be tantamount to delivering a resounding slap to their own faces. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the uproar around him. Instead, he calmly inquired, "May I redeem my reward now?" According to regulations, as long as the wristwatch indicated that the task was completed, he was entitled to receive the corresponding reward. The young lady hesitated for a moment before softly responding. However, should we later discover any falsification of the data, the Hunters Association will pursue the matter to the end. I hope you do not harbor any false hopes. Clearly, she too had been influenced by the crowd, harboring a hint of doubt regarding Lin Yuan. Yet, in the absence of evidence, she could only fulfill her duties. With a few deft taps on the task terminal's control panel, she proceeded to issue Lin Yuan his reward. Instantly, a line of text appeared on his wristwatch. "You have completed the task of Giant Slayer. The reward has been credited to your account. Please check." The next moment, a notification chimed on Lin Yuan's phone. A sum of 3 million, not a penny less, had been deposited into his account. Additionally, the task reward included 10 ordinary blood recovery pills and 10 bottles of beginner-level mental enhancement potions. As long as Lin Yuan wished, he could redeem his rewards at any Hunters Association location. However, at that moment, the crowd below erupted into chaos. Are you truly devoid of reason, Hunters Association? 5 days to slay 1,000 giants. Do you genuinely believe that is feasible? To issue him a reward is utterly absurd. You are insulting all of us who risk our lives to hunt giants. Exactly. I have been a hunter my entire life and have never slain 1,000 giants. What makes this mere novice, who has just joined the Hunters Association, worthy of such an achievement? Expose this fraud and expel him from the association. Otherwise, the Hunters Association is doomed. Listening to the vitriolic insults ringing in his ears, Lin Yuan turned and strolled towards the edge of the railing. The second floor's circular design allowed him a clear view of the impassioned crowd below. With a faint smile, he spoke calmly, "Listen well. If you have spent the better part of your life without slaying 1,000 giants, perhaps you should reflect upon your own shortcomings. Perhaps it is simply that you are too weak." His words struck with precision, hitting the very core of his adversary. Not only did the hunter he addressed nearly burst out in laughter, but even those allies standing beside him struggled to contain their amusement. After all, this individual was undeniably foolish, unwittingly handing over the advantage to his opponent. In response to the provocation, the middle-aged hunter erupted with fury. He planted one foot on the table, seething with rage as he retorted, "Even if I am weak, I am still stronger than you, the despicable fraud." Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then could not help but respond, "I truly did not expect you to speak with such brazen confidence." Upon hearing his words, even those surrounding them could not help but laugh. Although this man appeared relatively youthful, his tongue was indeed sharp. However, what they did not anticipate was that for Lin Yuan, this was merely the beginning. Gripping the railing with both hands, he surveyed the crowd, his voice cold and resolute. "To be frank, I fail to comprehend the source of your superiority complex. In terms of strength, you cannot compare to the elite ability users. In terms of contribution, you pale in comparison to the warriors fighting on the front lines. Your daily routine consists of languidly drinking and boasting at the table, believing that after slaying a few of the most inferior giants, you have significantly contributed to our nation. You are like crabs in a bucket, comfortably settled at the bottom. If any among you dares to climb higher, you will drag him down, because you cannot tolerate anyone being stronger than you. Only by everyone wallowing together can you feel justified in your stagnation at the bottom." Lin Yuan's words landed like a stinging slap across their faces. Yet, rather than inciting introspection, these painfully honest remarks only fueled their anger. Indeed, as soon as Lin Yuan's voice fell silent, numerous voices began to rise, pointing fingers at him in outrage. "What right do you have to lecture us? You little brat, who do you think you are? Just a lowly fraud. How dare you speak so boldly? I tell you, if this matter is not resolved today, you shall not leave the Hunters Association." Lin Yuan gazed calmly at the furious faces below. The more they expressed their rage, the more it confirmed his judgment of them. In every era, heroes undoubtedly emerge. Yet far more common are the cowardly souls who cling to life. In their eyes, there exists neither nation nor humanity, only their own gains and losses. Lin Yuan let out a faint sigh. He no longer intended to engage in further debate with this group, for it held no significance. It was akin to attempting to awaken a throng of feigned slumber. Had they possessed true enlightenment, they would be on the front lines, battling the giants, sacrificing their lives to protect their homeland. With this thought, Lin Yuan finally reached clarity. Since he could not rouse this group to awareness, the only recourse he had was to silence them. Taking a deep breath, he walked steadily towards the task handover point amidst their jeers. The young lady at the terminal was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "Is there anything else you need?" Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "Having completed the task of slaying the giants, I should now be classified as a D-rank hunter, correct?" "Indeed." "Then I would like to exercise my privilege to accept a task beyond my rank." Lin Yuan pointed towards the task display and calmly stated, "I wish to undertake the mission to hunt the armored giant." Chapter 13. Who is it that just mentioned needing a 5-speed electric fan? Upon advancing to D rank, hunters are granted the privilege to accept a task beyond their current rank once a month. This mechanism is designed for newcomers to the Hunter Association and for exceptionally talented individuals whose abilities progress rapidly. After all, both groups share a common trait. Their capabilities far exceed their current hunter rank. Thus, granting them the opportunity to undertake a task beyond their level each month is intended to facilitate their growth. Upon Lin Yuan's declaration, the young lady's expression shifted to one of bemusement. She pressed her lips together and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to accept this task?" The armored giant is an extremely dangerous level 4 giant. A previous squad of 5 C-rank psychics attempted to vanquish it, and none returned. Hence, this task is classified as B rank. Lin Yuan nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for the warning." Noticing her stubbornness, the young lady sighed and, after a few taps on the terminal, registered the task for Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, the hunters below began to murmur among themselves. "Surely we're not misjudging him? This kid dares to take on a B-rank task. It's just bravado. The more he pretends, the harder he'll be hit later. If he truly manages to kill the armored giant, I'll livestream a 5-speed electric fan. Count me in. I'll join you. Wow, you guys are all fierce." At that moment, the middle-aged man from earlier spoke up again, crossing his arms and coldly stating, "Kid, what are you pretending for? You can't seriously think that merely posing to accept a task will let this matter rest." Lin Yuan glanced at him, chuckling softly as he replied, "Do you understand what it means to say that summer insects cannot speak of ice? As a mere frog at the bottom of a well, I find little merit in engaging in debate with you." Subsequently, he turned away and retrieved a crystalline core from his bosom, presenting it to the young lady before him. "I would appreciate your assistance in verifying this." The young lady, momentarily taken aback, instinctively placed the crystalline core into a nearby scanner. Within mere seconds, the scanning results appeared before her. How is this possible? Gazing at the results, she widened her eyes in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. This scanner, linked to the Hunter Association's cloud database, possessed remarkable analytical capabilities. The results indicated that the crystalline core was none other than that of the armored giant. You have already slain the armored giant." Upon her exclamation, all the hunters below fell into stunned silence. They clearly had not anticipated that Lin Yuan truly possessed the core of the armored giant. Lin Yuan spoke calmly, "If you doubt my words, I could indeed bring back the head of the armored giant." The young lady hastily waved her hands, quickly responding, "No need for that. The core you hold is proof enough. I will confirm it for you right away." Her fingers danced across the task terminal. Shortly, a notification appeared on Lin Yuan's wristwatch. "The task of hunting the armored giant has been completed. The reward has been credited to your account. Please check." This B-level task rewarded him with 2 million in cash, along with a high-grade vitality pill. Thus, having completed merely 2 tasks, Lin Yuan's bank balance surged to 5 million. Such an amount equated to the lifetime savings of a well-off family. It was no wonder so many individuals with abilities preferred to become hunters rather than join the military. On one side lay the military, where one was subjected to orders, risking life against giants. On the other, a few hunts could yield substantial rewards while enjoying a comfortable life in the rear. Surely, even a fool would know which path to choose. Yet, in contemporary China, there indeed existed a group of fools who would rather face death on the front lines than live a life of cowardice in the rear. It was these passionate fools who steadfastly upheld the skies of China. After completing this task, Lin Yuan's hunter rank ascended to sea level. Within a span of less than half an hour, he had remarkably advanced 2 ranks consecutively. This elevation allowed him to undertake sea-level tasks. Alas, he had exhausted his quota for undertaking higher-level tasks this month. Otherwise, he would have eagerly sought out several B-level or even A-level tasks for the thrill of it. Upon task completion, Lin Yuan made no delay, turning promptly to exit. The hunters on the first floor fell into an eerie silence, even refraining from meeting Lin Yuan's gaze. After all, this young man, who appeared to be under 20, was a formidable force capable of slaying level 4 giants. In the small town of Nanjian, the number of hunters capable of completing B-level tasks can be described as exceedingly few. At that moment, the atmosphere on the first floor of the Hunter Association was suffocatingly tense, with only the sound of footsteps echoing as individuals exited. These hunters dared not even take a breath, fearing that Lin Yuan might remember them. Once Lin Yuan stepped out of the Hunter Association's doors, they collectively exhaled in relief, grateful that he had not imposed any difficulties upon them. Otherwise, the outcome of the situation would have been uncertain. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, a voice floated through the air. Who just mentioned live-streaming the Day 5 electric fan? After leaving the Hunter Association, Lin Yuan returned directly to his home. It appeared that Lin Tianke was not present, and Lin Yuan had no idea where his father had gone. Although he had lost much of his strength, his physique remained far superior to that of an ordinary person, so he was not particularly concerned. Upon entering his home, Lin Yuan promptly removed his blood-stained clothing, discarding it into the trash bin, and made his way to the bathroom. The accumulation of fatigue over the past several days urged him to indulge in a hot shower. The steaming water cascading from the showerhead enveloped his well-defined physique, rising in clouds of vapor. The battle with the armored giant had profoundly underscored his own weaknesses, prompting Lin Yuan to resolve to remain home for a while, signing in for a period to bolster his strength before resuming his tasks at the Hunter Association. Chapter 14. The Pharmacological Vessel. This is the blood chi pill. After his shower, Lin Yuan sat in his room surrounded by various bottles and jars of elixirs and potions. In his hand, he held an ordinary blood chi pill, which was also the reward for completing the giant hunter task. During his bath, he had instructed the Hunter Association to deliver his task rewards directly to his home. These included 10 ordinary blood chi pills, 10 bottles of elementary mental enhancement potions, and 1 advanced blood chi pill. If one were to assess their market value, a single blood chi pill is priced at approximately 50,000, while an elementary mental enhancement potion costs around 70,000. Thus, the collective worth of these elixirs and potions surpassed 1 million. As for the advanced blood chi pill, its price was exorbitantly high, often exceeding 1 million for just one. Frankly, before reaching adulthood, Lin Yuan had never consumed such pills. This was not due to financial constraints. Being the only son of the renowned General Lin Tianke, he had access to an abundance of resources for cultivation, should he choose. The reason he refrained from consuming pills to aid his training was that the period before turning 18 was crucial for establishing a solid foundation in his practice. At this stage, attempting to forcibly enhance one's strength through medicinal pills would only yield the effect of hastily promoting growth, excessively exhausting one's potential. However, Lin Yuan, at present, found himself devoid of any lingering concerns. Firstly, he had reached the age of 18. Secondly, with the possession of a system, Lin Yuan was untroubled by the fear of overextending his potential. It is no exaggeration to state that, endowed with the salvation system, he possessed nearly limitless potential. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan harbored no hesitation and promptly swallowed an ordinary chi blood pill. Within mere seconds, a tremendous and pure surge of chi blood power emanated from his lower abdomen, rapidly spreading throughout his body like an unruly child racing about within. Lin Yuan steadied his mind and consciously began to mobilize his chi blood power, aiming to encircle and devour it entirely. Although each chi blood pill contained a constant amount of chi blood power, the extent of absorption depended solely on one's ability. 5 minutes later, the surge of chi blood power within Lin Yuan dissipated completely, and he had absorbed only a little less than 30% of it, having wasted a significant portion of energy. Yet, it was not entirely Lin Yuan's fault. After all, his current strength was still quite feeble, and his control over his chi blood was not yet adept. Nevertheless, he felt a rapid replenishment of chi blood within him, even experiencing a sensation of his muscle swelling. System, Open Personal Attribute Panel. Host, Lin Yuan Combat Level. C-Class Ability User Chi Blood Power. 6,037 Calories Mental Power. 1,793 Hertz Abilities. Thunder Ability, C-Class. Self-Healing Ability, D-Class. Frost Ability, D-Class. Undead Ability, E-Class. Items. Ability Upgrade Crystal X2. Life Recovery Potion X20. Stamina Recovery Potion X7. Mental Power Recovery Crystal X6, Concealment Gem, Dragon Slaying Sword. Gazing at the attribute panel before him, Lin Yuan made a rough estimate. One chi blood pill had approximately augmented his chi blood power by 700 points. This swift surge of strength left Lin Yuan somewhat entranced. However, he was also aware that the efficacy of such pills typically peaked with the first one consumed. Continued consumption would yield diminishing returns until his body reached its absolute limit and could absorb no more. For hunters lacking in funds, after consuming a chi blood pill, it was customary to train for a period, allowing their bodies to fully adapt and exhaust the medicinal effects before opting to swallow a second pill, in pursuit of maximizing its benefits. Yet, Lin Yuan found himself in no such predicament, for he was not short of resources. With that said, let me explore the limits of my capabilities, he mused, his gaze flickering as he swallowed yet another qi blood pill. Once the pill settled in his stomach, the surge of qi blood surged forth anew, though this time he was well prepared mentally. Subsequently, as Lin Yuan consumed the third, fourth, fifth, and finally the seventh blood vitality pill, he ultimately decided to cease. He sensed that his body had reached its utmost limit. The vitality within him was on the verge of bursting. If he were to continue forcefully ingesting, his body might indeed explode. Under the system's display, Lin Yuan's vitality surged to an impressive 7,600 points. It is worth noting that vitality is a crucial metric for assessing an individual's strength. Some supernatural beings, despite possessing seemingly feeble abilities, have honed their vitality to perfection, enabling them to dominate on the battlefield. The stronger the vitality, the more formidable the powers that can be unleashed. For the time being, he could not consume any more blood vitality pills. Next, Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the potion intended for enhancing mental strength. Without hesitation, he uncorked the vial, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one swift motion. The potion bore no bitterness. Rather, it had a subtle sweetness that left him wanting more. Soon, Lin Yuan distinctly felt a tremendous surge of mental energy flooding into his consciousness, seemingly awaiting his absorption. A mere vial of potion could hardly satisfy Lin Yuan's appetite. Taking advantage of the absence of adverse reactions from his mental sea, he proceeded to consume vial after vial. By the end, he felt as if his brain were being pierced by needles, a pain so intense that he wished to forcibly pry open his skull. Curling into himself, he endured the relentless dual agony of body and spirit, gritting his teeth with unwavering determination. Although the process was excruciating, Lin Yuan remained resolute, not uttering a single sound. For he understood that transformation is an immensely painful journey. All he could do was endure. He would not yield. No one could compel him to submit. The incessant pain rendered the passage of time agonizingly slow. Hours drifted by, and amidst the endless night, Lin Yuan finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 15. Sign-in Reward. Tyrant's physique. When Lin Yuan awoke once more, the time had advanced to the following day. He struggled to sit up, feeling as though his head might split open, while his muscles echoed with a tearing pain. Clearly, the after effects of hastily enhancing his strength through potions had not yet fully dissipated. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and softly uttered, "System, I wish to sign in." Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in for 106 days. Reward, 1 high-grade blood vitality pill. Upon hearing the system's notification, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Although a high-grade blood vitality pill was worth a fortune, to receive such a reward at this juncture seemed to indicate that the system was all too eager for his demise. Now, Lin Yuan felt as though he had been ravaged by over 100 burly men, his entire skeletal structure threatening to disintegrate. It seemed that for the time being, he could only recuperate at home, marking his attendance. However, this almost masochistic method of enhancement proved remarkably effective. Presently, not only had his vitality surged to 7,600 points, but his mental strength had also transcended the 2,000 Hz barrier, soaring to 2,300 points. In the ensuing days, Lin Yuan remained at home, patiently awaiting the gradual restoration of his body. During this period, he diligently continued his attendance rituals. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in for 107 days. Reward, 1 weapon enhancement stone. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in for 108 days. Reward, 1 fruit from the tree of life. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in for 109 days. Reward, 5 bottles of life restoration potion. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in for 110 days. Reward, 5 crystals for ability enhancement. Each day's rewards varied significantly. Nevertheless, the items bestowed by the salvation system were predominantly of substantial utility. Finally, after 45 days, Lin Yuan's body had completely returned to normal, fully acclimatized to the surge in vitality and mental prowess. If his memory served him correctly, today marked his 150th day of attendance. He could hardly contain his curiosity about the reward for reaching this milestone. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan silently resolved to check in once more. In the next instant, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in for 150 days. You have received a special reward. Body of the Overlord. His suspicions were confirmed. This time, the reward was indeed extraordinary. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, a spark of exhilaration igniting in his eyes. Body of the Overlord. Special physique. Description. Those who possess the body of the Overlord will experience a tremendous augmentation in strength and boundless potential, capable of disregarding any constraints during breakthroughs. Upon reading the system's description, Lin Yuan could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The body of the Overlord was overwhelmingly formidable, with infinite potential and the ability to bypass any limitations during breakthroughs. Did this mean that after integrating the body of the Overlord, he could begin to consume vitality pills without restriction? The mere thought ignited a fervent fire within him. Host, please select whether to integrate this physique. Integrate. Lin Yuan decisively made his choice. Just as his words fell, he felt his blood suddenly begin to boil, his skin gradually reddening and becoming scorching hot. This agony was tenfold more intense than the pain of forcibly consuming vitality pills. It was evident that the system was forcibly transforming his physique into the body of the Overlord. He could sense the changes occurring within him. Transforming from an ordinary physique to that of a tyrant evidently requires an immense expenditure of energy. This presents an opportune moment to consume the Qi blood pills. He can take this chance to completely ingest the Qi blood pills that are usually difficult to absorb thoroughly. Madness is a necessary condition for survival. A glint of ferocity flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. With a swift motion of his right hand, he retrieved 5 high-grade Qi blood pills. Among them, only one was acquired as a reward for slaying the armored giant, while the remaining 4 were obtained through his daily sign-in. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan swallowed all 5 high-grade Qi blood pills in one go. In the next instant, a torrent of formidable Qi blood energy surged within him like a volcanic eruption. Under normal circumstances, such a colossal force would have instantly shattered his body. However, at this critical juncture of merging with the tyrant physique, he precisely required a substantial amount of Qi blood energy. Thus, this vast reservoir of energy was forcibly absorbed into his body in this manner. 10 minutes later, the fusion was complete. Lin Yuan's physique successfully transformed into that of a tyrant, and nearly 70% of the Qi blood energy from the 5 pills was absorbed into his being. At this moment, he lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Yet the Qi blood energy within him had surged past the 10,000 mark, reaching a staggering 15,400 points. Compared to his state before unlocking the system, Lin Yuan had tripled his Qi blood energy in such a brief period. Although his ability level had not yet increased, should he encounter the armored giant again, he could effortlessly pierce through its armor with his own strength. In just 50 days, Lin Yuan's power had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now that he possessed sufficient strength, it was time for him to continue taking on missions at the Hunter Association. Moreover, it had been over a month since he last undertook a mission beyond his level, which meant he was once again entitled to take on a mission that exceeded his rank. This time, why not directly accept an A-level mission? It would also allow him to experience the power of his tyrant physique. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan gradually rose to his feet, preparing to head to the Hunter Association. As he stepped outside, he instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sun. For Lin Yuan, who had not ventured outside in over a month, the external environment felt somewhat unfamiliar. Just then, armored vehicles suddenly passed before him. Armored vehicles in the city? Initially taken aback, Lin Yuan quickly realized that today marked the military's comprehensive recruitment day in South River City. Chapter 16, An Inch of Land, An Inch of Blood. 100,000 youths, 100,000 soldiers. Defending the homeland is the utmost honor. Enlisting in the military is the only way to protect our vast and beautiful motherland. The loudspeakers mounted on the armored vehicles resonate with stirring words. Any young person who hears them would feel an exhilarating surge of blood. However, Lin Yuan paid no heed, instead continuing his journey toward the location of the Hunter Association. Not long after, his pace gradually slowed, for the gates of Nanjing No. 1 High School came into view. A burly man in military uniform stood at the entrance, passionately gesticulating as he delivered a fervent speech. At the first glance, Lin Yuan recognized him. The man before him was none other than Chun Hu, the commander of the Hu-Bin Army of China. To march into battle is the solemn duty of every citizen of our great nation. Now that you have reached adulthood, you too must shoulder this responsibility. The past 120 years, marked by the Age of Giants, have been the most tragic in history. Under the oppression of giant civilizations, countless nations have perished, and innumerable lives have been lost. Yet, why have we, the people of China, managed to survive amidst this devastation? Because we stand united. Because we are resilient. Because we fear not sacrifice. Having delivered these words, Chun Hu turned and solemnly commanded, "Bring it forth." Subsequently, several soldiers hoisted a series of stone tablets aloft. The grayish-blue stones bore inscriptions in blood-red characters. These were the tablets of the heroic spirits, also known as the Martyrs' Tablets. Chen Xiaojiang, aged 31, an A-class strength-type superhuman, single-handedly vanquished a level 5 mountain giant before being overwhelmed by the enemy, with the military unable to provide timely rescue, resulting in his tragic demise, leaving no remains. Fenghua, aged 40, an A-class fire-type superhuman, valiantly slaughtered over 200 giants to save his trapped comrades, ultimately choosing to self-detonate in a final act of defiance against a level 5 shadow giant, leaving no remains. Feng Yun, aged 23, a C-class healing-type superhuman, tirelessly treated the wounded for 7 days and nights without rest, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and buried in the martyrs' cemetery. Chu Lai, aged 18, a C-class spatial-type superhuman, was captured by the giant civilization while on a reconnaissance mission and met a gruesome end, leaving no remains. The inscriptions on the tablets of the heroic spirits seemed to bleed with the weight of their sacrifice. Each word was steeped in sorrow and valor. Each tablet represented the memory of a fallen hero. They died for the glory of China, yet their remains were lost to time. Lost to time, lost to time. Gazing at the towering tablets of the heroic spirits, the onlookers could not help but feel their eyes welling with tears, their fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into flesh. On the tablets, scarcely a single soldier who fought on the front lines was left with a complete body, especially the young man named Chu Lai. Why? Why? He was only 18 years old. He should have been safe in school, frolicking with his peers. They could hardly fathom such a fate. As they sat in the warm, brightly lit classroom, far away on the front line, a despairing youth was being mercilessly devoured by the colossal giants. These cursed giants. I shall annihilate them. I am determined to confront them on the battlefield. We must make them experience this pain. All the students had bloodshot eyes, their bodies trembling slightly. I understand your anger. Chunhu inhaled deeply and spoke in a grave tone. I hope you can etch this moment of fury into your memories. In this critical time of war, once you reach the age of 18, every individual is eligible for military service. Moreover, barring exceptional circumstances, all those with special abilities must head to the front lines. Upon hearing Chunhu's declaration, the students erupted with fervor. In times of national crisis, we must bravely step forward. Indeed, count me in. At worst, we may perish on the battlefield. Ha ha ha. Why should a man not wield his sword and reclaim the 50 states? I will make those giants understand what true blood debt and retribution mean. Observing this group of impassioned students, Chunhu felt a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Though these youths may not have witnessed the brutalities of war firsthand, he could palpably feel the fervent spirit burning within their chests. These young individuals represent the future of our nation, the true hope of our homeland. Were it not for the national crisis, no one would send them to the battlefield. Regrettably, the situation at the front lines is dire, and the civilization of giants is closing in. They must draw fresh blood from the rear. For other nations, this would be an almost insurmountable task. After all, everyone knows that the battlefield is a vast meat grinder, where thousands of warriors perish every moment. In such circumstances, no one wishes to rush to the front lines to meet their doom. However, unlike other nations, this is our homeland. The hearts of the people of Huaxia are imbued with a sense of righteousness. Whenever the nation calls, countless youths rise to the occasion, volunteering to enlist and march to the front lines. This is the true essence of an inch of land soaked in an inch of blood. 100,000 youths equating to 100,000 soldiers. No other nation possesses such formidable cohesion. Under the blazing sun, at the entrance of Nanjing No. 1 High School, the conscription has officially commenced. A long queue formed at the registration point for military service. Though the faces of these students still bore a hint of youthfulness, one thing remained constant. In everyone's eyes shone an unwavering resolve, as if they embraced death. Numerous reporters gathered around, quietly capturing photograph after photograph. They aimed to immortalize this moment. The images of these youths resolutely choosing to enlist will undoubtedly serve as a powerful tonic for Huaxia. Moreover, they will inspire even more individuals to rush to the front lines. For these reporters, this is the essence of their mission. Even though they remain in the rear, they still wish to contribute to Huaxia. As Chunhu gazed upon the long line before him, his emotions were undeniably complex. He pondered how many of these students would survive once they stepped onto the battlefield. Chunhu was acutely aware of the unwavering convictions held by these young men and women. However, the brutal realities of war would far exceed their imaginations. Chapter 17. This generation marches into battle with smiles. The scene before him appeared solemn and dignified. Silent students, resolute soldiers, and teachers bidding farewell to their pupils as they headed towards the conscription office. After receiving Chunhu's consent, a journalist approached the queue, prepared to conduct spontaneous interviews. Is there anything you wish to say before heading into battle? Father, mother, I dedicate this life to my country. In the next life, I shall honor you properly. That is settled. A tall, sturdy young man smiled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What would you like to say to the souls of those who have perished in battle? Life may end, but the spirit endures. The soul remains steadfast as a heroic ghost, a bespectacled student replied with a smile. If victory ever graces us, I shall raise a toast at their graves. Have you considered the possibility of dying on the front lines? I have. Would you regret it? I do not wish to regret, which is precisely why I chose to enlist. A seemingly gentle and refined young student beamed, revealing a radiant smile. Photos were taken, capturing one beaming face after another. The journalist felt a wave of disorientation. This generation of youth was indeed marching into battle with smiles. They were not ignorant of the harsh fate that awaited them. Yet, they still chose to resist, sacrificing oneself for the nation, viewing death as a return home. In that moment, the journalist felt a surge of fervor igniting within him, a desire to head to the front lines himself. Perhaps, upon the completion of this interview assignment, he too would choose to become a war correspondent. In times of national crisis, even the smallest flicker of light should strive to shine with its own brilliance. He approached a tall student once more, extending the microphone towards him. My friend, what motivated you to enlist? Wang Ming lifted his gaze, resolute, and spoke deliberately. For what purpose? To vanquish all giants. To reclaim lost lands. For the children of the future, so they may live free from the terror of giants. Trust me, I shall become a hero of Huaxia, and I will fulfill all that I have promised. Wang Ming's words resonated powerfully, stirring the hearts of those who heard him, though merely a young adult. The authenticity of his declaration was striking. Before the journalist could pose another question, Wang Ming grinned and added, Rest assured, it is individuals like me who will safeguard Huaxia. As for you, dear journalist, if you truly wish to conduct an interview, I suggest you speak with that fellow standing under the tree over there. You might inquire of him, as an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities, what it feels like to choose the path of a deserter. At this point, a sardonic smile crept upon Wang Ming's lips. He had long been aware of Lin Yuan's presence, since his withdrawal from school. It had been over a month since he had last seen him. It was evident that Lin Yuan, who had declined military service, had the audacity to appear here on the very day of conscription. In that case, he should not be surprised if Wang Ming decided to make him uncomfortable. A deserter? The reporter was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, Aren't all individuals with extraordinary abilities compelled to serve in the military? Indeed. But who could forget that his father is Lin Tianke? Wang Ming scoffed, remarking that a coward like him was only suited to cower beneath the shadow of his forebears, living a life of quiet desperation. His words cast a shadow over the reporter's heart, as he had not anticipated that even among these fervent youths, there existed those who feared for their lives. The reporter trudged heavily towards Lin Yuan's direction, feeling a surge of indignation. He yearned to confront Lin Yuan, questioning why he had not chosen to fight, when he possessed such remarkable abilities, an enviable training environment, and a father as radiant as the sun. Why would he not choose to engage in battle? Why? Upon reaching Lin Yuan, the reporter raised his microphone and calmly asked, May I inquire? Why did you choose not to participate in the war? Lin Yuan looked up, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. However, upon seeing Wang Ming's mocking expression, he quickly regained his composure. He gazed directly at the camera and replied coolly, Because it is my right. Lin Yuan's response ignited an inexplicable fury within the reporter. He spoke in a low, intense voice, Indeed, it is your right, for your father is Lin Tianke. But can you truly stand by and watch your former classmates perish, choosing to turn a blind eye? Oh, right, you can, because you are not even on the battlefield. As he observed them, did he not feel a twinge of shame? The reporter's impassioned words immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Even Chun, who hurried over, furrowing his brow and inquiring, What is happening? Upon seeing Lin Yuan, a look of surprise crossed his face. Xiao Yuan, what brings you here? Indeed, Lin Yuan recognized Chun Hu not because he was the commander of the Tiger Ben army, but because they had crossed paths before. Prior to leading the Tiger Ben army, he had merely been a bodyguard to Lin Tianke. As recognition dawned, a smile spread across Chun Hu's face. Xiao Yuan, why didn't you join the line at the conscription office? Was it too crowded? No worries. Just tell Uncle Chen which army you wish to join. Rest assured, while I may not possess the prowess of your father, I still wield a measure of influence within the military. Of course, if I were to indulge in my own desires, I would undoubtedly wish for you to join our esteemed Tiger Ben army. You and your father are, quite frankly, cut from the same cloth. If memory serves me correctly, you have awakened dual abilities, have you not? Truly, a tiger does not father a dog. I have faith in you. One day, you will rise to the stature of General Lin and instill fear in the hearts of those giants. At this moment, Chun Hu, the Legion commander, gazed at Lin Yuan with the hopeful eyes of a farmer yearning for a bountiful harvest. Yet, in the presence of Chun Hu, Lin Yuan felt as though the words he wished to articulate were lodged within him, unable to escape. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Uncle Chun, I have chosen to forego military service. In that instant, the recruitment office fell into an eerie silence, the stillness palpable. Chapter 18. The Worthless, the Coward. The shame of Huaxia Lin Yuan's declaration resounded like a thunderclap, stirring a tempest within the hearts of all present. If there were any who were unaware of Lin Yuan's identity before, they were now acutely aware that this coward who rejected military enlistment was none other than the son of the renowned dragon general, Lin Tianke. Chun Hu stood frozen, momentarily believing he had misheard, and continued speaking to himself. Xiao Yuan, even if you do not wish to join the Tiger Ben army, I would not force you. However, before he could finish, Lin Yuan reiterated his earlier statement. Uncle Chun, I have stated that I have given up on military service and chosen to remain at the rear. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Having uttered those words, Lin Yuan turned to depart. Lin Yuan, do you not realize that your actions will bring eternal disgrace upon your father? Your father, a man of great renown, despite his current diminished strength, remains a hero of Huaxia. Do you understand what you are doing? Do you wish for him to be ridiculed after his death? He should be celebrated as a hero, not remembered as the father of a coward. Chun Hu, both anxious and enraged, hurried after Lin Yuan, seemingly intent on obstructing his path. In his desperation, he instinctively unleashed his oppressive aura. It is worth noting that those qualified to serve as Legion commanders are at least S-rank powerhouses, meaning that Chun Hu possessed strength comparable to that of a city-level titan. The pressure emanating from such a formidable figure was not to be underestimated. Under this immense weight, the students behind them felt as though a great mountain had been placed upon their shoulders. Some, whose powers were slightly weaker, had already buckled at the knees, collapsing to the ground. Yet, Lin Yuan appeared undeterred, resolutely continuing his stride toward the exit. As he disregarded Chun Hu entirely, the latter felt a mix of disappointment and fury. How could the illustrious General Lin have birthed such a son? Driven by fury, Chun Hu unleashed an even more formidable pressure, targeting only Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan let out a muffled groan, nearly stumbling to the ground. However, he quickly steadied himself and continued his arduous journey forward. Observing this scene, even Chun Hu couldn't help but display a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He had clearly not anticipated that Lin Yuan could truly withstand his oppressive force. At such a tender age, possessing such strength could undoubtedly be regarded as prodigious talent. Alas, this remarkably gifted individual had become the subject of ridicule, branded as a coward. Little did Chun Hu know that, under the enhancement of the tyrant body, Lin Yuan's internal vitality surged to its zenith, rendering Chun Hu's overwhelming pressure ineffective and hindering his steps. At that moment, a figure leaning on a cane emerged slowly from the opposite side of the street. Upon his appearance, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards him. Tiger, it has been years since we last met. You've certainly grown stronger, the figure remarked with a smile. If I hadn't intervened, would you have considered taking action against my son? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chun Hu stood frozen in place. Gradually turning his head, he recognized the face before him and promptly knelt on one knee. Chun Hu, current commander of the Huaxia Tiger Ben army, pays his respects to General Long. It was unclear who initiated the gesture first, but as Chun Hu knelt, all the students and teachers followed suit, kneeling on one knee. The entire faculty and student body of Nanjing No. 1 High School pays their respects to General Long. They expressed their deepest reverence for the Huaxia hero standing before them. The man who had appeared was none other than Lin Yuan's father, Lin Tianke. With his cane, Lin Tianke hobbled over to Chun Hu and helped him to his feet. He patted Chun Hu on the shoulder, chuckling softly. Not bad at all. The little soldier who used to run around after me is now a commanding officer in his own right. Hearing those words, the iron-willed Chun Hu felt an inexplicable sting in his nose. General Lin, he began, but Lin Tianke waved him off. No need for general anymore. I am merely an old man enjoying retirement in this small border town. That's not true. Chun Hu attempted to refute, but Lin Tianke continued. I know that Lin Yuan has disappointed you. To be honest, even I, as his father, do not understand what he truly wishes to accomplish. However, I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive him. Even if he desires to remain in comfort at the rear, I ask for your understanding. This is my final plea as his father. After delivering these heartfelt words, Lin Tianke struggled to bow deeply, supported solely by his remaining leg. In that moment, the eyes of everyone present glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. Despite Lin Yuan's status as a deserter, his father, the once esteemed dragon general of Huaxia, bore the weight of his son's future upon his bent back, creating a sanctuary for him. By the time others regained their senses, Lin Yuan had already vanished from their sight. A complete video of the incident was swiftly uploaded online, igniting a firestorm across Huaxia within just a few short hours. Tears welled up. Lin Tianke is indeed a true man. This is the backbone of Huaxia. I hope everyone remembers that his leg was sacrificed for the sake of Huaxia. Yet, alas, this does not alter the undeniable truth that his son is a cowardly deserter. It is astonishing that a hero like General Lin could father such a son, one who merely basks in the glory of others' achievements, a parasite. Worthless, cowardly, a disgrace to Huaxia. Sigh. It seems we ought to respect General Lin's wishes and choose to forgive him. After all, seeking comfort is not inherently wrong. Though it is unfortunate he was born in this era. Seeking comfort is not wrong. Even my 67-year-old father concealed his age, yearning to serve on the front lines as a logistics officer. Are you suggesting that he is without fault? Such individuals, if they continue to reside in Huaxia, should bear the burden of shame for a lifetime. Lin Yuan, leave Huaxia. Chapter 19. A-Class Mission. Exterminate the remnants of the Titan cult. Tens of thousands of comments flooded in, with at least half of them vehemently denouncing Lin Yuan. Coward. Shameless. Selfish. Deserter. Countless vile epithets transformed into verbal projectiles, aimed squarely at Lin Yuan. Even Lin Tianke found himself subjected to considerable criticism. Lin Yuan, expressionless, scrolled through the barrage of comments. Humiliation? Indeed. Yet he must continue to silently endure this disgrace. To not perish in silence is to erupt in silence. How much longer must this endure? Even Lin Yuan himself could not say. What he did know with certainty was that, regardless of the outcome, he would harbor no regrets. This was a path of salvation destined for solitude. Fortunately, hope still lingered in his heart. With a long exhale, Lin Yuan released a breath of despair. His gaze resolutely firm once more. For him, everything had merely begun. Such trivial thoughts could not shake his resolve. A man's heart remains steadfast until death. Let us test our strength and mend the heavens. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Lin Yuan donned his silver-white mask once again, then made his solitary way to the Hunters Association. He could tolerate the slurs and mockery of others, but he could not abide his own weakness. To expel all the Titans, he must possess strength formidable enough to confront them. As Lin Yuan stepped into the Hunters Association, every hunter instinctively fell silent. They certainly remembered Lin Yuan. This enigmatic figure, adorned with a silver-white mask, had not only slaughtered 1,000 Titans, but had single-handedly vanquished the armored Titan. In the eyes of the outside world, Lin Yuan is a despicable coward, a scoundrel of the lowest order. Yet here, he is a formidable giant butcher, instilling fear in all who encounter him. The fellow has returned. One wonders if he is here to accept a mission. What has he been up to during this time? If my memory serves me right, it seems he has not shown his face for over a month. Who knows? Do you think he has come to take on an A-level task? What a farce. The targets of A-level missions are at least 5th-tier giants. Do you really believe this fellow is capable of such an undertaking? Hush, silence yourselves. He is approaching us. Lin Yuan, with an expression devoid of emotion, strode past them towards the Mission Acceptance Center on the 2nd floor. The hunters felt relieved, as it appeared he had no intention of making things difficult for them. Hello, it's good to see you again. How may I assist you? The young lady at the mission center waved her delicate hand and timidly greeted Lin Yuan. I am here to accept a mission, he stated succinctly, clearly unwilling to squander time. Here is the list of available missions. Please take a look. The young lady did not dare to delay and promptly opened the task list before him. Lin Yuan reached out, his fingertips lightly grazing the mission display. Swiftly scanning the options, tasks that were too simple were dismissed. Those that would waste time were eliminated. Overly complex tasks were also disregarded. Lin Yuan's criteria for selecting missions were exceedingly stringent, yet all he rejected were tasks that offered little to no benefit to his growth and strength. Such worthless endeavors were hardly worth undertaking. At last, Lin Yuan's gaze settled upon an A-level mission. A-level mission. Eradicate the remnants of the giant cult mission requirements. Eliminate the remnants of the giant cult hiding outside the city mission rewards. 7,000,000 yuan. 5,000 merit points. 1 S-class alloy weapon. Remnants of the giant cult, you say? Lin Yuan's eyes grew cold as he murmured softly to himself. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the giant cult. To summarize, it is a cult of utter depravity. When humanity encounters the incomprehensible or finds itself powerless against a formidable force, it often elevates such entities to the status of deities. Thus, religion is birthed. The giant cult is a product of this phenomenon. During the dark and despairing century, countless individuals developed a distorted and fervent adoration for giants. To them, giants were akin to divine beings. In their eyes, giants were far more deserving of dominion over this planet than humanity. According to their doctrine, the emergence of giant civilization was a consequence of humanity's unforgivable sins, necessitating a grand cleansing. This is the origin of this calamity. Moreover, the giant cult proclaimed to its followers that by assisting the giant civilization in achieving ultimate victory in this war, they could absolve themselves of their human sins and live anew in the paradise that would be established. Given these tenets, it is hardly an exaggeration to classify the giant cult as a sinister sect. In Lin Yuan's eyes, they were nothing more than a group of brainwashed zealots. They had not only betrayed their own nation, but also their own race. He He had once heard Lin Tianke mention that the upper echelons of the giant church had even used a certain special drug to forcibly transform themselves into giants. Taking pride in this metamorphosis and fully embracing the giant civilization, Lin Yuan naturally harbored deep disdain for these cultists. Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed to the task and spoke in a hushed tone. Utilize my authority to accept a task beyond my level this month. I wish to undertake this mission. The young lady followed the direction of Lin Yuan's finger and felt her mind momentarily go blank. If her memory served her correctly, since joining the Hunters Association, Lin Yuan had only accepted 2 missions. One was an exceptionally challenging E-rank task, and the other was a similarly perilous B-rank task. Now, was he really preparing to tackle an A-rank mission? My heavens, what kind of monster is he? If the Hunters Association did not prohibit duplicate registrations, she might have suspected that he was a prominent figure disguised as a newcomer to complete tasks. Although she was internally overwhelmed, she maintained a polite smile. Before you accept the task, I must remind you that its difficulty is immense. You must exercise caution during the operation. Lin Yuan nodded and inquired, are there any details regarding the task? The young lady pondered for a moment before responding. Here is a report on the remnants of the giant church, collected by a team of hunters. However, to access this information, you must pay a fee of 500,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and replied, I wish to review this information. Please deduct the 500,000 directly from my account. Chapter 20, Ability Upgrade. The Necromancer's space opens. In any circumstance, intelligence is exceedingly vital. If the information holds value, no matter how exorbitant the fee, Lin Yuan would willingly pay. To be stingy over such a trivial sum would be a true dereliction of responsibility. After Lin Yuan settled the fee, the young lady swiftly sent him the relevant information regarding the giant church. The report indicated that the remnants of the giant church were congregating in an abandoned factory located 500 kilometers northwest of Nanjiang City. Within this hideout, there resided 1 A-rank ability user, 3 B-rank ability users, and several C-rank ability users. This was precisely why the mission had been classified as an A-rank task. However, the movements of the giant church's remnants were unpredictable, and this information was already a week old. It was highly likely that they had vacated the abandoned factory and chosen to relocate. Nevertheless, for Lin Yuan, this information still held significant value. At the very least, it provided him insight into the overall strength of his adversaries. Regrettably, the intelligence provided was insufficiently detailed, merely indicating the extraordinary abilities of several giant cultists without elaborating on their specific attributes. In the absence of knowledge regarding the opponent's powers, Lin Yuan could only proceed with utmost caution. After reviewing the information before him, he promptly turned to depart. As he exited, an eerie silence enveloped the first floor of the Hunter Association. All the hunters silently observed Lin Yuan, watching him leave. Once he pushed open the grand door and vanished from their sight, they collectively exhaled, engaging in hushed discussions. My goodness, the aura of this individual is overwhelming. I scarcely dared to breathe. Of course, he is someone who has slain a level 4 giant. Yet, he has indeed taken on an A-rank mission. What a madman. If he could truly eradicate the remnants of the giant church, it would be a significant boon for South River City. Isn't that the truth? Those giant cultists are the real lunatics. I've heard they even resort to using living beings for blood sacrifices. After presenting his credentials at the Hunter Association, Lin Yuan successfully exited the fortified walls of the Alloy City and arrived outside South River City. However, prior to this, he made a special visit to the trading center, where he spent all his funds on high-grade blood essence pills. Upon completing the tasks of hunting giants and slaying armored giants, Lin Yuan received a total reward of 5 million. After deducting 500,000 for intelligence fees, his account still contained 4,500,000. While this sum may sound considerable, it would only suffice to purchase a mere 4 high-grade blood essence pills. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan was unequivocally willing to invest in enhancing his strength. Possessing the unique physique of the Overlord body, he could continuously grow stronger through the consumption of pills without limitation. Thus, he directly purchased 3 high-grade blood essence pills and 25 ordinary ones, expending his entire 4,500,000 in one fell swoop. Now devoid of funds, Lin Yuan once again felt the sting of his poverty. This was not merely an Overlord body, it was unequivocally a cash-intensive physique. With a sigh of resignation, he casually grabbed a handful of ordinary blood essence pills and tossed them into his mouth like candy. Although he needed to conserve the high-grade pills priced at 1 million each, the ordinary ones costing 50,000 each were still within his means. Theoretically, as long as his body could withstand it, he could infinitely enhance his strength through the consumption of these pills. As he continued to consume, he experienced breakthroughs, with no apparent thresholds to impede him. Such was the might of the Overlord body. Should anyone witness Lin Yuan consuming blood essence pills in this manner, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment. He must earn more money, Lin Yuan mused, licking his lips. Fortunately, as long as I can eliminate that group of giant cultists, I will secure another 7 million. After departing from South River City, Lin Yuan crystallized his objectives. He intended to follow the intelligence's directives and venture towards the direction of the abandoned factory for exploration. Even if that group of giant cultists had already vacated the area, they would undoubtedly leave behind some traces. Moreover, Lin Yuan wished to enhance his own strength to its utmost potential prior to this endeavor. If the intelligence was to be believed, the site was home to an A-level esper, 3 B-level espers, and several C-level espers, which would pose an immense challenge for Lin Yuan, who was alone. Although he possessed the physique of a tyrant and his vitality had surpassed 10,000 points, he could at best contend with a single A-level powerhouse. Should he find himself besieged, death would be inevitable. Therefore, before launching an official assault, he needed to prepare thoroughly. With this in mind, Lin Yuan quietly uttered, "Open personal attribute panel. Host, Lin Yuan combat level, A-level esper special physique, tyrant's body vitality, 16, 487 calories mental strength, 2. 644 Hz abilities, thunder ability C-level, self-healing ability D-level, frost ability D-level, undead ability A-level." Although Lin Yuan's ability levels were relatively low, the existence of the tyrant's body, coupled with his exceptionally high vitality, elevated his overall strength to A-level. Furthermore, after accumulating numerous sign-in rewards over several days, Lin Yuan had amassed 25 ability upgrade crystals. Consume 15 ability upgrade crystals to upgrade undead ability. Consume 10 ability upgrade crystals to upgrade self-healing ability. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan allocated these 25 ability upgrade crystals to the undead ability and self-healing ability. In the next instant, the upgrade crystals in his hand shattered. The ethereal blue radiance surged forth, enveloping him like an overwhelming tide, and swiftly merged into his being. Self-healing ability successfully upgraded to C-level. Healing rate, 20. Undead ability successfully upgraded to D-level. Undead creature strength, 10. Undead ability successfully upgraded to C-level. Undead creature strength, 10. Necromancer's space activated, maximum capacity for undead creatures, 10. As the ethereal blue glow dissipated, Lin Yuan's 2 abilities were subsequently enhanced. He upgraded the self-healing ability for self-preservation. The rationale behind upgrading the undead ability was even simpler. It was extraordinarily useful. As long as there were enough corpses, he could summon countless undead creatures to fight on his behalf. Chapter 21. A grand gift prepared for you. Lin Yuan elevated the undead ability from E-level to C-level in one breath, and the benefits he reaped were remarkably significant. The strength of the undead creatures increased by 20. This meant that henceforth, the undead creatures summoned using Lin Yuan's undead ability would possess 70% of their strength from when they were alive. Moreover, what delighted Lin Yuan even more was the activation of the necromancer's space. In the absence of the necromancer's domain, the undead creatures he summoned were merely disposable. Much like the undead armor he had previously conjured, despite its considerable strength, Lin Yuan had no choice but to part with it before returning to Nanjing City. The alternative would have been to enter the city clad in the armor, where he would likely be executed on the spot by the patrolling guards. However, with the acquisition of the necromancer's domain, such worries were now a thing of the past. The utilized undead giants did not need to be discarded. They could simply be enveloped in breadcrumbs and fried in a pot, much to the delight of the neighboring children. Ahem, I digress. They could indeed be stored within the necromancer's domain and summoned again for the next battle. Unfortunately, the rudimentary necromancer's domain could only accommodate 10 entities, necessitating that only the most formidable undead beings be kept within. Once his abilities were upgraded, a brilliant idea suddenly illuminated Lin Yuan's mind. Since the remnants of the giant sect so relished serving as hounds for the giants, Lin Yuan's eyes glimmered, a cold smile gracing his lips. He would prepare a delightful surprise for them. 3 days later, within the giant forest, Lin Yuan cast aside his dragon slayer blade and confronted the towering giant before him with bare hands. The giant loomed at a staggering 20 meters, akin to a skyscraper, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Unlike ordinary giants, this one was sinewy, boasting 4 additional muscular arms beneath its normal appendages. A level 4, 6-armed giant. Had this been in the past, Lin Yuan would have required the assistance of undead giants to have a chance of defeating this 6-armed behemoth. Yet now, he felt no need to wield any weapon. I hope you are not too feeble, so that I may find some enjoyment in our combat. Just as Lin Yuan's words faded, he unleashed his lightning abilities without hesitation. In an instant, his form transformed into a flash of lightning, racing toward the 6-armed giant before him. Roar! The 6-armed giant let out a low growl. Its 6 muscular arms, seemingly forged from steel, surged toward Lin Yuan with ferocious intent. If the might of the armored giant lay in the obsidian armor that enveloped its body, The strength of this six-armed giant resided in the almost terrifying power harbored in its 6 limbs. As the massive arms launched an assault, it appeared to seal off all of Lin Yuan's avenues of attack. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan's face betrayed not a hint of fear. Frost coalesce. With a low command, a thick layer of frost enveloped all 6 arms of the giant, significantly hindering their speed. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan seized one of the arms, unleashing a surge of vitality from within. Sizzle. Under the amplification of the Overlord's physique, the power unleashed by Lin Yuan's surging vitality was astonishingly formidable, capable of tearing off an arm of the 6-armed giant with sheer force. In an instant, crimson blood gushed forth, and the 6-armed giant emitted a piercing wail of agony. Well, I suppose I shall spare you a few arms. Otherwise, it would be rather unsightly when you transform into a skeletal giant. A sinister glint flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes as he smirked, casually discarding the severed limb to the side. He did not allow the 6-armed giant a moment to retaliate before unleashing another powerful punch. The scarlet vitality swirled around his arm like mist, clearly visible. With a resounding impact, Lin Yuan's full-force punch created a gale that concaved the giant's chest. In the next heartbeat, all his might was unleashed upon the colossal figure, creating a massive blood hole at the location of its heart with a single strike. The giant's crimson blood fell like rain, enveloping Lin Yuan in a torrential downpour of sanguinescence. With a thunderous crash, the immense body of the 6-armed giant collapsed, sending countless dust particles swirling into the air. Lin Yuan's gaze remained icy as he surveyed the scene, his figure landing steadily on the ground. At present, he could not maintain himself suspended in midair. It was said that once one's vitality reached 50,000 calories, one could soar freely through the skies. However, 50,000 calories marked the threshold for an S-rank powerhouse. The individual responsible for enlisting at their school, Chunhu, was such a powerhouse, possessing a vitality of 90,000 calories. It was precisely due to this that the pressure he exuded could render so many students utterly immobile. Yet, Lin Tianke, in his prime, surpassed even Chunhu by 2 ranks. As the Dragon General of China, Lin Tianke himself attained an SSS rank. However, Lin Yuan remained unaware of just how terrifying his father's vitality had reached at the pinnacle of his strength. Due to Lin Tianke's prolonged absences on the battlefield, the father and son had always been separated. Since he had not spoken of it, Lin Yuan refrained from inquiring further. Approaching the corpse of the 6-armed giant, Lin Yuan deftly extracted its brain core. He then raised both hands and unhesitatingly activated his necromantic powers. The pitch-black necromantic energy immediately fused with the 6-armed giant's body, causing it to rise slowly once more. Yet another 4th-grade undead giant had joined his growing legion of the undead. This marked the 10th 4th-grade giant he had hunted over the past 3 days. The other 9 giants had already been absorbed into his necromantic realm: Fong giants, bear giants, berserk giants, curse giants, and demonic giants. It is worth noting that the number of high-tier giants outside of Nanjing City was already scarce. Over these 3 days, Lin Yuan had tirelessly searched, resulting in the acquisition of such a significant number of high-tier giants. In the present moment, with the addition of the 6-armed giant before him, Lin Yuan has finally filled his necromantic space. With the preliminary preparations now complete, it is time for him to officially engage in battle against the remnants of the giant church. Chapter 22. Though alone, he carries the weight of thousands. After incorporating the undead 6-armed giant into his necromantic realm, Lin Yuan slowly turned around. Before him stood hundreds of giants, each varying in size. Although these were merely ordinary giants, their sheer number created an overwhelming presence that was suffocating. Faced with so many giants, even a level 4 giant would likely be instantaneously engulfed. All these undead giants had been slain by Lin Yuan over the past few days. Now, he found it effortless to exterminate these ordinary giants, as if crushing ants beneath his heel. Moments earlier, during his confrontation with the 6-armed giant, these hundreds of undead giants had stood behind him like statues. Not only was the 6-armed giant no match for Lin Yuan, but even if it could contend with him, the horde of undead giants would swiftly tear it to shreds. If the 6-armed giant could speak, it would undoubtedly curse in disbelief. With hundreds of undead giants and 10 level 4 giants at his command, Lin Yuan smirked and murmured to himself, "I believe the remnants of the giant church will be quite pleased with the surprise I have prepared for them." He then glanced at the map on his wristwatch and made his way towards the location of the abandoned factory. Simultaneously, he waved his hand, signaling the undead giants to hasten their pace. Under his command, all the undead giants marched in perfect unison. As they began to move, the very earth trembled beneath them. In this moment, Lin Yuan, though solitary, carried with him the might of an army. Approximately 600 kilometers northwest of Nanjing City, within an abandoned factory, this structure had existed long before the dawn of the giant era. Its ability to stand the test of time attests to its quality. proving it to be no mere ramshackle construction. Furthermore, the war between humans and giants had devastated much of the world. That this building remained unscathed amidst such cataclysm was indeed fortunate. Inside the abandoned factory, a bonfire blazed fiercely. Scattered around were several abandoned oil drums, upon which a dozen or so individuals sat, their expressions fierce and menacing. Illuminated by the firelight, they appeared as grotesque as demons. Undoubtedly, those gathered here were all followers of the giant church. After their headquarters in Nanjiang City was dismantled by the Huaxia military, they were left to scurry here like lost dogs, struggling to survive. At that moment, a gaunt man finally spoke. "Boss, Lord Kamba has stated that he requires at least 10 human lives to successfully evolve into a level 6 giant. Therefore, we must, by all means, deliver 10 humans to him within 5 days. Furthermore, he specifically instructed me that if the flesh is that of a supernatural being, upon completing his evolution, he will attain even greater power. Lord Kamba believes that this is the only way to ensure the subsequent plans proceed smoothly." After he finished speaking, a bare-chested man with scars let out a cold snort. 10 human lives? You speak of it so lightly. All of us are wanted criminals in South River City. We cannot even enter the city gates. Where are we supposed to find 10 living souls for him? This burly, imposing scarred man was evidently the leader among the cult of giants. Even while merely seated, he exuded a palpable aura of menace. Clearly a criminal with countless lives on his conscience. "Boss, please do not be angry." A slender-eyed youth with a chilling gaze approached the scarred man, chuckling softly. "Isn't it what Lord Kamba desires to consume human flesh? We shall simply fulfill his needs. I have already leaked our location to the Hunters Association." Before he could finish, the scarred man seized his collar, nearly roaring in rage. "Are you insane? Knowing full well we are all wanted criminals, you dare expose our hiding place?" What was that saying? Only by placing oneself in peril can one find rebirth. The youth grasped the scarred man's wrist, speaking solemnly. "Boss, we have no other options left. Humans are hunting us, and the giants refuse to fully accept us, only demanding our flesh. In the eyes of the giants, we are merely obedient dogs. Do you think that if we cannot provide Lord Kamba with the necessary flesh to aid in his evolution, he will treat us any differently?" The scarred man paused slightly, instinctively responding. "He would choose to devour us to complete his evolution." Indeed, the youth replied with a sinister grin. "If we cannot prove our worth to the giant civilization, we are merely expendable refuse in their eyes. Whenever they see fit, they may choose to consume us." The scarred man's eyes flickered as he asked in a low voice. "So, what do you propose we do?" "I have revealed our whereabouts to the Hunters Association," the youth stated calmly. "If all goes as expected, there will inevitably be one or more hunter teams arriving to hunt us down, and they are unaware of Lord Kamba's existence." Upon hearing this, the scarred man fully grasped the other's intent, excitedly exclaiming, "You set this trap to lure human supernatural beings here, allowing Lord Kamba to consume them and thus complete his evolution. If successful, we would not only survive but also demonstrate our worth to the giant civilization. What a cunning strategy to use another's weapon against them. The individual before me has truly maximized every resource at his disposal. This is not merely a scheme, it is a conspiracy." At that moment, the young man smirked calmly and remarked, "Even if one must play the role of a dog, one ought to do so with dignity. A dog that can bite never barks." Gazing at his smile, the scarred man felt a shiver run down his spine. He had not anticipated such a serpentine presence among his companions. After a brief silence, he could not help but inquire, "What is your name?" "Me?" The young man pointed to himself, an enigmatic smile lingering on his face. "I am called Chu Xiao, the owl of the hero." Chapter 23. I am the so-called worthless one you speak of. With the plan established, the followers of the giant cult ceased their previous restlessness. After all, their next task was merely to remain in place, waiting for the fish to bite. Should they successfully assist Lord Kamba in evolving into a city-destroying giant, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. At that point, perhaps the giant civilization would bestow upon them some unique rewards. Contemplating this, the scarred man felt a surge of excitement. If they were truly accepted by the giant civilization, they would no longer have to live in hiding. "Chu Xiao, if this plan succeeds, you shall be my foremost strategist." The scarred man laughed heartily, clapping Chu Xiao on the shoulder. "What an honor." Chu Xiao smiled faintly, yet a barely perceptible disdain flickered in his eyes. It was evident that he held the scarred man in low regard. Were it not for the dire circumstances, he would never consider collaborating with such filth. Having found a glimmer of hope, the scarred man was in high spirits. He settled down comfortably, poking at the campfire and casually remarked, "By the way, did you hear that Lin Tiang's son, out of fear of death, refused to enlist? This news is bound to spread like wildfire throughout Huaxia. Such a heroic figure has produced a cowardly offspring. Ha ha ha. This truly brings joy to the heart. If it weren't for Lin Tianke and his military ilk insisting on rooting out the giant cult, would we be reduced to living like stray dogs, perpetually anxious?" As he spoke, The scarred man's teeth began to grind in anger. Chu Xiao replied coolly, I must concede, Lin Tianke is indeed a remarkable individual. Unfortunately, human civilization is destined to falter against the giant civilization, yet he insists on opposing the tide. Like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot or an ant shaking a tree. Ultimately, this fate is but a consequence of his own making. Ha ha. The more tragic his end, the greater my delight. The scarred man laughed heartily, pondering aloud. Imagine if we could sway that cowardly son of his to join our giant sect. The expression on Lin Tiang's face would surely be quite the spectacle. His underlings quickly chimed in. Not only would it be spectacular, but it would be more painful than killing him. However, to bring such a coward, one who dares not even step onto the battlefield, into our sect feels like a misfortune to me. Ha ha ha, while you find it unfortunate. General Lin still treasures his worthless son. Haven't you heard? Lin Tianke even bowed in apology to everyone for this disgrace. It's laughable. Who would have thought that such a stalwart figure as Lin Tianke would ultimately be brought low by his son's failings? Had we known this, we wouldn't have needed to expend so much effort to sully his reputation in the first place. Suddenly, amidst their banter, a loud crash resounded as the door of the abandoned warehouse was kicked open. A figure wielding a long knife appeared before them. It seemed that the bait had finally been taken. Chu Xiao squinted his eyes and murmured to himself. The scarred man, grinning wickedly, rose to his feet and said, Since you're here, aren't you going to introduce yourself? As he stood, all the followers of the giant sect behind him rose as well, exuding a murderous aura akin to desperate rogues. I believe an introduction is unnecessary, the figure replied, raising his head with a smile. You've already introduced me. Haven't you? I am Lin Tiang's worthless son. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of all the giant sect followers shifted dramatically. If the information from the outside world was accurate, Lin Yuan was supposed to be a coward who wouldn't even dare to step onto the battlefield. How could such a timid soul have the audacity to appear here? Could it be that he brought Lin Tianke along with him? Just the thought of that name sent waves of despair coursing through the hearts of these giant sect followers. Despite their deep-seated hatred for Lin Tianke, the mere mention of the dragon general of Huaxia struck fear into their hearts. If Lin Tianke truly appeared before them, they might very well be frightened into submission. No. Wait. The scarred man suddenly recalled that Lin Tianke had supposedly lost all his strength and become a mere shell of his former self. Could it be that he had merely been pretending? In that fleeting moment, the scarred man's mind raced, and he dared not act recklessly. Lin Yuan was acutely aware of his thoughts, and with a light chuckle, he reassured, Rest assured, Lin Tianke is not here. Do you really think you lowly fish are worthy of his attention? The scarred man narrowed his eyes and sneered. That may be true. But do you think you alone have the courage to come here to meet your demise? Or do you truly intend to join our giant sect? Rest assured, as long as you are willing to join the giant sect, you could become a distinguished guest of our civilization without lifting a finger. Lin Yuan raised his gaze to him and spoke with a hint of indifference. Do you intend to use me to harm my father? You wretched scoundrels truly have a knack for scheming. He paused, allowing a moment of silence before continuing. However, when did I ever claim to have come alone? Upon hearing these words, the scarred man felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed Lin Tianke had indeed not arrived. If Lin Yuan had firmly asserted that he was alone, they would have been cautious, uncertain of what tricks the other party might have up their sleeves. But now, as long as Lin Tianke was absent, no matter how many companions Lin Yuan brought, they would merely serve as sustenance for Lord Kamba. After all, Lord Kamba was on the brink of evolving into a city-destroying giant. With this thought, the scarred man felt considerably lighter, sneering as he said, Kid, since that's the case, why don't you summon all your companions? I'd like to grant you a swift demise. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled. I fear you will be sorely disappointed, for they have all already tasted death once. He continued, Since you are so eager to meet them, I shall indulge your wish. Just as his words faded, the entire abandoned factory began to tremble violently. The expressions of all the giant cultists shifted dramatically as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. In the next instant, it was Chu Xiao who reacted first. No, it was not the factory that shook, but the very ground beneath them. The earth itself was quaking. Chapter 24. Minimal harm, maximum insult. As this group of giant cultists stood paralyzed by fear, the roof of the abandoned factory was suddenly wrenched open. Before them loomed an unimaginably colossal visage. Was this a giant? The scarred man finally grasped the situation. It turned out that the terrifying tremors they had felt were entirely the doing of the giant. Yet, how many giants had this individual attracted to cause such a violent disturbance in the earth? With this realization, the scarred man could not help but burst into laughter. Kid, it seems you not only lack courage, but also common sense. Do you think we, as giant cultists, would be afraid of a mere handful of giants? In the realm of giants, while lower-tier giants may lack intellect, they can be commanded by their higher-tier counterparts. especially those of 5th rank or above. Once Lord Cambo arrives, those giants gathered here will be instantly at his disposal. This little fool before me is merely digging his own grave. Who would have thought Lin Tianke would beget such a dim-witted offspring? Is that so? So you are unafraid? Lin Yuan replied, his eyes twinkling with mirth. However, since you are so fond of mingling with giants, why not engage with them properly? He added with a flourish, this is a gift I have painstakingly prepared for you. Do not squander it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan resolutely activated the realm of the undead. In the next moment, a terrifying array of colossal giants emerged from the realm of the undead. 6-armed giants, fang giants, bear-like giants, raging giants, cursed giants, and demonic giants. 10 formidable level 4 giants stood behind Lin Yuan, their towering forms akin to small mountains, exuding an overwhelming and fearsome aura. Faced with these 10 behemoths, the scarred man's expression shifted, instinctively taking a step back. Even he, despite his ignorance, could discern that the situation was decidedly amiss. These giants seemed to be shrouded in an almost imperceptible aura of death. Before him, Lin Yuan appeared capable of commanding these giants. How could this be possible? After all his years, he had never heard of anyone possessing the ability to control giants. The scarred man could hardly fathom the tempest that would ensue if this revelation reached the outside world. One thing he was certain of, Lin Tiang's son was not the cowardly wastrel the outside world had depicted, too timid to step onto the battlefield. With no time for hesitation, the scarred man turned and spoke in a low voice to Chu Xiao, who stood nearby. Quickly inform Lord Kamba to come here at once. He then clenched his teeth and added, tell him we have ample blood and flesh prepared for him. He understood that only human blood could lure the giants. Only by saying this would Kamba hurry to their side. Understood. Chu Xiao, grasping the gravity of the situation, agreed and prepared to exit through the back door. His unusual action did not escape Lin Yuan's notice. However, Lin Yuan chose not to intervene. With so many people present, it was impossible to stop them all. Yet, he was intrigued. Who was Chu Xiao intending to notify? Did the giant sect have other allies? Regardless of how many accomplices they had, today he would eradicate this group entirely. Kill. Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy as he uttered this command. In unison, the 10 level 4 giants advanced, roaring as they charged toward the giant sect's devotees. Simultaneously, the hundreds of undead giants outside the dilapidated factory surged forth under Lin Yuan's directive. This already crumbling factory was swiftly reduced to rubble. The devotees of the giant sect found themselves ensnared in the onslaught of the undead giants. As the saying goes, one reaps what one sows. These scoundrels, complicit in their treachery, preferred to serve the giants rather than aid humanity. Let them perish at the hands of the giants. It would be a fitting end for them. Get lost. Amidst the assault of the undead giants, the scarred man unleashed a roar. In the next moment, his body transformed into solid steel. Undoubtedly, this was his ability, steel skin. As the leader among the giant sect devotees, he was also the only A-level ability user documented in the intelligence reports. Give me a slash. The scarred man drew a broadsword from behind, roaring as he swung it with tremendous force. This powerful strike instantaneously severed one of the 6-armed giant's limbs. It is worth noting that the undead 6-armed giant possessed only 70% of its strength from its living days. Now, confronted by the A-rank Esper, the scarred man, it could hardly endure for long. However, before he could continue his assault, a shroud of black mist silently enveloped him. The scarred man furrowed his brow, realizing that beneath this dark veil, both his strength and speed were being diminished. He turned his head and quickly identified the source of his predicament, the cursed giant, standing not far from him. Though this giant lacked formidable combat prowess, it could bestow various curses upon its targets, effectively weakening their power. It became clear that the cursed giant needed to be dealt with. A murderous glint surged in the scarred man's eyes as he abandoned the 6-armed giant before him and swiftly pivoted towards the direction of the cursed giant, charging forth. However, before he could reach the cursed giant, a shadow loomed overhead, and an enormous bare paw came crashing down towards him. With a deafening thud, the scarred man's body was forcefully smashed into the ground. Despite his reinforced skin, he felt an unsettling churn within his organs. Struggling to prop himself up with his arms, he glared upwards in fury. There, a giant bear, covered in shaggy brown fur, grinned down at him with an eerily unsettling smile. In that moment, the scarred man felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. These giants were not particularly damaging, yet they were immensely insulting. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was confident he could slay any of these giants. Yet, they refused to engage him directly, instead opting to strike him opportunistically. If this continued, the scarred man truly felt he might be toyed with to his demise by these giants. Chapter 25. You call this unparalleled monstrosity trash? 5 minutes later, the scarred man leaned on his broadsword, gasping for breath. He had been locked in combat with this group of giants for a solid 5 minutes. Not only had he expended a significant amount of energy, but his iron body bore numerous wounds of varying sizes. It must be said that the strength of an A-rank Esper was indeed formidable. Even in such circumstances, the scarred man had managed to slay 3 giants. The 6-armed giant, the bear giant, and the furious giant all had fallen before him. "What is the matter? Is that all you can do?" Lin Yuan remarked with a sly smile. Observing the scarred man, the fury in the scarred man's eyes seemed capable of incinerating him, as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will annihilate these giants. When that time comes, it will be your turn." Lin Yuan smiled faintly and spoke calmly. "Before you utter such words, perhaps you should glance at your comrades." The scarred man furrowed his brows, instinctively surveying his surroundings. Amidst the onslaught of hundreds of undead giants, his companions had already suffered heavy casualties, with only a handful remaining to endure the relentless battle. "Damn it!" The scarred man turned his gaze back to Lin Yuan, his eyes fixed with intensity as he nearly roared, "If you possess any courage, do not hide behind these giants. I tell you, with a coward like you, your father deserves to be reviled by millions. This is all you're doing. Your weakness, your inability, your sheer cowardice. If you had any semblance of blood in you, then step forth like a man and face me in battle." The scarred man raved, attempting to incite the anger within Lin Yuan, believing that forcing him to act might provide them with a chance of escape. However, at that moment, a sudden sound reached his ears. "Oh!" Upon hearing that sound, the scarred man's pupils constricted. In the next instant, before he could even react, Lin Yuan had appeared right before him. Such astonishing speed. "You wished to battle me, did you not? Now, I have arrived." Just as Lin Yuan's words fell, he unleashed a powerful punch. In that fleeting moment, the immense power of 16,000 calories of vitality surged forth from within him. Enhanced by the might of his formidable physique, Lin Yuan's fist struck directly at the scarred man's abdomen. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding thud, the scarred man's sword clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. His body curled up like a cooked shrimp, the expression on his face reflecting excruciating pain. "I know you are trying to provoke me, but do you truly believe that steel is invincible?" Lin Yuan's voice was cold and indifferent. Following his words, he delivered another punch, again landing squarely on the scarred man's abdomen. Cough! The scarred man felt his insides churn violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with horror. He had never anticipated that this young man with black hair could unleash such terrifying strength. Even his ironclad abilities could not withstand it. "Forgot to mention, I am also an A-class ability user." A faint smile lingered on Lin Yuan's face. "If you desire, I can let you experience it." Upon hearing this, despair flickered in the scarred man's eyes. A demon. The son of Lin Tianke was nothing short of a true demon. He possessed strength that was not inferior to his own, yet he chose to let the giants torment him. Only when he had had his fill of amusement would he execute him, as if it were a mere execution. Moreover, at barely 20 years of age, he possesses the prowess of an A-grade individual. What a terrifying talent this is. The scarred man found it utterly inconceivable that such an almost monstrous genius could be portrayed by the outside world as a cowardly waste of potential. "How dare you insult such a prodigious talent as a mere waste? I implore you, spare me. I am willing to do whatever you ask, as long as you refrain from taking my life. Even if it means serving as your slave or servant, I would gladly accept." The mental defenses of the scarred man finally crumbled completely, as he wailed and pleaded with Lin Yuan for another chance. However, at that very moment, he was overwhelmed with anxiety. "Damn that Chu Shao, why is he moving so slowly? How long has it been? Why hasn't he arrived with Lord Kamba yet? Once Lord Kamba arrives, even if this boy is an A-grade ability user, he shall meet his demise here. No, merely dying would be far too lenient for this boy. I intend to gouge out his eyes, drive iron nails beneath his fingernails, and smash each of his fingers one by one. Ultimately, I will shatter every bone in his body, forcing him to kneel before me like a wretched dog, begging for mercy." During his escape, the scarred man had previously tormented a patrolling soldier in a similar manner. That fellow appeared to be a mere recruit, barely in his 20s, and he had been reduced to a pitiable state, wailing for death. Soon, very soon, if only a little more time passes, Chu Shao will arrive with Lord Kamba. However, at that moment, Lin Yuan's voice, icy and devoid of warmth, shattered all his hopes. "If I am not mistaken, you seem to be stalling for time, awaiting reinforcements, correct?" Lin Yuan spoke calmly. "Although I do not know who instilled such immense hope in you, it is regrettable that you will not live to see that moment." A chill ran down the scarred man's spine. He was about to speak when he suddenly saw a flash of cold light before him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan's dragon-slaying blade severed his head from his shoulders. Blood sprayed forth as the head fell to the ground. Regret filled the scarred man's heart. He should never have heeded Chu Zhao's plan. He had intended to serve as bait, hoping to catch a big fish. Yet, unexpectedly, He had hooked a ruthlessly ferocious shark instead. After slaying the scarred man, Lin Yuan sheathed his blade and cast his gaze around him. The remnants of the giant sect had been nearly eradicated by him. However, he found himself somewhat curious about the whereabouts of Chu Xiao, who had departed first. If he had gone in search of reinforcements, why had he not returned yet? Could something unforeseen have occurred? Chapter 26. The Colossal Elephant, Kamba. At this very moment, several thousand meters away, Chu Xiao strolled leisurely toward the location of Lord Kamba, his expression devoid of any urgency. It must be here, thought Chu Xiao to himself, as he raised his right hand to glance at the time on his watch. Calculating the hours, they should have met their demise by now, hadn't they? Truly a band of fools. The corners of his mouth curled upward into a smile at the thought. The most grievous error made by the scarred man was undoubtedly summoning him to seek out Lord Kamba. It is essential to understand that in order to compel Lord Kamba to act, one must provide a sufficient offering of human flesh and blood. Yet, how could the mere blood and flesh of Lin Yuan suffice? Even if they managed to kill Lin Yuan, they would still be unable to withstand Lord Kamba's wrath. Thus, from the very beginning, he had but a singular choice: to ensure the demise of the giant cultists led by the scarred man. As long as they perished at Lin Yuan's hands, he would be able to present an ample supply of offerings to Lord Kamba. At long last, Chu Xiao arrived at the location of Lord Kamba. He lifted his gaze to behold a colossal figure, seated cross-legged upon the ground, exuding an overwhelming aura that evoked a heart-stopping sense of oppression, compelling one to kneel in submission. Gradually, this giant shadow opened its eyes, its voice resonating like thunder. Have you prepared the blood offerings as instructed? Giants of level 5 and above possess extraordinary intellect, capable of articulating human speech with ease. The towering figure before him was none other than Kamba, who was on the precipice of evolving into a city-destroying giant. Kamba bore an immense elephant-like head, with a long, black trunk that continuously exhaled a misty breath. His limbs were robust, resembling powerful elephantine hooves. This was the true form of Kamba, the level 5 giant elephant. Kneeling on one knee, Chu Xiao smiled and spoke. In order for Lord Kamba to successfully ascend to the 6th tier of city-destroying giants, all cultists, aside from myself, are willing to sacrifice their flesh and blood to assist you in your evolution. Kamba's trunk expelled a searing breath once more. He fixed a profound gaze upon Chu Xiao, opened his massive mouth, and spoke in a deep tone. Excellent. Since you are all prepared for this commitment, lead me forth. With a swift motion, Lin Yuan wielded his dragon-slaying blade, severing the head of the last giant cultist. Aside from the scarred man, who was an A-level esper, the remaining cultists were merely B-level espers at best. For Lin Yuan, eliminating them was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Moreover, he commanded hundreds of undead giants. The vicinity of the abandoned factory was strewn with corpses, littered with the remains of both humans and giants, the stench of blood permeating the air to an extreme degree. The only lamentable aspect was that one had managed to escape. Lin Yuan sheathed his dragon-slaying blade, preparing to depart. Throughout the ordeal, the fleeing individual had remained unseen. It seemed they had no intention of returning. Lin Yuan even harbored suspicions that the person might be concealing some significant secrets. Thus, the scarred man and his companions were willing to risk their lives to ensure the youth's escape. However, Lin Yuan reconsidered and found this notion somewhat implausible. After all, the scarred man's final words were clearly a tactic to buy time, hoping for reinforcements to arrive. Never mind, since he could not fathom it, he would cease to ponder. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, clearing the clutter from his mind. Following this mission, he stood to gain a reward of 7 million, and his hunter rank would likely elevate to B-level. In less than 2 months, he had surged from E-level to B-level, a meteoric rise indeed. Yet, just as he prepared to depart, Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. He sensed the earth beneath his feet trembling subtly, and the tremors intensified, as if some colossal being approached his direction. A giant? Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, instinctively tightening his grip on the dragon-slaying blade. Mere seconds later, a massive figure radiating terrifying pressure materialized before him, advancing step by step. With each footfall, the ground fissured beneath it. The demon elephant giant, Kamba, had arrived. A level 5 giant, or perhaps a city-destroying behemoth. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of oppression even before the giant drew near. Since acquiring the body of the overlord, he had long ceased to feel such pressure from giants. In his eyes, even level 4 giants were mere trifles. Thus, the demon elephant giant before him could only be of level 5 or higher. At that moment, Chu Xiao, who had fled earlier, trailed closely beside the demon elephant giant. Lord Kamba, this is the brat who disrupted our meticulously prepared feast of flesh and blood. Chu Xiao raised his head, his gaze as venomous as a serpent's, addressing Lin Yuan in a low tone. Not a problem. Kamba's eyes gleamed with excitement as he licked his lips, unabashedly declaring, This human's vitality is far more abundant than those worthless ones. Once I consume him, I shall successfully evolve into a level 6 giant. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's eyes flickered with astonishment. He clearly had not anticipated that merely Lin Yuan would elicit such enthusiasm from Kamba. Just how potent was this fellow's life force? Gazing at the demon elephant giant, Lin Yuan's spirit tensed to its utmost. This marked his first confrontation with a level 5 giant, and he had never before faced such a formidable foe. Eliminate him, Lin Yuan commanded with a chilling tone, resolutely directing the undead giants behind him to launch an assault on Kamba. In an instant, all the undead giants roared and surged towards Kamba's position, with the foremost being several level 4 giants. Suddenly, the toothy giant charged forth like a ferocious beast, and upon reaching Kamba, it opened its enormous maw to bite down. Yet, before the giant's jaws could snap shut, Kamba's gaze had already turned icy. A mere 4th level giant dared to defy him? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than his right arm, resembling an elephant's foot, surged forward with explosive force. In the next moment, the power of the magical elephant erupted. Accompanied by a resounding crash, his immensely powerful right limb pierced through the chest of the toothy giant with ease. Chapter 27. Lin Yuan versus the magical elephant giant. The chest of the toothy giant was as fragile as thin paper, effortlessly penetrated by the magical elephant giant before him. A cloud of blood mist erupted violently. Just like that, a 4th level giant was instantaneously slain by Kamba. Observing this scene, Lin Yuan's expression darkened. The strength of this magical elephant giant was far beyond his expectations. Even if he unleashed all his vitality and power, he might not withstand a single blow from the magical elephant giant. Meanwhile, standing aside, Chu Xiao gazed on with rapt fascination. This was the power he yearned for. This was the true strength of a giant. One day, he would master such power, standing at the pinnacle of this world. The seed of ambition quietly took root and sprouted in Chu Xiao's heart. On the other side, Lin Yuan relentlessly commanded the undead giants to charge toward Kamba's direction. Even if they could not inflict significant damage, at the very least, they could exhaust his stamina. This tactic had already been successfully employed during his battle with the armored giant. Though I know not how you manipulate the corpses of these giants, Kamba sneered. Do you truly believe that these insignificant ants can harm me? No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed another punch, his massive foot shattering the skull of a large giant. No matter how many undead giants surrounded him, they could not inflict even the slightest injury. One by one, the undead giants fell before Kamba, whose grotesque visage showed no sign of fatigue, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. As the number of undead giants dwindled, Lin Yuan could no longer contain himself. At this moment, he had no choice but to take action. However, before doing so, he needed to weaken Kamba's strength. Otherwise, he would never stand a chance against this magical elephant giant. With this thought, Lin Yuan made a swift decision. Clang! Without hesitation, he drew the dragon-slaying blade, his form transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged towards Kamba. Ah, so you can no longer resist the urge to seek your demise? Kamba's tone dripped with mockery as he lifted his colossal leg, akin to a bronze pillar, and prepared to stomp down upon Lin Yuan. Boom! The ground shook with a thunderous sound. Above the ground, a deep pit suddenly appeared. However, when Kamba lifted his foot, Lin Yuan was conspicuously absent from the depths of the pit. Clearly, the latter had adeptly evaded Kamba's stomp with his remarkable speed. Kamba, with a sinister grin, remarked that he was eager to see if Lin Yuan could maintain such good fortune. In the next moment, his colossal foot descended once more towards Lin Yuan. Sensing the pressure of the wind above him, Lin Yuan wasted no time and rolled aside. Although his frantic evasion appeared clumsy, he narrowly avoided Kamba's foot. However, what he did not anticipate was that Kamba's attack was merely a feint. As his foot struck down, Kamba suddenly bent forward, unleashing a furious punch towards Lin Yuan's rolling direction. This time, Lin Yuan had no means of escape. Yet, just as disaster loomed, countless vines surged forth from behind Kamba, ensnaring his body and arms with relentless force. It was the vine giant among the 10 4th-level undead giants that saved Lin Yuan at this critical moment. Although these 4th-level giants were significantly weaker than Kamba, their unique abilities could still impose certain limitations on him. This was merely the beginning of Lin Yuan's counterattack. From the outset, he had positioned himself as bait, diverting Kamba's full attention towards himself alone. Only in this manner could he seize the opportunity to exploit his opponent's vulnerabilities. At this precise moment, the timing was perfect. Do you truly believe that a few feeble vines can restrain me? Kamba's expression twisted with rage as his internal power surged forth. The vines binding his form were quickly stretched to their limits, akin to a taut bowstring. On the verge of snapping completely, Lin Yuan raised his head and replied nonchalantly, I never expected to truly restrain you. However, if I can limit you for but a moment, that will suffice. As his words fell, a mass of black mist floated in, wrapping around Kamba's body. This unexpected black mist was the cursed giant's ability. Damn humans! A flicker of fury surged in Kamba's eyes, as he had not anticipated Lin Yuan's hidden trump card. Nevertheless, even if his power was diminished by the curse, he could still crush this human before him. Just as Kamba seethed internally, ethereal arms suddenly encircled his form. What is this? Kamba was momentarily taken aback, bewilderment flashing in his eyes. Turning his head slightly, he discovered that it was a demon giant that had ensnared him. Boom! Before Kamba could react, a violent surge of energy erupted explosively from behind him. The colossal demon giant, under the command of Lin Yuan, unhesitatingly chose to self-destruct. The immense force of the explosion violently toppled Kamba's massive form. However, the power generated by a fourth-level giant's self-detonation is ultimately limited. Even with the demon giant exploding so close to Kamba, it still failed to inflict significant harm upon him. Despicable human, I will slay you. Amidst the swirling dust, Kamba let out a furious roar. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the haze, a glimmering long blade in hand, radiating dazzling bolts of lightning. Damn it! It's you. This figure, akin to a divine descent, was none other than Lin Yuan, wielding the dragon-slaying blade and unleashing the full force of his thunderous ability. He descended from the heavens like a thunder god, striking at the head of the monstrous giant with a thunderous slash. Kamba's face was filled with terror as he instinctively raised his arm in an attempt to block the attack. However, his massive arm, as sturdy as an elephant's limb, was instantly severed by Lin Yuan's strike. Crimson blood gushed forth. Chapter 28. The Power of the Overlord, a fist like an angry dragon. After Lin Yuan's blade severed his arm, a heart-wrenching wail escaped Kamba's lips. Yet, despite being splattered with blood, Lin Yuan's expression remained utterly devoid of emotion. He was a born harbinger of death. The more dire the situation, the more composed he became, gripping the blade ever tighter. Lin Yuan made no pause in his movements, continuing his assault aimed at the giant's head. For him, only by severing the opponent's head could he claim true victory. Nonetheless, as a being on the cusp of evolving into a city-destroying giant, Kamba's strength was not to be underestimated. Although his right arm was cleaved off by Lin Yuan's dragon-slaying blade, it afforded him a momentary reprieve. Kamba growled, swinging his remaining massive paw toward Lin Yuan with ferocious intent. With a thunderous crash, Lin Yuan was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily against a colossal tree. Kamba's strike unleashed the terrifying power inherent to the demon giant. Enduring that blow head-on, Lin Yuan felt as if his very organs were shifting, even a trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. It is over. Kamba slowly rose, emanating an aura of dread once more. His voice dripping with menace. Your tricks have run their course. You have no chance left. Despite having lost an arm, for a giant, such an injury was hardly severe. As long as he consumed enough human flesh and blood, he could effortlessly regrow that severed limb. Indeed, it should come to an end. Lin Yuan also braced himself against the ground, gradually rising, his gaze chillingly resolute. He could sense that several of his ribs had seemingly been fractured. At the sites of the breaks, a relentless, piercing pain coursed through him. Fortunately, his self-healing ability was continuously mending the injuries within his body. While such wounds would typically require several days of rest for others, Lin Yuan might only need a few hours to recover. This was the remarkable power of his regenerative prowess. However, against the looming figure of the colossal demon elephant before him, mere self-healing would prove insufficient. Fortunately, he still possessed a final resort. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan extracted all the chi blood pills from his pocket. A blend of high-grade and ordinary chi blood pills radiated a palpable surge of vital energy merely by being held in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan raised his head and swallowed the entire handful of pills in one go. Now, let me show you what true sovereign power looks like. A frenzied expression adorned Lin Yuan's face, resembling that of a villain. After consuming such a copious number of chi blood pills, an immense tide of vital energy erupted within him. It must be noted that he was relying solely on the resilience of his sovereign physique. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed and perished under the sheer magnitude of this force. Although Lin Yuan could not absorb such an enormous amount of vital energy all at once, his sovereign body allowed him to harness this energy in a remarkably short period, transforming it into his own strength. Come forth, let the battle begin. Blood droplets began to seep from his skin, enveloping him in a shroud of crimson mist. At this moment, he truly resembled a hellish demon. As Lin Yuan charged towards him, the demon elephant Kamba instinctively took a step back. When Kamba regained his composure, he was momentarily taken aback. Why should he feel fear? Why should such a minuscule human instill a sense of dread within him? Kamba could not suppress his vexation. Confronted by the advancing Lin Yuan, Kamba met him head-on, unleashing the full extent of his demonic power, and lunged forward to trample him. Crush him, human! Lin Yuan let out a primal roar, channeling all his vital energy into his fist, and struck towards Kamba with tremendous force. He even refrained from using the dragon-slaying blade. Since your strength is your greatest pride, I shall defeat you in your most esteemed domain. Bang! Lin Yuan's fist collided fiercely with Kamba's massive hoof. In that instant, the sheer force of their clash caused the ground beneath them to crack. Ultimately, it was Kamba who found himself retreating in defeat. The immense force emanating from Lin Yuan's fist compelled his body to uncontrollably stagger backward. Despite his desperate attempts to maintain his footing, it proved futile. The depths of Kamba's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that he was being forcefully overpowered by this human on a fundamental level of strength. Before Kamba could recover from the shock, Lin Yuan's assault surged forth once more. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yuan's fists descended upon his colossal frame like a tempest unleashed. Each powerful strike was imbued with an overwhelming vitality. The fists fell like rain, each blow striking flesh. To Kamba's utter horror, he realized he was utterly incapable of withstanding Lin Yuan's onslaught. This human before him seemed not merely to be attacking, but rather venting his pent-up vitality upon him. This man was nothing short of a madman, a complete lunatic. The pain coursing through his body gradually dulled Kamba's will. In his final moments, he sneered and declared, "Boy, it is individuals like you who are the finest prey for our giant civilization. Live well for one day. You will meet your demise at the hands of even more formidable giants." Lin Yuan erupted into a wild laugh, bellowing in a tone of resolute defiance. "What is there to fear in death? As long as I draw breath, I shall fight relentlessly until every last giant is expelled." As his words echoed, a torrent of vitality swirled around his right arm, his fist striking like an enraged dragon. Boom! With that punch, he forcefully pierced a massive blood hole through the head of the monstrous giant. Chapter 29, Shadow Abilities. The Intelligence of Chu Xiaoboom. The colossal form of the monstrous giant crashed to the ground. Lin Yuan too fell from the air, landing flat on the earth, gasping for breath. The vitality within him surged like a wild beast, violently battering his limbs and bones. Though it temporarily amplified his strength, it wreaked havoc on his bodily functions. It was akin to a machine operating under extreme overload, poised to collapse and become irreparable. Fortunately, his self-healing abilities were continuously mending his body, preventing complete disintegration. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan had proven that, despite the tremendous strain on his body, this method of temporarily enhancing his power was indeed feasible. From this moment on, it would become his secret weapon. After regaining some strength, Lin Yuan finally struggled to rise to his feet. He did not hastily employ his necromantic abilities to control the fallen giant. Instead, he strode directly towards the direction where Chu Xiao was located. In his eyes, the remnants of these giant cultists were to be eradicated without exception. After witnessing the terrifying prowess of Lin Yuan firsthand, Chu Xiao sat helplessly on the ground, his face etched with panic. "Please, spare me. Don't kill me. I am also human." "Are you truly human?" Lin Yuan scoffed. "From the moment you joined the Titan sect, you forfeited your right to that title. Since you willingly choose to be a dog, then may you remain a loyal hound for eternity." With those words, Lin Yuan's dragon-slaying blade transformed into a streak of cold light, aimed directly at Chu Xiao's neck. Yet, at that moment, Chu Xiao suddenly cried out, "Don't kill me. I know the Titan's next plan." The blade in Lin Yuan's hand halted mere inches from Chu Xiao's throat. "What plan?" The chilling voice echoed in Chu Xiao's ears. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Chu Xiao involuntarily displayed a hint of joy on his face. After a moment of hesitation, he tentatively asked, "If I tell you, can you promise not to kill me?" Lin Yuan glanced at him, and without warning, the dragon-slaying blade fell. It severed Chu Xiao's right arm with brutal precision. "You madman! You lunatic!" Chu Xiao clutched the stump of his severed arm in agony, wailing, "A demon like you will surely descend into hell after death." Lin Yuan regarded him with an impassive expression and said, "Even if you divulge your information, you still cannot escape death, but I can grant you a quicker demise." With that, he swung the blade again, severing Chu Xiao's right foot. The excruciating pain twisted the latter's face in a grotesque contortion, his body curling in on itself. I'll tell you. Chu Xiao gasped. "The Titans are aware that Nanjiang City is mobilizing for a full recruitment, so they have set up an ambush, planning to strike at the armored vehicles transporting the new recruits." Upon hearing this revelation, Lin Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically. If Chu Xiao spoke the truth, the successful execution of the Titans' plan would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to them. It was crucial to note that this recruitment drive had summoned thousands from Nanjiang City alone, with a significant portion being students, including Lin Yuan's former classmates and dear friends. The thought sent a chill through Lin Yuan as his gaze turned icy. He could scarcely imagine the horrific calamity that would unfold had he not received this intelligence in advance. Such a grievous outcome was unbearable for him, and indeed, for all of Huaxia. These students were all prepared to confront death on the battlefield. Yet now, the Titans aimed to annihilate them before they even set foot on the front lines. Those accursed Titans. An unquenchable fury ignited within Lin Yuan's cold eyes. However, at that moment, Chu Zhao's voice once again broke through the silence. Lin Yuan, you have won this round. I truly did not expect that even the monstrous elephant Titan could not contend with you. Should I commend your formidable strength? Should one blame that individual for being utterly useless? A sinister smile lingered on Chu Zhao's face, utterly uncharacteristic of a man on the brink of death. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, finally sensing something amiss. It was then that he noticed, astonishingly, not a single drop of blood flowed from Chu Zhao's wounds. No wonder. When he severed the man's right arm, Chu Zhao's immediate reaction was to cover the injury with his other hand. Similarly, when his right foot was chopped off, he instinctively curled his body up. It turned out that all these actions were merely to prevent Lin Yuan from detecting anything unusual at first glance. You have finally discerned my ability. I can transform my shadow into a doppelganger, Chu Zhao proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Whether I plead for mercy or divulge information, it is merely a ruse to buy time. But rest assured, the information I have shared is entirely genuine. If you doubt it, feel free to verify it yourself. Consider this intelligence as a gift for our first encounter. Remember, my name is Chu Zhao. By the next time we meet, I shall not be as feeble as I am now. With a cacophony of laughter, Chu Zhao's figure transformed into a dim shadow, swiftly dissipating into the air. Lin Yuan's brow knitted in confusion. He clearly had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by this fellow. Yet, despite Chu Zhao's lack of formidable strength, he exuded an aura of extreme danger. Such a dark, cunning, and almost demonically intelligent being, if he were to ally with the Titan civilization, would undoubtedly bring calamity to humanity. Should they encounter each other again, Lin Yuan resolved to eliminate him at all costs. Damn it, that man is truly insane. Chu Zhao clenched his jaw, striving to alleviate the agony coursing through his body. While his shadow doppelganger was indeed enigmatic, it was not without its disadvantages. The most significant drawback was that when the shadow returned to its original form, all the pain inflicted upon the doppelganger would be transferred to his true self. At this moment, the excruciating pain from his severed arm and foot even caused cold sweat to bead on Chu Zhao's forehead. Fortunately, he had managed to escape with his life. Enduring the torment, he began to contemplate his next course of action. However, at that very instant, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Chu Zhao paused in surprise and instinctively looked up. Before him loomed a gigantic figure adorned with black scales and crowned with two devilish horns, bending down to observe him with a cold, indifferent gaze. Chapter 30. The Demon Giant and the Serpent Scheme. Gazing at the fearsome visage of the giant, Chu Zhao's pupils constricted sharply. The oppressive aura emanating from this behemoth was even more formidable than that of the magic elephant giant, leaving him with an almost suffocating sensation. Undoubtedly, compared to Kamba, who was merely a step away from becoming a 6th-level giant, the creature before him was a true city-destroying giant. Such a colossal titan possesses the power to effortlessly obliterate an entire city single-handedly. At that moment, the malevolent giant finally spoke, his voice icy and chilling, reminiscent of two rusted iron plates scraping against one another. Where's that waste of space, Kamba? Reporting to you, my lord. Chu Zhao knelt on one knee, not daring to hesitate for even a moment, promptly relaying the entire sequence of events to the looming demon giant. Fool. A complete and utter fool. Upon hearing Chu Zhao's account, the demon giant was consumed by fury, delivering a mighty punch to the ground. His astounding strength created a massive crater upon impact, including himself. Several high-ranking giants had stealthily infiltrated the rear of Huaxia. Their objective was to intercept the armored vehicles transporting new recruits. If this plan succeeded, it would deal an unprecedented blow to the morale of the Huaxia military. Yet, that imbecile Kanba, on the verge of evolving into a 6th-level giant, lost all rationality upon catching the scent of humanity. In such a state, he colluded with the remnants of the giant cult, recklessly risking exposure to feast upon human flesh. If he could just endure until the day the plan was set in motion, there would be thousands of humans within the transport vehicles for him to devour. But this fool was utterly short-sighted. If he were not already dead, Chu Zhao would have relished the opportunity to slay him with his own hands. Then, the demon giant's cold gaze fell once more upon Chu Zhao. Since Kamba is dead, how is it that you have survived? My abilities allow me to conjure a shadow clone that is indistinguishable from reality, Chu Zhao replied calmly. I used the clone to deceive him while divulging your entire plan, thus successfully buying some time. Upon hearing his final words, a murderous intent surged within the demon giant's eyes. You seek death, he bellowed, raising his enormous palm in furious wrath toward Chu Zhao. He had clearly not anticipated that this human, a devout follower of their giant cult, would betray them by revealing their entire scheme. This human had committed treachery and deserved to be executed. However, at that moment, Chu Xiao suddenly spoke in a grave tone. That human is the only son of Lin Tianke. Upon hearing this, the giant's descending hand froze midair. Chu Xiao could not help but exhale in relief. Thankfully, this demon giant was not as foolish as Kamba. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to halt his attack. In fact, Kamba's intellect might not even have been capable of grasping the significance of Chu Xiao's words. The demon giant fixed his intense gaze on Chu Xiao and spoke solemnly. What did you say? Chu Xiao reiterated. The one who killed Lord Kamba is none other than Lin Yu, the sole son of the dragon general of Huaxia, Lin Tianke. The demon giant appeared to have comprehended Chu Xiao's intentions, calmly stating, So, you wish. A faint smile graced the corners of Chu Xiao's lips. It must be said that conversing with the astute is remarkably straightforward. A mere nudge in the right direction allows them to grasp one's meaning effortlessly. Chu Xiao spoke softly. The military preparedness of Nanjing City is utterly insufficient to muster the requisite forces to counter the impending assault on the convoy transporting new recruits. Moreover, seeking assistance from other major cities is not feasible within the time constraints. Even if they were to attempt to forcefully escort the armored convoy to the front lines, the defenses within Nanjing City would inevitably be left vulnerable. At that juncture, we could easily redirect our efforts and launch an offensive against Nanjing City itself. Now that Lin Yuan is aware of our strategy, he has but one course of action to thwart us. He must seek aid from Lin Tianke. At this moment, the gaze of the demon giant towards Chu Xiao underwent a profound transformation. This human before him had astutely deciphered their thoughts. Indeed, the giant civilization's assault plan was not merely intended to undermine the morale of Huaxia, but also aimed at ascertaining the true capabilities of Lin Tianke. This was precisely why they had chosen to target the new recruits departing from Nanjing City, for Lin Tianke remained within its confines. Although, following that battle, Lin Tianke publicly proclaimed himself gravely injured and bereft of all power, even resigning from his position as Dragon General. Such declarations were merely one-sided assertions. No one could ascertain whether his purported loss of strength was merely a ruse. For the giant civilization, this was a matter of utmost importance to clarify. After all, an entity like Lin Tianke, should he still possess his formidable strength, would pose a significant threat. The giant civilization sought to leverage this assault as an opportunity to thoroughly investigate Lin Tianke's true state. While Lin Tianke might accept the deaths of his soldiers on the battlefield, he could never bear to witness thousands of students slaughtered by giants. If he were indeed concealing the truth of his restored strength, then the giant civilization would employ this most brutal method to compel him to make a choice, whether to continue his concealment or to intervene and save lives. However, this plan contained a flaw. Once they launched their surprise attack, the battle would inevitably conclude in a remarkably brief span of time. At that point, not only would they be unable to compel Lin Tianke to make a decision, but he might not even have time to react. Nevertheless, this vulnerability was entirely rectified by Chu Xiao. He relayed the information to Lin Yuan in an almost flawless manner. If Lin Yuan wished to rescue the students, he had no option but to seek assistance from Lin Tianke. Thus, their objective would naturally be fulfilled. Should Lin Tianke indeed be concealing his strength, he would be forced to make a choice. Lin Tianke, you are one of the most detested adversaries of our giant civilization. The colossal demon giant slowly raised its head, its icy gaze fixed upon the direction of South River City. Do you truly believe that you can find solace in this remote border town under the pretense of lost strength? We shall not let you off so easily. Chapter 31. Are you blind to your own greed? Lin Yuan lifted his hand, utilizing his necromantic abilities to compel the magic elephant giant before him to rise once more. In this battle, all 10 of his 4th-tier giants had perished. However, this magic elephant giant had become the first 5th-tier giant in his undead army. Moreover, judging by the power displayed by Kamba, it undoubtedly possessed peak 5th-tier strength. After all, 5th-tier giants correspond to Class A superpower users. Although Lin Yuan himself held Class A abilities, he had still paid a considerable price to narrowly achieve victory over his opponent. This clearly indicated that the strength of this magic elephant giant far exceeded that of an ordinary 5th-tier giant. Despite securing victory in this confrontation, Lin Yuan's heart remained heavy with foreboding. If what Chu Xiao claimed was true, the armored convoy carrying new recruits would inevitably fall prey to the giants the moment it departed from South River City. Lin Yuan could not ascertain how long the giant civilization had been scheming. Yet, he was acutely aware that they would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Thus, it was certain that city-destroying giants would emerge, and it was highly likely that there would be more than one. The mere thought of this sent shivers down Lin Yuan's spine. He had never imagined that lurking near the seemingly tranquil South River City were multiple city-destroying giants. They lay in wait like predatory beasts, ready to reveal their fangs and claws the moment prey appeared. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes, contemplating how to confront this impending crisis. The most prudent course of action would be to inform Lin Tianke or Chen Hu, urging them to seek assistance from the Chinese military. However, doing so would completely expose his own strength to the public eye. Consequently, he would become the target of the giant civilization's relentless pursuit. Even if high-tier giants could not tread upon Chinese territory, what of the powerful giant cultists? The giant civilization could easily select a cadre of fanatics from among these zealots, endowing them with power and devising every means possible to assassinate him. This was not mere paranoia, it was a stark reality. Each year, countless talented superpower users in China were brutally extinguished by the giant civilization before they could fully mature. Some fell victim to the giants on the battlefield, while others met their demise at the hands of giant cultists' covert assassinations. These were all lessons steeped in blood. In any case, Lin Yuan was determined not to repeat such a fate. Thus, he could not divulge the intelligence he had acquired to anyone. Until he had fully grown through the savior system, he was destined to remain a lone wolf. The only entity he could rely upon, the only being he could trust, was himself. With this thought, Lin Yuan's gaze gradually solidified into a resolute determination. Since there was no one to depend on, he would take it upon himself to turn the tide. 7 days, if memory served him right. There remained only 7 days until the armored vehicle transporting new recruits departed from Nanjing City. Though this interval was exceedingly brief, it was ample enough for Lin Yuan. He intended to race against time, to grow strong enough to contend with the city-destroying giants before they launched their assault. Merely a few city-destroying giants. A fierce, wolf-like expression emerged on Lin Yuan's face. On my own, I can still send you all to hell. Nanjing City, within the Hunters Association. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and stepped inside. A palpable aura of bloodlust emanated from him, permeating the surroundings. All the hunters instinctively held their breath. They were acutely aware of the origin of this sanguine energy surrounding Lin Yuan. It was evident that he had taken many lives, and most of those he had slain were remnants of the giant cult. Who would have thought that this young man had truly returned alive? My heavens, how powerful must he be? If memory serves, among the remnants of the giant cult, there were A-level superhumans, right? Who knows? A person of his caliber could easily attain a brigadier general rank on the battlefield. Why then would he come to the Hunters Association to vie for missions with us? Vying for missions with you? Surely, you overestimate yourself. Which of the tasks he undertook could you possibly handle? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Yuan casually ascended to the second floor, arriving at the task assignment area. I am here to submit a mission, Lin Yuan stated nonchalantly. All the adherents of the giant cult are dead at my hands. He then produced several severed fingers. These were taken from their corpses. You may verify them to confirm their DNA. The attendant receiving Lin Yuan was the same young lady from earlier. Gazing at the severed fingers laid before her, she was struck with astonishment. She clearly had not anticipated that this young man had single-handedly eradicated all remnants of the giant cult. Please, hold on a moment. A few seconds later, the young lady regained her composure and began scanning Lin Yuan's severed fingers. Upon confirming that these fingers indeed belonged to the wanted remnants of the giant cult, she promptly replied, "Greetings, verification complete. You have fulfilled the conditions for mission completion. The cash reward of 7 million has been deposited into your account. In addition, you have earned 5,000 merit points and an S-grade alloy weapon." However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yuan interjected, "I apologize, but could you convert that weapon directly into cash for me?" To him, such a weapon held no significance whatsoever. In his hand, the dragon-slaying blade was undoubtedly comparable to SSS-grade alloy weapons. In the presence of this formidable weapon, ordinary S-grade alloy weapons would shatter upon contact, rendering them inferior to mere scrap. Lin Yuan, being the son of Lin Tianke, possessed a discerning eye. The young lady, slightly taken aback, inquired, "The market price for an S-grade alloy weapon is 5 million. Are you certain you wish to convert it into cash?" Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded nonchalantly, adding, "And if possible, please also convert the 5,000 merit points into currency." The young lady exclaimed in disbelief, "Do you have a penchant for throwing money away?" She questioned whether Lin Yuan truly comprehended the immense value of merit points. Chapter 32, Sign-in Reward. Disguised puppet. It is worth noting that in Huaxia, merit points are a remarkably precious resource. They can only be earned through contributions to the nation, serving as a commendation for one's service. Even the Hunter Association lacks the authority to distribute them without state authorization. The young lady initially believed Lin Yuan was unaware of the significance of merit points, so she hurriedly explained, "What can be purchased with money can also be exchanged for merit points. Whether it be high-tier alloy weapons, top-tier cultivation methods, or advanced elixirs and energy crystals, merit points can be used for their acquisition." After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan replied, "That makes sense." Upon hearing this, the young lady sighed in relief, grateful for her diligence in ensuring he understood the value of merit points. Otherwise, he might have foolishly attempted to exchange them for cash. However, after a brief pause, Lin Yuan continued, "In that case, let us not complicate matters. Please convert these merit points directly into chi blood pills." The young lady was left bewildered. "Are you unable to grasp human language?" Just as she had elaborated on the value of merit points, he was now contemplating their exchange for chi blood pills. Was this not an utter waste? Nevertheless, for Lin Yuan, this sum of merit points was inconsequential. What he urgently needed was the chi blood pills. No matter how many valuable items could be acquired with merit points, they could not rival the rewards from the salvation system's sign-in. If they paled in comparison, it would be wiser for him to exchange merit points for something he desperately required. Furthermore, if his memory served him correctly, Lin Tianke still possessed tens of millions of merit points. Thus, it seemed he was not in short supply of them. Under the gaze of the nearly exasperated young lady, Lin Yuan proceeded to exchange 5,000 merit points for 50 high-tier chi blood pills. When converted into cash, that would amount to 50 million. This realization underscored the considerable value of merit points. It is noteworthy that his reward for completing this task was merely 7 million. After fulfilling his mission, Lin Yuan did not rush to accept another task, but instead left the Hunter Association. Walking alone down the street, he began to tally the gains from this endeavor. The 5,000 merit points had been exchanged for 50 high-tier chi blood pills. A weapon of alloy grade was exchanged by him for a sum of 5 million in cash. Adding to this the 7 million reward for completing the task, it amounted to a total of 12 million. Moreover, within his necromantic space, there resided an additional pinnacle-level 5th-tier giant magic elephant. Yet, these assets alone were woefully inadequate to confront the impending calamity. Should he fail to elevate his strength to S rank within the span of 7 days, he would be left helplessly watching as the giants launched their assault, mercilessly slaughtering the new recruits destined for the front lines. The time available to him was alarmingly brief. With merely 7 days at his disposal, could he truly achieve such a feat? Even if he managed to attain S rank, how many city-destroying giants could he possibly contend with alone? A rare look of confusion crossed Lin Yuan's face. As the fervor faded, a wave of helplessness surged within him. For him, the most rational choice was to surrender. By turning a blind eye and choosing to forsake the rescue of those new recruits who were on the brink of death at the hands of the giants, he could continue to lie low in South River City. As the owner of the savior system, given sufficient time, he could grow to a level capable of annihilating the giant civilization single-handedly. In comparison to saving all of humanity, the losses before him seemed trivial. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan had arrived at the gates of South River First High School. Once a thriving campus, it now lay desolate and empty. Nearly half of the students had resolutely chosen to head to the front lines. Though they were young, their hearts brimmed with a sense of duty to their country. To die for their nation was a sacred obligation. Gazing at the vacant campus, Lin Yuan's mind was once again flooded with memories of the recruitment day, when a seemingly endless line stretched before him, filled with faces resolute in their acceptance of death. The sight before him merged with those memories, causing his heart to ache as if it were being ruthlessly carved by a blade. If I cannot even save those around me, how can I claim to save the world? A self-deprecating smile graced Lin Yuan's lips, yet his gaze gradually firmed. Regardless of the circumstances, they should not perish in such a manner. If they were to die, it should be on the battlefield. Facing the empty South River First High School, Lin Yuan calmly placed his right hand over his heart. He could feel a fire burning within him. Rest assured, I swear to you with my life, I will ensure that all of you reach the front lines safely. The next morning, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze marred by crimson streaks. A sleepless night had consumed him. For the entirety of the night, he had pondered strategies to break the deadlock. Countless plans had crossed his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. In the face of an overwhelming disparity in strength, all schemes appeared utterly absurd. Fortunately, in the end, Lin Yuan finally conceived a way to shatter the impasse. As long as he can complete all the preparatory work within these 7 days, he possesses ample confidence to avert this calamity. After 7 days, he intends to drag all the giants into the abyss. Contemplating this, a sinister expression involuntarily surfaced on Lin Yuan's face. He then slowly rose to his feet, preparing to head to the Hunters Association. It is there that Lin Yuan will formally initiate his plan. Although he had not closed his eyes the entire night, it would not significantly affect his current physique, even if he were to stay awake for several days and nights. Moreover, every fleeting moment is invaluable, and he can no longer afford to squander time. Just as Lin Yuan was about to step out the door, he suddenly remembered something and silently murmured in his heart, "System, I wish to sign in." Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in for 157 days and receiving the reward, Disguised Puppet. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. This time, the The sign-in reward seemed somewhat different from the usual. With a thought, he immediately retrieved the item from the system space. Before him appeared a wooden puppet, resembling his own stature, intricately engraved with countless magical runes. Chapter 33. I want the highest bounty task. Is this the disguised puppet? A peculiar glint crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. The puppet before him did not appear to be a product of technology. Rather, it seemed more like an alchemical creation. Particularly, the magical runes engraved around it exuded an aura of profound mystery. As he gazed at the disguised puppet, the system's description materialized before his eyes. Disguised puppet system description: an exceedingly unique alchemical being, possessing a certain level of intelligence, activated through blood. Once activated, it can replicate the appearance of others and act according to the user's commands. Duration of disguise: 24 hours. It requires blood for activation? Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then decisively bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the puppet's head. In the next instant, the magical runes on the disguised puppet emitted a ghostly purple glow. The brilliance was so dazzling that Lin Yuan instinctively shielded his eyes. When the radiance subsided, the sight before him compelled him to widen his eyes in astonishment. The disguised puppet standing before him had transformed to mirror his own likeness. Aside from its eyes appearing slightly vacant, it was as if it had been crafted from the same mold. Can it speak? Lin Yuan inquired, gazing at the disguised puppet. The puppet immediately bowed slightly, offering a polite smile. Esteemed master, I am at your service. Even the voice was identical. If he and the disguised puppet stood side by side, perhaps even Lin Tianke would struggle to discern between them. With just a drop of blood, one could perfectly replicate another's appearance. It must be said that the disguised magical puppet acquired during this signing in, though lacking in combat prowess, possesses remarkably practical special abilities. After testing the puppet's capabilities, Lin Yuan promptly raised his hand and returned it to the system space. Despite the puppet's extraordinary function, Lin Yuan, at this moment, found it temporarily unnecessary. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan arrived once again at the Hunter Association. As it was still early morning, the association was sparsely populated. Wasting no time, he entered through the main door and proceeded directly to the task exchange area on the second floor. Why are you here again? Lin Yuan remarked with mild surprise as he glanced at the attendant at the task exchange. Does the Hunter Association only have you as its staff? The young woman replied. That's quite a tricky question. I find myself momentarily at a loss for words. However, she quickly sensed Lin Yuan's unusual aura and inquired with curiosity. Have you encountered some sort of issue in your cultivation? Your internal vitality seems to be surging, almost overflowing. Although not an ability user herself, her position at the Hunter Association afforded her a keen perception. The intensity of Lin Yuan's vitality was evidently abnormal. Oh, it's nothing, Lin Yuan responded calmly. I didn't have breakfast this morning, so I just took a few high-grade vitality pills to tide me over. The young woman stared incredulously. Is that even a reasonable thing to say? Can vitality pills be used as mere snacks? Gazing at Lin Yuan, who appeared entirely unfazed, she felt her mind teetering on the brink of overload. This man continuously shattered her understanding of the world. With a hand on her forehead, she resignedly asked, Are you here to take on a task? Yes, Lin Yuan replied with tranquility. Could you please list for me the tasks with the highest bounties? If I recall correctly, hunters of B rank and above can accept multiple tasks at once. Following his successful completion of the mission to eradicate the remnants of the giant cult, Lin Yuan's hunter rank had ascended to be the highest bounties. The young woman paused, instinctively asking, Are you in need of money? If she remembered correctly, Lin Yuan had also expressed a desire to exchange merit for cash just yesterday. Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded without hesitation. Curiously, she probed further. May I ask why you are in such dire need of funds? In my view, a powerhouse of your caliber should not be financially constrained. Completing a single task would typically yield hundreds of thousands, if not millions, in income. Lin Yuan replied solemnly. I require a substantial amount of money to acquire something. He then retrieved a note from his pocket and handed it to the young woman, asking calmly, Is this item something the Hunter Association can procure? Rest assured, there is nothing we cannot obtain at the Hunter Association, she assured Lin Yuan confidently as she opened the note he had provided. However, upon witnessing the contents of the note, her eyes widened in disbelief, a look of incredulity filling her beautiful gaze. What do you intend to purchase this for? Lin Yuan did not respond directly. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon her intently. Is it attainable? The item inscribed on the note was indeed the key to his breakthrough. The young lady hesitated momentarily before speaking. This matter is of great significance. I must consult my superior. Furthermore, even if our Hunters Association can provide it, the price will be exorbitantly high, at least starting in the hundreds of millions. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, If there are any updates, please inform me at the earliest opportunity. Ideally, I would appreciate a response within 3 days. It was precisely because he needed to gather this substantial sum that he sought to undertake as many high-reward tasks as possible. Unable to contain her curiosity, the young lady inquired, "May I ask why you wish to purchase it?" Before he could complete his answer, Lin Yuan interrupted her gently, "In a few days, you will naturally understand." Realizing that Lin Yuan had no intention of divulging further information, she wisely refrained from pressing him. In her eyes, this young man, despite his relatively tender age, exuded an aura of intrigue, radiating an enigmatic charm that compelled her to delve deeper into his story. Nevertheless, even with her burgeoning curiosity about Lin Yuan, she did not neglect her professional duties and promptly presented him with a selection of the highest bounty tasks available. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan began to sift through the tasks before him. As noted, to procure the item he sought from the Hunters Association, the expenditure would be no less than hundreds of millions. Currently, Lin Yuan possessed a mere 20 million. Thus, he needed to amass the maximum amount of money in the shortest possible time. Chapter 34. Only through relentless forging can the finest steel be created. B-Class Task. Elimination of the Cyclops task requirements. Along the main thoroughfare between Nanjiang City and Tianna City, a multitude of 33rd-level Cyclopes has gathered. The task will be deemed complete upon their eradication. Task reward: 2,000,000 yuan, 1 high-grade blood essence pill. B-Class Task. Escorting a merchant caravan task requirements. Safeguard a caravan of 10 merchants and their goods to North River City. Task reward: 5,000,000 yuan. A-Class Task. Hunting mountain giants task requirements. Slay the 5th-level mountain giants that have taken residence in the hilly region and acquire an intact giant's heart. Task reward: 8,000,000 yuan, 1 large energy crystal. Due to the correlation between task rewards and their respective difficulties, high bounty tasks are typically of considerable challenge. As evidenced by the task list before Lin Yuan, even the lowest tier tasks are classified as B-class. However, in a remote town like Nanjiang City, only tasks of limited difficulty are available. Even A-class tasks are scarce, for this region is a tranquil and peaceful hinterland, with scarcely any high-level giants in proximity. Though Lin Yuan currently finds himself in dire financial straits, he remains unwavering in his standards for selecting tasks. For instance, while escorting a merchant convoy offers substantial rewards, the lengthy duration and the risk of exposing his prowess to others render it an unwise choice for him. After a meticulous selection process, Lin Yuan accepted over 20 tasks in one go, the majority of which pertain to hunting giants. However, many high-ranking giants possess their own territories. If he wishes to optimize his time, he must devise a reasonable hunting route. As for the young lady before him, she has begun to feel somewhat numb. Although there are no restrictions on task acceptance for hunters of B rank and above, she has never encountered someone as fervent in task acquisition as Lin Yuan. He is quite the madman. Not only she, but likely all the hunters within the association share this sentiment. Upon completing his task acceptance, Lin Yuan exhibited no inclination to linger. He promptly turned and departed. She remained rooted in place, watching the silver-masked youth vanish from sight. She was certain that it wouldn't be long before he reappeared before her, likely having completed all his tasks by then. In a span of 7 days, he aimed to accomplish 21 B-rank tasks and 3 A-rank tasks. Upon exiting the Hunter Association, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. To complete such a multitude of hunting tasks within such a short time frame was, even to him, a touch insane. Nevertheless, no matter how insane it may seem, he must succeed. This is his vow and the choice he has made. Failing to do so would mean the demise of countless new recruits heading to the front lines at the hands of giants. He cannot allow such a calamity to transpire. With a resolute gaze, Lin Yuan hastened towards the city's exit. At that moment, he sensed a renewed surge in his vital energy. Without hesitation, he retrieved a high-grade vitality pill and consumed it. Before the young lady at the Hunter Association, Lin Yuan spoke no falsehood. He truly was consuming vitality pills as if they were sustenance. He must ensure that his vitality remains in an ever-peak state. Despite the excruciating nature of this process, it is the only way his vitality can experience maximal growth. Only through relentless forging can one create the finest steel. 3 days later, outside Nanjiang City, in the hilly region, Lin Yuan, wielding the Dragon Slayer, sought to ascend the summit of the highest hill in the area. Standing atop the hill afforded him a panoramic view, enabling him to easily survey the surrounding landscape. This vantage point was precisely what he required to search for the traces of the mountain giant, one of his rank hunting targets, which happened to be a 5th-level mountain giant. During these 3 days, Lin Yuan consumed no less than 30 high-grade vitality pills, and thus, his very essence underwent a profound transformation. Host: Lin Yuan combat level, A-class Esper unique physique, Tyrant's body vitality, 38, 462 calories mental strength, 3. 455 Hz abilities, Thunder ability C-class, Self-healing ability C-class, Frost ability D-class, Undead ability C-class, Pain, indeed, serves as the finest sustenance. Despite enduring excruciating agony akin to having his flesh torn asunder over the past 3 days, Lin Yuan's vitality doubled. With the tyrant's body at his disposal, Lin Yuan could now rival even the mightiest of fifth-tier giants without resorting to excessive consumption of vitality elixirs. Should he choose to ingest a considerable quantity of vitality elixirs to unleash his power to the fullest, he might even contend against a city-destroying giant. Although Lin Yuan's rate of growth had reached unimaginable heights, it still fell woefully short of his ambitions. To confront the impending crisis in 4 days, he needed to cultivate an even greater strength. Soon, Lin Yuan ascended to the summit of the hill and gazed out into the distance. At last, he spotted a towering giant, standing at 30 meters, crouched near a distant hillock, seemingly voraciously devouring something. This mountain giant, with its earthy-hued skin, appeared almost as one with the hill from afar. Clearly, this creature was Lin Yuan's quarry. As he scrutinized the scene before him, a frown creased his brow. For beside the mountain giant lay a veritable mountain of severed limbs and bones. These colossal bones were unmistakably remnants of other giants. What Lin Yuan could scarcely fathom was that this mountain giant was feasting upon its kin. Such an occurrence was not unusual among giants. It seemed a matter of course for higher-tier giants to regard lower-tier giants as prey. Particularly, the mindless lower-tier giants found themselves at the very bottom of the food chain. To escape the fate of being devoured, their only hope lay in the slim chance of consuming a human and evolving into a higher-tier giant. Yet, the probability of such an event was nearly negligible. The civilization of giants is truly brutal to the point of revulsion. Lin Yuan snorted softly and hastened towards the mountain giant. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this mountain giant would become the second fifth-tier giant to fall by his hand. Chapter 35. 120 million. Lin Yuan traversed several hills and soon arrived at the feet of the mountain giant. Thanks to his use of the concealment gem, he masked his presence, allowing him to approach the mountain giant undetected until he was nearly upon it. A human? The mountain giant slowly straightened its massive form, its eyes gleaming with a savage glint. It was evident that it had not anticipated a human daring to approach it. For this creature, human flesh represented a sumptuous feast. He had feasted upon giants for so long that a change in flavor was indeed warranted. Such courage is commendable. As a reward, I shall not so easily take your life. Instead, I will rend your limbs, piece by piece, forcing you to wail in agony as you witness your own body being devoured by me. The mountain giant grinned wickedly and reached out its colossal hand towards Lin Yuan. However, to its astonishment, the human before it displayed no trace of fear. The pressure you exert is even less than that of the demonic elephant. I need not expend my blood to deal with a creature of your ilk. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Yuan erupted forth with a speed akin to thunder. Before the mountain giant could react, he had vanished from its sight in an instant. A flicker of disbelief crossed the giant's eyes. The swiftness of this human was astonishing. In the next moment, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through its right leg. Lin Yuan had plunged the dragon-slaying blade deep into its flesh, gripping the hilt tightly as he surged upwards with blinding speed. The sharp blade sliced through the giant's sinews, and crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain. Before the mountain giant could retaliate, Lin Yuan had leaped onto its body, propelling himself towards its chest. Cursed human! The mountain giant roared in fury, clenching its right fist, intent on smashing Lin Yuan into oblivion. Frost coalesced. Lin Yuan's expression turned icy as he unhesitatingly unleashed his frost abilities. In an instant, vast expanses of frost enveloped the mountain giant's form. Though his frost powers were but of D grade, they sufficed to slow the giant's movements considerably. With the dragon-slaying blade in hand, Lin Yuan spoke coldly. You should feel fortunate. There is a distinction between you and me. That distinction lies in the fact that I shall not squander time torturing a worthless creature. As the last syllable escaped his lips, Lin Yuan's vital energy erupted around him. The blade in his hand traced a sharp arc through the air, manifesting a tangible blade of light that cleaved through the mountain giant's chest. With a soft sound, Lin Yuan's strike severed all the blood vessels connecting to the giant's heart. In mere seconds, deprived of its blood supply, the mountain giant's heart ceased to beat entirely. Its gaze dimmed rapidly. It first knelt on the ground before collapsing completely. The mountain giant was dead. Even in death, disbelief lingered in the giant's eyes. It had clearly not anticipated meeting its end at the hands of this human. Once again, it seemed Lin Yuan would need a change of attire. Sheathing the dragon-slaying blade and surveying his blood-soaked form, he sighed in resignation. He then activated his necromantic abilities, infusing the mountain giant's body with necrotic energy, compelling it to rise once more. After completing all these tasks, Lin Yuan promptly absorbed the mountain giant into the realm of the undead. This marked his acquisition of the second fifth-level giant, following the magical elephant giant. However, In comparison to city-destroying giants, these fifth-level giants appeared rather feeble. In the face of such a vast disparity in power, mere numbers bore no significance. Even if 10 fifth-level giants were to launch a simultaneous assault, they would hardly pose a substantial threat to a singular city-destroying giant. Thus, to avert the impending crisis in 4 days, Lin Yuan's current amassed strength was woefully inadequate. Moreover, commanding undead giants necessitated the expenditure of mental energy, with higher-tier giants demanding an even greater toll. Given Lin Yuan's current mental capacity, he could engage a maximum of 4 fifth-level giants in battle concurrently. Consequently, he had been diligently endeavoring to enhance the intensity of his mental prowess during this period. In China, for ordinary ability users seeking to rise above, the most effective method is to cultivate their vital energy. The practice of vital energy cultivation is devoid of significant barriers. It is not only straightforward, but also greatly aids in the enhancement of one's strength. However, in contrast to vital energy, the cultivation of mental energy is not accessible to all. At the very least, one's abilities must align closely with the mental realm or necessitate the proactive learning of techniques related to mental force. Otherwise, even if one's mental energy is as vast as the ocean, its potential will remain unfulfilled. Furthermore, a robust economic foundation is imperative, as potions associated with mental energy are exceedingly costly. For instance, a standard vital energy pill is priced at a mere 50,000, while a bottle of basic mental energy enhancement potion commands a staggering 70,000. Moreover, the efficacy of mental energy potions pales in comparison to that of vital energy pills of the same tier. Thus, whether in China or other nations, mental-type practitioners must not only possess adequate talent, but also rely heavily on financial resources and assets. The wealth expended in the rise of each top-tier mental practitioner is invariably astronomical. Were it not for Lin Yuan's savior system providing him with daily signing rewards, he might not have been able to bear such exorbitant costs. Just then, his phone emitted a series of beeps, indicating the arrival of a text message. Lin Yuan opened his phone to find a message from the young lady at the Hunter Association. The goods you requested are ready for you. However, they cannot be delivered into the city, so you must come to collect them yourself. Since there have been few purchases previously, I specifically negotiated a rather favorable price with the Hunter Association for you. 12 million, but it must be paid in full. Hehe. I suppose I have done you quite the favor this time, haven't I? At the end of the message, she included a charming smiley face. Upon reading the message, a flicker of delight passed through Lin Yuan's eyes. It seemed that the plan was progressing more smoothly than he had anticipated. Chapter 36. The Recluse. Neither divine nor beast, however, for Lin Yuan at present, the sum of 120 million remains a substantial figure, although he is acutely aware that, in comparison to the intrinsic value of the item in question, this price is considerably low. It is evident that no one else would likely make a purchase. 120 million. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply and murmured to himself, if I were to complete all 24 tasks at hand, I could potentially earn 86 million. Coupled with the 12 million I currently possess, that would amount to 98 million. Yet, there remains a significant shortfall of nearly 20 million. In truth, there exists a rather straightforward solution for Lin Yuan. He could simply request the funds from Lin Tianke. Although Lin Tianke has retired from military service, a mere few tens of millions could be procured with ease. However, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would never resort to such a course of action. He harbors unwavering trust in his father. After acquiring this savior system, he did contemplate whether to divulge this matter to Lin Tianke. Lin Yuan understands that once his father becomes aware of his secret, the resources at his disposal would provide him with immense support. Yet, ultimately, Lin Yuan refrained from doing so. He does not wish for Lin Tianke to know the nature of his endeavors. In his eyes, the once invincible man has begun to age. He has shouldered too much for himself and has borne the weight of this nation. Lin Yuan is reluctant to burden him further. If possible, he would prefer that his father remain in the small border town of Nanjing, enjoying his remaining years in peace. As for everything that follows, Lin Yuan intends to shoulder that burden himself. He will bear it all and continue to fight. Relentlessly, he will fight on. Lin Yuan once heard a saying, the recluse is neither a beast nor a deity. Since he cannot yet command everything like a deity, he shall embody a roaring beast. A mere 20 million is hardly a formidable challenge. A spark of determination flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. Now that the plan has progressed to this stage, there exists no reason to abandon it. He is now merely waiting for the giant civilization to launch an assault on the armored convoy transporting new recruits. When that moment arrives, he shall ensure that all participating giants comprehend what true hell entails. The 6th day has arrived. Only 1 day remains until the armored convoy transporting new recruits heads to the front line, and only 1 day until the giant civilization initiates its attack. Lin Yuan pushed open the door of the Hunters Association and entered with a composed demeanor. A fierce aura mingled with the scent of blood immediately permeated the surroundings. All hunters engaged in conversation abruptly fell silent, their gazes fixated on the mysterious figure adorned with a silver-white mask before them. Since Lin Yuan's appearance, this has become a customary reaction among them. In their eyes, Lin Yuan is the true predator. No, the individual before them is nothing short of a god of slaughter. Heaven knows how many giants he has slain to exude such an aura of malevolence. On the second floor of the Hunter Association, a young lady has been awaiting his arrival for quite some time, for they had arranged to exchange goods today. "You have finally arrived," she said with a smile. "Our general manager has been waiting for you on the fourth floor." At that moment, Lin Yuan finally understood the purpose of the fourth floor of the Hunter Association. It serves as the reception area for esteemed guests. Lin Yuan was about to engage in a business deal worth hundreds of millions, so such hospitality was hardly surprising. "I apologize for the delay. Returning from the outskirts took longer than expected," Lin Yuan replied calmly. "Let me proceed with the task submission." Upon catching a whiff of your sanguine scent, "I surmised you had just returned from outside the city," the young lady remarked with a smile, as she began to operate the task terminal and meticulously verify the completion of Lin Yuan's assignments. The verification process was rather intricate, and given the substantial number of tasks he had taken on, she spent nearly half an hour before she could confirm all submissions. "If memory serves me correctly, you requested that all task rewards be converted into equivalent cash, am I right?" Lin Yuan nodded. The young lady tapped a few more times and gently announced, "All your tasks have been successfully submitted. The total reward amounts to 86 million, which has already been deposited into your bank account. Please check your balance. There is no need for verification. That money will soon return to your coffers," Lin Yuan stated after successfully submitting the tasks. "Now, please take me to meet your general manager." On the fourth floor of the Hunter Association, a middle-aged man impeccably dressed in a suit, with his hair meticulously styled, lounged on a sofa. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and a hint of impatience flickered across his brow. This man was Jin Minghai, the general manager of the Hunter Association in Nanjing City. Having ascended to this prestigious position in his early 30s, his remarkable credentials spoke volumes of his capabilities. However, at this moment, he appeared somewhat agitated. He glanced at his wristwatch and muttered in dissatisfaction, "I have been waiting for nearly 2 hours." Despite the magnitude of the business deal worth hundreds of millions, the counterpart's lack of punctuality vexed him considerably. Had it not been for the need to uphold the stature of the Hunter Association, he might have considered leaving in frustration. At that moment, the door swung open, and a figure radiating an aura of menace strode in. Under such a formidable presence, even Jin Minghai, accustomed to high status, couldn't help but feel a shiver of trepidation. "My sincerest apologies for my tardiness," Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan's tone carried a sense of cold detachment. After speaking, he took a seat directly in front of Jin Minghai. "Greetings, esteemed hunter. The goods you ordered from the association have been arranged outside the city. All that remains is for you to sign the contract and pay the previously agreed sum, and this transaction will be successfully concluded." Upon Lin Yuan's arrival, a polite smile emerged on Jin Minghai's face. Despite his previous irritation over Lin Yuan's tardiness, as an old fox in the business, he naturally refrained from revealing his true emotions in front of a client. However, Jin Minghai was taken aback when Lin Yuan merely glanced at the contract before leaning back casually and onto. "What if I were to say that I do not have enough money?" In an instant, the smile on Jin Minghai's face froze. "Sir, are you jesting with us?" His expression darkened, although his smile had not entirely faded. The fury in his eyes was beginning to bubble to the surface. "I am not joking. I am quite serious." Lin Yuan calmly placed his bank card on the table and stated, "This card contains a mere 98 million. Upon hearing this, Jin Minghai's demeanor turned icy. "Are you attempting to haggle in such a brazen manner? You greatly underestimate our Hunter Association. The agreed price was 120 million. Not a cent less, and you shall not take the goods from us. Even if it remains with us, we would never sell it to you at a discount." Jin Minghai then turned to the young lady standing beside Lin Yuan, his face contorted with anger as he bellowed, "Yujia, is this the good client you found for us?" Yujia was the young lady who had been responsible for attending to Lin Yuan. At Jin Minghai's reprimand, her eyes brimmed with tears, feeling deeply aggrieved. To be honest, she had never anticipated that Lin Yuan would breach his promise at such a critical moment. As Lin Yuan's guarantor, if this transaction went awry, she too would have to leave the Hunter Association. However, at that moment, Lin Yuan gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "Do not cry. The transaction is not yet concluded." His voice was gentle and calm. "Respond to him as fiercely as he has just spoken to you." Although his voice was soft, it was clear enough for Jin Minghai to hear. The latter scoffed internally, crossing his legs. With such a level of service, even if she had 10 times the courage, she would not dare to utter a harsh word in his presence. Moreover, what right did this young man have to say such things? Were it not for his prior breach of contract, he would not have unleashed his anger upon Yi Yujia. At that moment, Lin Yuan took out 4 crystals emanating an ethereal blue glow from his pocket. I propose a transaction involving these crystals. Lin Yuan calmly stated. A single crystal is priced at 10 million. If you are willing to purchase it, I will be able to cover the remaining financial gap. Upon hearing this, Jin Minghai nearly burst into laughter. Could this young man before him have lost his mind? To casually present a few blue crystals and assert that they are worth 10 million? Jin Minghai initially intended to dismiss him outright. But recalling that their transaction had yet to reach its conclusion, he suppressed his rising anger and picked up a dark blue crystal, examining it closely. To his surprise, even with his extensive knowledge, he could not discern the true nature of this dark blue crystal. He had initially assumed it to be a mental energy crystal. However, when he attempted to probe it with his mental energy, he found himself unable to do so, as if a barrier had been erected against him. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jin Minghai's eyes. He raised his head to meet Lin Yuan's gaze and inquired, "What exactly is this?" "It is a crystal for enhancing supernatural abilities," Lin Yuan replied calmly. "It can be used to elevate the level of one's abilities." The moment those words left his lips, Jin Minghai's expression transformed dramatically. Enhancing supernatural abilities? Was he joking? Jin Minghai leaned heavily on the table, abruptly rising to his feet. It is well known that supernatural abilities are considered innate talents. Consequently, they cannot be altered through external means and can only be improved through rigorous training. While there are medicines available in the market, like blood-boosting pills and mental energy enhancement potions, none can elevate an individual's supernatural ability level. This is precisely why Jin Minghai was so astonished. His first instinct was to deem this young man a fraud. Yet, Lin Yuan seemed to have anticipated his reaction and calmly remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you too possess supernatural abilities, do you not? Should you wish to verify its authenticity, you may absorb one. However, even for verification, you shall still need to pay for it." Without hesitation, Jin Minghai declared, "If the verification is successful, I will pay you double the price. For the Hunters Association, a mere few tens of millions is nothing. But if we can uncover the secret of enhancing supernatural abilities, it would be akin to opening the door to a new world." The weight of this choice was evident, even to a fool. Taking a deep breath, Jin Minghai grasped a crystal for enhancing supernatural abilities and focused intently to absorb it. In the next moment, a dark blue light surged forth from the crystal, seamlessly merging into his being. When he finally released his grip, the dark blue crystal had already transformed into a dull, grayish, rough stone. Jin Minghai's expression shifted from astonishment to disbelief, ultimately culminating in uncontainable joy. Lin Yuan had not deceived him. The azure crystal has indeed elevated his extraordinary abilities. Although the enhancement is not substantial, it is sufficient to leave him utterly astounded. It is crucial to acknowledge that, to his knowledge, there has never been a precedent in human history where external forces have augmented one's extraordinary powers. Should he uncover the origin of this enigmatic crystal or decipher its manufacturing process, it would undoubtedly incite an unprecedented transformation within human society. He need not exert himself. Simply presenting this crystal to the headquarters of the Hunters Association would earn him monumental acclaim. At this thought, Jin Minghai's heart surged with excitement. He dared not linger in hesitation and promptly turned to Lin Yuan, inquiring, "What price were you considering for this crystal? 10 million, is it? In that case, I shall offer 3 times. No, 5 times the price, 50 million each. How many do you have? I shall take them all." In stark contrast to the exuberant Jin Minghai, Lin Yuan maintained a calm demeanor. The previously agreed price remains unchanged. "However, I have but one condition before we proceed with the transaction." Jin Minghai was momentarily taken aback, losing his earlier composure, and urgently asked, "What condition?" Lin Yuan then drew Yi Yujia to his side and said coolly, "If I recall correctly, you owe her an apology. Do you not?" Chapter 38. A corpse after being pulled alongside Lin Yuan. Even Yi Yujia was momentarily stunned. She clearly did not expect Lin Yuan to take such a keen interest in her. Remarkably, he had made Jin Minghai's apology a condition of their transaction. Yet, there was no trace of displeasure on Jin Minghai's face. Instead, he beamed at Yi Yujia, warmly saying, "Yujia, my earlier words were indeed too harsh, and I apologize for that. You have accomplished a great feat for the Hunters Association this time. With a bit more effort, perhaps the position of the South River City Director will soon be yours." Listening to Jin Minghai's earnest words, Yi Yujia stood frozen. She could scarcely believe that the man before her, smiling so broadly, was indeed the same Jin Minghai who had scolded her so harshly moments ago. His words were remarkably diplomatic, not only mending his relationship with Yi Yujia and ensuring she bore him no grudge, but also subtly attributing all the credit to her. Of course, his motives were entirely to satisfy Lin Yuan, as only with Lin Yuan's approval could the transaction proceed. In truth, how many individuals could ascend to his position and possess any sense of dignity? They all merely cater to others' whims. as long as it brings him profit. He would not hesitate to apologize or even acknowledge someone as his father on the spot. In the world of adults, right or wrong holds little significance, only benefits matter. Such individuals, while not entirely shameless, can undoubtedly be described as ruthless. After ensuring that Yi Yujia would not be put in a difficult position, Lin Yuan chose not to press further, but directly handed over the 3 ability-enhancing crystals to her. Upon receiving the remaining 3 azure crystals from Lin Yuan, Jin Minghai was so overwhelmed with excitement that he was on the verge of tears. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly transferred 40 million to Lin Yuan's bank account. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and calmly remarked, "That amount is excessive. After deducting the 2 million I previously lacked, you only need to pay me 18 million. With a beaming smile, Jin Minghai explained, "It's merely a little over 20 million. If we wipe that off, it's no big deal. As long as my young brother thinks of us for the next transaction, consider that excess as a gesture of friendship." Listening to Jin Minghai's earnest words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was worth noting that when he had mentioned the shortfall of over 20 million before, Jin Minghai had not displayed such composure. His expression then had been one of utter exasperation. Since the other party was willing to part with money, Lin Yuan felt no need for formality and promptly said, "Now that the transaction is concluded, let us proceed to inspect the goods." Jin Minghai quickly responded, "Rest assured, I shall have Yi Yujia escort you there." What surprised Lin Yuan was that, given Jin Minghai's regard for him, he had not offered to accompany him personally. However, it did not take long for Lin Yuan to deduce the reason. If he was not mistaken, Jin Minghai was likely eager to take the ability-enhancing crystals to the Hunter Association's headquarters to claim credit. For Lin Yuan, a mere handful of ability-enhancing crystals were of little consequence. As long as he possessed this savior system, such items would only proliferate. Conversely, for the Hunter Association, if they could decipher the structure of the ability-enhancing crystals and find a way to mass-produce them, it would not only yield a measurable revenue, but also initiate a profound transformation. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan did not believe they could unveil the secrets of the ability-enhancing crystals. Even if someone could crack the code to enable mass production, it would undoubtedly be a monumental boon for the human realm. After all, should that day come, the overall strength of humanity would witness a significant enhancement, rendering them far less powerless in the face of the giant civilizations. This, in turn, harmonized perfectly with Lin Yuan's initial aspirations. Outside of Nanjing City, Yi Yujia led Lin Yuan towards the location where the goods were stored. As she gazed at the scenery beyond the city, her eyes sparkled with wonder, resembling a kitten that had never encountered the world. "Did you know? Until now, I had never seen the world beyond the city walls," she suddenly remarked halfway through their journey. Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. "You have never left Nanjing City?" "No," she replied. "Beyond the city walls, there are only giants. Ordinary people like me, who lack abilities, can only live in Nanjing City for their entire lives." Yi Yujia smiled and remarked, "I was born in Nanjing City, and I suppose I shall also pass away here. Compared to those soldiers who perished on the front lines, our survival is indeed a tremendous stroke of fortune. However, my mother mentioned that there are other relatives in different capitals, and if given a chance, I would very much like to meet them. There will be an opportunity." Lin Yuan replied with calm determination. "This war will come to an end." Yi Yujia was slightly taken aback, then chuckled, with that tone. "You sound as though you are the savior destined to end this war." It was evident that she had not anticipated Lin Yuan's unwavering confidence in their eventual victory, especially amidst the barrage of defeatist news from the front lines, where the defenses of Huaxia were progressively tightening, leaving the populace in a state of trepidation. Nonetheless, harboring hope was ultimately a positive sentiment. Yi Yujia smiled, then shifted the topic. "By the way, thank you for today." "It was nothing," Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. "I simply cannot bear to see a friend suffer indignities." "You are indeed quite gallant," Yi Yujia said, blinking her beautiful eyes before extending her hand toward a massive pavilion in the distance, declaring, "We have arrived. That is where the goods are stored. To ensure their safety, the nearby giants have already been cleared out by our Hunter Association. Honestly, just a glance at it sends shivers down my spine. I truly cannot fathom what you intend to do with such things." Lin Yuan paid no heed to Yi Yujia's incessant chatter and continued walking forward. Upon his arrival, a staff member from the Hunter Association promptly opened the large door of the pavilion. As Lin Yuan stepped inside, a pungent odor of decay immediately assailed his senses. When he lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of an enormous giant's corpse right before him. This was indeed the cargo he had purchased, a corpse of a 7th-tier catastrophic giant. Chapter 39. The catastrophic prison. Giant before him lay the corpse of this catastrophic giant, which Lin Yuan had been preparing as his trump card. To contend with city-destroying giants, the most effective method is to control a higher-tier undead giant. This giant's body had been transported from the front lines. Although catastrophic giants are formidable, they are not invincible in direct combat. Moreover, The core of the giant's brain had already been removed. The most valuable part of the giant's body is its brain core. Once it is lost, the corpse holds no worth. Thus, Lin Yuan successfully acquired this corpse for a mere 120 million, entrusting the Hunter Association to deliver it to the vicinity of Nanjing City. A staff member from the Hunter Association approached and began to introduce, "Sir, this is the 7th-tier giant's corpse you requested. This catastrophic giant, known as the Prison-Eye Giant, stands 50 meters tall and possesses an enormous vertical pupil on its chest, which we refer to as the Eye of Hell. The naming of this entity stems from the fact that when its slit-like pupils open, every living creature within its gaze is destined to be cast into the abyss. This colossal being possesses unparalleled strength, even when besieged by 3 SS-ranked warriors. It managed to slay one and leave the others grievously wounded." The tone of the spokesperson carried a hint of melancholy. However, after presenting this information, he shifted his discourse, stating, "Fortunately, despite the immense power of this abyssal-eye giant, as you can see, it is now merely a lifeless corpse. Following your commission, we managed to transport it here in just 5 days, and its demise occurred precisely 5 days prior." Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Thank you for your efforts." Noticing that Lin Yuan's gaze remained fixated on the giant before him, the spokesperson wisely remarked, "If you have no further requests, we shall take our leave." He found himself perplexed by this enigmatic young man, adorned with a silver-white mask, who had expended such considerable resources to acquire an apparently worthless giant's corpse. Could there be some peculiar obsession at play? He recalled hearing of individuals who harbored an extreme reverence for giants, sometimes resorting to wildly irrational behaviors. This thought sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to hastily depart the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was entirely absorbed in the abyssal-eye giant before him, oblivious to the spokesperson's inner musings. He had to concede that, with his current capabilities, he was unable to fully manipulate the corpse of the abyssal-eye giant. After all, his necromantic prowess was merely classified as C-grade, and his mental acuity barely surpassed 4,000 Hz. To exert complete control over the abyssal-eye giant was nearly an impossibility. However, perhaps by forcefully igniting his mental energy, he could fleetingly command the giant for a brief period, possibly 5 minutes, or perhaps 10. Lin Yuan was uncertain where his limits lay. Nonetheless, he was resolute in his determination. He would not cease until every city-level giant was vanquished. As long as he drew breath, he would fight to the bitter end. The night in Nanjing City was particularly desolate. Lin Yuan stood alone on the empty street, gazing up at the luminous moon in the sky. The corpse of the abyssal-eye giant had already been ensconced within his necromantic realm, destined to serve as his trump card on the day of reckoning. He pondered how many city-level giants might emerge on the morrow. Lin Yuan stared into the night sky, unable to suppress a quiet murmur. His unwavering belief that 7th-tier giants would not appear was rooted in the fact that China had united dozens of elite psychics to establish a remarkably unique defensive line, ensuring the rear would remain undisturbed. Should any giant of 7th tier or above attempt to breach this line, they would be promptly detected by the Chinese military, leaving no opportunity for infiltration. However, before the arrival of tomorrow, he had one more task to attend to. Lin Yuan set forth, making his way towards a particular building. It wasn't long before he found himself standing before a structure known as Heaven on Earth. The opulence of such an establishment was unmistakable to anyone with experience. However, given the current wartime conditions, the curfews in Nanjing City were exceedingly strict, prohibiting all entertainment venues from operating after nightfall. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan exhibited no hesitation. After removing the silver mask from his face, he proceeded to knock vigorously on the grand door. Before long, a woman's furious voice resonated from behind the door. "Who is knocking at this hour? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Moments later, a woman clad in silk pajamas angrily swung the door open, exclaiming, "Do you not understand the rules? It is curfew time. We are not open." Lin Yuan glanced at the alluring woman and casually tossed her a bank card, stating nonchalantly, "This card holds 1 million. The woman momentarily hesitated, her skepticism evident as she accepted the card, wondering whether this man was a fraud or a genuine wealthy heir. Lin Yuan continued, "If you doubt me, feel free to verify it right now. Moreover, do you think the son of the Dragon General of Huaxia needs to adhere to some trivial curfew?" The woman, taken aback, instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief and murmured, "You are Lin Yuan, the coward who dares not step onto the battlefield." Before she could finish her sentence, she quickly realized her folly and shut her mouth. Despite her disdain for Lin Yuan's actions as reported, she would never dare to voice such sentiments in his presence. After all, he was the son of Lin Tianke, a top-tier heir, while she was merely a madam. If he wished, there were countless ways he could easily ruin her. Subsequently, a charming smile adorned the woman's face as she inquired, "May I ask what brings young Master Lin to our humble establishment at such a late hour?" Lin Yuan chuckled softly and replied calmly, Do you believe I am here simply for tea? I give you 5 minutes to summon your most beautiful ladies to stand before me. 5 minutes later, over a dozen women gathered before Lin Yuan. However, the sight before him left him momentarily speechless. Among them were a high school girl dressed in a uniform and black knee-high socks, a female teacher sporting black-rimmed glasses and wearing a small suit with a white shirt, and a tall beauty clad in a traditional Chinese qipao. Each one was unique in her allure. The madam cautiously asked, "Young Master Lin, are you satisfied?" Lin Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, remarking, "You certainly have an extravagant selection here." The former smiled bashfully and remarked, "We have always held ourselves to the highest standards within the industry." Lin Yuan responded, "Are you truly proud of that?" Thankfully, his composure remained unwavering. Amidst such circumstances, he did not lose sight of his purpose. Had it been someone else, they would have likely succumbed to the allure of comfort. Indeed, one could only say that the depths of this situation were profound. Noticing Lin Yuan's expressionless face, the beautiful woman felt a jolt of anxiety and could not help but say, "Young Master Lin, if you find this group of ordinary beauties unsatisfactory, I can certainly arrange for another batch." However, Lin Yuan waved his hand and calmly replied, "No need, I shall keep them." Them? The beautiful woman was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yuan stated coolly, "Yes, I shall take all of these young ladies." "What? Is my payment insufficient?" The corner of the beautiful woman's mouth twitched, and she quickly responded, "Of course, it is sufficient. Then I shall not interrupt your enjoyment. Please take care of yourself." After saying this, she stood up, preparing to leave the room. Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly called out, "Wait." The beautiful woman was startled, wondering if he wished for her to stay. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's tastes had not sunk to such depths. He merely followed her pace and said nonchalantly, "Please ensure these young ladies are reserved for me. I shall return tomorrow to celebrate." "Celebrate what?" The beautiful woman was momentarily confused, her mind struggling to catch up. Lin Yuan smiled. "Of course, to celebrate that I do not have to march off to the battlefield." Had she forgotten that tomorrow marked the day the new recruits would be sent off? Observing the smug smile on Lin Yuan's face, the beautiful woman felt a surge of resentment, wishing she could strike him. It was her first encounter with a coward like Lin Yuan, who was so fearful of death and solely focused on pleasure. Allowing such a person to remain in comfort was nothing short of an insult to the brave souls on the front lines. After arranging everything, Lin Yuan returned to his home. In his room, he retrieved the disguised puppet from his system space. He then pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the puppet. In the next moment, the puppet underwent a swift transformation, becoming an exact replica of him. "Master, please command the puppet." The identical puppet knelt before Lin Yuan on one knee. Gazing at the puppet, Lin Yuan calmly issued his instructions. His plan was quite straightforward. When the battle commenced the following day, he would send the puppet, disguised as himself, to indulge in pleasures at Tianshang Rinjian, while his true self would head to the front lines to forcibly suppress all city-destroying giants. The reason for this course of action was clear. Should he take action himself, he would inevitably expose himself to the watchful eyes of the crowd. Under the guise of a mask, one's identity inevitably becomes a subject of speculation among all. In such circumstances, it is inevitable that someone may uncover his true identity. After all, his physique is conspicuous, and the formidable thunderous abilities he wields are directly inherited from Lin Tianke, making it difficult to avoid suspicion. Therefore, prior to taking action, he must completely sever any ties with the identity of Lin Yuan. While he engages in combat on the battlefield, the disguised puppet revels in the pleasures of life above. Should this event be unveiled, it would yield two potential outcomes. The first would see Lin Yuan's reputation plummet to the depths of disgrace. The entirety of Huaxia would revile his actions, condemning him to a lifetime of shame. The second outcome would ensure that henceforth, no one would associate him with the enigmatic figure on the battlefield, for it is impossible for one individual to simultaneously exist in two disparate realms. Yet, Lin Yuan has achieved this through the artifice of the disguised puppet. This is his means of self-degradation. Even amidst universal disdain, he must never reveal his identity. Should his true identity be exposed, the might he has demonstrated would undoubtedly draw the ire of the giant civilization. As the son of Lin Tianke, he is not merely a figure of public interest, but has become a target. The adversaries he faces are not limited to giants or their adherents. Traitors hidden among humanity may equally threaten his life. After experiencing a devastating battle that rendered him powerless, Lin Tianke returned with a grave revelation. A traitor lurks within the upper echelons of the Huaxia military. In fact, there may be more than one. It is these betrayers within the military that have supplied the giant civilization with invaluable intelligence, placing Lin Tianke in peril and nearly costing him his life. Most critically, until these traitors are uncovered, their identities remain shrouded in mystery. The ally you trust most may well be the very traitor who has forsaken humanity. The subordinate you hold in high regard may be relaying information about you to the giant civilization. Even comrades who fight alongside you on the battlefield may have secretly allied themselves with the giants. No one knows the extent to which the giant civilization has infiltrated the Huaxia military. This uncertainty amplifies the terror. Betrayal from one's own kin is often far more disheartening than the machinations of one's enemies. Thus, Lin Yuan dares not trust anyone. The only course of action left to him is to remain cloaked in shadows, diligently enhancing his strength, awaiting the day he can illuminate the world with his brilliance. Only through enduring the trials of hell can one possess the power to forge a paradise. Not all perseverance yields results. Yet some tenacity can cultivate 100,000 blossoming flowers from the frozen earth. When that day arrives, it shall herald a resplendent dawn. Chapter 41, Valiant Huaxia. Together in national peril, blood shall not run dry, and the fight shall not cease. The following day, outside Nanjing City, rows of armored transport vehicles stood in formation, while thousands of new recruits, donned in military uniforms, arranged themselves into a precise lineup. In their eyes burned an unprecedented resolve. Regardless of their past identities, at this moment, they were soldiers. Chun Hu, clad in uniform, stood before the formation. He surveyed the surroundings, gazing at the youthful faces before him. These young individuals represented the hope of Huaxia. In this sorrowful era, even the act of retreating was a grave error. At last, Chun Hu spoke slowly. His voice was hoarse, yet the words that escaped his lips conveyed the harshest of truths. The civilization of giants would not spare us. The more we retreat, the tighter they press, until we find ourselves with no place left to flee, until there is no ground beneath our feet. Thus, we are left with but one choice: to fight. This is the sole means by which we can confront the civilization of giants. At this juncture, Chun Hu raised his voice dramatically. Glorious Huaxia, unite in the face of national peril. Until the last drop of blood is shed, we shall not cease our struggle. As this rallying cry echoed, the flames of determination ignited in the eyes of all present. They clenched their fists, raised their heads high, veins bulging from their necks, and roared in unison, Glorious Huaxia, unite in the face of national peril. Until the last drop of blood is shed, we shall not cease our struggle. Witnessing this scene, Chun Hu felt the fervor of his own blood surging in tandem. Excellent. This is how it should be. Soldiers, raise your voices. Soldiers, embrace your fury. Soldiers, prepare for battle. Only in this manner can we truly secure victory in this war. With a rumble, hundreds of armored transport vehicles advanced towards the front lines. Chun Hu himself sat within the lead vehicle, receiving intelligence reports from various directions. No abnormalities detected in the northwest. Report complete. No abnormalities detected in the southwest. Report complete. No abnormalities detected in the southeast. Report complete. The voices relayed through the radio intercom of the armored vehicle continued without interruption. As the overall commander of this recruitment mission to Nanjing City, Chun Hu had to remain utterly vigilant. The journey from here to the front lines would take at least 5 days. Although this was the rear of the battlefield, it was fraught with various dangers. Should a giant capable of threatening the convoy emerge, Chun Hu must act swiftly to eliminate it, regardless of the circumstances. He was determined to safely escort this batch of new recruits to the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the armored transport vehicles had covered a distance of several dozen kilometers. Fortunately, their luck seemed to hold, as they had encountered only a few high-ranking giants along the way. As for the mindless first and second-tier giants, there was no need for accompanying superhumans to intervene. The advanced weaponry mounted on the armored transports could easily dispatch them. Yet, despite everything proceeding smoothly, Chun Hu felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Could it be because of that rascal Lin Yuan? To speak candidly, he could not fathom why Lin Yuan would choose to decline military service. He distinctly remembered that the Lin Yuan of yore was not of such disposition. As a child, whenever he spoke of his father, his eyes brimmed with reverence and longing. Alas, one must concede that people inevitably change. Chun Hu sighed softly. Moreover, Lin Tianke was not entirely mistaken. He had already rendered ample contributions and achievements for Huaxia. Even if Lin Yuan opted not to take the battlefield, it was indeed defensible. Perhaps he had been overly harsh on him, instinctively imposing the responsibilities of his father upon his shoulders simply because he was Lin Tianke's son. However, the image of Lin Tianke, leaning on his cane and bowing deeply to everyone, pierced Chun Hu's heart like a knife. The once spirited dragon general of Huaxia had, in mere years, transformed into such a despondent figure. The giant civilization was truly abominable, and there was that traitor within the ranks of the Huaxia military. One day, he would personally unearth him and subject him to 1,000 tortures. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chun Hu could not help but clench his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, the radio before him suddenly emitted a cry for help. To the southeast, they were under enemy attack, requesting assistance. This message had barely been uttered when it was abruptly cut off, replaced by a chilling scream. In the next instant, communication was forcibly severed. All that remained in Chunhu's ears was the chaotic sound of static. A sudden chill crept down his spine, leaving him feeling utterly unnerved. A high-ranking giant had appeared. Moreover, if memory served him correctly, each reconnaissance armored vehicle was equipped with 2 Class A superhumans. The abrupt communication blackout could only mean that those 2 Class A superhumans had perished in battle. The swift destruction of a reconnaissance armored vehicle suggested that the assailant was likely a city-destroying giant. Without a moment's hesitation, Chunhu seized the intercom and proclaimed loudly, "All armored vehicles, cease forward movement immediately. The southeast is under enemy attack. Enter a state of level 1 alert at once." Yet, scarcely had Chunhu's words left his lips when the radio once again blared alarms from all directions. To the northwest, they were under enemy attack. A city-destroying giant is suspected to be present. To the northeast, they were under enemy attack. A large number of giants are surrounding us, numbering in the hundreds. To the southeast, they were under enemy attack, requesting reinforcements. The final transmission was once more abruptly severed. Clearly, the reconnaissance vehicle in the southeast had also been compromised by the giants. Alerts of enemy assaults echoed from all 4 directions. In that instant, Chunhu felt as though a thorn had lodged itself in his back, his heart plummeting into an icy abyss. This was no mere coincidence. This was undoubtedly a calculated assault orchestrated by the giant civilization. They intended to strike at this batch of new recruits in Nanjing City. After regaining his composure, Chunhu abruptly rose to his feet, unhesitatingly grasping the weapon beside him, seizing the intercom, and fiercely declared, "Tiger Legion, prepare for battle. Listen carefully. The Titan civilization intends to target this batch of new recruits. You must ensure that not a single one of them is harmed, even at the cost of your own lives." Chapter 42. Altering the battlefield with one's own strength. Upon hearing Chunhu's command, all the accompanying soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons. They clearly had not anticipated that the Titan civilization would indeed launch an assault on their armored convoy, transporting new recruits. In this dire situation, they had no alternative but to engage in combat. All new recruits were ordered to remain within the armored vehicle. Without our command, none of you are permitted to disembark. Subsequently, all the soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons and dismounted from the armored vehicle, steeling themselves for the imminent confrontation with the approaching Titans. Tiger Legion, form up and prepare to face the enemy. Chunhu, wielding a composite alloy combat knife, bellowed as he strode forward with the confidence of a dragon. As an S-class powerhouse, he was undeniably the strongest among the accompanying soldiers. Even if the sky were to collapse, he would bear the burden. All the new recruits aboard the armored vehicle silently observed the unfolding scene before them. They understood that the soldiers led by Chunhu were fighting to protect them. Thud, thud, thud. A series of thunderous, hammer-like sounds echoed in their ears, accompanied by the violent tremors of the earth beneath them. It was evident that the Titans were advancing. The Titans that appeared within their line of sight loomed like towering skyscrapers, their grotesque faces filled with a ravenous thirst for flesh. With each step, the ground quaked in response to their weight. Is this what a Titan is? Some of the new recruits could not help but swallow hard. Only by standing before the Titans did they truly comprehend the terror of such beings. Before the Titans, they appeared so insignificantly small. With a mere stomp, these giants could easily crush them into pulp. Many new recruits' faces began to drain of color. However, amidst this group of new recruits, Wang Ming suddenly stood up, raising his voice resolutely. What is there to fear? These before you are merely low-tier Titans, ranks 1 and 2. How can these mindless giants, devoid of intelligence, instill such dread in you? Summon your courage. Have you forgotten? We once vowed to fight to the death without retreat. Even if we perish on the battlefield, we would be wrapped in our horsehide. Wang Ming's words struck like a clarion call, awakening the fearful new recruits from their stupor. Indeed, what was there to fear? They were merely facing a group of low-tier Titans. On the battlefield, these giants are, at best, mere cannon fodder. What is there to fear? When the moment of confrontation arrives, they will face high-tier giants, far more formidable than these mindless behemoths. The mere thought of this alleviates much of the fear in the eyes of the new recruits. Wang Ming was indeed correct. They are simply a horde of low-tier giants, not worthy of dread. Indeed, with General Chunhu's strength, he can surely repel them all. If possible, I would gladly engage these giants right now. Ha ha. Don't be so hasty. Once we reach the battlefield, there will be ample opportunities to clash with the giants. Just ensure you don't find yourself trembling as you did earlier. Get lost. Who was trembling? The atmosphere in the carriage lightened once more. The gazes directed at Wang Ming began to shift subtly, infused with a newfound respect. After all, in the face of impending peril, Wang Ming not only remained unflinching but also offered words of encouragement that genuinely inspired admiration. As he basked in the admiration of his comrades, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Chu Yu, who was frowning slightly, seemingly lost in thought. It is worth noting that at Nanhai No. 1 High School, Chu Yu is undoubtedly a campus belle, a goddess in the hearts of countless students, with admirers as numerous as the stars. Even Wang Ming could not escape a flicker of infatuation. Alas, Chu Yu had never accepted the advances of any suitor. In her eyes, it seemed there was only Lin Yuan. The thought of this drove Wang Ming to the brink of madness. What right does Lin Yuan, a coward who shies away from the battlefield, have to win Chu Yu's affection? Noticing that Chu Yu seemed oblivious to his impressive display, Wang Ming could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Chu Yu, what are you thinking?" Chu Yu pressed her lips together and calmly replied, "I am considering that your judgment may be flawed." Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "Where have I erred?" "You are aware that low-tier giants lack intelligence," Chu Yu softly responded. "Thus, for such a large-scale assault, there can only be one possibility. High-tier giants are commanding these low-tier ones." Wang Ming paused for a moment before quickly realizing the truth in her words. He knew she was right, but the suddenness of the situation had left him unprepared to consider this angle. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, stating, "It matters not, even if high-tier giants appear." "What of it? Our escort includes General Chun Hu, an S-class powerhouse." Wang Ming wore a carefree expression, striving to project an air of calm authority amidst the turmoil. The other new recruits quickly echoed his sentiments. Wang Ming is correct. As long as General Chun Hu is present, what is there to fear from the giants? Indeed, as long as we remain within the armored vehicle, we shall be safe. Ladies and gentlemen, behold this fierce battle, for it presents us with a rare opportunity for growth. Observing the seemingly relaxed new recruits before her, Chu Yu could not help but let out a faint sigh within her heart. She, too, wished for events to unfold as they anticipated. However, could the assault launched by the giants truly be so straightforward? On a hill several kilometers away from the armored convoy, Lin Yuan gazed intently at the unfolding battlefield. Had these giants really chosen to engage so swiftly? It appeared that they possessed considerable confidence in their own strength. It is essential to note that we are not far from South River City. If Chun Hu and his comrades could delay for a while, they would undoubtedly receive reinforcements from South River City. If Lin Yuan's assumptions were correct, these giants intended to decisively conclude the battle before the arrival of the reinforcements. Unfortunately, while they had calculated everything else, they had overlooked his presence. Regardless of how brutal this war may become, he alone would alter the tide of battle. Chapter 43, For City-Destroying Giants. Chun Hu's resolve slaughter. With a fierce roar, Chun Hu plunged single-handedly into the ranks of the giant army. These colossal beings, towering several meters, even exceeding 10 meters in height, were akin to mere chickens before him, utterly defenseless. The alloy blade in his hand, enveloped by murderous intent, was razor-sharp. With a single stroke, a 15-meter-tall giant was cleaved in two. The usually cheerful General Chun Hu transformed into a formidable god of war on the battlefield, exuding an aura of lethal determination. Chun Hu's techniques were comprised of simple yet effective slashes, chops, and thrusts. Although straightforward, they were undeniably the most practical killing skills. Each movement was executed with precision as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The surrounding malevolence coalesced around him, instilling fear in all who dared to approach. It had been a while since he had engaged in combat. He felt as if he were rusting. With a fierce grin, Chun Hu swung his blade once more, severing another giant in half. Just right, a perfect warm-up before reaching the battlefield. Aside from Chun Hu, the other warriors of the Tiger Ben army were also engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the giants before them. Fortunately, this batch of giants was not particularly formidable. The vast majority were merely of the first to third tier. Even when a fourth or fifth tier giant appeared, they were swiftly dispatched by Chun Hu or other strong members of the Tiger Ben army. Given the current situation, their strength allowed them to effortlessly withstand the giant's onslaught. On the armored transport, Wang Ming spoke with pride. "See, I told you nothing would go wrong." It is essential to recognize that the Tiger Ben army, led by General Chun Hu, ranks among the elite even on the front lines. The warriors hailing from the Hu Ben army are undeniably valiant and skilled in battle, slaughtering giants with an ease that resembles the butchering of mere poultry. He, as before, boasted of his profound knowledge. Yet, the fresh recruits before him did not cast admiring glances in his direction as he had anticipated. Instead, they stood transfixed, their eyes filled with astonishment as they gazed upon the battlefield. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he too turned to observe the scene unfolding before him. What he beheld left him equally stunned. On the battlefield, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Just as Chun Hu was engaged in the wholesale slaughter of giants, the earth beneath him suddenly coalesced into an enormous hand, reaching out directly towards him. "Get back!" Chun Hu bellowed, swinging his blade forward with fervor. The power of his vitality surged within him, enveloping the blade as he cleaved through the air, unleashing a crimson blade of energy. His strike severed the colossal arm formed from the yellow earth with sheer force. Truly, he He deserved to command an army. His reflexes were remarkably swift. Suddenly, an ominous cackle emerged from beneath the ground. In the next instant, the earth that Chun Hu had shattered reformed anew, ultimately coalescing into a colossal giant nearly 30 meters in height. This towering figure was the Earth Giant, drawing strength from the very soil itself. Thus, the first city-destroying giant had descended. Staring at the Earth Giant before him, Chun Hu instinctively tightened his grip on his metallic warblade, his expression darkening to an extreme. He was acutely aware of the immense destructive power that a city-destroying giant possessed. Any giant bearing the title of City Destroyer wielded cataclysmic strength. Moreover, Chun Hu understood that if he wished to shield the group of recruits behind him from harm, he must vanquish this Earth Giant here and now. Taking a deep breath, his eyes ignited with a fierce warrior spirit. However, at that moment, the ground beneath him trembled violently once more. A massive giant, adorned with black scales and crowned with two devilish horns, emerged from behind, stepping forth into view. A city-destroying demon giant. Two city-destroying giants. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from these two behemoths, all present were seized by a momentary breathlessness. But the ordeal was far from over. A piercing shriek echoed overhead. Enormous black wings cast a shadow over a vast expanse. A fearsome giant, with a savage countenance, flapped its wings, soaring high above and gazing down upon them with a bloodthirsty and brutal glare. A city-destroying, black-winged giant. I am so hungry. I crave human flesh. Another giant, resembling a mountain of flesh, appeared in their midst. What unsettled everyone was the presence of a colossal maw, filled with sharp teeth, upon the belly of this giant. The giant's expression was vacant, yet the enormous mouth on its abdomen opened and closed as if eager to consume every living being within its gaze. A city-destroying behemoth. A devouring giant. Earth giants, demon giants, black-winged giants. For such city-destroying titans stood before them. Perhaps the new recruits inside the armored transport were still oblivious to the unfolding calamity. However, the soldiers of the Tiger Ben army on the battlefield had succumbed to despair. The moment these four titans revealed themselves, victory in this war had become an impossibility. A bitter smile crept across Chun Hu's face. For city-destroying giants. Truly, you giants of civilization hold me in high regard. At that moment, the demon giant before him suddenly spoke. With an air of superiority, it looked down upon Chun Hu. Human, do you still wish to resist? If you choose to surrender, with your strength, at the very least, you could retreat unscathed. Surrender, for one man cannot triumph over us. Triumph over you? Chun Hu chuckled, his grip tightening around his alloy battle blade, as he roared at the demon giant. Listen well, I care not for victory or defeat, nor for life or death. My comrades behind me have yet to step onto the battlefield. Since they have not yet faced the fray, it is our duty as soldiers to protect them. If even soldiers flee, who will stand up for them? Therefore, even in defeat, I must stand here and fight you beasts to the bitter end. Chapter 44. You humans always indulge in futile endeavors, fools. The demon giant gazed at Chun Hu, a mocking expression crossing its face. A waste like you can protect no one. No sooner had the words left its lips than two beams of terrifying purple energy erupted from its dark purple eyes. Faced with this sudden assault, Chun Hu dared not hesitate. He immediately rolled to the side in an attempt to evade. Boom! The eerie purple energy beams exploded upon the ground, creating two massive craters. Under the sweep of the purple beams, even the hardest rock was reduced to dust. Though Chun Hu narrowly avoided the attack, a lingering dread gripped him. The strength of a city-destroying giant was indeed formidable. If it were merely one such giant, perhaps he would still have a fighting chance. But now he faced not one, but four city-destroying giants. Realizing this, Chun Hu could not afford to hesitate any longer. He turned and shouted, Sun Shao? Take all the new recruits and evacuate this area. Cover their retreat towards the direction of Nanjiang City. Sun Shao, his deputy and an S-rank ability user, was a power-type ability user, while Sun Shao excelled in speed. Upon hearing Chun Hu's command, Sun Shao found himself momentarily frozen in place. He had prepared himself to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chun Hu in battle. However, to his astonishment, the final order Chun Hu issued was for him to cover the retreat of the new recruits. This meant that Chun Hu would face the daunting challenge of confronting four city-destroying giants alone. It was a battle foreordained to end in tragedy, one where survival was hardly guaranteed. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Chun Hu resolutely stepped forward, standing defiantly before the four colossal giants. Tears welled in Sun Xiao's eyes. His voice nearly choked with emotion. A man may shed tears, but only when truly sorrowful. Sun Xiao, do not dawdle. This is a military command. Chun Hu turned, laughing heartily. If you little rascal, manage to survive, remember to pour a drink of Erguotu on my grave next Qingming festival. Without a moment's hesitation, he tightened his grip on the alloy battle knife and charged toward the four city-destroying giants. Come on, let us fight. Veins bulged on Chun-Hu's forehead, resembling a roaring beast. A heroic promise had been made, and he would fulfill it. He had vowed to escort this batch of recruits to the battlefield unscathed. You humans always delight in such futile struggles. The demon giant sneered, raising its hand to strike down upon Chun-Hu. Clang! The edge of Chun-Hu's alloy knife met the black-scaled palm of the demon giant, producing a resounding clash of metal. The recoil sent a jolt through his hands. But Chun-Hu pressed on, undeterred by the pain, and swung the knife fiercely once more. Meanwhile, Sun Zhao's resolve solidified. He understood that this was an opportunity bought with Chun-Hu's life. There was no room for delay. With this thought, he promptly relayed the command, Tiger Legion. Heed my orders. All personnel, do not linger in battle. Prioritize the evacuation of the new recruits. Those willing to fight to the death, stand with me. Following the command, the entire Tiger Legion moved with the precision of a well-oiled machine, operating at maximum speed. Armored transport vehicles roared to life, accelerating towards the direction of South River City. The new recruits aboard the vehicles began to grasp the gravity of the situation, falling into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yet, the giants would not allow such an easy retreat. They had their sights set on the recruits within those armored transports. The demon giant frowned slightly and spoke coolly, Blackwing. You take a group of giants to obstruct them. Once we eliminate this human, we shall regroup with you. No problem, I shall eliminate them all. The black-winged giant hovering in the air let out a sinister laugh, flapping its wings and darting directly towards the armored transport vehicle. You dare! Chun-Hu roared, intending to intercept the black-winged giant. However, the cold voice of the demon giant resonated in his ears once more. General Chun-Hu, to phase 3 while being distracted. Do you not consider us worthy at all? By the time Chun-Hu regained his senses, he abruptly realized that a colossal hand, formed from swirling sands, had seized hold of his body. Got you. The earth giant's wicked laughter echoed again. In the next moment, the demon giant's eyes erupted with a ghostly purple light. This time, there was no escape for Chun-Hu. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Chun-Hu's form was forcefully thrust into a deep pit by the purple beam. Surely he cannot be dead already? The earth giant sneered. That would be rather dull. However, at that moment, a bloodied Chun-Hu crawled back out of the pit. It's not over yet, beasts. Though his body was battered and bruised, his gaze remained resolute as steel. All the armored vehicles transporting new recruits were compelled to a halt. Sun Zhao exclaimed in anger. Why have we stopped? Keep moving. A soldier from the Tiger Ben army hurriedly approached him, speaking in a state of urgency. Deputy Commander, another batch of giants has appeared ahead, numbering at least 500 to 600, completely blocking our retreat route. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhao's expression darkened instantaneously. These damn giants had indeed orchestrated everything. He took a deep breath and solemnly inquired, if we eliminate those hundreds of giants, will the transport vehicles be able to withdraw safely? Yes. In the next moment, Sun Zhao drew a metal dagger from his waist. His previously refined visage now emanated a formidable aura of murderous intent. The opportunity earned by General Chun-Hu's life must not be squandered in my hands. If that is the case, then I shall eradicate this group of giants. Chapter 45. The reluctant Wang Ming. Once all the armored transport vehicles came to a halt, panic ensued among the new recruits inside the compartments. Although they had steeled themselves for the prospect of battle, they never anticipated that death would arrive so swiftly. Why have the armored vehicles stopped? What is happening? It's the giants. Damn it, a massive horde of giants is blocking our escape route. Are we truly going to perish here? But we haven't even set foot on the battlefield yet. After these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped everyone in the compartment. Hearts that once surged with fervor now plummeted into an abyss of icy despair. At that moment, Wang Ming suddenly stood up and declared with a grave voice, No, we cannot remain here and await our demise. Even before setting foot on the battlefield, have we not already enlisted as soldiers? From the moment we chose to join the ranks, we ought to hold ourselves to the standards of a warrior. A soldier of Huaxia should not be so timid. Can we not fight? Do we not possess the strength to contend with giants? Those who dare should seize their weapons, leap from the armored vehicle, and face these giants head-on. Wang Ming's fervent words instantly ignited the emotions of many new recruits. Count me in. Take me with you. Damn it, me too. I joined the army solely to slay giants. One by one, they rose, eager to follow him off the vehicle. Finally, even Chu Yu stood up, calmly stating, I will go with you all. With Chu Yu's participation, Wang Ming's fervor surged even higher. In that moment, he felt as though he were the hero destined to save the world. Excellent, Wang Ming proclaimed. Let them witness the spirit of the students from Nanjing. Let them know that at Nanjing No. 1 High School, there are no cowards afraid of death. Under Wang Ming's leadership, a throng of new recruits boldly disembarked from the armored transport. On the battlefield, remnants of both humans and giants lay strewn about. The soldiers of the Tiger Ben's army roared as they fought desperately against the giants. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Gazing upon this hellish scene, several new recruits with lesser mental fortitude began to retch violently. Yet, Wang Ming remained unfazed, feeling his adrenaline surge to its peak. He gripped his weapon tightly, sensing that he was born for the battlefield. Just then, a giant seemed to notice his presence, charging at him with astonishing speed on all fours. Faced with the nearly 7 to 8 meter tall giant, Wang Ming felt no trace of intimidation. On the contrary, he was filled with exhilaration. Beastification ability, tiger form. Wang Ming growled, unhesitatingly activating his power. This ability allowed him to temporarily enter a beast-like state, transforming into a humanoid tiger, enhancing his strength, speed, and explosive power. With his powers activated, Wang Ming stepped forward and struck the giant's ankle with his blade. His strength erupted, severing the giant's right foot. Thud! The giant fell heavily to the ground after losing a leg. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Ming leaped up and delivered a decisive blow to the giant's nape. Slicing through flesh, the pungent blood erupted, drenching him in gore. Wiping the blood from his face, he stood atop the giant's corpse, suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha! I did it. I killed a giant. It is worth noting that he was previously just an ordinary student from Nanjing No. 1 High School. Yet now, he stands alone, having vanquished a colossal giant. This transformation in status has even evoked a shudder from the depths of Wang Ming's very soul. However, at that moment, in the heavens above, a black-winged giant cast its gaze upon Wang Ming. Is this young man so exhilarated merely by slaying the lowest tier of mindless giants? A sinister smile involuntarily crept across the black-winged giant's face. If that is the case, then I shall commence my hunt with you. Upon uttering these words, the black-winged giant transformed into a streak of dark light, hurtling towards Wang Ming like a predatory black eagle. Lost in rapture, Wang Ming suddenly felt as if a frigid aura of lethal intent had locked onto him, the temperature around him plummeting to near zero. Slowly he lifted his head, only to witness the black-winged giant descending from the heavens, its target seemingly fixed upon him. In an instant, Wang Ming felt as if his body had been rooted to the spot, utterly incapable of movement. Why? Why would this black-winged giant fixate on someone so insignificant as him? This was a city-destroying giant. Wang Ming clenched his teeth, despair and unwillingness swirling in his eyes. He was unwilling. He had just slain a giant. He had yet to become a hero of China. Why, oh why, would such a formidable giant focus on him, a mere speck? At this moment, Wang Ming's heart was engulfed in profound regret. He should not have disembarked. Had he chosen to remain in the armored transport vehicle, he would not face death. Confronted by the encroaching black-winged giant, Wang Ming even contemplated kneeling in supplication. His unwillingness to die was overwhelming. Never had he imagined that the fleeting seconds before his demise would stretch out into an eternity. A single second felt akin to a year. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted in his ears. Fool, who told you to disembark? Startled, Wang Ming instinctively turned his head. There stood Sun Xiao, his scholarly visage marred by fury and urgency. Unable to contain himself any longer, Wang Ming shouted with all his might towards Sun Xiao. Save me. I beg you. Save me. In that instant, Sun Xiao, a speed-type ability user, unleashed his full velocity, racing towards Wang Ming. However, the black-winged giant had already reached Wang Ming's side, its ferocious eyes brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 46. I shall be your nightmare die. The black-winged giant finally loomed before Wang Ming, grinning wickedly as it swung a claw. Its anatomical structure was extraordinarily peculiar. Where one would expect a right hand, there instead sprouted talons akin to those of a bird. In the face of despair, Wang Ming instinctively shut his eyes, bracing himself for the arrival of death. Yet, at that moment, an immense force surged forth. Bang! With a resounding thud, his form was unexpectedly hurled away. The one responsible for this impact was none other than Sun Xiao. In this critical moment, Sun Xiao had finally arrived. However, despite successfully rescuing Wang Ming, he bore the brunt of the black-winged giant's strike in the process. A deep, bone-exposing wound immediately marred Sun Xiao's back. Had it not been for his formidable physique, that blow could have easily claimed his life. Sun Xiao let out a muffled groan, the excruciating pain radiating from his back, causing him to collapse to the ground. As he lifted his head, he instinctively gazed in Wang Ming's direction, seemingly seeking confirmation of his success in saving him. Deputy Commander Sun. Wang Ming's face was as pale as paper, kneeling on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Sun Xiao. He clearly had not anticipated that the other party would go to such lengths to save his life. Meanwhile, a sneer of contempt emerged on the black-winged giant's face. It had long been said that humans were foolish, but he had not expected them to be this naive. Among this group of humans, the only one who posed a threat to him was you. Yet, you have placed yourself in such peril to save another. Do you truly believe you are still worthy of battling with me? At this point, the black-winged giant could not help but burst into laughter. Do you still possess the ability to protect others? To save one person at the cost of 1,000 lives? The folly of your kind truly amuses me. Sun Xiao trembled as he rose to his feet, blood incessantly oozing from his wound. The disparity between humans and giants lay here, even when both were of comparable strength. Giants held an unparalleled advantage with their towering physiques and robust vitality. Humans lacked such attributes. Beyond their unique abilities, they could only rely on their combat skills to compensate. In simpler terms, in battles of equal caliber, a giant could afford countless mistakes, while a human could only err once. A single misstep would spell certain death. This was exemplified in Sun Xiao's current predicament. He had not even formally engaged the black-winged giant before losing his chance to confront it. Sun Xiao forced a smile, his scholarly visage illuminated by a radiant grin. You say that I sacrificed 1,000 lives to save one? Yet, in my eyes, the life of one is as precious as that of 1,000. In Huaxia, even if it requires the sacrifice of 1,000 soldiers to ensure the survival of a single civilian, we will resolutely make that sacrifice. That is our conviction. How could beings like you, of foreign races, possibly comprehend this? The black-winged giant remained unfazed, retorting with a cold sneer, merely the sophistry of a loser. Now, I shall execute you on the spot. I am curious to see who can save you. As the words fell from his lips, the tips of his obsidian wings bore forth a membrane as sharp as a blade. Clearly, his intent was to sever Sun Xiao's head with these razor-sharp wings. Yet, within Sun Xiao's gaze, there was not a trace of fear. He stood resolutely before the winged giant, holding his head high. A son of Huaxia would rather die standing than live kneeling. Simultaneously, he instinctively tightened his grip on the alloy dagger in his hand. He understood that he had one last chance. When the winged giant struck to kill him, he still had an opportunity to fight with his life and perish together. However, at that moment, the winged giant suddenly spoke. By the way, I forgot to mention that after you die, I will continue to hunt that boy. I shall sever his limbs and toss them before the mindless giants, allowing them to devour him completely. I want you to understand that all you have done is in vain. The winged giant sneered as he uttered these words, each syllable piercing the heart. Dare to touch him and see what happens. Sun Xiao roared in fury, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Unbeknownst to him, the winged giant was deliberately trying to provoke him. The giant was already aware of Sun Xiao's intentions to perish alongside him. It was well known that a person, in their utmost fury, often loses all rationality. Therefore, he was patiently waiting for this very moment. The dark wings surged forth in an instant, slicing towards Sun Xiao's head. In such a brief span, Sun Xiao had no time to react. Human, go to hell. The winged giant's cruel laughter echoed ominously. Yet, at that moment, a human hand suddenly reached out from behind Sun Xiao, brutally grasping his black wing. In the next second, a chilling frost swiftly spread over the wing. The winged giant's expression shifted dramatically, and he attempted to retract his wings. However, to his utter horror, he discovered that the seemingly delicate, fair arm contained an unfathomable strength. Firmly gripping his wing, I am curious to see who dares to touch him today. A voice, colder than frost, whispered in the winged giant's ear. A young man, adorned with a silver mask, stepped forth from behind Sun Xiao, his grip unwavering on the enormous black wing. The giant's eyes widened in astonishment, for he had not sensed the presence of this mysterious young man until he appeared behind him. Who are you? A flash of murderous intent flickered in the winged giant's gaze. You need not know who I am. You only need to understand that I will be your nightmare. Just as the words left his lips, an overwhelming aura of killing intent surged forth from the mysterious youth's body. Lightning crackled in his palm. An almost frenzied surge of blood energy coalesced around his right arm, erupting instantaneously with a power that bordered on the terrifying. With a soft whoosh, the enigmatic youth adorned with a silver-white mask effortlessly tore apart one of the black wings. Chapter 47. Such a monstrous prodigy must not be spared. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, Sun Xiao was so astonished that he momentarily forgot his own injuries. Who exactly was this mysterious youth that had suddenly appeared, to have torn asunder the wing of a black-winged giant with his bare hands? What immense strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? The agony of the torn black wing elicited a harrowing wail from the black-winged giant. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated, creating distance between himself and Lin Yuan, his face a mask of vigilance. Lin Yuan, however, chose not to pursue immediately. Instead, he stood his ground, striving to calm the tempestuous blood energy surging within him. Prior to the confrontation, he had consumed a substantial quantity of blood energy pills, which had unleashed a formidable power within him. He referred to this state of significantly enhanced blood energy as the blood fury state. Currently, he was enveloped in this very state. Despite the severe side effects of the blood fury, he, endowed with a tyrant's physique and self-healing abilities, could withstand its toll. For, with his present strength, Only by entering the blood fury state could he hope to match the combat prowess of a city-destroying giant. Come, let us continue. Lin Yuan's voice was icy as he stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with thunderous energy. The black-winged giant, clutching his mutilated wing, wore an exceedingly grim expression. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his head and let out a piercing shriek. In an instant, the giant, previously entangled with the soldiers of the Tiger Bin army, charged recklessly towards Lin Yuan as if summoned by an unseen command. The black-winged giant sneered, "First break through this blockade of giants before considering a rematch with me." For him, already wounded, it was undoubtedly the wisest choice to use these lower-tier giants to hinder Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He coldly regarded the black-winged giant, as if gazing upon a corpse. "You giants are even more self-conceited than I had imagined. Today I stand here. Let me see which of you giants can approach me." No sooner had he spoken than a portal to the realm of the undead abruptly opened beside him. From this passage emerged formidable giants: the demon elephant giant, mountain giant, rock giant, and red sand giant, each radiating an eerie aura of death. These undead giants formed an impenetrable wall, blocking the onrushing lower-tier giants from reaching Lin Yuan. Furthermore, on the front lines of battle, countless undead giants roared as they joined the fray, engaging in a fierce skirmish with the mindless giants. 100, 300, 500 undead giants appeared on the battlefield, astonishingly surpassing the number of low-tier giants controlled by the Blackwing giant. This was inconceivable. The Blackwing giant's eyes were filled with horror, as though he had encountered a ghost. What terrified him was not merely the sudden emergence of these undead giants, but rather the enigmatic abilities displayed by the mysterious youth. This individual could manipulate the corpses of the deceased giants. Gazing at the few advanced giants exuding a potent aura of death, the Blackwing giant was gripped by a chilling dread. Among humanity, someone had evolved such a bizarre supernatural power. No, he must convey this intelligence back at all costs. A human capable of such abilities must not be allowed to flourish. Otherwise, he would inevitably become a nightmare for the civilization of giants. With this thought in mind, the Blackwing giant hesitated not a moment and turned to flee. Their original plan had been to ambush the armored transport vehicle carrying new recruits, forcing Lin Tianke to intervene and ascertain whether he had truly lost all his strength. However, Lin Tianke did not appear, yet they had inadvertently unearthed a prodigious talent. Given that the abilities of this mysterious youth had already been laid bare before them, there was no justification for allowing him to grow stronger. Although Lin Yuan had forcibly broken one of his black wings, he had also garnered a rough sense of Lin Yuan's prowess. In the Blackwing giant's estimation, while the individual before him was formidable, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the assault of multiple city-destroying giants. Therefore, his course of action was clear. He needed to escape and unite with the other 3 city-destroying giants to collectively eliminate Lin Yuan. Such a monstrous talent must perish. He could not be allowed to live. Thinking of escape? Did he consult me first? As he watched the Blackwing giant make a hasty retreat, Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy. And without hesitation, he unleashed his full speed. Empowered by his thunderous ability, his form transformed into a bolt of lightning. Observing this scene, Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt that this figure was astonishingly familiar. The thunder ability, wasn't it Lin Yuan's unique power? It was known that among the entire Nanjiang No. 1 high school, only Lin Yuan had awakened the thunder ability. Could it be that this mysterious savior, who had rescued both him and Sun Xiao, was indeed? No, this was impossible. That individual clearly did not dare to step onto the battlefield. Moreover, if it truly were Lin Yuan, with his strength, he could never match a city-destroying giant. Furthermore, the mysterious individual before him possessed not only the thunder ability, but also the powers of frost manipulation and the control of giant corpses, abilities that Lin Yuan did not possess. Thinking of this, Wang Ming could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, this mysterious figure before him could not possibly be Lin Yuan. At this very moment, on the other side of the battlefield, alone, Chu Yu had vanquished a colossal giant, calmly wiping the blood from her cheek. The commotion emanating from the direction of the black-winged giant soon captured her attention. Instinctively, Chu Yu turned her head, and there she beheld a familiar silhouette. The figure, radiating with dazzling lightning, resembled a deity, instantly overlapping with the memory of the one who had once sheltered her. In that fleeting moment, her eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. She was utterly convinced that the figure before her was the person she trusted most. Lin Yuan, I knew you would appear before us in another form, the girl murmured softly, her gaze growing ever more resolute. However, no matter what you intend to do, I will follow in your footsteps with unwavering determination. One day, I shall stand by your side, fighting alongside you until death. Chapter 48, When the Nation Faces Ruin. Extraordinary beings arise. All those on the battlefield stood in stunned silence. gazing at the scene before them. The mysterious youth, adorned with a silver mask, was in hot pursuit of a city-destroying giant, fleeing in utter disarray. Good heavens, are we seeing things? Is this real? That's a city-destroying giant. He appeared to be no more than 20 years of age. In such a small place as Nanjing City, when did such a prodigy emerge? The soldiers of the Tiger Ben army widened their eyes in astonishment. Beyond their shock, a surge of fervor coursed through them. With sufficient strength, even as humans, they could drive giants away. This enigmatic youth epitomized that very truth. Sun Xiao gazed at Lin Yuan's silhouette, unable to suppress her murmurs. When a nation is on the brink of collapse, extraordinary beings inevitably arise. Such beings may be thieves in chaotic times or saviors in need. Damn it, how can this kid be so fast? The black-winged giant's face contorted with anxiety, though he had unleashed all his speed. The distance between him and Lin Yuan continued to diminish. The black-winged giant seethed inwardly. If this brat hadn't torn apart his right wing with bare hands, his speed would not be so sluggish. At last, the figures of the three city-destroying giants emerged within the black-winged giant's sight. The demon giant, the earth giant, the devouring giant. Without a moment's hesitation, upon seeing his comrades before him, the black-winged giant bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Save me! Help me kill this brat behind me!" However, at that moment, Lin Yuan's voice, devoid of any emotion, suddenly echoed in his ears. "I've caught you." The black-winged giant turned in terror. A chilling aura swiftly enveloped him. Under the influence of the frost abilities, a layer of ice rapidly formed upon the back of the black-winged giant. Do you know that things frozen by ice often become exceedingly fragile? Lin Yuan's voice was soft, as if he were merely posing a question. However, to the black-winged giant, this sounded more like a death sentence. No. The black-winged giant's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively attempting to shield its body with its dark wings. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's punch was far swifter than it had anticipated. The crimson force of vitality coalesced into a tangible form, slithering like a serpent around Lin Yuan's right arm. Subsequently, he unleashed a formidable punch aimed directly at the black-winged giant's back. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding roar, the frost that had settled upon the black-winged giant's spine shattered abruptly. This overwhelming force of vitality surged through Lin Yuan's fist, forcibly penetrating the heart of the black-winged giant. In the next moment, the giant's heart erupted, leaving a colossal bloodied cavity in its chest. In its final moments, the black-winged giant slowly turned its head to fix a venomous gaze upon Lin Yuan, vengefully uttering, "Rest assured, once the giant civilization learns of your powers, they will never let you escape." Lin Yuan floated in midair, casting a calm glance at him, and replied nonchalantly, "Since you were so concerned about me, why not fight on my behalf? Fear not, for upon your demise, you shall also become one of my undead giants. With your strength, you will undoubtedly rise as a formidable general. What does it mean to kill with a heart? This is how one truly slays with intent. I shall not only end your life, but will also force your corpse to rise and continue fighting for me." As expected, upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the black-winged giant was overcome with a frenzied rage. It attempted to roar at Lin Yuan, but alas, its life force was swiftly dissipating. Ultimately, the light in the giant's eyes faded completely. Its massive form plummeted heavily to the ground. The black-winged giant had fallen. The other three city-destroying giants heard the black-winged giant's cries for help. When they turned to investigate, they found that the black-winged giant lay lifeless at Lin Yuan's feet. A seemingly insignificant human had single-handedly slain such a colossal giant. The scene before them was imbued with an absurdity. The earth giant's expression darkened instantly. This boy had actually killed the Blackwing. Meanwhile, the devouring giant gazed fervently in Lin Yuan's direction, clearly sensing the immense vitality radiating from him. The grotesque maw that adorned its body dripped with saliva in a frenzy. "I crave the flesh and blood from him." The demon giant spoke somberly. "Since he has slain the Blackwing, let him pay with his life." After uttering these words, he kicked the bloodied Chunhu aside. Alone, Chunhu could never hope to contend with these three city-destroying giants. He was already gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Yet, even in such a dire state, after being cast aside, Chunhu struggled to lift his head and began to crawl slowly in the direction of the demon giant. The old man is not dead yet. Despite teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, the belief deep within his subconscious urges him to persist in thwarting the monstrous demon before him. "How dull," the demon giant sneered. "Were it not for the purpose of luring Lin Tianke into action, do you truly think we would indulge you for so long? Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant your wish." With that, the demon giant lifted his foot and came crashing down towards Chunhu. With a thunderous bang, the ground beneath them cracked open, forming a massive pit. Yet, when the giant removed his foot, he was astonished to find Chunhu still clinging to life. Though his bones lay shattered, he struggled to rise. He understood that his demise was inevitable, but as long as he drew breath, he would bear the weight of it all. Chunhu's fearless struggle ignited a fierce rage within the demon giant. He raised his colossal foot once more, preparing to crush the human beneath him, bellowing, "You foolish creature. If you refuse to die swiftly, I shall turn you into pulp." However, before his foot could descend, a sharp, dark shadow lunged toward him. The demon giant faltered, and as he discerned the approaching figure, disbelief flickered in his eyes. The entity charging at him was none other than the black wings of the Blackwing Giant. Chapter 49. The Hellbound guests are not yet full. Allow me to send you on your way. The demon giant reacted swiftly, raising his right arm to block the oncoming black wings with the scales on his arm. The clash rang out with a sound of metal striking metal, forcing the demon giant to stagger back several steps. Even after regaining his balance, the shock in his eyes remained. He had witnessed the Blackwing Giant perish before him. Yet, upon sensing the overwhelming aura of death emanating from the entity before him, the demon giant quickly realized the truth. The Blackwing Giant was indeed dead. The human was now controlling his lifeless body to engage in battle. Even with his extensive experience, he had never encountered such a bizarre and terrifying capability. No wonder the Blackwing had been driven to desperation by this individual. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the demon giant's eyes. Though their mission had failed to draw out Lin Tianke, eliminating this adversary would still count as a significant achievement. After all, Lin Yuan's abilities posed an immense threat to the civilization of giants. Who could predict how far he might grow? The demon giant, the earth giant, and the city-devouring giant swiftly surrounded Lin Yuan. While the latter was no weakling, the demon giant perceived that his vitality appeared tenuous, likely a consequence of employing some forbidden technique to forcibly augment his strength. Yet here, they stood united with 3 city-destroying giants. Even if it requires a war of attrition, I shall exhaust this foe to his very end. Young one, should you be granted another life, remember not to emerge as a hero. The demon giant repelled the Blackwing Giant with a single blow, advancing step by step towards Lin Yuan's position, for death would be a most gruesome affair. Lin Yuan raised his head and spoke with calm detachment. I have never aspired to be a hero. From the very beginning, I have contemplated but one matter: how to annihilate you all. Now that the Blackwing Giant has perished, it is your turn next. No sooner had his words echoed than Lin Yuan surged forth, wielding his dragon-slaying blade in a furious strike against the demon giant. Such brazen arrogance. The demon giant scoffed, his eyes igniting with 2 beams of destructive energy. The ethereal purple beams, akin to lethal swords, pierced towards Lin Yuan's direction. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly raised his dragon-slaying blade to defend. Boom. Despite unleashing all his strength, Lin Yuan found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of the demon giant. His body was forcefully hurled away by the purple energy beam, crashing heavily to the ground. The duration of his blood fury seemed to be waning. The vitality within him was steadily diminishing, and it appeared that confronting a city-destroying giant alone was still a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, under Lin Yuan's command, the Blackwing Giant lunged fiercely at the demon giant. Yet before it could close the distance, it was forcibly intercepted by the devouring giant. The devouring giant clutched the Blackwing Giant tightly, beginning to ravenously consume the flesh and blood of the latter. The Blackwing Giant, in its undead state, possessed merely 70% of its former strength, making it no match for the devouring giant. Annihilate us? The demon giant chuckled derisively. Are you merely a child weaving dreams? You cannot even slay me, who stands before you, and yet you speak of eradicating us entirely? However, just as these words left his lips, the Blackwing Giant suddenly ceased its struggles, as if it had reverted to a lifeless corpse. Meanwhile, on the front lines, countless undead giants assisting the humans collapsed to the ground, as if their souls had been forcibly extracted. What on earth is happening? The warriors of the Tiger Ben army exchanged bewildered glances, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Could it be that the mysterious youth who brought the undead giants to the battlefield has met with misfortune? Has he too been defeated? In that moment, concern for Lin Yuan swept over everyone. After severing his ties with all the undead giants, Lin Yuan felt an indescribable clarity wash over him. It had been long since he experienced such a burdenless sensation. His actions were deliberate, intended to free sufficient mental energy for himself. Do you understand what it feels like to be slain by one's own kin? Lin Yuan raised his head, his gaze sparkling like a constellation of stars. Are you not curious about how I will ultimately end your life? Given the heinous sins you have committed, I shall undoubtedly employ the most brutal methods to pierce you into the very depths of hell. As his words echoed, an immense necromantic portal unfurled behind him. In the next instant, he infused all his mental energy into the corpse residing within the necromantic realm. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. The colossal corpse acted like a vast vortex, absorbing every ounce of his mental power without causing the slightest ripple. Since it was not enough, he decided to escalate his efforts. A frenzied glint flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. He produced a high-grade mental energy crystal, gripping it tightly in his palm, voraciously drawing upon its power. Subsequently, he retrieved a vial of intensely concentrated mental enhancement potion, tilting his head back to consume it, almost in an act of self-destruction, fervently elevating his mental capacity to its limits. One must be mad to survive. All that cannot slay me will only serve to render me stronger. Beneath the silver mask, Lin Yuan's visage contorted in a grotesque manner. It felt as though a multitude of steel spikes were stirring within his mind. However, amid this reckless outpouring of mental energy, the corpse within the necromantic realm finally stirred to life. Its eyes slowly opened, and under Lin Yuan's command, it stepped forth with an overwhelming aura. Emerging before all present, a 7th-tier calamity-level giant, the necromantic eye giant, had descended. The air thickened with deathly energy, and the flames of wrath surged. Under the oppressive might, even the 3 city-destroying giants, including the demonic giant, could not help but stagger backward. So, you too can feel fear? Lin Yuan's face twisted into a near-manic grin as he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the gates of hell are not yet full, and it is time for me to escort you on your journey." Chapter 50. The Eye of the Abyss opens. Hell descends at this moment. The eye giant standing behind Lin Yuan resembled a deity of destruction. Despite being in a state of undeath, this giant retained only 70% of its former power. Yet, the pressure emanating from this 7th-tier calamity giant was still incomparable to that of the city-destroying giants. It was as if every movement possessed the potential to annihilate the heavens and earth. Now, who dares step forward to meet their demise? Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his gaze as frigid as frost. Just then, the earth giant could no longer contain itself. A killing intent surged within its depths as its colossal form melded into the ground. In its mind, if Lin Yuan was the master of this calamity-level giant, then it would first eliminate Lin Yuan. However, to the earth giant's astonishment, before it could approach, the eye giant suddenly unleashed its full power, delivering a thunderous stomp upon the earth. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding crash. The tremendous foot of the abyssal giant caused the very earth beneath to cave in completely. Under such circumstances, the form of the earth giant was forcibly compelled to emerge. Even before the latter could react, the abyssal giant extended its hand, seizing the opponent's neck with a vice-like grip. In the face of catastrophe, a mere city-destroying giant appeared as fragile as a defeated hound. "Save me! Save!" Before he could finish his desperate plea, the abyssal giant unleashed another punch, brutally creating a massive gaping wound in the giant's abdomen. The earth giant coughed up a torrent of blood, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "Kill him!" Gazing upon the gravely injured and dying earth giant, Lin Yuan felt no pang of mercy in his heart. To show compassion toward an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. The memories of how these giants had treated Chun Hu ignited a fierce anger within him. Crack! The abyssal giant effortlessly twisted the earth giant's head off, like an emotionless killing machine, casually discarding the lifeless body aside, even witnessing the tragic demise of their companion. The demon giant and the devouring giant could not muster even an ounce of fighting spirit. They realized they were utterly no match for this calamity-level giant. Despair and fear had completely consumed their hearts. Before the abyssal giant, they found themselves utterly powerless. Flee! The demon giant hesitated not for a moment. Before his companion could react, he chose to escape. If he could capture a few humans as hostages, there might still be a chance for him to escape. After all, those humans were merely sentimental fools. As for the devouring giant, being a fool like him, evolving to the city-destroying level was already the limit. Such a waste could be cast aside to die. It would also buy him some time. However, what this demon giant did not realize was that the instant he opted to flee, Lin Yuan had already locked his gaze upon him. "I never said I would let you go." Just as the words left his lips, a transformation occurred upon the form of the abyssal giant. The gigantic, tightly shut abyssal eye on its chest began to slowly open towards the direction of the demon giant. In an instant, a sinister and perilous aura spread throughout the surroundings. A member of the Hunter Association had once informed Lin Yuan that the moment the abyssal eye opened, it signified the arrival of hell. The abyssal eye, laced with crimson veins, resembled the gaze of a malevolent deity, exuding a chilling and brutal aura. Simultaneously, a nearly annihilating energy abruptly coalesced before the abyssal eye. The eye of hell's annihilation. Boom! A jet-black energy beam, infused with destructive force, surged forth towards the direction of the demon giant. Upon sensing the terrifying aura, the demon giant, filled with dread, finally turned its head in an attempt to resist. Alas, in the face of absolute power, any act of defiance is rendered futile. No. With a chilling scream, the demon giant was instantaneously engulfed by the torrent of energy. The flesh and blood of its massive form were violently disintegrated and obliterated under the relentless grip of hellish energy. In the blink of an eye, a city-destroying behemoth was reduced to nothing more than a mere skeletal remnant. Gazing upon this scene, even Lin Yuan could not help but marvel at the formidable strength of disaster-level giants. Indeed, each tier above the 6th level serves as a watershed moment. Human ability users are no exception. The power of an SS-level ability user can surpass that of an S-level user by several folds. After the demise of the demon giant, Lin Yuan hesitated not for a moment and continued to direct the Hell-Eye giant towards the final behemoth. In the wake of his companion's deaths, the devouring giant before him had succumbed to a state of stupor, retreating incessantly, its eyes filled with terror and dread. "Your cavernous maw must have devoured many humans," Lin Yuan remarked coolly, addressing the devouring giant. "According to our customs, those who harm others must pay with a corresponding price. If one takes a life, then the killer must forfeit their own." Having uttered these words, he commanded the Hell-Eye giant to advance, gripping the giant's enormous mouth tightly with its colossal hands, exerting all its strength to tear it apart. With a thunderous roar, the vast maw situated on the devouring giant's chest was forcefully rent asunder by the Hell-Eye giant. This colossal gash extended all the way down to the giant's jaw. The devouring giant's gaze instantly dimmed, and its massive form collapsed to the ground. Crimson blood flowed from its wounds, saturating the earth beneath. Thus, all 4 city-destroying giants met their end, each at the hands of Lin Yuan alone. For countless warriors of China, this was an achievement beyond their wildest dreams. Yet for Lin Yuan, this was merely the beginning. He surveyed the scene before him with an unruffled demeanor, devoid of any turmoil in his eyes. One day, he vowed to drench every inch of the battlefield with the blood of giants. Chapter 51. The mask comes at a price, and I am willing to bear its weight. Beyond the battlefield, amidst a thicket, a war correspondent lay prostrate on the ground, camera in hand, capturing the entirety of Lin Yuan's battle. As an embedded journalist, he had followed the transport convoy of new recruits, intending merely to film the faces of these newcomers for recruitment propaganda. Ideally, he should have retreated to South River City alongside the armored transport vehicles. However, when General Chun, who resolutely chose to remain, his heart seemed to be stirred. As the armored transport vehicles retreated, this war correspondent did not leave. Instead, he concealed himself within a thicket, intent on capturing the scene of Chun, who single-handedly holding back the 3 colossal giants. He wished for everyone to witness the kind of hero that fought to protect them on the land of Huaxia. Of course, all of this was contingent upon his survival until the end of the war. It is well known that giants possess a keen sensitivity to human presence. No matter how well hidden his position was, there remained a possibility of being discovered and consumed by the giants. As Chun, who fought valiantly against the enemy, this war correspondent, too, gambled with his life to document the unfolding events. When he saw General Chun, who being trampled by the monstrous giant, he felt as though his teeth were about to shatter. Boundless fury made him clench his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. At that moment, he lamented why he was not an extraordinary being himself. If he possessed sufficient strength, he could have prevented this calamity. Just then, a mysterious young man wearing a silver mask appeared within his line of sight. This enigmatic figure possessed the ability to manipulate giant corpses. Even as a war correspondent who had traversed the front lines for years, he had never heard of such a terrifying power. Subsequently, he effortlessly commanded a disaster-level giant to mercilessly annihilate the 3 city-destroying giants. All of this transpired in less than half a minute. Gazing at the scene before him, he felt his blood rush upward, surging into his head. Such immense power, such enigmatic capability, such resolute determination. This mysterious young man declared the emergence of yet another prodigious talent through his might. A dragon had indeed risen from Huaxia. Thankfully, he had recorded the entire battle. Excitement sparkled in the eyes of the war correspondent. The emergence of such a prodigy would surely serve as a powerful tonic for all of Huaxia. He had contemplated whether to expose this battle footage or to conceal it, thus helping the mysterious young man hide his identity. After all, the tall tree catches the wind. Such a brilliant prodigy would undoubtedly become a target of the giant civilization. Yet ultimately, he chose to reveal the battle footage. For after this conflict, the giant civilization would inevitably become aware of his existence. Even if he chose to destroy the footage, this fact would remain unchanged. In that case, it would be better to make it public. Let all of Huaxia witness the brilliance of this prodigy. Those engulfed in despair yearned to grasp even the faintest glimmer of hope. The only thing he could do was to instill hope in the hearts of all people of Huaxia. After vanquishing 4 city-destroying giants, Lin Yuan had reached his absolute limit. Initially, he forcefully entered a state of berserk blood by consuming a copious amount of blood essence pills. Subsequently, to command the calamity-level giant known as the Eye of Sorrows, he overexerted his mental faculties. This reckless expenditure led to a fierce backlash that surged forth like a relentless tide once the battle concluded. Every bone in his body felt as though it had been shattered by a hammer. His brain, the vessel of his consciousness, throbbed with unbearable pain, as if countless ants were gnawing at it. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Yuan had become a flickering candle in the wind, vulnerable enough that even a mere fourth-level giant could extinguish his life with ease. Fortunately, the battle had come to an end, enduring inhuman agony. Lin Yuan's face betrayed not a hint of emotion. He then took a step forward, slowly making his way toward Chun Hu's location. Chun Hu, drenched in blood, had already succumbed to unconsciousness, yet Lin Yuan could sense the faintest trace of life emanating from him. Despite enduring the ravages of 3 city-destroying giants, his survival attested to the remarkable strength of his physique and the tenacity of his spirit. Lin Yuan gently bent down and retrieved a vial of life restoration potion from his system space. After uncorking the vial, he poured the liquid slowly into Chun Hu's mouth. They had sacrificed so much for the victory of this battle. Chun Hu would emerge as a hero in the eyes of many, while Lin Yuan would continue to dwell in the shadows, leaving the world to speculate about his identity. Uncle Chun, I know you must be disappointed in me. However, as you said, I am the son of Lin Tiankei. If I do not take action, who else will? After administering the potion to Chun Hu, Lin Yuan gradually rose to his feet. Every bone in his body ached, yet he knew he must persist. This was his choice. Gazing at Chun Hu, he spoke hoarsely. If wearing a mask comes at a cost, I am willing to bear its weight. I regard death as a return home, and I shall remain steadfast from beginning to end. With that, Lin Yuan turned to leave, his words dissipating into the wind, unheard by the unconscious Chun Hu. When the darkness finally lifted, the world would behold their glory. For city-destroying giants had been obliterated. General Chun Hu lay gravely injured and near death. These 2 pieces of news swiftly reached the front lines. In an instant, the soldiers of the Tiger Ben army and the fresh recruits aboard the transport vehicles erupted into euphoric celebration. With the demise of the leading 4 city-destroying giants, the remaining horde of giants would undoubtedly be vanquished in the shortest time possible. We have triumphed. Humanity victorious. Huaxia victorious. General Chun Hu has not perished. Slay. Eradicate these giants. In an instant, all present on the battlefield roared, unleashing the tumultuous emotions within their hearts. Chapter 52, The Hero's Last Stand, The Monstrous Ascendancy. For these new recruits, it was their very first encounter with the brutalities of war, as well as their inaugural taste of the elation that comes with victory. Under such soaring morale, the remaining giants were no match for the valiant warriors of the Tiger Bounty army, and within less than a quarter of an hour, they were utterly annihilated. For them, this was undoubtedly a resounding triumph. It is worth noting that the giant civilization had deployed 4 city-destroying behemoths, only to have them completely vanquished in return. Even for all of China, this was a stirring victory. Upon returning to their respective carriages, Wang Meng, having narrowly escaped death, fell silent, retreating into a corner without uttering a word. After all, he had nearly led to Vice Commander Sun's demise. Just then, blood-soaked Chu Yu entered the carriage. The gazes of all the new recruits toward her were filled with admiration. They had witnessed her, akin to a Valkyrie, single-handedly slaying over 10 mindless giants, including several formidable large ones. A goddess like Chu Yu, with her ethereal beauty and extraordinary prowess, naturally garnered the adoration of the crowd. Has the one who saved you returned? Upon entering the carriage, Chu Yu fixed her gaze on Wang Meng and promptly inquired. He paused momentarily, appearing somewhat perplexed as to why she was so concerned about that individual. However, out of respect for the formidable figure, Wang Meng promptly replied, "It seems he has not yet returned. But now that the 4 city-destroying giants are dead, there should be no giant on the battlefield capable of threatening him." The immense strength of that mysterious youth was still vividly etched in Wang Meng's memory. After all, even the city-destroying Blackwing giant had no choice but to flee before him. Upon hearing Wang Meng's words, Chu Yu was momentarily struck dumb. Indeed, General Chun Hu, though powerful, could not possibly contend with 4 city-destroying giants alone. If Chun Hu were truly capable of such strength, there would have been no need for their retreat. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that it was Lin Yuan who had slain the 4 city-destroying giants during this battle. Upon reaching this conclusion, Chu Yu felt her head buzz with confusion, leaving her momentarily stunned. What secrets lay hidden within Lin Yuan? How could he possess such extraordinary strength? While everyone else celebrated their victory, Lin Yuan quietly withdrew from the battlefield. Both his body and mental fortitude had been exhausted to their limits. Therefore, he needed to return to Nanjing City swiftly to recuperate for a while. For Lin Yuan, this too was an unprecedented victory, despite the enormous toll it exacted. This was his first occasion in life where he single-handedly vanquished 4 city-destroying giants. It was somewhat regrettable that, aside from the relatively intact corpse of the Earth Giant, the remains of the other 3 city-destroying giants were utterly unrecognizable. Particularly, The demon giant had been reduced to nothing more than a skeletal frame under the onslaught of hellish energies. Even if resurrected through necromantic powers, its combat prowess would scarcely amount to a fraction of what it once was in life. Thus, Lin Yuan only reclaimed the body of the earth giant before promptly departing the battlefield. However, unbeknownst to him, a figure loomed thousands of meters above, silently observing his departure. The four city-destroying giants had indeed been eradicated by this young man. Truly, he is my progeny. A radiant smile graced the face of this figure. Subsequently, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing instantaneously from sight. Following the assault by the giant civilization, the armored vehicles responsible for transporting the new recruits could no longer proceed to the front lines. No one knew whether they would encounter further giant ambushes on their subsequent journey. Moreover, the grievously wounded Chun Hu, along with other injured members of the Tiger Legion, required urgent medical attention. Thus, under such circumstances, they had no choice but to temporarily return to Nanjing City. Within less than half a day, the departing troop of new recruits had all turned back. Moreover, the escorting Tiger Legion soldiers were all injured, with Commander Chun Hu gravely wounded and on the brink of death. This news detonated like a bomb, instantly igniting a frenzy throughout Nanjing City. In fact, it resonated across all of China. After all, this was the first instance of the giant civilization stooping to such a despicable act as ambushing a transport vehicle for new recruits. In no time, reports concerning the Nanjing City recruits ambushed by the giant civilization surged to the forefront of major news outlets. This incident was rapidly gaining unprecedented traction. A cascade of related posts flooded the internet like mushrooms after a rain. Damn, these damn giants are utterly shameless. How dare they lay hands on the recruits from Nanjing City? This is intolerable. I am enlisting tomorrow to eradicate these beasts on the battlefield. Count me in. We must ensure the giants repay their blood debts in kind. Let them know that we, the people of China, will not stand idly by while foreign foes trample upon us. Have you seen? General Chun Hu, commander of the Tiger Legion, risked everything to ensure the safe retreat of the armored vehicle transporting new recruits, single-handedly holding off four city-destroying giants. By the end of the battle, he was drenched in blood, his ribcage caved in, suffering multiple compound fractures, and is currently fighting for his life in the emergency room of the Central Hospital in Nanjing City. Tears well up. This is the true hero of our China. General Chun, you must pull through. Do not leave us. If you are a true man, then support me. I yearn to join your valiant army. This night seems destined to be one of sleeplessness. Some are celebrating victory, others are praying for heroes, while yet more have resolved to enlist, silently penning farewell letters to their parents. However, just as the fervor surrounding the Battle of Nanjing City reaches its zenith, a video emerges online. Titled The Battle of Nanjing City, a record of heroic struggles and unparalleled beasts. This title instantly captivates countless viewers. Yet, upon clicking, they are astounded to discover that the content is indeed footage from the battlefield of the Battle of Nanjing City. In Chapter 53, the identity of this mysterious youth is revealed. The visuals in the video are remarkably clear, evidently filmed on site. In the footage, Chun Hu stands resolutely against the threat of four city-destroying giants, wielding a battle knife as he bravely remains behind to cover the retreat. Before these towering behemoths, Chun Hu's figure appears diminutive. Nevertheless, he does not retreat even a single step. The scene evokes a profound sense of tragic heroism. Life is what I desire. Righteousness is also what I desire. When both cannot be obtained, one must sacrifice life for righteousness. As they watch Chun Hu standing defiantly before those four colossal giants, countless viewers are moved to tears. General Chun Hu is indeed a true man. Indeed, compared to those cowards who dare not even step onto the battlefield, he embodies true masculinity. If only the Dragon City could have its flying general, we would not allow the Hu cavalry to cross the Yin Mountains. A true man must be like this. One can only hope to be fortunate enough in this life to serve as a soldier under General Chun Hu, willingly dedicating oneself to the cause until death. Although everyone regards Chun Hu as a hero, they also understand that a single individual cannot possibly halt the advance of these four city-destroying giants. It is akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Thus, they are immensely curious about how victory was ultimately achieved in the Battle of Nanjing City. The video continues to play. The four city-destroying giants evidently regard Chun Hu with disdain, sending forth a black-winged giant to intercept the armored vehicles transporting new recruits. Chun Hu attempts to intervene, but is mercilessly pinned to the ground by an energy beam emitted from the demon giant's eyes. As they witness this scene, the hearts of all tighten in distress. Even when faced with only three city-destroying giants, Chun Hu is utterly overwhelmed and has no power to retaliate. Time and again, he is knocked down, yet he rises repeatedly. Even bloodied and dazed, he stands tall with a proud back. All are plunged into silence. As if a great weight presses upon their hearts, they begin to realize the tremendous sacrifices made by those who protect them in this war. What tranquility exists in the passage of time? It is merely the burden borne by others as they tread forward. From the moment Chun Hu made the choice to remain, he understood that he would meet a brutal demise at the hands of the colossal giants before him. The video played on, each second stretching into eternity. Everyone clenched their fists, caught in a fervent anticipation for a turning point. After all, this battle had been theirs to win. Moreover, General Chun Hu was still alive. With this in mind, hope for a reversal was inevitable. Thud, thud, thud. In the video, the monstrous giant seemed to grow weary of its game, trampling relentlessly upon Chun Hu's battered form. Witnessing this scene, a wave of profound anger surged within everyone, tightening their fists in unison. These giants were truly abhorrent. Yet, at that very moment, a figure adorned with a silver-white mask and wielding a battle knife suddenly materialized in the footage. Who could this be? Confusion washed over the crowd, only to be swiftly replaced by shock as the mysterious youth revealed the extraordinary ability to manipulate the corpses of giants. Under his command, the Blackwing Giant and the Demon Giant clashed violently on the battlefield. My goodness, could there truly be a human capable of wielding giants? This extraordinary talent was nothing short of terrifying, a veritable nemesis to the giants. As the hero fought valiantly, it became clear that this prodigy was indeed the epitome of exceptional brilliance. Hope for Huaxia and humanity was reignited. If this remarkable individual were to join the fray, he would be an unparalleled weapon of mass destruction. As everyone marveled at the awe-inspiring powers of this enigmatic youth, they failed to realize that the true climax lay in the latter half of the video. Soon, the visuals darkened ominously, as an eerie aura of death rapidly spread across the battlefield. The passageway of the undead had emerged. The abyssal eye giant descended upon the scene. The sight of this catastrophic giant sent a collective gasp through the crowd. Previously, such a creature had only brought ruin to the battlefield. Yet now, the abyssal eye giant had become the fulcrum upon which the fate of the battle rested. They had never felt such exhilaration at the appearance of a giant before. This was a disaster-class giant. This prodigy could even control the remains of such a horrific entity. The sheer intensity of the moment ignited their spirits. Let this be a call to annihilate these giants, and let them experience the taste of death by their own kin. Cheers erupted for Huaxia, as another prodigy joined the ranks of the extraordinary. If these remarkable beings could flourish, who would dare to fear the downfall of giant civilization? The crowd erupted in uncontainable excitement, as the disaster-class abyssal eye giant obliterated everything in its path with relentless ferocity. Before his terrifying might, the three colossal city-destroying giants exhibited no resistance whatsoever and were swiftly annihilated. The anguished wails of these giants as they met their demise brought immense satisfaction to all who bore witness. They finally comprehended why the Battle of South River City culminated in ultimate victory. Although the unforgettable silhouette of General Chun Hu, who bravely held the rear, lingered in their minds, it was the enigmatic youth, adorned with a silver-white mask, who truly dictated the outcome of the battlefield. In the concluding moments of the video, this mysterious youth rescued Chun Hu from a deep pit and personally administered a life-saving potion to him. Following this, he rose once more and whispered a few words to Chun Hu. After uttering his message, the mysterious youth turned and vanished from the battlefield. The footage abruptly ceased at this point. However, all viewers of this video among the Chinese populace erupted in fervor. Is that it? Give me 5 minutes. I must uncover the identity of this individual. Like Chun Hu, he is a hero. Who knows who he truly is? An extraordinary being of such caliber cannot possibly remain nameless in China. Yet his ability to manipulate the corpses of giants is unprecedented. I have never heard of any prodigy awakening such a terrifying power. In an instant, various forums were abuzz with discussions regarding the identity of the youth who altered the course of the South River City battle. It is crucial to note that, had this mysterious youth not intervened in time to eliminate the 4 city-destroying giants, not only would General Chun Hu have perished, but the new recruits aboard the armored transport would have also faced certain doom. The existence of this enigmatic figure spared them from the fate of being devoured by giants. What piqued everyone's curiosity the most was undoubtedly the identity of this individual. Within just an hour, thousands of threads speculating on his identity emerged across various forums. I am from South River City, yet I have never heard of such an exceptional being emerging from our midst. South River City? That name sounds familiar. Oh, is it not the hometown of General Long, Lin Tianke? Yes, I recall the news that his son, Lin Yuan, refused to enlist, which made headlines just a few days ago. Huh. How does a coward who dares not step onto the battlefield deserve to grace the front page? Let us focus on this extraordinary talent instead. He is the true unsung hero of our China. From the last segment of the video, it appeared that he was acquainted with General Chun Hu, as he exchanged a few words with him. Unfortunately, His voice was too soft to be discerned from such a distance. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this individual concealed his identity exceptionally well. Given the limited expanse of South River City, it is astonishing that no one knows his true identity. Naturally, if you possess the ability to control the corpses of giants, concealing your identity would be imperative. The giant civilization would undoubtedly seek to eliminate you by any means necessary. Indeed, this is the essence of the matter. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it is perhaps best that we refrain from delving into his true identity. At the very least, he has not acted solely for his own benefit. The fact that he stepped forward in such a critical moment signifies his willingness to fight for the sake of Huaxia. Across various forums, the citizens of Huaxia have engaged in fervent discussions regarding this mysterious young man who emerged during the Battle of Nanjing City. Yet none have been able to discern Lin Yuan's true identity. In the Hunter Association, amidst the stillness where no one has come to accept tasks, Yi Yujia casually opened the video concerning the Battle of Nanjing City. As a resident of Nanjing City, she was among the first to learn of this battle's occurrence. However, her understanding of the event was limited to what had been reported in the news. She yearned to uncover what transpired on that battlefield. As the video commenced, Yi Yujia became wholly engrossed. Yet, as the playback reached its latter half, she was suddenly frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. It was him. She had not anticipated that the individual who reversed the tide of the Battle of Nanjing City would be Lin Yuan. Although she was unaware of Lin Yuan's true identity, her familiarity with him was profound. It was precisely this familiarity that enabled her to recognize the silver-white mask he wore at a glance. However, Yi Yujia's astonishment did not end there. The video continued to unfold before her eyes. Finally, the familiar behemoth, the abyssal eye giant, appeared before her. This time, it was no longer a lifeless corpse. Under Lin Yuan's command, it transformed into a presence akin to a demonic deity upon the battlefield. Even a city-destroying giant seemed like a lamb awaiting slaughter before this abyssal eye giant. At that moment, it felt as though Lin Yuan's voice echoed once more in her ears. In a few days, you will understand the purpose of this corpse. It turned out that he had foreseen the existence of all this long before. Thus, he had orchestrated everything single-handedly. Contemplating this, Yi Yujia instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief. This was the first time in her life that she had encountered such an extraordinary individual. Regardless of the external fervor, the cheers of the populace, or the discussions all around, at this moment, Lin Yuan was entirely disconnected. He was curled up in the corner of a room, drenched in cold sweat, enduring inhumane agony. Surrounding him lay countless empty vials of life potions and mental recovery elixirs. For this time, he had overextended himself to an alarming degree. His innate self-healing abilities were insufficient to mend the wounds inflicted upon his body and spirit. Even the effects of the potions were barely perceptible. Fortunately, he was not yet dead. After destruction comes the inevitable promise of rebirth. Thus, as long as he can endure, his vitality and mental fortitude shall rise once more, leading to a subsequent enhancement. Yet the agony he presently endures drives Lin Yuan to the brink of despair. Nevertheless, even amid such torment, he refuses to relinquish his thoughts. The physical pain sharpens his mind, rendering it increasingly lucid and composed. Once news of this battle reaches the giant civilization, even if his identity remains concealed, they will undoubtedly become aware of his existence. Under such circumstances, the giant civilization will spare no effort in uncovering his identity, willing to go to any lengths to eliminate him. This conclusion is not difficult to draw. Imagine if within the giant civilization there exists a giant capable of commanding human corpses in battle. In that case, humanity would exhaust every resource to vanquish that giant, regardless of the cost. Hence, his forthcoming predicament will be even more perilous. To confront the imminent danger, Lin Yuan has but one choice. He must grow stronger and then depart from South River City. Though he has achieved initial growth here, South River City is ultimately a remote outpost. Compared to the war-torn borders, it remains relatively tranquil. Even outside South River City, fourth-level giants are exceedingly rare, and the sight of city-destroying giants is utterly impossible. This time, had it not been for the giant civilization's orchestration of an ambush on the new recruit transport, the presence of so many city-destroying giants outside South Suburb City would have been inconceivable. If it were not for this, the Chinese military would not have dispatched only two S-rank generals, Chun Hu and Sun Xiao, to escort the new recruits from South River City to the front lines. It can only be said that the battle for South River City was a moment when the giant civilization seized upon their oversight. Lin Yuan's emergence, however, seemed to unleash a butterfly effect, single-handedly igniting the collapse of the giant civilization's entire scheme. Chapter 55. The plan for lurking registration. Had it not been for Lin Yuan's intervention, the battle for South River City would have undoubtedly ended in a disastrous defeat. However, even if this battle resulted in a catastrophic loss, it cannot solely be attributed to the negligence of the Chinese military. After all, from a strictly technical perspective, it cannot be considered negligence at all. In a relatively secure rear area, having two S-rank generals escorting the new recruit team to the front lines was a decision made after careful consideration. It is essential to recognize that the front line is currently under intense pressure, with the giant civilization relentlessly launching fierce assaults on the Chinese defense line. On the front lines, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, perish daily. The entire battlefield resembles a colossal meat grinder. Under such circumstances, generals of Chun whose caliber should remain stationed at the front lines, ready for action. Sending him to South River City to recruit new soldiers was already a significant acknowledgement of the conscription matter. Who could have anticipated that they would fall victim to the machinations of the giant civilization, nearly leading to their complete annihilation? To speak frankly, even if the civilization of giants refrains from attacking the new recruits of South River City, they can still target the supply convoys of new soldiers in other cities. Indeed, as soon as they launch their assault, the forces of Huaxia are destined to suffer a catastrophic defeat. The overall strength of the giant civilization far surpasses that of Huaxia. In truth, the might of the giant civilization exceeds the imagination of all. It is crucial to recognize that they are not merely adversaries of Huaxia. The sun never sets on their empire, the free nation, the Bear Country, the land of the rising sun, and South Africa. All these nations are enduring the oppression of the giant civilization. Even the weakest of them, the land of the rising sun, has been driven to the brink of annihilation, with only a handful of its last warriors struggling to hold on. From the moment they descended upon Earth as invaders, the giant civilization has unveiled its formidable strength and terrifyingly profound heritage. Consequently, they can wreak havoc on the front lines, launching relentless assaults on Huaxia's defenses while simultaneously dispatching numerous giants to conduct precise strikes on Huaxia's rear. In other words, the giant civilization does not need to wait for Huaxia to reveal any vulnerabilities. In the eyes of the giants, Huaxia is riddled with flaws. The combat power that Huaxia can mobilize is ultimately limited. Protecting one vulnerability will inevitably expose another. In the face of a more powerful civilization, weakness is the original sin. If we liken the giant civilization to a robust man, then Huaxia resembles a frail youth barely clothed. Under the onslaught of this mighty figure, the youth can only choose to evade continuously, striving to protect his vital points, enduring wounds upon wounds yet determined to persevere. Despite his apparent frailty, the glint in his eyes sparkles with the ferocity of a wolf. The magnificent Huaxia, with a history spanning 5,000 years, has never relied on mere benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, or trustworthiness. Rather, it is sustained by an indomitable spirit and an unwavering courage to turn the tide, even in dire straits. As long as this tenacity persists, even if Huaxia were to be utterly vanquished by the giant civilization one day, it would assuredly exact a significant toll on its foes. Contemplating the formidable adversary he is about to face, Lin Yuan dares not indulge in the slightest complacency. If he wishes to expel all giants, he must become stronger. Presently, his overt strength is merely that of an A-grade ability user. However, in a state of blood rage, he can unleash combat prowess comparable to that of an S-grade, capable of rivaling city-destroying giants. Yet, this is not his sole trump card. When his mental power fully erupts, he can even briefly control a 7th-tier catastrophe-level giant. To possess such strength at his age is indeed remarkable genius. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan remains unsatisfied, for the foes he faces are not his peers, but the exceedingly brutal giants. Before departing from Nanjing City, he needed to grow stronger. Possessing the physique of a tyrant, he could consume blood chi pills without limitation. If he continued to ingest these pills, maintaining his body in an extreme state, his blood chi power could reach 50,000 within a month. By that time, he would officially stand at the threshold of S-rank strength. Furthermore, his extraordinary abilities also demanded enhancement. All the ability upgrade crystals acquired through sign-ins must be judiciously allocated. Ideally, he aimed to elevate all 4 abilities to A rank in the shortest possible time. Lin Yuan was acutely aware that external forces and one's intrinsic strength were not synonymous. Although his necromantic ability provided him with substantial assistance, endowing him with combat prowess far beyond his current level, relying solely on external power would lead to a grim fate when true peril struck. Thus, he must strive to enhance his own strength as much as possible within the shortest time frame. As for his trump card, in the event that disaster-grade giants could not invade the rear, this 7th-tier Hell-I giant should suffice to keep him safe. Lin Yuan's gaze flickered as he pondered silently. Regrettably, he could not obtain the corpse of a destruction-grade giant. In truth, such giants rarely appeared on the battlefield anymore. Each appearance would invariably incite a bloody storm. Indeed, it was an 8th-tier destruction-grade giant that had once forced Lin Tianke into a desperate situation. The corpses of giants of such caliber were unattainable, regardless of the wealth expended. Even the formidable Hunter Association was powerless in this regard. After contemplating his strength and trump cards, Lin Yuan formulated a rough plan in his mind. He resolved not to undertake any further hunting missions. For his current capabilities, hunting giants near Nanjing City would no longer serve to hone his skills. Therefore, Lin Yuan intended to remain in seclusion at home for about 2 to 3 months. He needed ample time to acquire sign-in rewards capable of inducing a qualitative transformation in his own strength. In Dongshan City, a small border town adjacent to Nanjing City, Xu Xiao casually played with his phone as he ambled through the streets. He blended into the crowd, appearing exceedingly ordinary. Just then, news regarding the battle in Nanjing City suddenly caught his attention. A prodigy emerging from obscurity, gazing at the news on his phone. Xu Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smile and remarked, "Lin Yuan, do you wish to conceal your identity? How unfortunate. For I have no intention of allowing you to succeed." Chapter 56. Xu Xiao's scheme, identity exposed? Xu Xiao's current predicament was far from optimistic. To be precise, he found himself in a situation where he could not gain favor from either side. As an exposed adherent of the giant cult, he faced a substantial bounty within China. He had to remain vigilant at all times, his mind taut with tension, ever wary of the possibility that someone might recognize him. Therefore, he had but one choice. Thus, he chose to depart from Huaxia and formally join the civilization of giants. In his possession lay ample leverage, for he was the sole individual privy to Lin Yuan's true identity. He could easily envision the monumental stir that Lin Yuan, capable of manipulating the corpses of giants, would incite within the giant civilization. Such a being would undoubtedly be regarded as a thorn in their side, a menace to be eradicated at any cost. Meanwhile, he could conveniently provide the giant civilization with pertinent intelligence about Lin Yuan. Regrettably, this was the predicament that Xu Xiao currently faced. Firstly, he could not swiftly traverse from Huaxia to the territory of the giant civilization. Secondly, the giant civilization might not readily believe his claims. After all, the recent ambush on the supply convoy from Nanjing City had ended in a dismal defeat for the giants, with 4 colossal giants perishing in the battle, while he, Xu Xiao, remained alive. How could someone in his position earn the trust of the giant civilization? Therefore, what Xu Xiao needed to do now was to prove his worth. The best way for him to demonstrate his value was to unveil Lin Yuan's identity. "Lin Yuan, I must admit, you have done me a tremendous favor." A sinister expression crossed Xu Xiao's face as he swiftly began to compose a message on his phone. Approximately 10 minutes later, a post appeared on the forum titled, "The prodigy hidden beneath the coward's mask, the true identity of the enigmatic talent from Nanjing City." It is worth noting that the fervor surrounding the Battle of Nanjing City had remained exceedingly high in recent days, and the true identity of the mysterious prodigy had prompted endless speculation. Thus, upon the release of this post, it immediately garnered widespread attention. Naturally, Xu Xiao could not reveal his own identity within the post, so he prepared to disclose Lin Yuan's identity in another manner. Dear readers, as you come across this post, I hope you understand the profound determination that compelled me to expose his identity. After all, as a former friend, I simply could not bear to witness a hero, who had indeed saved thousands of new recruits in Nanjing City, endure baseless slander and condemnation. This treatment was profoundly unjust to him. The initial lines of the post ignited the curiosity of all who read it, as they were eager to learn the true identity of the enigmatic prodigy. Xu Xiao, displaying remarkable decisiveness, unhesitatingly revealed Lin Yuan's identity in the latter half of the post. Perhaps you may all find it hard to believe, but the mysterious prodigy who singularly altered the course of the battle is none other than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, the coward who refused to enlist. Upon seeing this name, everyone felt as though their minds might explode. How could it possibly be him? Xu Xiao understood that merely stating this was insufficient to convince the masses. Therefore, to augment his credibility, he continued to respond within the post. "I understand that you may not believe the words I speak. However, I assure you, with my very character as a guarantee, that every utterance is devoid of any falsehood." He has merely refrained from enlisting in the military to protect his identity, thereby evading the scrutiny of the giant civilization. Yet, you have never contemplated this aspect, choosing instead to unleash your vitriol online. Do you truly comprehend the burdens that Lin Yuan bears? Do you sincerely believe that he, as the son of the esteemed dragon General Lin Tianke, possesses no awareness of his responsibilities? If you remain unwilling to accept this, that is of little consequence. Reflect carefully. Does the physique of that enigmatic prodigy not bear a resemblance to Lin Yuan? How much does his age differ from Lin Yuan's? Most crucially, according to the accounts of the new recruits, they witnessed this mysterious prodigy wielding lightning abilities. In the vast expanse of Nanjing City, aside from the Lin father and son, how many others possess such powers? Contemplate this. Could it all merely be coincidence? I am aware that revealing his identity would place him in peril. Yet, as his close friend, I cannot allow a talent like Lin Yuan to shoulder unjust slander. Chu Zhao's words ignited a tumult of reactions. Indeed, in speculating about the identity of this mysterious prodigy, they had never considered Lin Yuan. After all, the prevailing media narrative has branded Lin Yuan a coward, too timid to set foot on the battlefield. Yet, this post by Chu Zhao has shattered everyone's preconceived notions. Similar physique, comparable age, identical powers. If Lin Yuan is indeed that enigmatic prodigy, then everything falls into place. No wonder he appears at critical moments, rescuing countless souls from despair. His reluctance to enlist stems from the need for time to cultivate his formidable ability to manipulate giant corpses, which is why he chose to remain in the rear. It seems they have long misjudged him. In less than half an hour, the popularity of Chu Zhao's post soared beyond 1 million. Countless individuals commented beneath it. Who would have imagined that a mere youth could possess such fortitude, willing to bear the weight of scorn to forge himself into a sharp blade against the giants? Even in the face of misunderstanding, he chooses to endure. This embodies the integrity of our Chinese prodigies. If Lin Yuan is truly that mysterious prodigy, then we all owe him an apology. Alas, his identity has ultimately been revealed. Sigh, it is our fault for fixating on uncovering his identity, which has inadvertently exposed him to the gaze of the giant civilization. Such an extraordinary talent must be safeguarded diligently. As Chu Zhao gazed at the myriad of replies beneath the post, a trace of disdainful amusement crept across his face. These foolish commoners are truly a group of imbeciles led by the nose. Chapter 57. Each of you is a hero. The identity of the mysterious prodigy exposed. Lin Tiang's son is not a coward. The giant's nemesis? The power to control giants truly exists. Huaxia owes Lin Yuan an apology. In an instant, countless trending topics surged to the forefront. The post made by Chu Zhao spread virally at an astonishing pace. Major news outlets rushed to publish headlines overnight. More than half of the populace in Huaxia engaged in discussions regarding this matter. Was the mysterious powerhouse that appeared on the battlefield truly Lin Yuan? This is impossible. Gazing at the news on his phone screen, Wang Ming felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing onto the ground, murmuring to himself in disbelief. His face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. He recalled the day Lin Yuan had refused to enlist, when he had mercilessly provoked and humiliated him. At that moment, he believed he was trampling Lin Yuan's dignity. Now it seemed that in Lin Yuan's eyes, his actions were nothing more than the antics of a fool. Lin Yuan's identity has been revealed? Chu Yu furrowed her brows slightly. A hint of confusion surfaced on her cold visage. The poster claimed to be Lin Yuan's close friend, asserting that Lin Yuan was indeed the mysterious prodigy who altered the course of the Nanjing city battle. However, deep down, Chu Yu knew that even if this poster truly knew Lin Yuan's identity, he could never be his close friend, based on her understanding of Lin Yuan. Once he resolved to pursue a goal, his conviction would be as steadfast as iron, assuming all responsibilities alone. Thus, aside from Lin Yuan himself, it was nearly impossible for anyone else to be aware of his identity. In fact, he hadn't even disclosed it to himself. Contemplating this, Chu Yu couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Yet, one thing she could ascertain was that the exposure of Lin Yuan's identity was undoubtedly the work of someone with ulterior motives. As night fell the following day, Lin Yuan finally regained consciousness, exhaling a long breath of stale air. The dual exhaustion of his body and mental faculties had taken a severe toll. Despite his efforts to maintain clarity of mind, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness amidst the pain. This experience felt akin to a brush with death. His state of unconsciousness lasted a full day and night. Struggling to his feet, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming thirst. He poured himself a glass of cool water, tilting his head back to gulp it down. After a day and night of recuperation, the pain he felt in his body had finally subsided to a bearable level. Even in such circumstances, Lin Yuan did not forget to check in. System, I wish to check in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in for 165 days. Reward, Ability Upgrade Crystals X10. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile, a hint of joy gracing his lips. As the time for signing in increased, the rewards for attendance also grew increasingly generous. To this extent, the number of ability upgrade crystals was directly elevated to 10. Upon receiving these 10 crystals, Lin Yuan wasted no time and utilized them all to enhance the level of his necromantic abilities. Regrettably, a mere 10 upgrade crystals were insufficient to elevate his necromancy from rank C to rank B. As the levels of abilities rise, the quantity of crystals required for upgrades concurrently escalates. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had no intention of attempting to achieve everything at once. As long as the attendance reward system remained in place, he could continually bolster his strength through consistent sign-ins. After completing his check-in, Lin Yuan finally retrieved his phone and began to browse various news platforms for information regarding the South River City battle. What he sought was not the accolades for his own achievements, nor the adulation from the people of Huaxia. Instead, Lin Yuan was genuinely concerned about the casualties of this war. He wished to ascertain how many lives had been sacrificed in this conflict. Soon, he found the relevant data concerning the South River City battle. General Chun, who was critically injured and near death, currently in the emergency room receiving treatment. Deputy Commander Sun Xiao was gravely wounded, but, after medical intervention, had fortunately stabilized. The Tiger Bin army had lost 567 soldiers and sustained 775 injuries. The new recruits of South River City had suffered no casualties. Gazing at the figures before him, Lin Yuan could not help but take a deep breath, filled with a profound sense of pride. In this battle, the Tiger Bin army had endured heavy losses. Yet, not a single recruit from South River City had perished. This was the result of the collective effort between him and the countless valiant soldiers of the Tiger Bin army who had gallantly faced death. They had achieved a resounding victory. The warriors of Huaxia have never shied away from sacrifice, provided that their sacrifices hold significance. It was Lin Yuan's very presence that ensured the valor of these Tiger Bin soldiers was not in vain. These fighters willingly gave their lives for recruits who had yet to step onto the battlefield. They perished on the battlefield, entrusting the meaning of their lives to the next survivor. Lin Yuan firmly believed that the new recruits of South River City would inherit their will and similarly ignite their lives on the battlefield, illuminating the path forward for Huaxia. Each one of you is a hero. Lin Yuan quietly placed his hand over his heart and spoke with calm conviction. However, just as he was about to close his phone, a news headline suddenly captured his attention. With a mere glance, it caused him to frown involuntarily. Coward or hero? Lin Yuan, the Huaxia prodigy hidden in the shadows. Upon seeing the title of this news article, Lin Yuan felt a prickling sensation along his spine, and he froze in place. Who could have deduced his identity? Without hesitation, he began to scroll through his phone screen. A series of articles about him appearing before his eyes. He didn't even need to search diligently, because, regardless of the platform, at least half of the content revolves around discussions about him. Originally, he had concealed his identity with utmost secrecy, yet he has now become the focal point of national attention. At last, Lin Yuan discovered the source of the exposure of his identity, which was none other than the post made by Chu Xiao. The individual who revealed my identity actually claims to be my close friend? After reading the content of the post, Lin Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. A name immediately surfaced in his mind. Chu Xiao. The only person who knew and chose to expose his identity was this giant cultist who had managed to escape from him. This fellow is indeed still alive. Chapter 58. A twisting turn. Chu Xiao's astonishment. The exposure of his identity was indeed perfectly timed. Now, it is likely that more than half of the people in Huaxia believe I am the prodigy controlling the corpses of giants in battle. Although his identity has been directly revealed by Chu Xiao, there is not a trace of panic visible on Lin Yuan's face. It must be said that Chu Xiao is indeed ruthless and cunning. Unfortunately for him, he will never realize that Lin Yuan is even more merciless than he imagines. In order to completely conceal his identity, Lin Yuan employed measures that were exceedingly extreme. Chu Xiao, you are indeed a cunning genius. Too bad, as a human, you have chosen to join the ranks of the giants. Your continued existence is an affront to countless heroic spirits of Huaxia. One day, I will personally end your life. Lin Yuan closed his phone and gazed out at the pitch-black sky, murmuring softly to himself. The discussions surrounding Lin Yuan's identity grew increasingly fervent. The online buzz continued to soar. The hero of the Nanjing City battle, the nemesis of giant civilization, the prodigious talent hidden in the shadows, the coward who once refused to enlist and was denounced by the entire internet. When these titles were conferred upon one individual, Lin Yuan became a figure of complete discussion throughout Huaxia. However, during this time, Lin Yuan had not shown his face, seemingly unwilling to offer any explanations. To the outside world, not providing an explanation equated to tacit acceptance. Had it not been for the protection of the Huaxia military around Lin Tiang's residence, reporters would have surely swarmed in, surrounding his home without respite. When a person's identity undergoes such a reversal, everyone's attitude towards him will experience a dramatic transformation. Yet for Lin Yuan, this was merely the beginning. He understood that in a short while, his identity would once again plummet to the depths, subjected to the scorn of the masses. Correspondingly, no one would ever doubt his identity again. After all, people are always more inclined to believe what they can see with their own eyes. 2 days later, the situation finally took a turn. The female proprietor of the establishment known as Heaven on Earth recently granted an interview to the media, asserting that on the day the new recruits from Nanjing City were dispatched to the front lines, Lin Yuan was indulging in revelry within her entertainment venue, celebrating his escape from certain death on the battlefield. Her statements naturally incited a torrent of outrage from countless individuals. It is laughable that a figure from such a disreputable establishment would dare to besmirch the reputation of a hero of Huaxia. Is it not incumbent upon her to bear responsibility for such claims? Unless she can furnish concrete evidence, she ought to prepare for incarceration. To insult a hero is a crime deserving of punishment. Amidst the fervent denunciations, the proprietor, succumbing to the mounting pressure, ultimately produced evidence. The surveillance footage from the Hall of Heaven on Earth on the day the battle in Nanjing City erupted. During the very moments when the valiant soldiers of the Tiger Ben army were fighting valiantly, Lin Yuan was indeed indulging in lavish excess within the venue. The opulent and debauched scenes captured in the footage rendered many speechless. Moreover, numerous eyewitnesses emerged, confirming that Lin Yuan was not in Nanjing City that day, as many had seen him enter heaven on earth and not leave until the late hours of the night. In an instant, Lin Yuan fell from grace once more. With mountains of irrefutable evidence, the hero once revered in the eyes of the populace was now reduced to a cowardly wastrel, consumed by hedonism. While the soldiers of the Tiger Ben army fought valiantly, and thousands of new recruits surged toward the battlefield, he audaciously engaged in such ludicrous acts from the rear. A wave of indignation swept through the minds of the people. The cacophony of vitriol aimed at Lin Yuan erupted anew. They finally comprehended why he had refrained from appearing in public for so long. It was clear that he was overwhelmed by guilt. He was never the hero who had averted disaster and altered the outcome of the battle in Nanjing City. Thus, he lacked the courage to accept their accolades. In a matter of mere hours, the situation underwent an unprecedented reversal. Even the trending topics in the news cycle were completely overhauled. The truth exposed. Lin Yuan, a shameless scoundrel, a parasite of Huaxia. Lin Yuan, unworthy of the protection of Huaxia's warriors. While you indulge in pleasure, have you ever considered the sacrifices made by the soldiers at the front? Lin Yuan's deeds laid bare. The true prodigy remains unidentified. He is not a hero of Huaxia. He is its disgrace. 1,000 voices plead for General Lin to sever ties with his son. Not only did the trending topics undergo a transformation, but the comments beneath the post by Chu Xiao were also rife with condemnation. I hear you are Lin Yuan's close friend? Are you reveling in your defense of that worthless parasite? How shameless. Having accomplished so much, do you dare to associate yourself with a deserter? You have misled so many. Do you take pleasure in that? If you possess even a shred of shame, you and your dear friend Lin Yuan should take your own lives. One indulges in pleasures from the rear, while the other shamelessly appropriates the exploits of heroes to cleanse his own reputation before friends. Truly, you two are a match made in heaven, and I wish you both an early demise followed by swift reincarnation. Gazing at the venomous comments beneath the post, Chu Xiao found himself utterly bewildered. How could the tide of public opinion shift so abruptly within mere minutes? As he read the malicious curses, it dawned on him that something was amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to investigate on his phone, eager to unravel the intricacies of the situation. At last, he stumbled upon an interview in the viral video circulating online. The surveillance footage was impeccably clear, undeniably authentic. He was certain that the individual featured in the video was none other than Lin Yuan. Yet the question loomed, why was Lin Yuan, who should have been on the battlefield at that moment, appearing in such a place? A cold sweat drenched Chu Xiao's back as he realized that Lin Yuan's scheming was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. The cunning of his tactics surpassed his wildest expectations. At the very least, he could not fathom how Lin Yuan managed to manifest in two starkly different locations simultaneously. His own deceit had not only failed to impact Lin Yuan, but had, in fact, aided him in concealing his identity even more effectively. What a formidable adversary. Chu Xiao's countenance darkened as he murmured to himself. Chapter 59. I shall dominate the battlefield, instilling fear in countless giants. The cacophony of external vitriol was deafening. Yet, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed, for he cared not a whit. In this contest of wits, Chu Xiao had suffered a complete defeat. His self-righteous ploys had inadvertently fortified Lin Yuan's standing. Until the enigmatic prodigy's true identity was definitively established, the giant civilization would refrain from making any hasty moves. After all, to act against the cities in the rear of Huaxia would entail a monumental cost. Moreover, Lin Yuan was the son of Lin Tianke. Should they expend vast resources only to discover they had slain a mere coward who dared not set foot on the battlefield, the entire giant civilization would become a laughingstock. For Lin Yuan, the forthcoming days promised a period of relative tranquility. He intended to bide his time, consolidating his foundations while seeking ways to augment his strength. 10 days later, adorned in a silver-white mask, Lin Yuan stood upon the city wall. Outside, armored vehicles transporting new recruits were once again preparing for departure. After days of recuperation, the new soldiers of Nanjing City were primed to head to the front lines, to preclude another onslaught from the giant civilization. The Huaxia military had dispatched an SS-level powerhouse along with 3 S-level warriors to escort them. It is no exaggeration to assert that with such a formidable lineup, even in the face of a catastrophic giant, they would be unlikely to gain an advantage. Indeed, The military of Huaxia is acutely aware that the likelihood of a renewed assault by the Titan civilization is almost negligible. However, the fervor surrounding the Battle of Nanjiang City remains unwavering, capturing the attention of the entire populace of Huaxia, particularly regarding this new batch of recruits. Thus, it is imperative that nothing goes awry. Having endured the recent crisis and witnessed the harrowing specter of life and death, these new soldiers have matured considerably. Yet the unwavering resolve in their eyes remains unchanged. Prepare yourselves, everyone. Today marks your day of gallantry as you march towards the front lines. This will undoubtedly be the most glorious day of your early lives, for you shall fight for Huaxia and defend this sacred land. The general at the forefront of the ranks refrained from delivering overly grandiloquent words of encouragement, for he understood that Commander Chun had already conveyed everything necessary. Moreover, through his actions, he imparted to these recruits the weight of responsibility and awareness that comes with being a soldier. With a sweeping gesture, he signaled for all the new recruits to embark in an orderly manner onto the awaiting armored transport vehicles. Despite having borne witness to the brutal realities of battle, not a single soldier chose to falter. Lin Yuan stood solitary atop the city wall, silently saluting the contingent heading towards the battlefield, hoping that fate would allow them to reunite amidst the chaos. Until that day arrives, they must not succumb easily to death. Wait for me. When I emerge on the battlefield, I shall wield power that casts shadows over the Titans, instilling fear and dread among trillions. At long last, the convoy of armored vehicles transporting the recruits vanished from Lin Yuan's sight. With nearly half of the able-bodied youth departed, the once vibrant border town descended into an aura of desolation. From this day forth, countless elderly would spend their days in anxious anticipation, longing for news from the front lines, praying for the safety of their children. Yet, they may only receive a letter of farewell sent back from the battlefield. Every soldier, before embarking for war, is compelled to leave behind a letter of testament. Should they meet their demise, this letter will be dispatched to their families. The battlefield has always been a realm of unforgiving coldness and brutality. Lin Yuan watched the armored convoy depart, and then leapt from the nearly 100-meter-high alloy city wall, landing firmly on the ground below. Though he has yet to master the ability to soar through the skies like an S-rank powerhouse, this height posed no challenge for him. System, I wish to check in. As he descended from the wall and began his journey homeward, he spoke softly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in for 175 days. Rewards: 5 crystals for ability upgrade, 5 first-order soul stones, and 5 high-level mental enhancement potions. This time, the rewards for checking in were exceedingly generous. In addition to the crystals for enhancing abilities and the potions for augmenting mental prowess, he also acquired 5 first-order soul stones to bolster his soul strength. It is crucial to note that, alongside vitality and mental strength, soul strength is equally a significant measure of one's power. Only a soul of sufficient resilience can withstand assaults from the depths of existence. However, after receiving the rewards from his daily sign-ins, Lin Yuan refrained from immediate utilization. For the time being, he intended to accumulate all the sign-in rewards and subsequently elevate his abilities to their utmost potential in one grand endeavor. Time passed swiftly, akin to a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 50 days had elapsed. It had been a full 2 months since the Battle of Nanjing City. In this span, the fervor surrounding the battle had long since dissipated. The enigmatic prodigy, who had not been seen again, gradually faded from the public's consciousness, no longer a frequent topic of discussion. As for Lin Yuan, although he still faced disparagement, the severity of the public's disdain had notably diminished compared to the tumultuous backlash he endured 2 months prior. At this very moment, within a concealed alleyway in Nanjing City, Yi Yujia lifted her hand to check the time on her wristwatch. It was nearly time, just as she whispered softly to herself. A tall figure appeared at the alley's entrance, his visage obscured by a silver mask that she found exceedingly familiar. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Lin Yuan's voice resonated in Yi Yujia's ears. Since he had vanquished 4 colossal giants on the battlefield, single-handedly altering the tide of the conflict, he had become a figure of immense public interest. Consequently, to evade unnecessary complications, Lin Yuan opted not to make appearances at the Hunter Association any longer. His existence had transformed into a legend within the Nanjing City Hunter Association. When Lin Yuan was mentioned, all hunters spoke with an unmistakable pride. That mysterious prodigy who emerged from Nanjing City was, like them, a hunter. It seemed that merely sharing this common identity filled them with a sense of pride. Naturally, these hunters conveniently overlooked their previous public doubts regarding Lin Yuan's capabilities. Fortunately, even in his absence from the Hunter Association, Lin Yuan remained unaffected. 4. Even without stepping into the association, he could still connect with Yi Yujia, enlisting her assistance with various matters. Chapter 60. Accumulated sign-in rewards for 60 days. Have you procured the items I requested? Lin Yuan inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Yi Yujia's, his tone calm and composed. Of course, Otherwise, I wouldn't have reached out to you, Yuujia replied softly. I understand your desire to keep your identity concealed. Hence, I did not mention you to headquarters while arranging these items. Otherwise, given your current influence, they would likely have dispatched someone to deliver everything personally. And they would not accept a single penny in return. Observing the earnest expression on Yi Yujia's face, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. That seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Not at all. Yi Yujia shook her head vigorously. You have no idea how invaluable you truly are. Currently, various factions are in search of you. The military of Huaxia seeks you not only because you are the hero of the Battle of Nanjian City, but also due to your extraordinary ability to manipulate the corpses of giants. Should you choose to reveal yourself, they would undoubtedly spare no effort in nurturing you to fully unleash your potential. They proclaim that if you were to develop further, you would become their formidable weapon, capable of instantaneously altering the tide of any battlefield. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan could not help but shake his head slightly. He was well aware that the Huaxia military was not exaggerating. With his abilities, such feats were indeed attainable. However, his endeavors were not merely aimed at shifting the dynamics of a few battlefields, but rather to overturn the entire civilization of giants. The reason Lin Yuan had endured until now was solely to achieve this goal. He was destined to be the harbinger of the giants' downfall. Furthermore, there were traitors within the upper echelons of the Huaxia military who had secretly aligned themselves with the giant civilization, yet to be purged. Until those traitors were exposed, Lin Yuan would never join the military, as doing so would be akin to throwing himself into a burning pit. Subsequently, Yi Yujia continued. Not only the Huaxia military, but even our Hunters Association is searching for you. The special crystals you traded with us last time, which can elevate one's abilities, possess an internal structure that is exceedingly intricate. Despite their research thus far, they have made no progress whatsoever. To quote their researchers, these crystals seem to be products that should not exist on Earth. Therefore, they wish to locate you for another transaction. If you are willing, they are prepared to purchase the ability upgrading crystals from you at a price of 50 million each. Lin Yuan shook his head and replied coolly, no need. I am not short on money at the moment. His words held truth. After slaying those 4 city-destroying giants, he had procured 4 6th-tier brain cores from their remains. It is worth noting that these were the brain cores of city-destroying giants, each valued at tens of millions. Thus, Lin Yuan genuinely found himself in no need of funds recently. Very well, I anticipated your refusal, Yi Yujia remarked, scrunching her petite nose before continuing. Moreover, aside from the Huaxia military and the Hunters Association, even the cult of giants is relentlessly seeking you. They claim that your existence is an affront to the giant civilization. Thus, they have issued a statement, offering a bounty of 1 billion for your head. Even merely providing information about you would yield a reward of 50 million. A bounty of 1 billion? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. He was taken aback by the realization of his own worth. In the eyes of those fervent adherents of the cult, giants were akin to deities, and his ability to manipulate their corpses was undoubtedly a desecration of the divine. The existence of heretics like him would undoubtedly attract the ire of the giant civilization, a notion that Lin Yuan had anticipated. Although these individuals lurked in the shadows like mere rodents, there were formidable forces among the giant adherents. Thus, he could not afford to let his guard down. He was grateful for her warning. Lin Yuan could discern that Yi Yujia genuinely worried for his safety. Otherwise, she would not have provided him with such an abundance of intelligence, despite its limited value to him. Well, I cannot remain away from the Hunters Association for too long. Here is what you need, a full 100 high-grade vitality pills. Yi Yujia produced a cloth bag from her bosom and handed it to Lin Yuan. I truly wonder what you need so many vitality pills for. Of course, she could not fathom that Lin Yuan required 5 high-grade vitality pills daily to maintain the peak state of his internal vitality. Though 100 pills seemed like an ample supply, it merely represented his consumption for 20 days. Lin Yuan accepted the vitality pills and replied calmly, "Thank you. I will transfer the payment to your account soon. You should hurry. That's a considerable deficit of 100 million. Yi Yujia had already turned to leave, but upon hearing his words, she playfully turned back and flashed him a smile. If anyone discovers this, they might sell me off. And you must remember to come to my rescue. Her smile radiated warmth like the sun. However, before Lin Yuan could respond, she had vanished from the alleyway. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yuan smiled silently, choosing to depart as well. He was certainly aware of Yi Yujia's sentiments, but at this moment, such thoughts were not his concern. He recalled the words spoken by General Huaxia during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, who proudly declared in the court, "How can one speak of family when the Xiongnu remain unvanquished? Like the heroes of old, we too are willing to carry forth their aspirations." As night fell, Lin Yuan returned home, closing the door behind him and placing the vitality pills aside. It had been a full 2 months since the conclusion of the South River City battle, during which he had amassed an impressive 60 days' worth of sign-in rewards. It was high time to elevate his strength. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan began to retrieve his sign-in rewards, one by one, from the system space. 150 ability upgrade crystals, 31st tier soul stones, 11 equipment enhancement stones, 7 high-grade combat puppets, 2 random talent skill books. Chapter 61. Sign in for 200 days. Special reward. Supreme Dual Eyes. The items Lin Yuan extracted from the system space quickly occupied a significant portion of the room. All of these were rewards he had obtained during his 2 months of diligent sign-ins. The equipment enhancement stones could be used to fortify his weapons. The advanced combat puppets each possess combat prowess comparable to that of an S-class powerhouse, and they also have the ability to replicate one unique ability of their host. A random talent skill book, when utilized, grants the chance to learn a random talent skill. Moreover, aside from these ordinary rewards, there exists a special reward for those who have signed in for 200 consecutive days. However, this time, the special reward is not an ability, but rather a pair of eyes, the Supreme Dual Eyes. In ancient times, such eyes were regarded as a symbol of the sage and the supreme. Anyone endowed with dual eyes is believed to harbor extraordinary potential. The Supreme Dual Eyes that Lin Yuan acquired after 200 days of signing in is particularly remarkable. With a mere thought, Lin Yuan activated the Supreme Dual Eyes, causing his gaze to transform into a dark golden hue. Within his eyes, there appeared 2 overlapping pupils, harmoniously blending without any sense of incongruity, radiating an aura of imperial majesty. Thus far, through his experiments, Lin Yuan has discerned 3 significant abilities of the Supreme Dual Eyes. First, the presence of the Supreme Dual Eyes has greatly enhanced Lin Yuan's ocular power. This ocular power transcends mere vision. It is akin to insight. Under the influence of the Supreme Dual Eyes, Lin Yuan can perceive all that lies within his field of vision with remarkable clarity. He can even discern the weaknesses of his adversaries and anticipate their attacking trajectories. Second, the oppressive aura emanating from the Supreme Dual Eyes is formidable. All living beings under the gaze of these eyes feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Remarkably, even opponents of the same rank experience a corresponding suppression in their strength when subjected to this aura. Third, the Supreme Dual Eyes can unleash an intensely scorching golden flame, which Lin Yuan has named the Crimson Gold Emperor Fire. This fire is capable of incinerating all that it touches. However, Lin Yuan's mastery over the Crimson Gold Emperor Fire is still in its infancy. Despite its immense power, he is yet unable to wield it at will. Furthermore, the potency of the Crimson Gold Emperor Fire is intrinsically linked to his mental strength. The higher his mental prowess, the greater the fire's power. Currently, Lin Yuan's mental strength is insufficient for him to unleash the full potential of the Crimson Gold Emperor Fire. Having activated the Supreme Dual Eyes, Lin Yuan redirected his focus back to the sign-in rewards before him. He had accumulated rewards over 2 months, and now, he was finally poised to enhance his abilities. His eyes gleamed with excitement, the dark golden pupils reflecting his anticipation. If all goes well, this enhancement will undoubtedly lead to a qualitative leap in his strength. He decided to begin with the Soul Stone. Lin Yuan extended his hand and grasped the Soul Stone, which emitted a verdant glow, reminiscent of the hues of the soul. In the next moment, the ethereal energy contained within the Soul Stone began to gradually infuse Lin Yuan's being, facilitating the expansion of his soul. Within a mere few seconds, the Soul Stone lost its original luster, transforming into a dull, ordinary rock. Concurrently, Lin Yuan's soul strength increased incrementally, perhaps due to the resilience of his will. He absorbed the Soul Stone at an astonishing rate, devoid of any rejection. In less than 10 minutes, he had completely consumed 31st-tier Soul Stones. Although he sensed the enhancement of his soul strength, he was uncertain of its current level, having never before encountered a giant adept at soul attacks. Following the Soul Stones, he turned his attention to the equipment enhancement stones. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan utilized all 11 enhancement stones on his Dragon Slayer blade. After all, he had no other weapons to enhance, so there was no need for indecision. After 11 enhancements, the Dragon Slayer blade was adorned with several fiery scarlet patterns, resembling something that had just emerged from molten lava, sharp enough to cleave through all things in existence. The blade was now perhaps more aptly called the Flame Blade of Dragon Slaying. Gazing at his rejuvenated weapon, Lin Yuan found himself increasingly enamored, carefully placing it beside him. Fortunately, the success rate for the enhancement stones was 100%. Had it been like some unscrupulous online games where an enhancement attempt could result in catastrophic failure, Lin Yuan would have been left in a state of despair. Once the Soul Stones and enhancement stones were fully utilized, Lin Yuan finally directed his attention to the pile of ability upgrade crystals, an impressive total of 150, stacked like a small mountain. If researchers from the Hunter Association were present, they would likely be overwhelmed with excitement. At the association's valuation of 50 million per crystal, this bounty amounted to a staggering 75 billion. What does 75 billion signify? It is worth noting that the bounty placed on his head by the giant sect was merely 10 billion. This sum could cover the bounty on his life 7 or 8 times over. However, Lin Yuan had no intention of exchanging these ability upgrade crystals for money. Rather than currency, he prioritized the urgent enhancement of his own ability level. He extended his hand and began to absorb the ability upgrade crystals one by one. A deep azure radiance continuously melded into his being. The higher the tier of the abilities, the more upgrade crystals were required for enhancement. Thus, Lin Yuan remained patient, quietly absorbing the crystals. Upon reaching the 27th ability upgrade crystal, the system notification finally resonated in his ears. Undead ability successfully upgraded to Grade B. Undead creature strength, 5. Mastery of the innate skill, Undead Priest. This time, following the upgrade of the necromantic ability, the enhancement of the strength of the undead creatures is merely 5. In other words, the undead summoned by a B-grade necromantic ability will possess 75% of their former strength. However, what intrigued Lin Yuan even more was that this upgrade had once again bestowed upon him a new skill. The Necromancer's Sacrifice. What could this be? Lin Yuan steadied his mind and immediately examined the introduction of this skill on his personal attribute panel. Chapter 62. The Dark Giant, Geo. Necromancer's Sacrifice. Skill Introduction. By sacrificing corpses, one can summon powerful undead beings. The tier of the summoned undead is contingent upon the quantity and quality of the sacrificed corpses. The greater the number and the higher the quality of the sacrificed corpses, the stronger the tier of the summoned undead. Upon reading the skill description, a hint of astonishment flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. He had clearly not anticipated that, following the upgrade of his necromantic ability, he would comprehend such a remarkable innate skill. If the opportunity arose, he would indeed like to experiment with the power of the Necromancer's Sacrifice. However, that would likely have to wait until he was on the battlefield, as that is where corpses would be most abundant. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan would never resort to utilizing human corpses for the Necromancer's Sacrifice. With 123 ability upgrade crystals remaining, he wondered if it would be sufficient to elevate his necromantic ability to A grade in one go. Lin Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. However, after a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose to forego that option. While the necromantic ability was indeed powerful, he was not solely reliant on it for combat. Thus, other abilities should also receive balanced enhancements. Having clarified his direction for improvement, Lin Yuan began to absorb the ability upgrade crystals before him once more. Simultaneously, the system's prompt echoed continuously in his ears. Ding. Frost ability successfully upgraded to C grade. Frost coverage range 20, slow effect 20. Ding. Frost ability successfully upgraded to B grade. Frost coverage range 30, slow effect 30. Mastered innate skill, Frozen World. Upon activation of Frozen World, the area surrounding the caster will be completely enveloped in frost, creating an icy domain that greatly restricts all enemies within its range. Ding. Self-healing ability successfully upgraded to B grade. Healing speed 30, vitality 20. Mastered innate skill, limb regeneration. The possessor of this skill will have an extraordinarily powerful self-healing capability, able to gradually regenerate even if limbs are severed. Ding. Thunder ability successfully upgraded to B grade. Destructive power 20, explosive power 20. Mastered innate skill, thunder breathing technique. Upon using the thunder breathing technique, the caster will be surrounded by thunder, achieving tremendous explosive power for a brief period. The use of the thunder breathing technique requires substantial stamina, so please exercise caution. Thunder, self-healing, frost, and necromancy. Lin Yuan managed to elevate all 4 of these abilities to B grade in one breath. Before him lay a heap of extraordinary ability-enhancing crystals, resembling a small mountain, which he swept away entirely, leaving not a single one behind. Consequently, his attributes underwent a monumental transformation. Host, Lin Yuan combat level. S-class ability user special constitution, Tyrant's Body. Supreme Dual Eyes Vitality, 63, 472 calories mental power, 6. 233 Hz abilities. Thunder ability, B class. Self-healing ability, B class. Frost ability, B class. Necromancy ability, B class. In the span of the past 2 months, Lin Yuan consistently consumed vitality elixirs and mental enhancement potions, resulting in a remarkable increase in both his vitality and mental power. Even without the validation of practical combat experience, Lin Yuan could sense the terrifying power brewing within him. The once formidable city-destroying giants, which had posed an immense challenge to him, now seemed like mere trifles he could vanquish with ease. However, despite the rapid acceleration of his strength, he did not harbor the delusion of being able to rival the 7th-tier catastrophe-level giants. The chasm between the 6th and 7th tiers was akin to an insurmountable abyss. The 3 city-destroying giants had been utterly powerless against even a fraction of the Hell-Eye giant's strength, revealing the sheer ferocity of catastrophe-level giants. Having remained in obscurity for so long, it was time to emerge. Otherwise, the civilization of giants might forget his existence. Lin Yuan flexed his joints, a fierce glint illuminating his gaze. Although he had concealed his identity for 2 months in the remote city of Nanjiang, it did not alter his inherently combative nature. A person like him, regardless of how well he concealed himself, would inevitably yearn for battle. This instinct was as innate as a wolf's need to hunt. Such a suppressed nature would only culminate in an explosive release. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had already selected his next destination, the border fortress of the 3rd Defense Line. Due to its proximity to the front line, it was aptly named the War Fortress. Lin Yuan intended to venture there to initiate the next phase of his grand plan. Eternal Night City, once a thriving locale in China, had fallen under the dominion of the 8th-tier annihilation-level giant. The Dark Giant, Gao, ruled over this territory, his subordinates reverently addressing him as the Dark King. The city earned its name, Eternal Night City, after Gao claimed it as his domain, plunging it into an everlasting darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light, as if ensnared in an endless night. At this very moment, Gao sat imperiously upon his throne, his towering form resembling a black mountain. Dark, sinister energy coiled around him like serpentine shadows. Merely by his presence, he emanated an overwhelming aura of dread, causing the countless giants below to tremble in fear. Before Gao, even the largest of giants was but a mere fraction of his immense form. At that moment, Gao finally opened his eyes. His colossal magical gaze emanated a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. Darlam, he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the palace. Upon uttering this name, an ugly giant with dark green skin immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Hail King Gao. From the imposing stature of this grotesque giant, it was evident that he was at least a 7th-tier disaster-class giant. Yet, before King Gao, his presence seemed feeble. This disparity exemplifies the gulf between disaster-class giants and annihilation-class giants. The chasm between the 6th and 7th tiers is akin to a vast abyss, and the divide between the 7th and 8th tiers is even more formidable. After the ugly giant bowed before him, Gao lifted his gaze and inquired in a calm tone, "How have you executed the tasks we entrusted to you?" "Your Majesty Gao," Darlam replied, raising his head and speaking in a deep voice, "I have prepared 36 spatial giants. And in 3 days, the spatial passage to South River City will be ready for activation. At that time, I shall personally lead 12 Annihilation-class giants to raise South River City, erasing the shame of our previous defeat. I will wield my power to transform that place into a desolate wasteland of plague." Darlam held a profound confidence in his abilities. Not only was he a disaster-class giant, but he was also a plague giant, particularly suited for large-scale warfare. "This mission is of utmost importance. I cannot allow you to proceed alone," Gao stated slowly as he rose from his throne. "Thus, let the spider demon accompany you." Elise. Upon calling this name, a series of eerie giggles echoed from the shadows of the palace. The laughter was both strange and beguiling, sending an involuntary chill down the spine. Soon after, an enormous figure crawled forth from the shadows, revealing itself before Gao. The spider demon giant, Elise. Though she too was a giant, her physical structure was vastly different from that of ordinary giants. Her lower body resembled that of a spider, complete with a massive abdomen and numerous spider legs adorned with sharp barbs, creating a disconcerting sight. Plague giant Darlam, spider demon giant Elise, 2 7th-tier disaster-class giants. It was evident that the dark giant Gao had resolved to spare no expense in his quest to annihilate South River City. After all, transporting giants of the 7th tier and above to cities behind Huaxia required spatial giants to construct a sufficiently stable spatial passage. Moreover, once the spatial passage was established, all spatial giants would perish from energy depletion. Even within the entirety of the giant civilization, spatial giants are exceedingly rare entities. Thus, barring extraordinary circumstances, they seldom resort to this method of launching attacks against humanity's rear. However, this time, it is an exception. You both should be aware of the ultimate objective of this operation, correct? Gao lowered his head, fixing his gaze upon the 2 giants before him, and asked in a deep voice. Daram replied with a sinister grin, "To raise Nanjing City, slay Lin Tianke, and capture that human who can manipulate the corpses of giants, torturing him to the brink of death." Gao nodded affirmatively. "Excellent. However, you must also remember that the spatial passage can only endure for a maximum of 15 minutes. After this duration, not only will the passage close, but the powerful warriors of Huaxia will also arrive. Therefore, you must conclude the battle within this time frame and utterly annihilate this city. Let those wretched humans, as insignificant as ants, comprehend that the wrath of our giant civilization is beyond their capacity to endure." The sky over Nanjing City was an exquisite blue. The warm sunlight poured down, illuminating the entire city in a radiant glow. For this small town at the rear, such splendid weather was indeed a rare blessing. Everything appeared so tranquil and harmonious. Hardly anyone knew that, tens of thousands of miles away, within the eternal night city of the giant territory, a cataclysmic giant was devising a disaster capable of annihilating this city. Although the weather was not cold, Lin Yuan donned a hat and mask. He refrained from wearing the silver-white mask, for it was far too conspicuous. At present, nearly all of Nanjing's inhabitants recognized that silver-white mask as the emblem of the mysterious prodigy who had saved thousands of new recruits in the city. Indeed, many youths, in expressions of admiration, had begun to imitate his actions, adorning themselves with identical masks. Lin Yuan wore the mask to avoid the disdainful glances of the populace, who now regarded him as a pariah. If his true visage were revealed, he would surely be met with scornful looks and perhaps even spit upon. No one knew, nor was anyone willing to believe, that Lin Yuan was that enigmatic prodigy. What splendid weather it was, bathed in the warm sunlight. Lin Yuan surveyed the city he had called home for nearly 2 decades, a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. Alas, he would soon be departing from this place. To be honest, he had once hesitated over whether this nation was worth risking his life to protect, especially amidst the scorn and condemnation of the masses. Yet now, his resolve had solidified. For having been born upon this land, there are indeed matters worth safeguarding. If one perceives thorns as a field adorned with blossoms, nothing in this world can truly torment him. Moreover, the path ahead promises to be even more arduous. Before possessing the strength to pierce through the darkness, he was destined to fight alone and must become more unyielding than anyone else. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan found himself at the threshold of the Hunter Association. Suddenly, he pondered whether Yujia was still working inside, or perhaps indulging in a moment of idleness. In that instant, a thought sparked within him. He wished to approach her and greet her with his true identity. Yet, as swiftly as the thought arose, it was suppressed once more. Why bother? Was it merely to leave a lingering affection in his heart? If she were to discover his true identity, even if he were to perish on the battlefield, slain by the giants, she would likely place a bouquet of flowers before his gravestone, wouldn't she? After quelling these thoughts, Lin Yuan chuckled bitterly to himself and turned to leave. Those who cannot relinquish anything cannot change anything. He was now thoroughly prepared to depart from Nanjing City. At this moment, only 3 days remained until the catastrophic calamity that would soon befall Nanjing City. Knock, knock, knock. Upon returning home, Lin Yuan gently rapped on the door. After a few moments, the scruffy-bearded Lin Tianke opened the door, his face a mask of surprise. Have you just returned from outside? How rare it is for you to venture out. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, I just took a stroll to clear my mind. A walk is good. One cannot always stay cooped up at home. Lin Tianke chuckled and said, why don't you help me buy a few bottles of liquor? We have guests coming over tonight. Chapter 64, SSS Class Esper, Li Huanyan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, guests? Who are they? Ever since his father had retired from the front lines, he had been living in seclusion, refusing to meet even the military personnel. He was curious to know who held such significance as to prompt Lin Tianke to break his usual practices. Lin Tianke glanced at Lin Yuan with a sly smile and replied, if you wish to know who the guests are tonight, you must first tell me what you've been up to these past few days. You've been cooped up at home all day. Aren't you afraid of suffocating from boredom? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and retorted, if you're unwilling to share, then I have no interest in knowing. By the way, you mentioned I stay at home too much? I plan to go traveling in a few days. With the front lines in such perilous turmoil, you still have the heart to travel? Lin Tianke burst into laughter. I must say, you truly take after me. So carefree. Go wherever you wish. Even if the sky were to fall, your father would bear the weight for you. Lin Yuan responded, somewhat exasperated, don't even start. When I was being berated online, I didn't see you say a word. Lin Tianke immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Son, we truly have no justification in this matter. You see, you haven't enlisted in the military or stepped onto the battlefield. You've been enjoying life in the rear. What is wrong with enduring a few scoldings? Observing the expression on Lin Tianke's face, Lin Yuan could hardly contain his amusement. All right, I shall not argue with you any longer. I will go fetch you some wine. With that, Lin Yuan turned and waved his hand dismissively, leaving behind his final remark as he made his way to the nearest supermarket. Although he was unaware of the identity of the guest Lin Tianke was to meet that evening, he felt immense satisfaction simply knowing that his father could socialize and enjoy a drink like any ordinary person. Their conversation was remarkably casual, akin to that of the most typical father and son. No one had ever witnessed the formidable dragon general of Huaxia. Lin Tianke, who was usually stern and commanding before his subordinates and exuded an aura of fierce authority on the battlefield, display such a side of himself. As night deepened, Lin Yuan returned to his room early, while Lin Tianke remained alone in the hall, seemingly awaiting someone. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the silence. Leaning on his cane, Lin Tianke hobbled over to answer the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a tall man with a ruggedly handsome face and striking red hair. The man stood upright, his eyes sharp as those of a hawk, embodying a strong military presence that exuded an intense sense of authority. Yet, upon seeing Lin Tianke, his expression transformed into one of overwhelming excitement. Dragon General, I have been in Nanjing City for 2 whole months, and at long last, you are willing to meet with me. Lin Tianke waved his hand, speaking with a hint of exasperation. How many times must I say it? I have retired from the military. You need not refer to me as Dragon General any longer. Moreover, Li Huanyan, your current rank should be equivalent to mine back in the day, should it not? The man named Li Huanyan scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. It is merely due to my fortunate breakthrough in flame abilities that I have ascended to the status of an SSS level ability user, which allowed me to progress further in the military. Lin Tianke smiled and replied, Congratulations. Li Huanyan clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, stating, I shall never forget the support you provided me in the past, Dragon General. Now, tell me your purpose for coming to Nanjing City, Lin Tianke said, his gaze sweeping lightly across Li Huanyan's face. Despite not exerting any pressure, that single glance instilled a profound sense of oppression in the latter, prompting him to recall the hellish training he underwent under Lin Tianke's command. Though that experience was excruciatingly painful, he could not deny that without it, he would not be the person he was today. With a firm resolve, Li Huanyan straightened his posture and spoke earnestly, To report to you, Dragon General. The military has dispatched me for 2 reasons. The first is to ensure your safety. Nanjing City, being a remote border town, had never before come under the radar of the giant civilization. However, they have now deliberately targeted the new recruits in Nanjing City, as the military believes they are testing you to see if you have truly lost your strength. Thus, in the forthcoming days, it is highly probable that the civilization of giants will continue its endeavors against the city of Nanjing. The reason the military of Huaxia has dispatched me is to ensure your safety. You are mistaken. Lin Tianke shook his head and sighed, saying, What significance does my life hold? I was sent here to safeguard all the civilians of Nanjing. Upon hearing these words, Li Huanyan felt his cheeks burn with an intense heat, a sharp pain coursing through him. He nodded heavily and replied solemnly, Thank you, General Lin, for your guidance. Subsequently, Lin Tianke inquired once more, And what is the second objective? Li Huanyan answered, The second objective is to seek out the mysterious prodigy who possesses the ability to manipulate the corpses of giants. To my knowledge, he shares the same thunderous powers as you, General Lin. Might you have any insights? Lin Tianke gazed skyward and replied nonchalantly, What could I possibly know? Just because one possesses thunderous abilities does not mean it relates to me. My son, too, possesses such powers, yet on the day the battle in Nanjing erupted, he was reveling in the realms above and below, never once considering to bring me along. Truly a most unfilial son. Lin Tianke spun his web of lies with a countenance as calm as still water, and with Li Huangyan's level of perception, he could discern nothing amiss. He nodded in agreement and stated, The military is indeed aware of what you have mentioned. Lin Tianke shot him a sidelong glance and asked, What is it that you wish to inquire? Li Huangyan hesitated slightly, and after a prolonged pause, he finally spoke slowly. The Huaxia military would like me to ask if you have an illegitimate son here in Nanjing? Lin Tianke, get out, roll away from my doorstep. As far as you can, immediately. An enraged roar reverberated through the street. Even Lin Yuan, who was upstairs, heard the shout, and, with a look of astonishment, turned over, pondering why his father was shouting at guests in such a manner. Chapter 65, Welcoming Your Arrival with Despairing Wails. All right, let us not dwell on that any longer. Lin Tianke waved his hand, retrieved a bottle of liquor from the entrance, and said calmly, Since it is rare for us to meet, why not share a drink with me? Li Huanyan chuckled and replied, Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. But where shall we drink? Let us find a place with a higher vantage point. Lin Tianke smiled and added, You have been in Nanjing for some time. You should have a proper look at this city. This is a perfect opportunity for you to do so. Upon hearing this, Li Huanyan felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, saying, I shall defer to your arrangements. He had indeed been in Nanjing for nearly 2 months, but had not taken the time to truly observe the city, as his purpose for being there was solely to fulfill a military task. After Li Huanyan consented, Lin Tianke promptly closed the door and led him outside. As it was already late, the streets were nearly deserted, exuding an air of desolation. The war between humanity and the giants has endured for such an extended period that few remain who can recall the splendor of peaceful nights. Before long, Lin Tianke led Li Huanyan to the tallest building in Nanjing City. This edifice, the highest in the city, boasted 53 stories, crowned with a spacious terrace. Lin Tianke smiled as he introduced, I often ascend there to enjoy the breeze when I have leisure time. Li Huanyan nodded and inquired, How do we reach the top? Surely there must be an elevator for such heights. However, Lin Tianke shook his head and calmly replied, why bother with that? As soon as the words left his lips, he released his cane and soared into the air, vanishing from Li Huangyan's sight in an instant. How is this possible? Li Huangyan's eyes widened in disbelief. He stood frozen for several seconds before suddenly regaining his senses and hastily following suit. When Li Huangyan arrived on the rooftop terrace, Lin Tianke was already there, awaiting his arrival. Unable to contain himself, Li Huangyan swallowed hard and asked, Dragon General, has your strength been restored? Lin Tianke gazed at him and said softly, my strength has never been lost. His tone was so serene, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. However, for Li Huangyan, it stirred a tempest within. Does the Huaxia military know of your concealed strength? In a moment of confusion, Li Huangyan instinctively posed the question. Lin Tianke did not answer directly, but countered. Why do you think I would hide my strength? Finally, Li Huangyan began to comprehend, to guard against traitors within the Huaxia military. Indeed, you must be aware that a traitor has emerged within the ranks. Lin Tianke spoke in a grave tone. Previously, it was that traitor who provided intelligence to the giant civilization, nearly costing me my life in that great battle. Therefore, do you now understand why I sought your company? Li Huangyan, momentarily stunned, replied, because you trust me. If Lin Tianke's words rang true, he might very well be the only one privy to this secret. The weight of such trust left him somewhat disoriented. I have watched you grow and understand your character, Lin Tianke stated calmly. I believe that someone like you would not betray Huaxia. Thus, I need your assistance. I require you to join me in uncovering the traitor hidden among the military's upper echelons. On the rooftop terrace, the frigid night wind sliced through the air. Li Huangyan stood before Lin Tianke, gazing at the man who had lost a leg, feeling as though his heart had been pierced by an unseen force. He then nodded resolutely. All right. The promise of a man, a single word, was enough. Even if it requires the ultimate sacrifice to fulfill this promise, I shall not hesitate. 3 days later, within the realm of the giant civilization, in the city of eternal night, before the dark giant Gaius, 36 colossal beings stood in perfect formation, resembling a regimented square. The plague giant Darlam and the spider demon giant Alith stood respectfully at Gaius's side. King Gaius, everything is prepared, and we are poised to launch our assault on the city of South River at any moment, Darlam declared with a sinister grin. Although he had previously slaughtered the armies of Huaxia on the battlefield, those warriors had fought with a resolute acceptance of their fate. The thought of massacring a city utterly defenseless, listening to the anguished cries of unarmed humans, thrilled Darlam immensely. Very well, Gaius nodded solemnly. In that case, let us commence the opening of the spatial passage now. Following the king's command, Darlam issued orders. All spatial giants, heed my command. Immediately confirm the spatial nodes and establish the passage. Upon his command, the spatial giants wasted no time in unleashing their abilities. They swiftly located the spatial nodes leading to South River City, expending their own energy to construct the spatial passage before them. This endeavor was an immensely grand and intricate undertaking for them. The spatial giants resembled silkworms spinning their threads. Once they had exhausted their silk, they would approach death. One by one, the spatial giants collapsed before Gaius as their energy was depleted. Yet, neither Gaius, nor Darlam, nor Alith displayed any emotional response. In their eyes, these giants were not beings of life, but mere expendables necessary for their assault on humanity. When all 36 spatial giants had perished from energy exhaustion, the spatial passage finally took shape. Behind this portal lay the serene and peaceful city of South River. Gazing at the black hole-like passage, a frenzied expression emerged on Gaius's face. Prepare yourselves, my friends. The curtain of war shall be drawn by your hands. Let the humans greet you with their desperate wails. Chapter 66. Level 1 alarm sounded. The invasion of the giant civilization. Rest assured, King Gaius, I will ensure that those humans meet a gruesome fate beneath the toxic miasma of the plague. If that human who can control the corpses of giants is still within the city, I shall make him experience the torment of a fate worse than death. Darlam cackled as he strode towards the spatial passage. Following swiftly behind, Alith chimed in with a playful laugh. I too shall leave as many of my spider eggs as possible within South River City. Once the hatching occurs, hundreds of thousands of spiders will surge forth from their eggs like a relentless tide, an utterly magnificent spectacle to behold. Upon reflection, it has been quite some time since I have laid eggs upon a human corpse, and I must admit, I find myself harboring a slight anticipation for it. After Darum and Iris sequentially entered the spatial passage, Gaius waved his hand, and behind him emerged a formidable array of 12 city-destroying giants, unhesitatingly making their way toward the spatial portal. Though these city-destroying giants may not possess the overwhelming power of disaster-level giants, they nonetheless exuded an aura of terrifying might. 2 disaster-level giants and 12 city-destroying giants. This would undoubtedly herald an apocalyptic catastrophe for South River City. Within South River City, Lin Yuan had already prepared his belongings, ready to depart by evening, uncertain of when he might return. Just then, an unusual spatial fluctuation suddenly spread forth, affecting him directly. Was it an illusion? Lin Yuan paused momentarily, then closed his eyes to delve deeper into his perception. With a mental strength now reaching 6,000 points, he was nearly on par with A-level powerhouses who specialized in mental abilities. Thus, he possessed a heightened sensitivity to such extraordinary energy waves. No, it was not an illusion. Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open, and he rushed to the window with utmost haste. Flinging the window wide, he disregarded the risk of revealing his identity and leapt out, swiftly ascending to nearly 1,000 meters in altitude. With his current vitality and strength having surpassed the threshold of S-level power, soaring through the skies was merely a trivial task. From his vantage point high above, Lin Yuan gazed towards the outer city, where the spatial fluctuation had originated. However, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict in shock. A portal, akin to a gate to the underworld, had been torn open outside South River City. Countless giants, exuding an aura of dread, emerged one after another from this rift. In an instant, cold sweat drenched Lin Yuan's back. If he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, it would be an utter folly. The scene before him clearly indicated that the giant civilization had opened this spatial passage to launch an assault on South River City. Just then, a sharp and urgent alarm pierced the air within South River City. Level 1 alert. City-destroying giants are approaching South River City. All citizens are urged to seek immediate refuge in the shelters. Level 1 alert. City-destroying giants are approaching South River City. All citizens are urged to seek immediate refuge in the shelters. Level 1 alert. City-destroying giants are approaching. In China, disaster warnings are typically categorized into 4 levels based on the urgency of the incident, the development of the situation, and the potential harm it may cause. Once the first level alarm is sounded, it signifies that the response to the emergency has escalated to the highest state of alert. Clearly, the giants launching an assault on Nanjing City possess formidable strength. Lin Yuan's flickering gaze was filled with a surging intent to kill. He had not anticipated that on the very day he prepared to depart from Nanjing City, the giant civilization would launch a surprise attack. Justly, their blood would serve to validate the growth of my power. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yuan retrieved a silver mask and the Dragon Slayer flame blade from the system space. With his right hand gripping the hilt tightly, he gently donned the mask with his left. As he adorned the mask himself, an earth-shattering transformation occurred in his aura. An overwhelming malevolence radiated from him, as if he had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. This was his true self, an executioner destined to instill fear in all giants. Those daring to set foot in Nanjing City, even city-level giants, would find no refuge from his wrath. In Nanjing City, within a humble eatery, a tall man with crimson hair sat with legs akimbo at a table that had not been wiped clean of grease. He devoured a bowl of pig liver noodles voraciously. Accompanying his meal were a lamb bone and a bowl of lamb soup, all steaming enticingly, enough to whet anyone's appetite. One of the few pleasures the man indulged in was dining at such seemingly filthy roadside establishments. Despite his current high standing, he had yet to abandon this habit. The air in the eatery was stifling. Even a single bowl of pig liver noodles caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. At that moment, a sharp and urgent alarm blared. Panic ensued among the patrons, spiraling into chaos. A first-level alarm? Surely this must be a drill. How could such a small place as Nanjing City trigger a first-level alarm? We must flee. It is said that city-level giants have appeared. If we do not escape soon, it will truly be too late. Don't push. Let me out first. I don't want to die yet. The establishment quickly descended into turmoil. Even the elderly owner, the restaurant's proprietor, hastily sought to escape. Upon noticing the man still eating, he urgently called out, "Young man, you must stop eating. This is a first-level alarm. The city-level giants are about to arrive. If you don't flee now, you will truly perish." The crimson-haired man lifted his head and smiled. "Old man, don't worry. I will be fine." Upon hearing his response, the old man was momentarily taken aback. He had encountered those unafraid of death, but never someone so indifferent to it. After offering one last warning, the old man chose not to waste any more time, muttering a few words before rushing outside. Meanwhile, Li Huangyan continued to lower his head, engrossed in his noodles, as if the chaos surrounding him bore no relevance. 2 minutes later, he pushed aside the empty bowl, placed 50 yuan on the table, and after ensuring everything was in order, he slowly stood up and made his way toward the exit. As Li Huangyan stepped out of the noodle shop, a dramatic transformation overtook him. His earlier languor dissipated, replaced by an aura of sharpened intensity, akin to a sword unsheathed. He raised his chin and murmured to himself, "I never anticipated that your giant civilization would be so unafraid of death." Chapter 67. Fight to the death. No retreat beyond the city of Nanjing. Daralam emerged from the spatial passage, arriving before the alloy city walls. Is this what humanity has constructed? They appear remarkably fragile. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Daralam's mouth. In the next moment, he opened his massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of dark green toxic mist upon the alloy walls. Sizzle! The toxic mist, seemingly endowed with potent corrosive properties, instantly began to dissolve the walls upon contact. Within mere seconds, a gaping hole, several meters wide, emerged in the once imposing structure. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The patrol forces atop the walls sounded the alarm. They unleashed a barrage from the heavy weaponry mounted on the alloy walls, directing their fire toward the plague giant's position. Alas, these formidable weapons inflicted negligible damage, even against city-destroying giants, let alone Daralam, a catastrophe-level giant far surpassing them. The bullets spewed forth from the machine guns failed to penetrate even his skin. What a cacophony of annoying ants. Daralam regarded the patrol soldiers with an increasingly sinister grin. He extended his dark green hand, capturing 7 or 8 soldiers within his grasp. No, don't eat me. Help. Someone save me. Oh, I don't want to die. The soldiers, ensnared in his grip, wailed desperately, their eyes filled with despair. Yet, to Daralam, this was nothing short of a beautiful symphony. Rest assured, you won't perish so easily. You will be slowly crushed in my mouth, swallowed whole. Even if, by some chance, you survive this process, my gastric acids will dissolve you completely. So, savor the final moments of your existence and the agony that accompanies it. With a malevolent grin, Daralam devoured the patrol soldiers, savoring each bite. Crunch, crunch, gulp. As the last sound of swallowing echoed, the cries of humanity faded away. Daralam's smile radiated even more brightly. The flesh and blood of humans truly are the most exquisite delicacies in the world. After corroding the alloy walls before him, countless giants surged through the gaping hole, commencing their invasion of Nanjing. Simultaneously, the spider demon giant, Elith, approached Daralam, a playful smile gracing her lips. Let us not squander too much time here. You must understand that within a mere span of a few minutes, formidable human warriors will arrive at this location. Thus, we have only 15 minutes to transform this city into a desolate wasteland. Darham grinned menacingly. Of course, I am aware. In fact, I can hardly contain my anticipation. Once a tranquil and harmonious city, Nanjing is now being trampled by countless giants. On the streets, the armed forces of Nanjing engage in fierce combat with the invading titans. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides is overwhelmingly vast. The military can barely contend with the 4th and 5th tier giants. But the real dilemma lies in the fact that the giant civilization has dispatched a full 12 city-destroying giants, along with 2 catastrophe-level giants that are insurmountable. It is essential to note that even the Lord of Nanjing is merely an S-class peak warrior. This implies that even if he exerts his utmost effort, he can only hope to delay 1 catastrophe-level giant. Clearly, this is insufficient to alleviate the onslaught from the giants. In less than 3 minutes, the alloy city walls were breached, hundreds of buildings collapsed, and the area adjacent to the walls was reduced to ruins. Fortunately, prior to the opening of the spatial passage, the populace in that region had already been evacuated, thus sparing them from significant casualties. However, if these giants continue their advance, not only will the entire city of Nanjing fall, but the millions of civilians within will also perish beneath the giants' feet. The intent of these giants is to annihilate the city. With this thought, the Lord of Nanjing could not help but clench his fists. Gritting his teeth, he spoke in a low voice. Everyone, heed my command. Establish a defensive line here. Regardless of the cost, we must staunchly defend against the giants' assault. Not a single giant must breach this line. Do not speak of inability to hold. As long as there is one person alive, as long as there remains a single bullet unfired, we shall hold this ground. We must buy time until the powerful warriors of Huaxia arrive to assist. Behind us lie millions of civilians. Among them are your relatives, your friends, your loved ones. Under no circumstances can we sacrifice their lives for our delay. Therefore, we shall stake our own lives to hold the line, to withstand the onslaught. With the guns in your hands, with your bullets, with your fists, with your teeth. Defend this line with all your might. Soldiers of Nanjing, fight with me to the death. Do not retreat. To the death, to the death, to the death. Under the leadership of the Lord of Nanjing, all warriors roared with fervor. No one could have anticipated that such a seemingly tranquil little city could unleash such fervor at the brink of annihilation. Lin Yuan, wielding the dragon-slaying blade, swiftly navigated the streets. While everyone else was fleeing, he moved against the tide of the panicking crowd. Many noticed Lin Yuan's presence, as he stood out as the solitary figure moving in reverse amidst the fleeing throngs. Moreover, the silver-white mask he donned silently proclaimed his identity. Under the sunlight, that mask radiated an astonishing brilliance. At that moment, a sudden cry erupted from the crowd. You are the hero of our South River City." Upon the utterance of this declaration, the crowd erupted in fervor, vociferously calling out to Lin Yuan, "Eliminate those giants. No matter who you are, we shall forever remember you. Please, my son is still on the other side of the city wall. Save him. He is only 20 years old, having just joined the patrol brigade. Do not perish. Return alive, you must." Amidst the attention and cries of the crowd, Lin Yuan's figure swiftly vanished at the end of the street. Chapter 68. If you die, I shall not rejoice. Listening to the clamorous voices of the citizens around him, Lin Yuan's expression grew increasingly somber. Those giants must perish. He could not tolerate the giant civilization turning the city where he had grown up into ruins. This was not only the desire of all the citizens of South River City, but also his own. In an instant, a menacing aura emanated from Lin Yuan, enough to stir the heavens. With all his vitality unleashed, his speed reached an astonishing level. To the ordinary eye, he appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. In such swiftness, Lin Yuan arrived at the vicinity of the reinforced city wall in just over a minute, under the relentless trampling of countless giants. This area had already been reduced to rubble. Upon reaching this location, Lin Yuan sensed several powerful and terrifying presences. Clearly, there were city-destroying giants nearby. Moreover, there was more than one. Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled something. He swiftly turned his gaze toward the direction of the Hunters Association. If memory served him right, the location of the Hunters Association was nearby. Fortunately, the building of the Hunters Association had not been destroyed by the giants. However, in the next instant, Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, for he witnessed two city-destroying giants approaching the Hunters Association, accompanied by a throng of giants. Seeking death, Lin Yuan's expression hardened, and in an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing toward the direction of the Hunters Association. At that very moment, outside the Hunters Association, a group of armed hunters gazed palely at the horde of giants drawing near. Why are city-destroying giants coming here? There is no escape. It is impossible to flee. We shall all be devoured. It is our greed that has brought this upon us. Believing no high-tier giants would appear while accepting this defensive task, I do not wish to die. The hunters remaining behind were certainly not there by choice. It is essential to recognize that the vast majority of hunters have opted to register as such due to their trepidation in confronting the front lines, instead choosing to supplement their households through task completion. This time, their decision to remain stems from the moment the Titan civilization launched an assault on South River City, at which point the Hunters Association issued a mission. Hunters assisting the military in defending South River City would receive substantial monetary rewards. E-class hunters would earn 500,000, D-class, 2 million, C-class, 5 million, and B-class, a staggering 10 million. The higher the hunter's rank, the more lucrative the remuneration for staying behind. Although they were aware that this was effectively a price on their lives, the allure of wealth compelled many hunters to remain. Should the defense forces of South River City successfully repel the Titan civilization, they would have essentially acquired these riches for free. Moreover, it was not guaranteed that higher-tier Titans would even notice their presence. It was this stroke of luck that encouraged these hunters to stay. Yet, for all the optimism they once harbored, their current reality was steeped in despair. The Titans had not only noticed them, but had dispatched two catastrophic giants intent on obliterating the area. Yi Yujia stepped out of the Hunters Association, her expression tinged with sorrow. In truth, she had opportunities to evacuate prior to this moment. However, a multitude of hunters had chosen to remain and assist, surrounding the task acceptance center to an extent that left no room for escape. She had initially believed these individuals were prepared to face their demise. Yet, it appeared she was gravely mistaken. Even with the Annihilation-class Titans still hundreds of meters away, the hunters before her trembled in fear. How could such a group muster the courage to engage in a life-or-death struggle against the Titans? Observing the scene, Yi Yujia let out a soft sigh. At that moment, she was reminded of the young man adorned with a silver-white mask. If he were present, he would undoubtedly face even the Destruction-class Titans without a flicker of fear. Contemplating this, a smile unexpectedly graced her lips. Although she was to meet her end that very day, the mere fact of having known such an eternally fearless man rendered death less daunting. Suddenly, the ground quaked violently beneath her. It was evident that the Destruction-class Titans were drawing near. Towering at 30 meters, the colossal steel giant, forged entirely from iron, approached, accompanied by a massive lion-headed brute. The mere presence of these two Destruction-class Titans instilled an overwhelming sense of terror among the hunters. Faced with foes they could not hope to defeat, despair swiftly permeated the crowd. Yet, in that instant, Yi Yujia took a deep breath, steeled her resolve, and began to walk toward the impending Destruction-class giants. As she walked, she spoke aloud with fervor. Esteemed friends, it is not weakness that we should fear, but cowardice that is truly shameful. In times of peril for our homeland, even without a weapon in hand, we must possess the courage to spill blood if only to protect our dignity. Though I, Yi Yujia, may be but a woman, I understand this truth. If we cannot muster even a flicker of bravery, what worth does our existence hold? If none are willing to step forth to face the enemy, then let me be the first to embrace death. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Yujia resolutely advanced toward the towering giant before her. In that instant, every hunter present felt their faces flush with shame. In the face of death, their resolve paled in comparison to that of Yi Yujia. Just then, a hunter finally stepped forward, gritting his teeth. Whenever disaster strikes, it is always the women and children who flee first. As men of Huaxia, how can we allow a woman to perish before our eyes? Charge forth and fight. Upon hearing this rallying cry and witnessing Yi Yujia's determined figure, an increasing number of hunters felt their blood surge with fervor. Even if I am to perish today, I shall not allow a woman to die before me. Damn it. If death is inevitable, then I shall cast aside my life. After a lifetime of cowardice, today, I shall be a hero. All the hunters tightened their grips on their weapons, glaring defiantly at the giant before them. Despite their meager strength and insignificant stature, this battle, marked by such a vast disparity in power, revealed their innate courage as human beings. The greatness of humanity lies in its courage. The anthem of humanity is an ode to bravery. Even in the face of the city-destroying giant, these seemingly weak hunters boldly charged forward. As they declared, no matter what, they could not allow a woman like Yi Yujia to perish before their eyes. This swarm of ants truly amuses me, the raging lion giant scoffed, pointing at the hunters. Look at these humans, they dare to launch an attack against us. Such futile defiance, akin to striking a stone with an egg, the steel giant remarked coolly. Yet it seems they wish to protect that woman. Is that so? The raging lion giant turned his gaze toward Yi Yujia, a sinister grin spreading across his face. In that case, I shall kill her first. I want these humans to understand just how laughable their resistance is. No sooner had he spoken than he bent down, his massive, razor-sharp claws sweeping toward the hunters. Get out of the way. With the swipe of his claws, dozens of hunters were brutally torn apart. Their bodies cleaved into pieces. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth like a torrent, instantly staining the ground. Following this massacre, the space before Yi Yujia was left utterly devoid of life. Next is you, the raging lion giant cackled, raising a claw to strike down upon Yi Yujia. He had foreseen it. The scene of this human being reduced to mere flesh and blood by his claws. Confronted by the swiftly approaching giant claw, Yi Yujia, filled with both fear and composure, closed her eyes, bracing herself for the inevitable embrace of death. Clang! Yet, in that very moment, the gale unleashed by the descending claw suddenly ceased. A sound reminiscent of metal clashing rang in her ears. When Yi Yujia reopened her eyes, she beheld a familiar figure standing before her, wielding the dragon-slaying blade that had intercepted the giant claw of the savage lion. Then, a gentle voice resonated. Next time you encounter danger, do not be so eager to meet your demise. I have few friends. Should you perish, it would bring me sorrow. Upon hearing this voice, a look of surprise illuminated Yi Yujia's face. For at that moment, standing before her was Lin Yuan. Clang! The vitality within Lin Yuan erupted, and with a swift motion, he raised the dragon-slaying blade, effortlessly sending the giant claw of the savage lion flying. Moreover, this was merely a city-destroying behemoth. Would it not be somewhat disgraceful to perish at the hands of such a creature? For a moment, Yi Yujia gazed at Lin Yuan, rendered speechless. All the hunters present turned their eyes toward Lin Yuan, their expressions revealing a spark of exhilaration and excitement. Following the Battle of Nanjing City, this mysterious and formidable prodigy had reappeared before them. Chapter 69. The Frozen World. The congealing of all Lin Yuan's arrival instilled hope in all the hunters present. After all, during the Battle of Nanjing City, he had single-handedly vanquished 4 city-destroying giants. The heavens have eyes. Our prodigy from Nanjing City has come to our rescue. We shall not perish. We are saved. In their overwhelming excitement, the crowd was nearly incoherent. Yet, Lin Yuan's demeanor remained unruffled. He calmly turned his head and spoke. Step back. Yi Yujia understood that her presence would only hinder Lin Yuan's combat. Thus, without hesitation, she chose to retreat upon his command. Just then, the savage lion giant furrowed his brow, exclaiming, I never said you could flee. No sooner had he spoken than another claw descended upon them. The wind whipped up by the claw seemed intent on tearing apart the very fabric of space around them. I never said you could harm her. Lin Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He raised the dragon-slaying blade, lightning flashing in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, even his breathing began to alter. The breath he exhaled shimmered with the brilliance of electricity. His cheeks bore streaks akin to those of thunder. The breathing technique of thunder. Thunderous slaughter. Confronted by the formidable claws of the raging lion giant, Lin Yuan gripped the hilt of his blade tightly and struck decisively. Thunder crackled, enveloping the edge of his sword. A dazzling arc of lightning cleaved through the air. With a sharp hiss, the giant's massive claw was severed by Lin Yuan's strike. Crimson blood spurted forth like a fountain from the severed appendage. The colossal form of the raging lion giant staggered backward, emitting a mournful wail of agony. Witnessing this spectacle, the eyes of all hunters present were filled with an involuntary expression of horror. How terrifying! With just a single blow, he severed the claw of that city-destroying giant. My heavens, he is truly a force to be reckoned with, the foremost prodigy of our South River City. When he unleashed his thunderous powers, I could even glimpse the shadow of General Lin Tianke upon him. But do not rush, this is merely the beginning. He wields more than just thunderous abilities. Have you forgotten? He is renowned for his capacity to manipulate the corpses of giants. Amidst the murmurs of the hunters, Lin Yuan surged forth once more, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged towards the raging lion giant. The duration of the thunder-breathing technique is fleeting with his current vitality. He can sustain it for no more than a minute. Thus, he must achieve a swift resolution within that time. Die! Lin Yuan roared, as his dragon-slaying blade became a resplendent flash of lightning, aimed fiercely at the giant's neck. However, at that moment, another iron giant unhesitatingly positioned itself before the raging lion giant, intercepting the blow. Clang! Even though the iron giant's form was forged from steel, Lin Yuan's strike still left a deep gash upon its body. The latter recoiled, speaking gravely, "Be cautious. This is the human prodigy that Lord Darham has specifically ordered to eliminate." Gazing at the silver mask adorning Lin Yuan's face, the raging lion giant began to recollect. This human before him is the one capable of commanding the corpses of giants, a prodigy from Huaxia. It is truly unexpected to encounter him in such a place. Should we succeed in slaying him, it would be a monumental achievement. Upon recognizing Lin Yuan's identity, excitement flickered in the depths of the raging lion giant's eyes. However, the iron giant remained composed, advising, "Be wary. With just the two of us, we may not be able to contend with this human. For safety's sake, it would be best to summon Lord Darham or Lady Elise." Hearing this, though the raging lion giant was somewhat reluctant, he nodded in consideration of the gravity of the situation. He then lifted his head and unleashed a deafening roar. Roar! The roar reverberated instantaneously. At the mere sound of his bellow, Lord Darham and Lady Iris would rush to his aid without hesitation. However, just as his roar subsided, Lin Yuan's figure reappeared before him like a specter. Such incredible speed. The eyes of the savage lion giant widened in shock. Before he could react, the dragon slayer blade in Lin Yuan's hand swung fiercely towards his neck. This human before him was akin to the Grim Reaper. Even the slightest distraction would result in instant death. Faced with the sweeping blade of Lin Yuan, the savage lion giant had no choice but to raise another massive paw in defense. Swoosh! A spray of crimson blossoms erupted. Lin Yuan had severed the other paw of the savage lion giant with a single stroke. After 2 months of growth, Lin Yuan no longer needed to enter a berserk state. He possessed the strength to effortlessly overpower city-level giants. Save me. After both of his giant paws had been severed, the savage lion giant finally realized the extent of this human's terrifying power. He immediately turned to signal the steel giant for help. Yet, even so, the steel giant dared not act recklessly. After all, Lin Yuan's strength was utterly formidable. Even if he intervened, he might not stand a chance against this human. Fortunately, the steel giant quickly devised a plan. Without hesitation, he emitted a sharp, low growl. In the next moment, a horde of giants surged forward towards the hunter before them. He believed that as long as he could threaten the humans, it would surely distract Lin Yuan, unless he could bear to watch the humans perish before his eyes. Observing the scene before him, the savage lion giant burst into laughter. "You have no choice now, do you? If you wish to kill me, then come and do so. At the very least, before I meet my end, I can drag these humans down with me." Lin Yuan coldly fixed his gaze upon him and scoffed. "You dare threaten me? Before me? You are unworthy of having anyone accompany you to the grave." Just as Lin Yuan's words fell, his frost ability erupted with full force. Innate skill, Frozen World activated. Crack! The chilling frost rapidly spread outward. Within mere seconds, centered around Lin Yuan, an expanse of nearly 1,000 meters transformed into a frosty realm exuding an extreme chill. Within this icy domain, the movements of all giants slowed to a crawl. Some of the lower-tier giants were even frozen solid into ice sculptures. This is impossible. Enveloped in the frozen world, the savage lion giant wore an expression of disbelief. Lin Yuan raised his head and calmly asked, "Now, who would you like to accompany you to the grave?" The savage lion giant, filled with terror, instinctively began to retreat. However, the frigid frost swiftly enveloped his form, freezing his legs in place. Lin Yuan's voice was even colder than the frost itself. "I shall ask you once more, whom do you wish to accompany you to the grave?" No sooner had he spoken than the dragon-slaying blade in his hand was once again cloaked in resplendent thunder. with a flash of lightning. The colossal lion before him had its head severed from its body. A city-destroying giant met its demise at Lin Yuan's hands. He then turned his gaze toward another iron giant, stating, "Now, it is your turn." 2 minutes earlier, on the front line of battle, a murky green plague cloud shrouded the entire sky. Corrosive acid rain dripped down from the toxic cloud, possessing the capability to easily erode even stone, let alone the delicate skin of mere humans. Countless warriors from South River City were tormented by this caustic rain, suffering unbearable agony. Their combat effectiveness reduced to a mere fraction of its potential. The destructive force unleashed by a calamity-level giant on the battlefield was undeniably catastrophic. Dalaram surveyed the nightmarish scene before him, a cruel smile creeping across his face. He understood that if this defensive line were breached, South River City would be left utterly defenseless. However, the time required to break through this line was taking longer than anticipated. He could not fathom why these humans, with their skin completely rotted and not a single good piece of flesh remaining, continued to stubbornly hold their ground. Perhaps it was time to expend some energy. Dalaram lifted his gaze to the massive plague cloud overhead. If he were to ignite this toxic cloud, all those humans who still resisted would be instantly corroded into a puddle of remains. Yet, just as Dalaram prepared to take action, the furious roar of the lion giant echoed in his ears. Upon hearing this roar, Dalaram immediately raised his head and looked toward the source of the sound. According to the agreement made before the battle, these city-destroying giants would only signal him upon locating Lin Tianke, or that mysterious prodigy. It seemed that a worthy prey had finally emerged. Dalaram grinned wickedly and strode purposefully toward the direction of the roar. Chapter 70. The imminent explosion of the plague cloud. The plague giant has retreated? No, he has gone elsewhere. One must not let their guard down. The giant civilization has not abandoned the assault. We must hold this defensive line. As long as we endure, there is hope. On the battlefield, the remaining soldiers of South River City continued to encourage one another, their faces resolute. Yet, at that moment, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared among their ranks. It is indeed a rare occurrence. You have yet to be tainted by the noxious mists of that wretched creature, Dalaram. What splendid vessels for laying eggs. Upon hearing that utterly beguiling and sinister laugh, the warriors of Nanjing City looked up in sheer terror. Before them loomed an enormous spider demon, gazing at them with an unsettling blend of mirth and menace. Upon the creature's grotesque form rested a face of alluring beauty. Yet it was precisely this wicked charm that invoked greater dread. Together, let us restrain her. To the warriors of Nanjing City, this towering spider demon was an indomitable force. Nevertheless, even in the face of such overwhelming odds, they were resolute in their determination to fight, even if it cost them their lives. They would strive to impede the advance of this arachnid giant. What a delightful bunch of little creatures, the spider demon cackled, as she opened her monstrous maw and unleashed a torrent of viscous, white silk upon her surroundings. Before the warriors could react, their bodies became ensnared in the sticky webbing, collapsing helplessly to the ground, devoid of any means of resistance. However, the true nightmare was only just beginning. From the demon's abdomen emerged countless syringe-like tubes, their tips razor-sharp, penetrating the flesh of the fallen warriors and delivering spider eggs into their bodies. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted on the battlefield, resonating with chilling despair. The eggs, now within them, would gradually hatch, devouring their innards and ultimately bursting forth from their very forms. After executing this gruesome act, the spider demon turned her gaze toward the direction of the roaring lion giant, murmuring to herself, "Has Dalaram already passed? It seems I must act swiftly. I cannot allow him to claim all the glory." With that, she unfurled her spider legs and swiftly made her way toward the location of the Hunters Association. The lion giant was already slain. The remaining steel giant, before Lin Yuan, showed no signs of resistance. Yet, its defense was formidable. Despite Lin Yuan having inflicted numerous wounds upon it, the steel giant remained standing. At that moment, Lin Yuan had temporarily ceased using the thunder-breathing technique, as maintaining it was far too taxing on his stamina. Just then, a powerful presence approached with haste. The steel giant raised its head and rasped, "Human, it is all over. Lord Dalaram has arrived. Before him, you have only one path before you, death." Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy as he sprang into action once more, growling, "Before you worry about me, perhaps you should first tend to your own fate." No sooner had he spoken than the dragon-slaying blade, crackling with lightning, surged toward the steel giant in a deadly arc. Yet, before the strike could land, a surge of dark green plague venom suddenly shot toward Lin Yuan's direction. Should he dare to strike with his sword, he would be instantly corroded to mere bones by this noxious fluid. The acute sense of threat compelled Lin Yuan to abandon his offensive stance without a moment's hesitation. He swiftly adjusted his position midair and, confronting the menacing mass of venom, forcibly activated his frost powers. Freeze! With a faint cracking sound, The plague venom was immediately encased in ice, crashing to the ground and shattering into countless pieces. Yet, to Lin Yuan's astonishment, the venom forcefully eroded the outer layer of frost, creating a substantial pit in the ground below. Not one to be slow in reaction, the figure of Daralam slowly emerged before Lin Yuan. He fixed a menacing gaze upon him, a cruel smile twisting his lips. From the overwhelming aura emanating from Daralam, Lin Yuan discerned that this was a 7th-tier catastrophic giant. Undoubtedly, among the giants transmitted through the spatial portal, there existed not just city-destroying behemoths, but even more formidable catastrophic giants. While the reasons behind the giant civilization's targeting of South River City eluded him, Lin Yuan was certain that he was, in some way, implicated in these matters. At that moment, Daralam spoke again, his voice dripping with malice. Do you know, boy, that to annihilate your South River City, we have sacrificed a total of 36 spatial giants? This debt will be reckoned entirely upon your kind. Look up. Do you see the plague cloud looming above you? Once I ignite it, a vast expanse of South River City will be completely enveloped in toxic mist, and those innocents will writhe in agony, shrieking as they perish. Upon witnessing the ever-expanding plague cloud above, Lin Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. He glared fiercely at Daralam and demanded, "You dare? What is there that I would not dare?" Daralam retorted with a cold laugh. "To me, you are merely an insignificant ant. Your threats hold no weight. However, if you wish to avoid witnessing the hellish devastation, I can end your life right now." As his words hung in the air, a vast expanse of plague mist radiated from Daralam, casting his dark green form in an even more terrifying light. Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy. The emergence of Daralam instilled within him an overwhelming sense of peril. He had to eliminate this foe before the plague cloud could be detonated. Resolving himself, Lin Yuan raised his hand and unleashed his necromantic powers. In the next moment, the realm of the undead opened up. From this necromantic space, a giant of the abyss, equal in catastrophe to Daralam, stepped forth, emanating a terrifying power. Chapter 71, Bloodstorm Form, Thunder-Breathing Technique. Supreme twin pupil gazing upon the towering figure of the abyssal eye giant. Daram's expression darkened instantaneously, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. Little did I expect that you could indeed manipulate the corpses of our kind. The wrath simmering within Daralam seemed poised to engulf Lin Yuan entirely. But do you comprehend your folly? You err in believing that a feeble insect such as yourself could dare to control our magnificent giants. With a thunderous roar, he charged towards the abyssal eye giant, unleashing the full extent of his power in a single, devastating punch. Lin Yuan reacted swiftly, commanding the abyssal eye giant to counterattack. Bang! The fists of the two catastrophe-tier giants collided midair, unleashing a cataclysmic force that reverberated through the land. The sheer shockwave sent tremors rippling across the earth, uprooting it with ferocity. Witnessing this spectacle, all the hunters could not help but swallow hard, their eyes wide with awe and terror. Is this the might of a catastrophe-tier giant? Their power is truly overwhelming. The residual waves of their clash could shake the very ground beneath us. What a fearsome force it is. In comparison, we are indeed but mere ants. Hasten, everyone. Seek shelter at once. In the face of such a battle, we are unworthy even to spectate. The clash of these catastrophe-tier giants could obliterate entire regions with their mere aftershocks. This exemplifies the formidable and terrifying nature of these giants. In the confrontation between the plague giant and the abyssal eye giant, it was evident that Daralam held the upper hand. After all, the abyssal eye giant, in its undead form, possessed merely 75% of its former strength. Against the fully realized power of Daralam, it stood no chance. Under the tremendous pressure of Daram's might, the abyssal eye giant was forced to stagger backward. Yet, Daralam showed no signs of relinquishing his assault, pressing forward once more. Your body has been sullied by despicable humans. Now, I shall grant you release. As his words fell, Daralam opened his colossal maw and unleashed a torrent of plague-infused venom towards the abyssal eye giant. Hiss! The dark green venom, akin to concentrated sulfuric acid, began to rapidly dissolve the flesh of the abyssal eye giant upon contact. However, this was precisely the moment Lin Yuan had awaited. The abyssal eye giant did not flinch or evade Daram's onslaught. Instead, the hellish eye embedded in its chest flared open with fury. The abyssal eye awakens. Hellish light. A dark red beam of energy surged forth, piercing through Daram's form. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, this hellish light forcibly carved a gaping wound into Daram's body. Yet, this strike did not find its mark upon Daram's vital points. The latter forcefully endured the damage of the strike and suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, aiming it fiercely at the head of the abyssal giant. With a resounding thud, the head of the abyssal giant exploded like a watermelon, while its massive body crashed to the ground. Despite sustaining significant injuries, Daralam paid the price of a blood hole to forcibly slay the abyssal giant before him. The disaster-level giant in its undead form was ultimately not as formidable as a true disaster-level giant. I am curious to see who can save you now. Darham lowered his head, grinning savagely at Lin Yuan, who, however, showed not a trace of fear on his face. For Lin Yuan, the true battle was just beginning. He quickly retrieved a large handful of high-grade blood chi pills from the system space, swallowing them all without even counting. In an instant, a tremendous surge of blood chi erupted around him. As the effects of the pills took hold, Lin Yuan entered a state of blood frenzy. Yet, this was not the end. Merely relying on the blood frenzy was insufficient for him to match Darham's power. In the next moment, Lin Yuan's breathing grew heavy, with the frequency becoming increasingly rapid. Furthermore, amidst his breaths, the faint sound of thunder could be heard. Observing Lin Yuan before him, a hint of surprise flickered in Darham's eyes. He could undoubtedly sense the rising aura emanating from this human, which was unlike that of ordinary human warriors. Now, it could begin. As Lin Yuan lifted his head, his eyes transformed into dazzling golden orbs, radiating an aura of near-terrifying pressure merely by being gazed upon. Blood frenzy. Thunder-breathing technique, supreme dual eyes. This was Lin Yuan's moment of ultimate power. Faced with the overwhelming presence of Lin Yuan, Darham instinctively took a step back. When he regained his composure, he found himself momentarily stunned. How could a disaster-level giant be intimidated by a mere human? Realizing his loss of composure, Darham was instantly filled with rage, raising his colossal fist and angrily smashing it toward Lin Yuan's direction. With a tremendous boom, his fist created an enormous pit in the ground. However, Lin Yuan had already vanished from his original position. Maintaining the thunder-breathing technique significantly enhanced Lin Yuan's explosive power, allowing him to easily evade such an attack. Nevertheless, even with all his efforts, there remained a considerable gap in strength between him and Darham. To conquer the colossal disaster before him, he could not afford a direct confrontation. Fortunately, after the previous strike from the Titan of the Abyss, Darham had sustained considerable injuries. Although not fatal, these wounds would undoubtedly impair his capabilities. It seemed that his own power was still insufficient. Without a formidable undead giant to command, his combat prowess would significantly diminish. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. Lin Yuan swiftly cast aside his distractions, unleashing his full speed as he darted beside Darham, searching for an opportune moment. Chapter 72. Esteemed companions. Let us walk the path of the underworld together. Upon identifying a suitable opportunity, Lin Yuan's figure erupted like a cheetah, charging fiercely toward Darham. Simultaneously, the dragon-slaying blade in his hand slashed through the air. With a soft hiss, his blade carved a crimson gash upon Darham's right leg. Had it not been for the Titan's formidable defenses, Lin Yuan's strike might have severed the entire leg. Feeling the pain emanating from his leg, Darham wasted no time and retaliated with a furious punch aimed at Lin Yuan. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan transformed into a flash of lightning, evading the blow effortlessly. From the very beginning, he had no intention of engaging the Plague Titan head-on. His sole strategy was to exploit his advantages and gradually wear down Darham. Fortunately, Lin Yuan possessed the Supreme Divine Eye. Under its influence, Darham's movements appeared to slow to a crawl, allowing Lin Yuan to perceive even the trajectory of his attacks with crystal clarity. In such conditions, it was nearly impossible for Darham to land a hit on Lin Yuan. After several failed attempts, Darham was consumed by fury. This human was as slippery as an eel. Since you relish evasion so much, let us see how long you can sustain it. Darham raised his head and let out a thunderous roar. In the next moment, a dense miasma of plague erupted from within him. The toxic fog spread widely. If Lin Yuan wished to draw near, he would have to endure its corrosive effects. However, what Darham did not anticipate was that this human would charge fearlessly into the dark green cloud of poison. You underestimate the resolve of humanity. Lin Yuan's cold voice echoed in Darham's ears. In the next instant, a blazing scarlet gold flame ignited from his Supreme Divine Eye. This was the power of the Supreme Divine Eye, the Supreme Imperial Fire. The searing golden flames erupted violently across Darham's body. The intense burning pain contorted Darham's visage in agony. Nevertheless, what rendered him utterly incredulous was the ability of the human before him to seemingly disregard the afflictions of the plague-laden miasma. Darham turned his gaze towards Lin Yuan's direction. Yet, the scene that unfolded before him compelled him to widen his eyes in disbelief. Lin Yuan's skin was being relentlessly eroded by the noxious vapors, rapidly decaying. Yet, paradoxically, the decaying flesh was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. In truth, Lin Yuan was not immune to the plague miasma. Rather, he was enduring its torment and launching a counteroffensive. It was crucial to note that his self-healing ability had been elevated to be great, bestowing upon him a formidable capacity for recovery. As long as the miasma did not instantaneously claim Lin Yuan's life, he could restore himself in the briefest span of time. Despite the agony inflicted by the miasma, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, for he had endured far more intense pain in the past. Following the battle in Nanjing City, he had pushed his vitality and mental fortitude to their utmost limits, experiencing suffering far greater than what he faced now. Pain had always been the finest nourishment for growth. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Yuan could stand fearlessly before Darham. Continuing onward, Lin Yuan bore an indifferent demeanor as he brandished the Dragon Slayer blade, charging once more at Darham. Observing this seemingly tireless and pain-immune human, a flicker of fear unconsciously surfaced in Darham's eyes. He felt apprehensive, yet it was not the thought of being slain by Lin Yuan that frightened him. Rather, it was the sheer uncertainty of where this human's limits truly lay. Such an existence could not be allowed to persist in this world. Just as this thought crossed Darham's mind, Lin Yuan had already maneuvered behind him. Before he could even react, the Dragon Slayer blade in Lin Yuan's grasp had carved a deep, bone-exposing gash across his back. Gasping for breath, Lin Yuan exhaled heavily despite successfully landing a blow. The exertion required to maintain his berserk state, employ the thunder-breathing technique, and activate the supreme heavy, I had drained a considerable amount of his stamina. Even though he had exerted every ounce of his strength, Darham showed no signs of collapsing. This was the stark disparity in power. Ultimately, Lin Yuan was merely an S-grade ability user. The fact that he could push a disaster-class giant to such an extent was already remarkable. However, victory and defeat were absolute. There was no notion of merely falling short. Should he falter, he would undoubtedly perish here, and all his plans would come to naught. With this thought, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength from within. Thunderous kill slash. Lin Yuan unleashed all of his power, enveloping the Dragon Slayer blade with the might of his thunderous energy. This single strike would determine the outcome. Yet, at the very moment he surged forward, a white, thread-like lethal projectile hurtled towards him at an astonishing speed. Bang! This deadly strand pierced through Lin Yuan's body like a sniper bullet, erupting in a crimson spray of blood. The sudden assault elicited a fleeting expression of astonishment in Lin Yuan's eyes. Accompanied by an excruciating pain, his body crashed heavily to the ground, akin to a bird felled by a hunter's shot. Darham, you truly are a pitiful waste, unable to deal with even such a human wretch. A delicate laugh echoed. The colossal figure of the spider demon giant soon materialized before the onlookers. Upon her arrival, a cloud of despair swiftly enveloped everyone, for this spider demon had shattered their last flicker of hope. Ultimately, Lin Yuan had fallen. With 2 catastrophe-level giants on the scene, the annihilation of South River City was inevitable. The civilization of giants harbored no intention of sparing them even the slightest chance of survival. Where were the defenders of South River City? Why had they not yet appeared? Do not hold your breath for their rescue. The battlefield ahead is bound to be even more devastating. Friends, let us accompany each other on the road to the underworld. Chapter 73. My name is Li Huangyan. Lin Yuan clutched his abdomen, struggling to prop himself up. Crimson blood gushed from his wound. He had not anticipated the emergence of a second catastrophe-level giant. Nevertheless, the sudden onslaught of this spider demon giant had indeed inflicted grave damage upon him. Even with his regenerative abilities, complete recovery within such a short span was unattainable. Damn it! Lin Yuan's gaze darkened ominously. At this moment, he had been forced to relinquish the thunder-breathing technique, and even the effects of his blood-boosting state were steadily waning. In such circumstances, the aura he emanated had long since lost its previous vigor. One surge of energy leads to decline, and then exhaustion. Lin Yuan was now beginning to weaken. Yet, he was confronted by 2 catastrophe-level giants, particularly the spider demon giant, who was in her prime. He could sense the suffocating aura of despair permeating the surroundings. However, Lin Yuan understood that in times like these, he must not succumb. Miracles are forged from the darkest depths of despair, carving out glimmers of hope. There must be a way. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination as his mind raced. He still had one final strategy to break the deadlock. He must, at all costs, eliminate the Darham before him. Afterward, he could use Darham's corpse, along with that of the rabid lion giant, for a necromantic ritual. And let us not forget the body of the Hell-Eye giant, which he could also utilize. 1 city-destroying giant, and 2 catastrophe-level giants. With these 3 corpses as offerings, the summoned undead beings would undoubtedly possess immense power. At this very moment, the most challenging dilemma lies in how to eliminate Darham. Merely killing Darham presents an immense difficulty, especially as I must accomplish this before the gaze of the gigantic spider demon. I never anticipated that after enduring a shot from my spider demon bullet, you would still be standing. Eliza chuckled sweetly. It seems your physique is quite robust. How delightful. I have a penchant for strong men. The smile that blossomed on her face was enchanting, yet sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Yuan raised his head, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he replied. Is that so? What a pity. I have never been fond of older women, particularly those who resemble monsters. You seek death. A frost enveloped Eliza's visage in an instant. In a fit of rage, she opened her colossal mouth without hesitation, unleashing spider demon bullets that shot forth like a machine gun towards Lin Yuan's direction. The powerful spider demon bullets instantly created countless deep craters upon the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had already discerned the trajectory of the spider demon bullets with his supreme vision, narrowly evading each strike. While dodging the giant spider demon's onslaught, he advanced at a remarkable speed toward Daram's position. Lin Yuan's intentions were so glaringly apparent that Daram immediately sensed something amiss. This brat dares to lay hands on me. Daram seethed with rage, astonished that this fellow considered him an easy target. Since you seem eager for death, allow me to oblige. Daram roared, and a noxious miasma rapidly coalesced within his massive maw, which he then unleashed towards Lin Yuan with a thunderous spray. With a swift sidestep, Lin Yuan narrowly avoided the massive ball of poison. However, to his astonishment, just as he believed he had evaded the attack, the colossal poison sphere erupted midair. In an instant, countless dark green poison beads shot out in every direction. Under this omnidirectional assault, Lin Yuan could not escape unscathed, and the corrosive liquid swiftly eroded much of his body. The pain was so intense it could easily render a person unconscious. Yet, Lin Yuan clung to his extraordinary willpower, glaring defiantly at Daram before him. Daram looked down upon him from his towering height, sneering, "Do not regard me with such dog-like eyes. Your resistance is futile. Weakness is the original sin. Even breathing is a mistake for the feeble. Prepare to embrace death. To perish at my hands would be your honor." Daram opened his massive mouth once more, dark green venom coalescing within. Everything was coming to an end. However, just as Daram prepared to expel the venomous sphere, intent on annihilating Lin Yuan, a shadow suddenly emerged with remarkable swiftness. Before Daram could comprehend the situation, an enormous hand of flame coalesced from that figure and clenched around his neck with a vice-like grip. Subsequently, the figure ascended into the air, forcibly dragging Daram into the skies. The scene before them left all present in utter astonishment. A mere human had lifted a colossal disaster-level giant with such ease. When did Nanjiang City become home to such formidable warriors? Is this an SSS-level powerhouse? Has the Chinese military sent reinforcements? Such immense strength, capable of lifting a disaster-level giant as if it were a mere chick. In an instant, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to that figure. Until this moment, they had never witnessed such overwhelming might. "Who are you?" A flicker of panic flashed in Daram's eyes. He attempted to struggle, but the fiery hand gripped his neck like an iron claw, rendering him utterly immobile under its immense force, forcing him to endure the searing pain. "Who am I? Is that question of any significance?" The crimson-haired man raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he coldly retorted, "When you were slaughtering the warriors of Nanjiang City, did you reveal your name to them? Just as you deem the weak to be guilty, your very existence before me is a transgression." As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the man, sending tremors through Daram's very soul. "Remember this well. My name is Li Huanyan. I shall incinerate the world, the Flame Emperor." Chapter 74. We are the blazing flames. An SSS-level mutant, Li Huanyan, has arrived. His gaze was frigid, brimming with a murderous intent that surged forth. The sheer pressure radiating from him was sufficient to render the plague giant before him utterly motionless. This is the might of an SSS-level mutant. It is crucial to understand that an SSS-level human powerhouse can rival an 8th-tier annihilation giant in terms of strength. In the presence of Li Huanyan, the mere disaster-level giant was akin to an ant. As Daram gasped for breath, his visage contorted in despair. Why does an SSS-level powerhouse appear in Nanjiang City? You knew we would come. Had it not been for Li Huanyan's tangible presence before him, Daram would never have dared to believe that such a formidable SSS-level warrior could exist in a remote border city like Nanjiang. Li Huanyan smirked, revealing a radiant smile. "Of course, we knew you wouldn't relent so easily. That's why I've been waiting for you here for a full 2 months. However, I truly did not anticipate the magnitude of your giant civilization's ambitions this time. To think that a spatial passage was directly opened outside of Nanjiang City. Moreover, you have dispatched 2 colossal beings of catastrophic proportions." However, just as Li Huanyan began to speak, Daralam suddenly exerted all his strength and resolutely detonated the plague cloud suspended in midair. "Even if you kill me, I shall ensure that the entire Nanjiang City accompanies me in this demise." At this moment, the plague cloud had accumulated to an unimaginable extent, vast enough to obscure the heavens. With a thunderous boom, upon Daralam's intentional detonation, the plague cloud above trembled violently. Countless dark green toxins splattered in all directions. Whether on the battlefield or within the city, nearly half of Nanjiang City found itself enveloped in the lethal miasma. The mere mortal body could hardly withstand such a violent toxin. Ha ha ha, let destruction reign. Daralam lifted his head, erupting into maniacal laughter. Yet, what he did not anticipate was that, in the face of this catastrophic upheaval, Li Huanyan's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He spoke with indifference. It seems you are utterly ignorant of the power possessed by an SSS-level esper. In the next instant, before Daralam could even react, Li Huanyan's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow akin to a flame. In the blink of an eye, Li Huanyan appeared in the heavens above. No one could have foreseen that this crimson-haired man would boldly confront the torrential toxins. We are the flames. My fire can consume the world. Li Huanyan spread his arms wide. His eyes transformed into a blazing red, reminiscent of infernos. In the next moment, an endless conflagration erupted from around Li Huanyan, sweeping forth towards the encroaching toxins like a sea of fire, an all-encompassing blaze, a flame capable of incinerating all. This was the true strength of SSS-level fire esper. Li Huanyan, accompanied by the crackling of flames, all the dark green toxins were utterly consumed, not a single drop remaining. The entirety of Nanjian City remained untouched, merely witnessing a grand spectacle of fiery homage. Gazing at the scene before him, even Lin Yuan could not help but reveal a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He could certainly sense the formidable power emanating from Li Huanyan's flames. That inferno was akin to divine fire, wielding the might to obliterate everything in its path. Even his own Golden Emperor fire might not unleash such terrifying force. So this is the power of an SSS-level esper? Lin Yuan's gaze flickered, and he found himself murmuring in awe. In his eyes shone a fervent and excited light. For this was the strength he had always pursued, the power capable of altering the tide of battle, the power sufficient to alter the course of fate. Lin Yuan firmly believes that one day, he too shall possess such terrifying strength. No, one day he will wield an even greater power, one capable of annihilating the civilization of giants. This seemed impossible. Daralam raised his head, staring blankly at the scene before him. He could scarcely believe that the plague clouds he had amassed for so long were effortlessly dispelled by Li Huanyan alone. The might of this human surpassed all his expectations. Previously, he had only sensed such formidable power in King Gaiwu. After extinguishing the plague clouds, Li Huanyan lowered his gaze, locking his icy eyes onto Daralam's form. In the next moment, before Daralam could react, Li Huanyan unleashed a powerful punch. A fierce flame, akin to a blazing inferno, erupted from his fist, forming a pillar of fire that surged towards Daralam. Boom! With a resounding roar, Daralam's massive form was instantly reduced to cinders. Following the demise of Daralam, Li Huanyan turned his attention once again to the colossal spider demon. Upon being ensnared by his murderous gaze, Elith was immediately struck by a profound sense of dread. Her instinctive reaction was to flee. There was no way she could contend with this man. If she could reach the spatial passage, perhaps she might find a glimmer of hope. However, Li Huanyan would not grant her such an opportunity. Inferno Prison Seal. Li Huanyan raised his right arm, his expression devoid of emotion as he activated his fiery powers. In the next moment, four walls of flame erupted around the spider demon, forming a cage that confined her in place. Gritting her teeth, Elith attempted to break through the fiery barrier. Yet, as her body made contact with the flames, a surge of violent energy violently repelled her. It is time to atone for the human warriors you have slain. Li Huanyan spoke coldly, conjuring a blazing sword and swiftly appearing behind Elith, effortlessly piercing her heart with a single strike. Chapter 75, The Ring of the Fire God. A gift from Li Huanyan. Two catastrophic giants fell to Li Huanyan's hands in succession. In truth, from the moment he appeared, the outcome had been decisively sealed. Before an SSS-ranked powerhouse, the catastrophic giants stood little chance of retaliation. This was the essence of true domination. This was a genuine dimensional strike. With his sheer strength, Li Huanyan had completely reversed the tide of battle. He then raised his head, his gaze impassive as he surveyed the battlefield ahead. It appeared that there were still several city-destroying giants present. Although these giants posed no direct threat to the safety of South River City, allowing them to rampage on the battlefield would inevitably result in significant casualties for the military of South River City. Thus, Li Huanyan decided to take matters into his own hands, vanquishing those city-destroying giants. "Ladies and gentlemen, please wait a moment," he said, turning his gaze towards Lin Yuan and the group of hunters behind him. However, Lin Yuan sensed that this statement was deliberately directed at him. After speaking, Li Huanyan's figure vanished once more. Had it not been for Lin Yuan's supreme eye, it would have been impossible to keep pace with his speed using mere eyesight. Once Li Huanyan departed, Lin Yuan struggled to sit up, retrieving a vial of life-restoring elixir from the system space, which he promptly drank. Under the dual effects of the potion and his self-healing abilities, his injuries began to mend rapidly. Had Li Huanyan not arrived in time, Nanjiang City might have faced annihilation, and even he might not have survived. It is evident that his strength remains insufficient. Despite being a prodigy of his age, his power pales in the face of true calamity. In this world, disasters are ever present. Such is the nature of human existence. In the face of death, any excuse or rationale proves futile. If one were to perish, it would merely attest to their limited capacity. 5 minutes later, Li Huangyan returned to the scene, bearing nearly 5 or 6 corpses of city-destroying giants. A colossal hand of blazing fire coalesced around his right arm, which he used to carry the immense bodies. He then unceremoniously cast the corpses before Lin Yuan. If I recall correctly, you possess the ability to manipulate giant corpses, do you not? Li Huangyan spoke solemnly. In that case, these giant corpses, including those of the 2 catastrophe-level giants, are entirely yours. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Lin Yuan's face. He had not anticipated that Li Huangyan had gone to such lengths to retrieve these giant corpses for him. He immediately stood, expressing his gratitude in a hushed tone. Thank you, senior. No need for thanks. You are the hope of our China. It is only right that I assist you, Li Huangyan replied with a grin. Truth be told, I am quite curious to unveil the mask that conceals your face, to behold your true form. However, I respect your choice, and thus shall refrain from doing so. As long as you fight for China, you command my respect. After saying this, Li Huangyan extended his right hand, gently striking his heart as a gesture of encouragement towards Lin Yuan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan returned a military salute to Li Huangyan. In that moment, they were united in their battle for the sake of China. Subsequently, Li Huangyan once again produced a crimson ring, casually tossing it to Lin Yuan, and spoke in a calm tone. This ring, known as the Ring of the Fire God, is crafted from an extraordinarily unique material, one of the finest creations of scientific endeavor in China. Furthermore, I have infused this ring with a substantial amount of blazing energy using my own extraordinary powers. Consequently, the Ring of the Fire God possesses 2 remarkable abilities. The first is Flame Explosion. When activated, it can unleash an explosive attack equivalent to my full strength. The second ability is Flame Barrier. Upon its activation, a fiery barrier will rise around you, shielding you from imminent attacks. This ring is meant for your survival. However, each ability can only be utilized once, so they should be reserved for the direst of circumstances. Do you understand? Gazing at the solemn expression on Li Huangyan's face, Lin Yuan momentarily hesitated. He found it difficult to comprehend why Li Huangyan would bestow such a precious item upon him, especially considering that this was their first encounter. After much contemplation, Lin Yuan could only arrive at one conclusion. Li Huangyan indeed held high hopes for his talent and wished for his continued growth. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan did not decline but accepted the Ring of the Fire God, softly declaring, I shall not disappoint your expectations, esteemed senior. Excellent. Li Huangyan nodded, a hearty laugh escaping him. If the opportunity arises, let us meet again on the battlefield. With those words, he vanished from sight once more. The front lines still required his presence for the concluding actions. Following the emergence of the SSS-level ability user, this battle was destined to culminate in the abject defeat of the giant civilization, as the giants on the front lines were almost entirely annihilated. The defenders of Nanjing City immediately commenced the cleanup of the battlefield. We have triumphed. We have emerged victorious. We have held our ground in Nanjing City. The faces of all present radiated with uncontainable excitement. Before Li Huangyan's arrival, each of them had prepared themselves for death. They willingly offered their lives to salvage even a glimmer of hope for Nanjing City. They had never imagined that they could achieve ultimate victory. Yet, the reality was that they had indeed prevailed. Everything changed upon Li Huangyan's appearance. Whether it was disaster-level giants or city-destroying behemoths, all high-tier giants seemed utterly fragile before this man. Such is the strength of our China. As long as they endure, the heavens of China shall not collapse. On this day, all the warriors of Nanjing City indelibly etched the name of that man in their memories. The SSS-level fire ability user, Li Huangyan. However, just as all the soldiers of Nanjing City were celebrating him, Li Huangyan resolutely departed from the battlefield. 3 minutes later, he materialized atop the rooftop of a tall building. At that very moment, Lin Tianke was also present, gazing into the distance towards the battlefield. Chapter 76. The Tyrant of the Former Battlefield on the Front Lines. Have we emerged victorious? Lin Tianke seemed to have anticipated Li Huangyan's arrival, and he turned calmly to inquire. Li Huangyan grinned and replied, naturally, it was a resounding victory. With my prowess, how could I possibly be overwhelmed by 2 catastrophe-level giants? Lin Tianke nodded slightly and responded nonchalantly, that is reassuring. It is fortunate you are here, otherwise, I would have had no choice but to intervene personally. Li Huangyan replied solemnly, to expose your hidden strength for merely 2 catastrophe-level giants seems hardly worthwhile. Indeed, it is not worth it, Lin Tianke retorted with a smile. But what choice do I have? The giant civilization is forcing my hand. I cannot idly watch as Nanjing City meets its demise before my eyes. However, I shall traverse the spatial passage to confront the mastermind behind this, and I will eliminate him. Since I have already revealed my capabilities, the adversaries must bear some consequences. At this, Li Huanyan couldn't help but shiver. He had not expected Lin Tianke to be even more domineering than he himself was. Li Huanyan had merely eradicated the giants on the battlefield, while Lin Tianke was determined to infiltrate the lair of these giants alone. Indeed, the dragon general had not changed at all. He remained the same fierce and merciless tyrant of the battlefield. Not a single giant that fell by his hand was left intact, which explained the deep-seated hatred the giant civilization harbored against him. Then Lin Tianke inquired again, "By the way, has that fellow made his move?" Li Huanyan paused for a moment, instinctively asking, Who else could it be?" Lin Tianke replied, "The one capable of manipulating the corpses of giants. The prodigy of Nanjing City." Li Huanyan nodded and said, "That young man possesses considerable strength. He single-handedly faced 2 catastrophe-level giants and even nearly vanquished one of them. However, it is evident that he is still too young and immature. Had I not arrived in time, he would likely have fallen victim to those 2 giants. Thus, I left him a flame god ring to ensure his safety in moments of peril." Lin Tianke cast a slightly surprised glance at him. "Li Huanyan, when did you become so generous?" Li Huanyan chuckled. "In the past, I received much care from General Lin. Now that I have gained some strength myself, it is only right that I extend my support to the younger generation of our Huaxia." Though he spoke thus, he secretly cursed. "Damn it, so concerned. Yet you claim that lad is not your son." Thankfully, I am astute enough to perceive the signs and made an early investment. Even if Lin Tianke does not acknowledge my goodwill, that young man will undoubtedly remember it. With his talent and rate of growth, given time, he will surely become a formidable figure akin to the dragon General Lin Tianke of Huaxia. This investment is bound to yield great returns. By the way, at that moment, Lin Tianke suddenly shifted the conversation and inquired, "After this war concludes, you will likely be reassigned to the front lines soon, will you not?" "Indeed," replied Li Huanyan. "The situation at the front is critical, and there is a dire shortage of combat strength. I have only been stationed here in Nanjing City for a little over 2 months, yet I have already borne considerable pressure. Had the giant civilization delayed their offensive by even a month, I fear I would have already been sent back to the front lines." Lin Tianke nodded and calmly remarked, "You remember the instructions I entrusted to you, I trust?" Li Huanyan promptly responded, "Huanyan would never forget." "Excellent," Lin Tianke said in a grave tone. "Whether we can uncover the traitor hidden within the upper echelons of the military rests solely upon us. Once that traitor is found, I shall personally ensure their demise, to appease the souls of my fallen comrades." His demeanor was unervingly calm, yet it emanated a formidable aura of vengeance, as if he bore the weight of profound enmity. Li Huanyan remained silent, fully aware that during the ambush on Lin Tianke, all 12 of his comrades had perished in an attempt to rescue him, their bodies left unrecognizable. No one could fathom the depth of hatred harbored within this man. Victory. Huaxia, a resounding triumph. The human race, a glorious victory. We are alive. Nanjing City has not fallen. On the battlefield, all the soldiers of Nanjing City roared in unison, releasing the emotions that lay deep within their hearts. There was joy in victory and relief in survival. Some laughed exuberantly, only to be overtaken by tears. Compared to their fallen comrades, they considered themselves incredibly fortunate. The survivors among the hunters wore expressions of profound relief. Their gaze was fixed upon Lin Yuan, knowing that this remarkable individual had saved their lives. Had it not been for Lin Yuan's valiant efforts in slaying the rampaging lion giant and his relentless struggle to delay the 2 catastrophic giants, they would have been devoured before Li Huanyan could have arrived. "Thank you." A hunter finally stepped forward. He was a middle-aged man with graying hair, who knelt before Lin Yuan and bowed deeply 3 times. "I have 3 daughters at home. The youngest is merely 4 years old, and the eldest is only 16. I apologize sincerely. I fear not death, but I truly cannot die. Thank you for saving my family. I am eternally grateful." His tone was profoundly humble, yet immensely sincere. As Lin Yuan gazed at the middle-aged man before him, his eyes flickered slightly. He had previously believed that those unwilling to take up arms were merely cowards clinging to life. However, it became apparent that among these individuals were ordinary people striving to survive in chaotic times. What fault did they possess? None. They simply wished to live. In this cruel era, is it truly so difficult to wish for survival? After a middle-aged man took the initiative to step forward, the rest of the hunters followed suit, eager to express their gratitude to Lin Yuan. However, upon gazing at these hunters, Lin Yuan exhibited no hesitation. He turned away and, before they could react, transformed into a streak of lightning, departing from the scene. Chapter 77. The Chaotic Land. Journey to the War Fortress. For Lin Yuan, the acknowledgement of others held no significance, nor did he seek their praise. His actions were never motivated by such trivialities. From the very beginning, he had been a solitary wanderer in the shadows. Now that the war had been won, it was time for him to leave. Moreover, he would not return to South River City for an extended period. He hoped that when he next set foot here, the giant civilization would have been thoroughly expelled. While everyone in South River City celebrated their victory, no one noticed a young man wearing a silver mask quietly departing from the city. In the depths of the eternal night city of the giant civilization, the furious dark giant, Gai Wu, seethed with rage, his face a mask of fury. At that moment, the overwhelming aura of a destruction-grade giant emanated from him. The other giants within the palace cowered on the ground, trembling beneath his terrifying presence. Gai Wu had not anticipated that his meticulously planned scheme would be thwarted by a mere human warrior. 2 disaster-grade giants had perished at the hands of Li Huanyan. 36 space giants had succumbed due to energy depletion. As for the 12 city-destroying giants and other lower-tier giants, they had been utterly annihilated. Despite the tremendous cost incurred, he had failed to conquer even the modest South River City. Lin Tianke and that prodigy from South River City remained unscathed. This outcome struck Gai Wu like a resounding slap, igniting a stinging pain across his face. Undoubtedly, following the news of this defeat, Gai Wu would become the laughingstock of the entire giant civilization. Li Huanyan, should you dare to appear on the battlefield, I shall slay you. Gai Wu raised his head and unleashed a roar that reverberated like thunder. In an instant, the entire palace trembled violently. The giants within could only wish to bury their heads in the ground, awaiting the moment when Gai Wu could fully unleash his pent-up fury. 3 days later, several hundred miles from South River City, Lin Yuan lifted his gaze to behold a gathering of humanity before him. However, to describe it as a human settlement would be misleading. It resembled more of a makeshift refuge constructed amidst the ruins. From an external perspective, it appeared desolate and dilapidated, with a population of merely a few thousand souls. In stark contrast to the orderly main city, this place is devoid of the protective embrace of the Huaxia military. Lacking walls and patrolling guards, the feeble presence of armed forces here renders it susceptible to being trampled by high-ranking giants at any moment. Under normal circumstances, few would venture into such a perilous locale. The denizens of this realm are typically hunters, fugitives, black market traders, and even adherents of the giant cult. Yet, it is precisely in this chaotic amalgamation that one can accomplish feats unattainable within the main city, such as reaching the war fortress. Within the confines of the main city, no mode of transportation directly connects to the border. Even the new recruits are ferried by armored vehicles provided by the Huaxia military. In Huaxia, unauthorized excursions to the border are deemed a grave offense. Hence, if Lin Yuan wished to hasten his journey to the war fortress, he had no choice but to navigate this treacherous environment. To safeguard his identity, he had deliberately donned a mask resembling a fearsome demon, characterized by a green face and sharp fangs. In this tumultuous domain, many individuals wear masks to conceal their identities, allowing Lin Yuan to blend in without drawing undue attention. The streets here are exceedingly filthy and disordered. Even the shops merely sport tattered wooden signs hanging outside. For a moment, Lin Yuan found himself at a loss as to where to commence his search. Fortunately, a target soon emerged. He lifted his gaze to a burly scarred man, who sat nonchalantly atop a wooden barrel, toying with an alloy combat knife that emanated an intimidating aura. It is commonplace for the inhabitants of this realm to possess a murderous past, and the presence of such a menacing air is hardly surprising. However, even amidst this chaos, the scarred man stood out as a formidable figure, with no one daring to approach him. Undeterred by the atmosphere, Lin Yuan approached the man and inquired, "Brother, may I ask where I might find transportation to the 3rd defense line?" The scarred man, evidently taken aback by the audacity of the interruption, glanced up, locking eyes with Lin Yuan, and sneered, "Brother? Who's your brother? Don't be ridiculous with your polite inquiries. Courtesy holds little value here. What you need to understand is this." He extended his hand, rubbing his thumb and index finger together, signaling Lin Yuan to pay up. "Give me 10,000, and I'll share the information. If you lack the funds, then you can forfeit an arm as compensation. I have no time for the likes of you, a destitute fool." Upon hearing the scarred man's words, the surrounding crowd instinctively turned their attention to Lin Yuan. The majority were silently mourning for him, recognizing him as a newcomer oblivious to the dangers of provoking the wrong individuals. Indeed, the lesson that courtesy is worthless would soon be imparted to him through experience. Confronted by the menacing scar-faced brute, Lin Yuan offered a faint smile, acknowledging the principle of courtesy preceding conflict. Just as his words resonated in the air, he unwaveringly unleashed his thunderous abilities. In an instant, a tempest of lightning surged forth from his hand, coalescing into a formidable thunderblade. "What do you intend to do?" The scar-faced man's expression shifted abruptly. Yet, before he could react, the thunderblade was already poised menacingly against his throat. He could feel the electric energy dancing across his skin, exuding the chilling aura of death. "If my polite inquiry displeases you, might you enlighten me now?" Lin Yuan's voice, icy and resolute, echoed in his ear. The scar-faced man felt an overwhelming cold wash over him, rendering him immobile. Frantically nodding, he stammered, "In no problem. Whatever you wish to know, I shall divulge. No, I will personally escort you." Chapter 78. The mysterious man in black. Lin Yuan retracted the thunderblade and spoke nonchalantly. "Then let us proceed. Lead me there." Although the blade had withdrawn from the man's neck, he dared not make a single reckless move. The specter of death lingered like a shadow over him. To his dismay, the thunder wielder before him was undeniably formidable. He himself was an B-rank power user. Yet under the pressure of his opponent's aura, he felt utterly devoid of any rebellious thoughts. This individual was at least an A rank. For a moment, the scar-faced man felt a bitter pang in his heart, realizing he had antagonized a potential A-rank powerhouse over a mere few $1,000s. Fortunately, it seemed his adversary did not intend to linger. With that thought, he hastily declared, "Rest assured, I shall take you there immediately." He then stepped ahead of Lin Yuan, guiding the way. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. The previously aggressive scar-faced man now appeared as meek as a lamb in the presence of this enigmatic youth. This individual seemed far from ordinary. They hadn't even registered his movements before he had already placed the thunder blade against the scarred man's throat. The speed was nothing short of terrifying. When did such a formidable figure emerge in our midst? Clearly, he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Alas, the scar-faced man had finally encountered a formidable opponent. Enough chatter. Let us disperse quickly before we attract unwanted attention. As the crowd murmured, Lin Yuan followed closely behind the scar-faced man, unperturbed by any potential trickery. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are but empty words. Should he desire, he could extinguish the scar-faced man's life in a heartbeat. It must be said, although this human enclave appeared modest, the internal dynamics were remarkably intricate. The scarred man guided Lin Yuan through several narrow alleys before leading him to a secluded house, devoid of even a doorplate. "Brother, this is old Li's transport business," he said with a sycophantic smile. "He specializes in transportation. As long as you have the money, he can take you anywhere, even to the front lines, or even to America, Japan, or Russia." With a contrite expression, the scarred man continued, "What happened earlier was my fault. Please, have mercy and treat me like the insignificant pest I am." After uttering this, he even slapped himself several times in a display of desperation. Lin Yuan glanced at him and spoke coolly, "Leave. If I discover you have deceived me, you know the consequences." "Understood, understood." The scarred man, overwhelmed with relief, hurriedly fled. Turning his attention to the house, Lin Yuan pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Is anyone here?" Upon entering, he was immediately hit by a musty odor. It was hard to fathom that such a dismal place could be the largest transport business in the area. Someone. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice, a wrinkled old man emerged from the back room. Not particularly tall, his hair was a mix of black and gray, and his back was hunched. Though his age was uncertain, he resembled a diminutive elderly figure. "Just call me Old Li," he said, lifting his head and smiling broadly at Lin Yuan. "I don't know who referred you, but where do you wish to go?" Lin Yuan perceived that Old Li was eager to project a friendly demeanor. Yet the smile that emerged from his wrinkled visage struck Lin Yuan as rather lecherous. "I came on my own accord," Lin Yuan replied coolly. "I wish to go to the front lines, to the 3rd Defensive Lines War Fortress. Do you have the means to get me there?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Old Li's eyes. "You too wish to go to the War Fortress?" Lin Yuan, taken aback, instinctively inquired. "Is there anyone else going?" Old Li chuckled. "What a coincidence. There happens to be another guest heading there as well." He gestured towards the doorway leading to the back room. At that moment, someone emerged from within, clad in a black coat, wearing a black hat, and donning a black mask, resembling a raven cloaked in darkness. However, Lin Yuan could discern, through the gaps of the hat and mask, that the individual's skin was an unnaturally pale shade, almost sickly. It seemed the man sensed Lin Yuan's gaze, lifting his head to meet Lin Yuan's eyes with a frigid stare. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Lin Yuan felt a jolt of shock. For the man's irises were a disturbingly vivid crimson. It appeared as though the eyes of a vampire, emanating an aura of unparalleled malevolence. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing that the man in black was not to be underestimated. Subsequently, Old Li smiled as he introduced Lin Yuan, stating that this guest was also en route to the War Fortress. Given their fortuitous encounter, it was fortuitous they could travel together. However, before Lin Yuan could voice his thoughts, the man in black spoke first. "Mr. Li, I am not accustomed to sharing a vehicle with others. Could you arrange for a private car for me? The cost is of no concern." His voice was gravelly, reminiscent of rusty iron scraping against itself, and it was somewhat grating to the ears. Lin Yuan promptly interjected, "If possible, I would also appreciate a private vehicle. The price is not an issue." When money was no object, Convenience was paramount. Yet, in response to their requests, Old Li could only smile wryly. Gentlemen, this truly is not a matter of finances. You must understand that armored transport vehicles capable of traversing various terrains are already difficult to procure, and managing the checkpoints along the way is exceedingly troublesome. Therefore, transportation to the front lines operates on a fixed schedule every 15 days, accommodating multiple passengers each time. To arrange private vehicles for the two of you would not only be irresponsible to the other guests, but would also tarnish our reputation. Thus, he implored the two to be understanding. Chapter 79. Utilizing the random talent skill book. After delivering this speech, Old Li beamed at the two. The man in black chose not to press further, instead stating calmly, "If that is the regulation, I shall not insist. However, I have but one request. I must be delivered within the confines of the war fortress." Lin Yuan echoed, "I too have the same requirement." Old Li nodded vigorously, assuring them, "Rest assured, we will ensure the safe passage of both guests." He then turned back to Lin Yuan, continuing, "We also have a policy whereby, should you have a guarantor, only a deposit is required. In the absence of a guarantor, full payment must be made up front." Lin Yuan nodded in understanding, calmly inquiring, "How much is required?" "If you are heading to the war fortress, the travel fee is 10 million, and the checkpoint fee is 5 million, totaling 15 million. Old Li replied, "Moreover, we do not accept credit cards. Only cash or gold bars are permissible. Should you lack sufficient cash, you may exchange for gold bars at the shop located a few hundred meters south of here, which specializes in such transactions." 15 million, you say? Lin Yuan responded nonchalantly, "I shan't squander time on this. Do you believe this is worth 15 million? Upon finishing his words, he produced a colossal brain core from his bosom, presenting it to Old Li. Upon sight of the brain core, Old Li's eyes widened in astonishment. A seasoned veteran like him, who has navigated the chaos for many years, naturally possesses a discerning eye. The value of such a high-tier brain core undoubtedly exceeds 15 million. I never imagined, esteemed guest, that you would possess such a remarkable item. If you have any surplus, I have avenues to assist you in selling it at a premium." Old Li chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits, clearly intent on extracting further profit from Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan remained unfazed, calmly responding, "That will not be necessary. This brain core is merely a stroke of luck for me. I possess no more. If you are satisfied, I shall use it to offset my transportation fare." "Such a pity," Old Li sighed softly. As a cunning fox, he did not believe Lin Yuan possessed merely a single high-tier brain core. After all, the latter's demeanor was excessively composed, betraying no hint of attachment to this giant brain core. Nevertheless, since Lin Yuan was unwilling to engage in a transaction, Old Li had no recourse. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan noticed that after extracting the giant brain core, the gaze of the man in black across from him suddenly sharpened. Moreover, whether it was Lin Yuan's imagination or not, there seemed to be an undercurrent of disdain in the man's eyes upon seeing the brain core. For a moment, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. In his assessment, the figure before him was decidedly unusual, even bordering on the bizarre. If the opportunity arose, he ought to investigate the man's background. After all, if all went as expected, this individual shared the same destination as he and would likely be traveling together. Carefully stowing the giant crystal core, Old Li promptly announced, "Esteemed guests, the transport vehicle heading to the front lines will arrive punctually in 5 days. Please gather here at 8 in the morning on that day. I wish you both a safe journey in advance." After departing from Old Li's establishment, Lin Yuan sought out a nearby inn for accommodation. Though labeled an inn, it merely featured a wooden plank bed and a seemingly grimy blanket. For such an environment, one was charged $500 for a single night's stay. However, all inns in this area bore a similar appearance. The clientele was a motley crew, and no one would conduct business earnestly in such a place. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan was indifferent. He merely sought a place to rest. The quality of the surroundings mattered little to him, as he was not particularly finicky. It is worth noting that during his time hunting giants outside the city, he had even slept in the wild. After settling in, Lin Yuan reclined on the wooden bed, preparing to close his eyes and rest for a moment. Yet, the visage of the man in black lingered stubbornly in his mind. Who exactly was that individual? What purpose did he have in the war fortress? Though it was merely their first meeting, the peculiarities of the enigmatic figure left a profound impression on Lin Yuan. Unfortunately, he was unaware of the whereabouts of the man in black. This chaotic area, though not vast, housed thousands of individuals, making the task of locating him akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, Lin Yuan temporarily abandoned this notion. After all, in 5 days, when the transport vehicle heading to the front lines arrived, he would have the opportunity to meet the individual once more. 5 days later, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the cracks of the window. However, Lin Yuan was not reclining in bed. Instead, he had long since commenced doing push-ups on a single finger on the ground. He was drenched in sweat, droplets cascading down his cheeks onto the floor. Despite balancing on just one finger, His body rose and fell with the steadiness of a rock. 1,998, 1,999, 2,000. Upon completing a full 2,000 push-ups, Lin Yuan finally stood up, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel, preparing to take a quick wash. With nearly 45 minutes remaining until the assembly at 8 o'clock, he felt he had ample time. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan spoke aloud. "System, I wish to check in." The next moment, the system's notification chimed in his ear. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in for 235 days. Reward. Ability Upgrade Crystal X5. Talent Skill Evolution Book X1. Unbeknownst to him, he had checked in for a total of 235 days. The reward this time took Lin Yuan by surprise. A talent skill evolution book? Upon seeing this reward, he suddenly remembered that he still had 2 random talent skill books unused. In his previous eagerness to elevate his abilities, he had forgotten about these 2 skill books, left to gather dust in the corner. Since he remembered, he might as well learn them now. Lin Yuan murmured to himself and directly retrieved the 2 skill books from the system space. Chapter 80, Heart of the Dead. Eye of True Perception. These 2 skill books appeared as ancient tomes inscribed with numerous intricate characters. However, the method of use was remarkably simple. Lin Yuan merely tapped the cover gently with his hand, and the skill book transformed into a white stream of light, swiftly merging with his being. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully using Random Talent Skill Book and comprehending the talent skill, Heart of the Dead. Heart of the Dead skill effect. Upon use, the host can integrate a designated undead creature into their being, gaining 10 of its power and certain abilities. Integrating with an undead creature and acquiring its abilities? Lin Yuan's gaze flickered as he whispered to himself. This talent skill proved to be exceedingly practical for him. If he could merge with the Titan of the Abyss, he would essentially possess a portion of the abilities of a Calamity-level giant. The only regret is that after the fusion, Lin Yuan could only obtain a mere 10% of the strength of the undead creatures. This proportion seems rather low. It remains uncertain whether his appearance will undergo any changes following the fusion with the undead beings. Having savored the initial success, Lin Yuan once again turned his attention to the second skill book. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to use it immediately. Soon, the system notification chimed in his ears once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully used Random Talent Skill Book and have comprehended the talent skill, Eye of True Sight. The Eye of True Sight grants its possessor a certain ability to see through illusions. This talent skill somewhat compensates for the shortcomings of the Supreme Eye. It is worth noting that although the Supreme Eye possesses remarkable insight, it cannot penetrate illusions. Undeniably, these 2 talent skills have provided a slight enhancement to Lin Yuan's capabilities. While the improvement is not particularly pronounced, it has nonetheless brought him considerable satisfaction. Next came the Random Talent Skill Upgrade Book. Lin Yuan retrieved the upgrade book he earned from today as sign-in rewards and promptly chose to use it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully used Random Talent Upgrade Book, and the talent skill Heart of the Undead has been upgraded to Advanced Heart of the Undead. Upon hearing this system notification, Lin Yuan could not help but be momentarily taken aback. He certainly did not expect that this newly acquired talent skill would receive an upgrade. After the upgrade, the skill's description remained unchanged, with only the base attributes altered, increasing from 10 to 20. Thus, after merging with the undead creatures, Lin Yuan would experience a more significant enhancement. After addressing these matters, Lin Yuan promptly opened his personal attributes. His attribute panel, of course, had undergone considerable changes. Host, Lin Yuan Combat Level, S-Class Esper Special Physique, Tyrant's Body, Supreme Eye Talent Skills, Thunder Breathing Technique, Limb Regeneration, Frozen World, Necromancer's Sacrifice, Heart of the Undead. Eye of True Sight Vitality, 67, 876 calories mental power, 6, 562 Hz abilities, Thunder Ability B Class, Healing Ability B Class, Frost Ability B Class, Undead Ability B Class. With the assistance of the salvation system, his strength is evidently on a steady rise day by day. In truth, if Lin Yuan wished, he could remain in the background to sign in until he ensured he possessed the power sufficient to annihilate the giant civilization. However, such an approach would be exceedingly slow. 5 years, 10 years, or perhaps 15 years. By that time, it is likely that humanity would be but a shadow of its former self. Moreover, a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, regardless of how powerful it becomes, still remains oblivious to how to wield that power. This is the very reason Lin Yuan has been relentlessly seeking ways to hone himself. He aims to sharpen himself into a blade capable of piercing through the giant civilization. Subsequently, Lin Yuan closed the attributes panel before him. After a brief wash-up, he departed from the inn, heading towards the direction of the car dealership. Upon his arrival, there remained merely 5 minutes until the appointed time with Boss Lee. However, even with this grace period, he was the last to arrive. Aside from the previously encountered man in black, there were 7 additional passengers, all of whom appeared quite ordinary. Once everyone had gathered, Old Li, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "It seems everyone is quite punctual. Since we are all here, I shall not delay your time any further. The transport vehicle is stationed outside the city. I will escort you there now. Accompanying us are 2 Class A ability users who will ensure your safety in case of any unforeseen circumstances. However, I must caution you, unless there is a special situation, do not stray from the transport vehicle. Under no circumstances will the vehicle halt for any single individual. Thus, should you fall behind, you must bear the consequences. Do not say I did not warn you. While it may be safe near the city, straying in the wilderness will lead to certain demise." Old Li's expression was exceedingly grave. After imparting these warnings, he waved his hand, guiding the group towards the outskirts of the city. Despite his stooped posture, Old Li's pace was swift. Before long, he led Lin Yuan and the others to an armored transport vehicle. This model was evidently retired from the military of Huaxia. It was unclear what means these individuals had employed to acquire it. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan chose not to delve into this matter, aware that in such gray areas, dubious methods and dealings were commonplace. Moreover, without Old Li's car dealership, reaching the war stronghold would require him at least a month or 2. "All right, please board the vehicle. I wish you all safe travels," Old Li said with a smile, stepping forward to pull open the armored transport's large door. The group exhibited no hesitation, promptly boarding the vehicle. Lin Yuan happened to walk alongside the man in black, who, as usual, was clad in a hat and mask, concealing himself thoroughly. As he ascended into the vehicle, Lin Yuan's peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse of the man beside him. Unexpectedly, he found himself locking eyes with a pair of crimson orbs. Clearly, while he was observing the man in black, the other was likewise scrutinizing him. Upon being noticed, the man in black swiftly averted his gaze, feigning indifference as he calmly boarded the vehicle. Chapter 81. The armored transport to the front line. The interior of the vehicle was remarkably spacious. Even after all had settled into their seats, it did not feel cramped in the least. The seats were arranged in 2 rows, requiring all to sit facing one another. As fate would have it, Lin Yuan found himself seated directly across from a man clad in black. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the armored transport vehicle's door slammed shut. A gruff voice echoed from the front. "Ladies and gentlemen, grip the handles tightly. We are about to depart." In the next instant, the armored vehicle surged forward, causing several passengers who had yet to secure themselves to nearly be thrown from their seats. The interior was immediately filled with exclamations of frustration. Fortunately, the initial stretch of the journey was relatively smooth, and after the vehicle completed its initial acceleration, it soon regained its steadiness. As time passed, the few individuals within the cabin began to engage in conversation. After all, they would be confined to this transport for an extended period, and exchanging words served as a means to alleviate the monotony. However, Lin Yuan had no desire to converse with these individuals. His attention was solely fixated on the man in black across from him. Since boarding, the latter had remained in a state of repose, exuding a chilling aura that discouraged any attempts at interruption. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was not idle. He retrieved several high-grade qi blood pills from his pocket, consuming them one after another. Possessing the physique of a tyrant, his consumption of these pills was astonishing, and the rate at which his vitality surged was equally formidable. He understood that he must seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. The threshold for an S-class powerhouse was 50,000 in vitality, while the threshold for an SS-class powerhouse was 150,000. Thus, Lin Yuan recognized that the path to genuinely becoming an SS-class powerhouse was still a long and arduous one. During the process of consuming the qi blood pills, even Lin Yuan found it difficult to suppress the tumult of his own vitality. It wasn't long before someone took notice of his actions. The burly man seated beside him leaned in closer, grinning as he spoke. "Brother, you must be quite wealthy to afford high-grade qi blood pills." Despite his seemingly friendly demeanor, Lin Yuan perceived a glimmer of greed lurking in the depths of the man's eyes. It was worth noting that each high-grade qi blood pill was valued at 1 million, and the few Lin Yuan had just ingested were worth several million, naturally inciting envy. Wishing to avoid any trouble, Lin Yuan activated his supreme heavy eye and calmly inquired, "Is there something you need?" His golden pupils regarded the burly man with an indifferent gaze, emanating an imperial pressure. Under this weight, the man involuntarily swallowed hard, instinctively recoiling slightly. "And no, it's nothing. I was just curious." Lin Yuan nodded, returning his gaze to a state of tranquility. The insight granted by his supreme heavy eye allowed him to effortlessly discern the man's strength, which was at most B class. Should Lin Yuan desire to eliminate him, it would be as simple as breathing. In truth, within this armored transport, there were scarcely any formidable warriors present. The 2 A-level powerhouses assigned to escort them were undeniably formidable individuals. Lin Yuan discerned that one of these warriors was brimming with vitality, clearly a traditional martial artist, while the other exuded a potent mental energy, likely a psychic of sorts. Although the Supreme Eye could not reveal the unique abilities they possessed, Lin Yuan remained unfazed. After all, even the mightiest of A-level abilities posed no threat to him whatsoever. However, to Lin Yuan's surprise, his piercing gaze did not deter the burly man with the bushy beard. The latter soon approached again, inquiring with feigned camaraderie, "Brother, may I ask what brings you to the front lines?" Lin Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him and replied curtly, "Executing a mission." His aloofness did nothing to dampen the man's enthusiasm. "Well, you certainly have more freedom than I do," the bearded man continued, unabashed. "I'm wanted for murder and have no choice but to flee to the front lines. True, it's a bit chaotic there, but the more disorderly the place, the less law there is to contend with. Perhaps individuals like me are better suited for such environments." Upon finishing this statement, he licked his lips with excitement. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and asked, "You've committed murder?" His fierce gaze sent a shiver down the man's spine, yet he pressed on with his explanation. "Indeed. I merely intended to force the girl to spend the night with me, but her parents happened to return. I thought, why stop there? I ended up killing her entire family. You wouldn't believe how much sweeter her screams were than any song." As he spoke, a savage smile crept across his face. "In my opinion, those of us with abilities should not face punishment for murder. Compared to ordinary people, we are the superior beings. If it weren't for the giant civilization, we should rightfully be the rulers of this world." The bearded man passionately expounded his views, completely oblivious to how Lin Yuan's expression grew increasingly frigid. He clearly did not realize that his wanted status stemmed from such heinous acts. More critically, he felt no remorse, viewing his actions as entirely justified. Such a beast did not deserve to remain in this world. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Lin Yuan, yet he swiftly suppressed it. After all, he could eliminate the man at any time. However, acting upon that impulse now would only invite unnecessary complications. It was best to allow this individual to linger a few days longer. The burly man appeared utterly unaware of Lin Yuan's murderous aura, grinning widely as he said, "Brother, my name is Huaxia. Let us be friends. If we cross paths again at the front, we'll have some camaraderie." Yet, in response to his overture, Lin Yuan merely shot him a cold glance, unwilling to exchange further words. Huaxia, seeing that he had struck a wall with Lin Yuan, could only manage a sheepish smile. However, despite having faced such a setback, it was evident that he had not relinquished his desire to engage with others. Before long, Huaxia rubbed his hands together and, with renewed determination, approached the man in black seated opposite Lin Yuan. Chapter 82, The S-Class Fugitive, Cultist of the Giant. The abyss. Lin Yuan initially assumed that the man in black would ignore Huaxia entirely. To his surprise, however, once Huaxia approached, the two began conversing. What astonished him slightly was that even with the power of his supreme eye, he was still unable to discern the true strength of the man in black. It seemed the latter had sensed Lin Yuan's scrutiny, as he lifted his head and met Lin Yuan's gaze directly, his crimson eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. If Lin Yuan's intuition served him correctly, the man possessed some hidden strength of his own. Nevertheless, there was still ample time ahead. He was confident he would eventually uncover the man's secrets. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan closed his eyes once more, focusing intently on assimilating the vital energy within him. 10 days later, an armored transport vehicle came to a halt in a desolate wilderness. The group gathered around a bonfire ignited beside the vehicle. The driver, having retrieved several frozen meat pieces from the vehicle's cooler, prepared to roast them over the fire. For a group that had subsisted on dry rations for several days, this was a rare delicacy. The meat was soon skewered on iron rods, sizzling as it cooked over the roaring flames, and the tantalizing aroma wafted across the barren landscape. Those who caught a whiff of the scent were instantly tempted. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan sat quietly to the side, continuing to consume his own supply of compressed biscuits and sip on plain water. Though the days in the transport vehicle felt dull, to Lin Yuan, they were scarcely different from his usual routine. He remained in his corner, seemingly an outsider to the lively group. "When will the meat be ready? I'm nearly starving here." One voice complained. "What's the rush? Without seasoning, can the meat even taste good?" Another replied. "Damn it. Just smelling that aroma makes my mouth water." Came a third voice. "Exactly. If they had brought this out sooner, we wouldn't have had to gnaw on bread for so long." Someone else chimed in. The driver chuckled and said, "All right, you lot, quit acting all high and mighty. The cooler on the vehicle is quite small. Do you expect to feast every meal? Just be grateful there's something to eat." He continued, "But here is some good news. Once we pass the next checkpoint, we will officially reach the third defense line. Once at the front, you can do as you please as long as you don't cross the military's bottom line. Even if you take a few lives, they won't have the time to pay you any mind." His words were not incorrect. The closer one gets to the front lines of battle, the more chaotic the environment becomes. In such tumultuous places, order is inevitably lost. Thus, These areas are essentially devoid of legal jurisdiction, giving rise to countless evils. As for the military of Huaxia, they have been tirelessly engaged in combat against the Titan civilization at the front, leaving them little time to concern themselves with the prevailing disorder. At this moment, however, Huanshan approached with a wooden box on his shoulder, a beaming smile adorning his face. Noticing this peculiarity, someone immediately inquired, Huanshan, what are you doing? With a thud, Huanshan set the wooden box down beside the crowd. This box is filled with fine wine, brought over by my brother Mo Jioyo for everyone to sample. Rest assured, this wine is of premium quality. In the city, a single bottle would fetch no less than several thousand yuan. However, my brother Mo insisted that since we have the rare opportunity to gather, he wanted to share these wines to bring us joy. Today, let us indulge. He then opened the lid of the wooden box. A rich aroma of wine immediately filled the air, intoxicating all present. Upon inhaling this delightful fragrance, the crowd erupted in excitement. Since Brother Jioyo is so generous, I shall not hold back. Indeed, we must not disappoint Brother Jioyo's goodwill. Since it is a treat from Brother Jioyo, I must savor this high-end wine. Soon, eager hands reached for the box, which had been brimming with bottles. Now swiftly emptied by the crowd. Each person clutched at least one bottle of wine. These rugged men paid no heed to decorum, biting off the wooden corks and drinking heartily. The wine poured forth, a deep crimson akin to fresh blood, exuding an inexplicable allure. Yet, the merry drinkers remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in the elation brought by the fine wine. Truly, this premium wine is exceptional. The fragrance is indeed rich. We must extend our gratitude to Brother Mo Jioyo for his generosity. A whole box of wine, if taken to the front lines, could easily sell for several 100,000. I never imagined Brother Mo, who often appears so aloof, would be such a magnanimous person. Amidst the chorus of praises for Mo Jioyo that rose from the crowd, Lin Yuan could not help but furrow his brow. For Mo Jioyo was the name of the man in black. What on earth were his intentions? Lin Yuan sensed that there was no need for this man to go out of his way to ingratiate himself with this group. His instincts warned him that this display was likely motivated by ulterior motives. Could the wine be poisoned? With that thought, Lin Yuan instinctively narrowed his eyes. If the wine were indeed tainted, then the objective might very well be to poison everyone present. Just then, Huanshan suddenly approached, holding a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, and cheerfully remarked, Brother, after such a long journey, it's rare to find joy in this moment. Why isolate yourself here? Come, allow me to toast to you. With that, he filled both glasses to the brim and offered them to Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan did not accept them. Instead, he frowned, gazing intently at the wine, which bore a color reminiscent of fresh blood. Something was amiss. The more peculiar the actions of the man in black became, the more cautious Lin Yuan felt. Noticing Lin Yuan's reluctance to take the glasses, Huanshan appeared slightly displeased. Brother, we have spent so many days together. Do you truly think I lack the decency to share a drink with you? Before Lin Yuan could respond, the man in black stepped forward, smiling as he said, It is only natural to be wary of unknown wine. If one does not wish to drink, why compel them? Then, Mo Jioyu reached out and took a glass from Huanshan's hand, raising it to his lips and consuming its contents in one swift motion. After finishing the drink, he exchanged a glance with Lin Yuan, his blood-red eyes filled with mockery and derision. In the face of this provocation, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed, instead reevaluating his judgment. Could it be that this wine was not poisoned? If it were, how could they dare to drink it boldly in his presence? Although Lin Yuan could not ascertain the true intentions of the others, he was certain that the wine concealed some mystery. Moreover, with each of his cautious inquiries, the man in black had begun to harbor animosity towards him. Time passed steadily, and before long, night had fallen. The group remained gathered around the bonfire, indulging in roasted meats and savoring the fine wine. However, as time progressed, some began to notice something unusual. How strange. I've consumed 3 bottles of wine, yet I feel no intoxication at all. Another chimed in. Indeed, not only do I feel sober, but my mind feels unusually stimulated. Wait, you all aren't drunk either? I thought my tolerance had improved. Someone exclaimed. Mo Jioyu, are you sure this wine isn't counterfeit? Amidst the murmurs, all eyes turned towards Mo Jioyu, evidently seeking an explanation. In a corner, Lin Yuan lifted his gaze, a chilling glimmer in his eyes. If all went as he expected, this should be the moment when the true intentions of the man would be laid bare. He was eager to uncover what schemes were afoot. Facing the inquiries of the group, Mo Jioyu slowly raised his head, pulling down the black mask from his face to reveal a countenance as pale as parchment. At this very moment, an exceptionally sinister smile blossomed upon his face. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am indeed known as Mo Jioyu, but I also bear a more illustrious title, Ing Ming. Upon uttering these words, a palpable change overcame the crowd. One individual, pointing at Mogo's visage. Spoke with a tremor of disbelief. I recognize that face. He is Ming, the S-rank fugitive sought by Huaxia. This man's true identity is that of a cultist of the giants. The revelation sent shockwaves through all present, though none among them were paragons of virtue. They had not anticipated that a cultist of the giants had infiltrated their midst. I never imagined that after being wanted for so long, someone would still remember me. Mogo lifted his head, his smile growing ever more malevolent and radiant. Nevertheless, congratulations are in order, for from this moment forth, you too shall follow in my footsteps and become a proud cultist of the giants. Chapter 83. Transforming humans into giants? Begone. Who wishes to become a despised cultist of the giants like you? I am human. Even if I am a fugitive now, I remain human. And what of you? You have betrayed your own kind. You wretched dogs of the giants are unworthy to call yourselves human. In the crowd, a young man with a buzz cut suddenly rose, defiantly raising his middle finger at Mogo. Yet, before he could utter another word, a ghostly purple hand pierced through his chest, brutally extracting his heart. Did I permit you to speak? Mogo inquired, his smile gleaming with malice. This was his supernatural ability, which he named the power of the underworld. He could condense this power into any shape, and the spectral hand that had penetrated the young man's chest was a manifestation of this ability. The ghostly purple hand crushed the young man's heart, and the scalding blood splattered onto the faces of those nearby. In the face of this gruesome spectacle, silence enveloped the crowd, their eyes wide with terror. Subsequently, Mogo surveyed the onlookers with his cold, crimson gaze and spoke softly. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? I can wait for you to finish. Seconds passed, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent. After Mogo showcased his prowess, none dared to provoke him lightly. Just then, however, the two accompanying A-rank superhumans exchanged a glance. Having been comrades for years, a mere look conveyed their intent. In the next moment, the warrior of vitality surged forth, leaping towards Mogo like a ferocious tiger. Meanwhile, the psychic adept rose to his feet, resolutely unleashing his mental pressure towards Mogo. Accompanied by a furious roar, a torrent of psychic energy surged towards Mogo's direction. In his estimation, if he could restrain his opponent for even a moment, his companion would be able to shatter the opponent's skull with a single blow. It is crucial to note that both of them were A-grade superhumans, possessing ample confidence in their own abilities. This very confidence propelled them into their decisive attack against Mogo. However, what the psychic adept did not anticipate was that Mogo seemed entirely unfazed by the mental pressure, instead turning his gaze directly towards him. The audacity of an ant shaking a tree was evident. With a cold snort, a crimson glimmer erupted from Mogo's blood-red eyes. In the next instant, the psychic adept was treated to a horrifying spectacle, releasing a piercing shriek before collapsing into unconsciousness. He had never fathomed that Mogo's psychic power far surpassed his own. In the following moment, the martial artist, infused with vitality, rushed to his side. A powerful punch surged towards Mogo, the force of which was formidable. Yet, Mogo made no attempt to evade. Instead, he calmly raised his hand. Suddenly, a spectral, violet energy enveloped his arm. With a resounding thud, he effortlessly absorbed the force of the punch. If one lacks the strength, it is unwise to recklessly expose oneself. Would it not be better to listen while I speak? A wicked smile blossomed on Mogo's pale face. Then, with a surge of power, his right hand crushed the opponent's bones with a sickening crack before the martial artist could even utter a cry of agony. The spectral energy swiftly enveloped Mogo's left hand, which then descended with lethal intent upon the opponent's head. The martial artist had no opportunity to resist, as his skull was brutally shattered. In a mere span of seconds, Mogo had effortlessly slain two A-grade powerhouses, showcasing his ruthless and brutal nature in full bloom. At that moment, the onlookers fell into a stunned silence, too terrified to utter a single sound. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Yuan remained a detached observer, astonished to discover that the black-clad man he had been covertly monitoring was, in fact, a devotee of the Titans. It was no wonder that when he had retrieved the Titan's brain core, Mogo had regarded him with such profound disdain. After all, fervent devotees of the Titans had reached a level of reverence that regarded the Titans as deities. Lin Yuan's act of trading a high-tier Titan's brain core was undoubtedly a desecration of what he held sacred. Furthermore, this individual was also an S-grade wanted criminal. Being classified as an S-level wanted criminal by the Huaxia military demonstrates not only his formidable strength, but also the profoundly heinous crimes he has committed. In truth, he had the capacity to save those two individuals. However, Lin Yuan ultimately chose not to intervene. The two A-level powerhouses who perished at the hands of Mogo were, after all, no paragons of virtue themselves. Although they were not adherents of the giant sect, they were indeed fugitives on the run. Rather than saving their lives, Lin Yuan was more intrigued to observe Mo Jiyu's true intentions. Subsequently, Mo Jiyu spoke again. His voice calm, yet ominous. It appears that you all harbor considerable resistance towards joining the giant sect. Regrettably, this decision is no longer yours to make. Within the very wine you just consumed, I have infused a unique concoction. This elixir possesses the ability to transform your bodies, aiding your evolution from mere humans into giants. At this juncture, a fervent smile spread across Mo Jiyu's face. You should all be grateful to me. It is I who have facilitated your evolution from being worthless debris into a superior existence. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd morphed into sheer terror. Why are you doing this? I refuse. I refuse to become a giant. You lunatic, you are nothing but a madman. Even Lin Yuan, seated in the corner, felt his pupils constrict involuntarily. An elixir capable of transforming humans into giants? Such a thing exists within the giant sect? At this moment, he was resolutely convinced that Mo Jiyu was undoubtedly a fanatic of the giant sect. One's gaze cannot deceive. When he spoke of giants, his eyes brimmed with reverence. This individual genuinely regarded giants as a superior form of life. Observing the faces of the frightened crowd, a flicker of displeasure crossed Mo Jiyu's features. He stated coolly, you no longer have a choice. If you refuse to join the giant sect, prepare to be exterminated by humanity. No, they may not kill you. Instead, they might dissect your bodies to study the transformation from human to giant. The ever-ignorant humans are particularly fond of such futile endeavors. As he spoke, a cold smile crept across his lips. Just as his words faded, an anomaly erupted from within the crowd. A burly, bald man began to writhe in agony upon the ground, pounding the earth relentlessly. During this transformation, his body grotesquely contorted and began to expand, akin to a balloon being inflated. I did not anticipate the changes occurring within you to be even swifter than expected, Mo Jiyu murmured with a chilling smile. The transformation of this bald man persisted for a full 30 seconds. As the transformation reached its conclusion, his physique had been entirely metamorphosed from that of a human to that of a colossal giant, one towering at an impressive 30 meters. Moreover, his body was adorned with vibrant crimson flame patterns. Mo Jiyu lifted his head and, with a smile, inquired, how do you feel now? The bald giant, who had undergone the transformation, paused momentarily and instinctively replied, I feel an overwhelming surge of power within me. Furthermore, my unique abilities have been enhanced. Upon finishing his statement, a searing flame erupted from his massive form. It is noteworthy that he had originally been a fire elemental ability user. After his transformation into a giant, not only did his powers persist, they were magnified, rendering him a fire giant. You should now comprehend the advantages of becoming a giant, Mo Jiyu remarked nonchalantly. In contrast to the frail and insignificant humans, giants epitomized the essence of perfection. Among the crowd before him, the elixir's effects had commenced their full manifestation. One by one, humans began the process of transformation into giants, even Huaxia included. Yet, Huaxia's face bore no trace of astonishment. Instead, he reveled in the experience of becoming a giant. He could distinctly sense his strength steadily escalating. Initially, he had merely been a B-class ability user, but post-transformation, he possessed power akin to that of a level 5 giant. This was undoubtedly a qualitative leap for him. Evidently, Huaxia had been aware of this from the outset. In fact, he was an accomplice of Mo Jiyu. It is worth noting that the box of wine presented by Mo Jiyu was what he had personally unloaded from the armored transport. From this day forth, I, Huaxia, shall sever all ties with humanity and formally join the giant sect as a giant, he proclaimed with a hearty laugh. The human form ultimately has its limits. I shall no longer be human. Chapter 84, Summoning, Advanced Battle Puzzles. At this moment, Huaxia felt an overwhelming sense of expansion, both in stature and mindset. After all, he was now a level 5 giant. Even A-class ability users would scarcely stand a chance against him. Never before had he envisioned that he would one day wield such formidable power. The intoxicating sensation of strength coursing through his body was utterly exhilarating. Among those present, everyone who had partaken of the wine had been transformed into giants. Some struggled to accept the reality, collapsing to the ground in despair, while others embraced their newfound strength with exhilaration. Mo Jiyu smiled and said, Ladies and gentlemen, accept the truth. Ultimately, it shall be the civilization of giants that reigns over this world, while the feeble humans will inevitably vanish from the annals of history. Your transformation from humans to giants is akin to abandoning the shadows in favor of the light. You will become the pioneers of giant civilization, sharing in this glorious destiny with us. The words of Mo Jiyu are profoundly beguiling. The giants, transformed from humans before my eyes, have begun to show signs of wavering resolve. Moreover, they find themselves devoid of alternative choices. At that moment, Mo Jiyu turned his gaze once more, pointing towards Lin Yuan with a commanding tone. Now, slay this human, thus proclaiming your allegiance to the giant civilization. Whoever succeeds in this task shall receive my advanced giant elixir, which will significantly enhance your potential and bolster your strength. Upon his utterance, a wave of excitement washed over the faces of the giants. For them, taking a life was never a matter of great moral conflict. Besides, they had already embraced their new identities as giants. Huaxia was the first to stride forth toward Lin Yuan, grinning maliciously as he spoke. Brother, do not forget that I offered you a chance. Alas, you did not seize it wisely. Had you consumed that goblet of wine, none of this would have transpired. Now that we stand in opposition, do not blame me for claiming your carcass as a trophy for Lord Mojiyo. As his words faded, Huaxia's colossal fist came crashing down toward Lin Yuan's position. Boom. As a power-type ability user, his strength had markedly amplified upon his transformation into a giant. The ground beneath him caved in dramatically, creating a massive crater. Yet, Lin Yuan had vanished from sight. Foolish one. Such a minuscule amount of power can easily lead you astray. In the next instant, Lin Yuan's mocking laughter rang out from behind Huaxia. Found you. Turning towards the sound, Huaxia quickly spotted Lin Yuan, who was brimming with exhilaration as he launched a powerful punch. The massive fist stirred a tempest of ferocious winds. However, in the face of this overwhelming blow, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Brilliant azure lightning surged from his right arm. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a counterstrike. Colliding with Huaxia's titanic punch, the clash of thunderous fist against colossal force resonated through the air. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Lin Yuan stood firm, as unyielding as a rock. In stark contrast, Huaxia's stout right arm exploded into a crimson mist. How is this possible? The tremendous impact forced him to stagger backward, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Lin Yuan had shattered his arm with a single blow. And that too while he was in his giant form. Forgot to mention, Lin Yuan coldly declared, I have long since lost count of how many fifth-level giants I have slain. At that moment, he activated his supreme eye, his crimson gold gaze radiating a chilling intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Huaxia turned and bolted in terror. He has just realized the immense power possessed by the seemingly unassuming young man with black hair. This individual is nothing short of a monster, with such formidable strength. How could he possibly be a match for such a creature? However, it is evident that Lin Yuan is not prepared to let him off so easily. Previously, he had already harbored murderous intent towards Huaxia, but he had merely awaited an opportune moment to strike. Now that his adversary has transformed into a giant, he has even less reason to spare him. Crimson Golden Imperial Fire, ignite, Lin Yuan declared coldly, as crimson flames suddenly blazed in his eyes. The searing crimson golden imperial fire swiftly engulfed Huaxia's body, causing him to emit piercing screams of agony. In less than 10 breaths, Huaxia was utterly consumed, reduced to ashes without leaving a single intact corpse behind. After witnessing Lin Yuan's terrifying might, the surrounding giants halted in their tracks. After all, no one is willing to court death so readily. The young man before them is evidently beyond their capacity to defeat. Quite a number of them, Lin Yuan remarked, surveying his surroundings with a nonchalant demeanor. However, to him, the quantity of foes held no significance. In the next moment, a thought crossed his mind, and 7 combat puppets materialized before him. These puppets were adorned with intricate magical runes, being the high-tier combat puppets obtained as a reward from a previous quest. Each puppet possessed combat prowess comparable to an S-class warrior and had the ability to replicate one of the host's unique abilities. Upon summoning these combat puppets, they instantly entered a state of battle, simultaneously replicating one of his powers. The puppet that mimicked the thunder ability was surrounded by crackling lightning. The puppet that copied the frost ability exuded an aura of chilling cold. The puppet that emulated the undead ability emanated a suffocating aura of death. The puppet that replicated the healing ability exhibited formidable regenerative powers. More importantly, all these puppets possessed S-class combat strength, which meant that each high-tier combat puppet equated to a city-destroying giant. The mere transformed giants before him stood no chance against these formidable combat puppets. Now, eliminate them all, Lin Yuan commanded with a steely gaze. In an instant, all combat puppets unleashed their full speed, charging toward their designated targets. It would not be long before this place transformed into a veritable hellscape. Chapter 85. Weakness and ignorance have never been barriers to survival. Arrogance is the true adversary. Please don't kill me. I did not willingly become a giant. I beg you, save me. I did not voluntarily join the giant sect. The battlefield was filled with anguished cries. Giants were wailing, begging for mercy, and some even sought assistance from Mojiyo, hoping he could spare their lives. However, from beginning to end, Mojiyo showed no intention of intervening. He merely observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he watched the carnage before him. Giant after giant fell at the hands of the battle automaton, which operated with the precision and efficiency of a merciless killing machine, truly the epitome of execution. In less than 3 minutes, the battlefield was strewn with the corpses of giants, none able to escape the relentless pursuit of the battle automaton. Remarkably, Lin Yuan did not even need to intervene. The strength of these individuals was inherently lacking. Even after their transformation into giants, they remained pitifully weak in his eyes. The advanced battle automatons successfully executed Lin Yuan's commands and returned to a state of readiness. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. He turned towards the sound and discovered that the applauding figure was none other than Mo Jiuyu. What an exhilarating battle. You are indeed formidable. However, it appears that it is now just you and me, Mo Jiuyu remarked with a smile. I must say, our paths seem destined to cross. If I am not mistaken, you must have noticed me from the very beginning, correct? Lin Yuan replied calmly, indeed. However, I did not anticipate that you would be a follower of the giants. Was transforming these individuals into giants part of your scheme? Scheme? What a farce. Mo Jiuyu laughed heartily. What makes you think I would concoct such a foolish plan? Transforming these worthless beings into giants was merely a whim of mine. To put it nicely, it's a case of utilizing waste. Alas, they are far too weak to even qualify for such utilization. I had hoped they might at least pose some trouble for you. At this point, Mo Jiuyu shifted his tone, speaking lightly. I must admit, your strength is impressive. Should you choose to transform into a giant, you would wield even greater power than you do now. Those who transformed before you serve as the finest testament to this. A being of your caliber should not be confined within the frail body of a human. If you were to join forces with me, we could achieve monumental success. Once the civilization of giants completely obliterates humanity, you would be celebrated as a hero of the giant civilization, basking in eternal glory. Eternal glory? Lin Yuan scoffed. Since when does a lapdog possess the right to speak of glory? Your master merely tosses you a few leftover bones, and you wag your tail in excitement? Do you truly believe someone like you is worthy of mentioning the word glory? His words were sharp and incisive. However, Mo Jiuyu seemed unfazed by the provocation, maintaining his smile. Yet beneath his calm facade, a flicker of disappointment surfaced in his eyes. I never expected your perspective to be so narrow. It is precisely because of the existence of too many short-sighted humans like you that humanity is destined for annihilation. Recognize the gravity of the situation before you. The future of humanity lies shrouded in darkness. Only by following in the footsteps of the colossal civilization can we usher in a new era. As these words left Mo Jiuyu's lips, his form began to undergo a dramatic transformation. A torrent of deep violet ethereal energy surged forth from within him, and simultaneously, his body began to expand at an astonishing rate. It was evident that Mo Jiuyu was entering a state of gigantification. Within mere moments, he transcended heights of 10, 20, 30, and finally 50 meters. It is crucial to understand that the power attained in this gigantic form is intrinsically linked to the strength of the original body. Prior to his transformation, Mo Jiuyu was already an S-rank psychic. Thus, in his giant form, he possessed the might of a calamity-class giant. Subsequently, he lowered his immense head, resembling a deity gazing down upon an insignificant ant, declaring, "Our existence serves the purpose of eradicating ignorant humans like you. One day, humanity, like yourself, will be annihilated by our giant civilization." As soon as he uttered these words, Mo Jiuyu unleashed a mighty punch. At that instant, a high-tier combat automaton nearby activated its protective mechanism. To safeguard Lin Yuan, the automaton transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging forth to meet Mo Jiuyu's fist. The moment Mo Jiuyu's fist collided with the automaton's form, torrents of deep violet energy erupted forth like a deluge. Countless fissures appeared on the automaton's body, which then shattered into a myriad of fragments. In his giant form, Mo Jiuyu's power was incomprehensibly terrifying. With a single punch, he reduced an S-rank automaton to mere debris. After retracting his fist, he scoffed, "It seems your toy automaton is of little use. Why not let them all come at me at once? It would save me the trouble of dealing with them one by one." His tone was steeped in arrogance, clearly reflecting his overwhelming confidence in his newfound strength. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yuan lifted his gaze, his cold, golden eyes fixed intently upon Mo Jiuyu. "You claim humanity is ignorant, a point we have never denied. Indeed, this world harbors countless mysteries, and the existence of your giant civilization far exceeds our comprehension. However, no matter how ignorant we may seem, humanity has never relinquished its quest for exploration. We merely wish to live honorably within this world. Moreover, weakness and ignorance have never been barriers to survival. It is arrogance that truly stands in the way." As Lin Yuan's words resonated, subtle, tempestuous thunder erupted from his mouth and nostrils. Upon his cheeks, several azure lightning patterns emerged, a testament to the power he was about to unleash. Without a moment's hesitation, he invoked the thunder-breathing technique before the formidable Mogou. As the technique surged within him, the latent power of thunder was drawn forth to its fullest extent, merging seamlessly with his own strength. Yet, for Lin Yuan, this was merely the beginning of his potential. He retrieved a high-grade blood essence pill from his robe and, without a single moment to chew, swallowed it whole. With a resounding gulp, the essence erupted within him, infusing him with an overwhelming vitality. After employing the thunder-breathing technique, Lin Yuan entered a state of blood fury once more. Vital energy surged around him, lightning patterns danced upon his visage, and golden flames ignited within his eyes. In this state of blood fury, coupled with the thunder-breathing technique and the supreme heavy eyes, Lin Yuan was at his zenith. Regrettably, he had previously failed to vanquish the disaster-class giant. Now, stepping forward, he drew the dragon-slaying blade from behind him, his aura soaring to its peak. This time, he would rectify that mistake. You shall be the first disaster-class giant to perish at my hands. During the defense of South River City, he had had the opportunity to slay Dao Ram, but alas, the arachnid giant, Elisi, had intervened, forcing him into a desperate situation. However, the circumstances were dramatically different now. Before Lin Yuan stood only Mogou, and compared to his previous strength in South River City, he had significantly advanced. Now, Lin Yuan feared no disaster-class opponent. You harbor quite a few secrets, Mogou mused, narrowing his eyes at the rising aura of Lin Yuan. A talent like you deserves a place among the giants. I offer you one final chance. If you join the giant sect, I shall provide you with an injection of minimally harmful giant serum. With your potential, you could even surpass me and evolve into a destruction-class giant. Yet, Lin Yuan's response was a thunderous roar. Born as a human, I shall not be a mere pawn. With this declaration, he swung the dragon-slaying blade fiercely towards Mogou. Boom. A streak of thunderous blade energy coalesced from the edge of the blade, hurtling towards Mogou with astonishing speed. Since you are so obstinate, prepare to be crushed by my own hand. Lin Yuan's retort ignited the fury of Mogou. With a furious roar, he enveloped his arms in the power of the netherworld, and in the next moment, a massive, deep purple hand shot forth towards the oncoming blade energy. The violent thunder blade energy dissipated upon collision with the netherworld giantess hand, leaving only a faint crimson trace upon its palm. It is evident that even when Lin Yuan has unleashed his full potential, a considerable gap remains between him and the disaster-grade giant. Moreover, the specter before him, the nether giant, is a formidable being transformed from a human warrior, boasting greater strength than an ordinary giant. Fortunately, Lin Yuan harbored no illusions that a single strike would suffice to severely injure Mogou. Realizing that his initial attempt had failed, he swiftly morphed into a streak of lightning, utilizing his speed to dart around the colossal figure of Mogou, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Not only that, but Lin Yuan also commanded the remaining high-tier battle puppets to join the fray. Even if these S-class puppets could not inflict substantial damage upon Mogou, they could at least disrupt his line of sight and divert his attention. Regrettably, it was apparent that Mogou was unwilling to grant Lin Yuan any opportunities. With a low growl, he summoned the nether magic armor. An overwhelming force of nether energy surged forth from within him, enveloping his form like an impenetrable suit of armor. This meant that Lin Yuan must first breach his nether magic armor to inflict any harm. Clearly, Mogou had thoroughly discerned Lin Yuan's battle intentions. If Lin Yuan wished to exploit his speed for a tactical dance, Mogou would not acquiesce to such a desire. The very purpose of conjuring this armor was to compel Lin Yuan into a direct confrontation. Indeed, as a giant born from human transformation, his intellect surpassed that of the mindless giants. Lin Yuan murmured to himself, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. Nevertheless, he was not without recourse. Gazing at Mogou, now fully clad in nether magic armor, Lin Yuan acted without hesitation, activating his spectral necromantic abilities. In the next moment, a realm of the undead unfurled behind him. Emerging from this necromantic space was the plague giant, Darum, exuding the terrifying pressure characteristic of disaster-grade giants. After Li Huangyan had slain several giants, he had left all their corpses to Lin Yuan. Within his necromantic domain resided not only the body of the plague giant Darum, but also that of the spider demon giant, Alith. Furthermore, there were several corpses of city-destroying giants. However, with Lin Yuan's current mental capacity, he could only manipulate one disaster-grade giant at a time. Otherwise, had he been able to summon both Darum and Alith simultaneously, even with merely 75% of their former strength, they would have effortlessly overwhelmed Mogou. As Lin Yuan summoned the plague giant, a look of incredulity flashed across Mogou's eyes. You can actually control the corpses of giants. I see now. You are the renowned human prodigy from Nanjing City. I never expected to encounter you. You must understand. I have long harbored the desire to rid the world of your existence, for your mere presence is the utmost indignity to the grandeur of the giant civilization. The visage of Mo twisted into a more grotesque expression, his features contorting in a nightmarish manner. How dare a wretched being like you command the might of such exalted creatures as giants to fight on your behalf? You are nothing but a loathsome parasite, repugnant to behold. Since fate has brought you before me, allow me to expunge you from this world entirely. Chapter 86. Who says a corpse cannot kill? A radiant, purplish glow enveloped Mo, causing his form to swell even further. With a sudden surge of fury, he directed a powerful punch toward Lin Yuan's location. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan commanded the plague giant to interpose itself before him. The fists of the two titans collided midair, unleashing a tempest of force that swept across the surroundings. The very ground beneath them fractured under the strain of their clashing powers. Ultimately, Mo's strength proved superior. Under the weight of his punch, imbued with the essence of the underworld, the massive form of the plague giant was compelled to stagger backward. How dare a mere corpse contend with me? A disdainful smirk curled upon Mo's lips. Yet, at that moment, the plague giant suddenly opened its colossal maw and unleashed a torrent of pestilential mist in his direction. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The noxious fog rapidly spread, voraciously corroding the underworld armor that adorned Mo. This was precisely the purpose for which Lin Yuan had summoned the plague giant. Thud! Lin Yuan's right foot struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater. In an instant, his form transformed into a streak of lightning, racing toward Mo with unparalleled speed. Thunderous slash! A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Brilliant lightning enveloped his blade as he unleashed a devastating strike aimed at Mo's chest. Sizzle! The underworld armor, ravaged by the pestilential fog, proved utterly inadequate to withstand Lin Yuan's ferocious blow. His strike cleaved a deep gash into Mo's torso, crimson blood erupting forth from the wound. The searing pain contorted Mo's features, prompting him to unleash a furious punch. Alas, Lin Yuan, having harnessed the power of the Supreme Eye, discerned the trajectory of his assault and narrowly evaded the strike. This is the might of the Supreme Eye. As long as Lin Yuan's speed is sufficient to evade an opponent's attack, that attack stands no chance of hitting its mark. I will see your demise. Mo, having suffered repeated defeats at Lin Yuan's hands, let out a roar of fury. In the next instant, a deep purple aura of the underworld began to permeate the surrounding air. This was none other than the mist of the underworld. Amidst the ethereal violet mist, Mo's power experienced a tremendous augmentation. In stark contrast, Lin Yuan felt as though he bore the weight of shackles. His strength not only constrained, but his swiftness diminished as well. This was certainly not a favorable development for him, should his speed falter. Evading Mo's onslaught would be an impossibility. Let us see how you evade this. Mo roared, lunging forth once more, delivering a thunderous punch in Lin Yuan's direction. Despite the Supreme Eye having detected the trajectory of the impending attack, Lin Yuan found himself unable to evade. For the speed of the strike had intensified. Gritting his teeth, he crossed his arms over his chest, attempting to brace himself against the force of Mo's blow. With a resounding boom, Lin Yuan was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Within the purple haze, Mo bowed his head, sneering as he proclaimed, "Such inferior beings as humans can never gain the upper hand before giants. No matter how much you resist, you must accept this reality." No sooner had he uttered these words than Mo lifted his colossal foot, preparing to stomp down upon Lin Yuan's location. However, the encounter was far from over. Just as Mo's foot descended, Lin Yuan sprang to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and vanished from sight, leaving behind only a fleeting afterimage of lightning. Thunder has always been synonymous with speed, and the thunder-breathing technique exploited this advantage to its fullest extent. Mo, having struck nothing but air, remained unperturbed, scoffing, "No matter how desperately you resist, you cannot escape your fate of being slain by me. Is that so?" Lin Yuan retorted coldly. "I beg to differ. I have already informed you that the barrier to survival is not ignorance, but arrogance. Who said I had played my final card?" As Lin Yuan's words echoed, the gates of the undead swung open beside him once more. Giant corpses of the spider demon, the savage lion, and the iron giant emerged, accumulating like a mountain around him. However, these giants were not undead beings, merely lifeless husks. With Lin Yuan's current mental prowess, he could manage only one corpse of a catastrophic giant at most. Upon the opening of the necromantic realm, Mo's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Yet, upon fully grasping the scene before him, he could not help but burst into laughter. "Is this your trump card? Ha ha. A pile of corpses? The frost in Lin Yuan's gaze remained unyielding. He raised his head to meet Mo Jiuyu's eyes, a smirk playing upon his lips as he replied, "Who said that a mere heap of corpses cannot claim lives?" In the next instant, Lin Yuan stood resolutely before the towering mound of giant corpses, unhesitatingly activating his innate ability, necromantic rite. Since he first realized this innate skill, it was the very first time he had put it into action. As the skill was activated, a colossal necromantic circle manifested before Lin Yuan, continuously emanating a dark, ominous aura. This aura, akin to a living entity, began voraciously devouring the heap of giant corpses before him. This was the effect of the necromancer's ritual, summoning formidable undead creatures through the sacrifice of corpses. The more corpses offered, and the higher their quality, the mightier the summoned undead would be. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan commanded the plague giant to step into the sacrificial circle. Within this ritual circle, there lay the remains of 2 catastrophe-level giants and nearly 10 city-destroying giants. All these corpses radiated an incredibly dense aura of death. Lin Yuan intended to sacrifice all the corpses present to summon an undead being powerful enough to rival Mo Jiuyao. At this very moment, the necromantic sacrifice officially commenced. Chapter 87. SS-Class Pinnacle, the destructive skeleton dragon. Observing this scene, Mo Jiuyao couldn't help but furrow his brow. He did not comprehend Lin Yuan's intentions, yet he could sense an aura emanating from the sacrificial circle that even he found daunting. He had to thwart the formation of this circle at all costs. Mo Jiuyao swiftly made a decision, charging towards the direction of the ritual circle, clearly intent on disrupting the necromantic process. "You shall not succeed." A cold glimmer flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he unhesitatingly surged towards Mo Jiuyao. He understood that only by completing the necromantic sacrifice could he hope for a reversal of fortune. Thus, he could not allow Mo Jiuyao to dismantle the circle. Clang! The dragon slayer in Lin Yuan's hand transformed into a streak of lightning, striking down upon Mo Jiuyao's ankle as he reached him. However, the ethereal demonic armor enveloping Mo Jiuyao absorbed most of the damage. With a resounding clash of metal, the dragon slayer was forcefully repelled, leaving merely a fracture upon the demonic armor. Mo Jiuyao stumbled slightly, but quickly regained his footing. In this situation, he even disregarded Lin Yuan's attack, charging resolutely towards the ritual circle. Crimson gold imperial flame, ignite. Realizing his attack had been futile, a frenzied glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. In the next moment, a blazing crimson gold flame erupted from his supreme pupils. Even the ethereal demonic armor began to melt under the searing heat of the imperial flame. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yuan struck once more. Thunderous slash. This time, the razor-sharp lightning strike left a gaping wound deep enough to expose bone at Mo Jiuyao's ankle. The excruciating pain compelled him to emit a heart-wrenching scream. His vigorous strides came to an abrupt halt. "I want you dead." Under the torment's influence, Mo Jiuyu unleashed an overwhelming force, directing a lethal strike towards Lin Yuan below. Yet, at that very moment, a thunderous roar resonated in his ears, echoing across the heavens. The source of this roar was none other than the sacrificial array from earlier. It was evident that the necromantic ritual had been successfully completed. Mo Jiuyu's colossal palm hung, suspended in midair, as he instinctively turned his gaze towards the origin of the roar. Before him emerged a pitch-black skeletal dragon, unfurling its immense wings that could obscure the sun, and raising its head as it stepped forth from the sacrificial array. Though it was a skeletal dragon, its bones were eerily pure black, and within its eye sockets flickered an emerald green soul fire. Lin Yuan beheld this dark skeletal dragon, and instantly, its information appeared before him. SS Pinnacle level undead creature, the Desolation Skeleton Dragon. This indicated that the black skeletal dragon before him possessed strength comparable to that of a peak 7th tier giant. At that moment, the Desolation Skeleton Dragon surveyed its surroundings, seemingly dissatisfied with the lingering ghostly mist in the air. It then lifted its head once more and unleashed another roar. Accompanied by this roar, a torrent of black death energy surged forth from its vicinity, swiftly dispersing the violet ghostly mist. Not a single trace of the purple mist dared approach its colossal form. Upon sensing the formidable power of the Desolation Skeleton Dragon, Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with delight. This undead creature was indeed worthy of the 10 giants' corpses he had expended to summon it. Such terrifying strength had certainly met his expectations. It was important to note that while Mo Jiuyu was powerful, he could hardly be deemed a peak disaster-level giant. However, the Desolation Skeleton Dragon before him possessed SS-level pinnacle strength. Kill him. Lin Yuan felt an absolute command over this undead creature. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and pointed at Mo Jiuyu, issuing his command. In the next instant, the Desolation Skeleton Dragon abruptly lifted its head, locking its cold gaze upon Mojiuyu's form. Even before the latter could react, it flapped its wings and soared swiftly into the sky. Mojiuyu raised his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of threat from this skeletal dragon. After a brief standoff, he forcefully uprooted a massive boulder from the ground beside him. To an ordinary observer, it would appear gigantic, yet in his colossal palm, it was merely a stone slightly larger than his hand. Get down from the sky. Mojiuyu let out a thunderous roar, unleashing all his might as he hurled the stone in his hand towards the cataclysmic skeletal dragon soaring in the heavens. The force behind his throw was so immense that it generated a series of sonic booms. At that moment, the skeletal dragon opened its massive jaws wide. A roar echoed through the air. Accompanying this furious cry was a torrent of ghostly green flames that erupted forth from its gaping maw. This was its dragon breath. The breath of destruction. Boom. The surging ghostly green flames rushed toward Mojiuyu's position in an instant. This ethereal green dragon breath, seemingly cold, possessed an almost annihilating heat. The stone he had cast was incinerated into ashes before it could even reach the skeletal dragon. Subsequently, the overwhelming dragon breath completely enveloped Mojiuyu's form. No. A look of disbelief and unwillingness filled Mojiuyu's face. He could feel his spectral demon armor rapidly melting away. How could this undead creature possess such terrifying power? He, a giant, should inherently be the superior life form. Why? Why was he being defeated by a mere human? In his final moments, he hoped you would remember that there is no superior life form. Only betrayal of your own kind. Just then, Lin Yuan's icy voice rang out once more. He leaped into the air, and before Mojiuyu could muster a retort, the Dragon Slayer blade was plunged deep into his heart. Chapter 88. The Breath of Destruction. The death of Mojiuyu after piercing Mojiuyu's heart. Lin Yuan swiftly withdrew the Dragon Slayer blade. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the blade itself might have succumbed to the searing heat of the dragon breath. With a thunderous crash, Mojiuyu's massive form collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Yuan retreated rapidly, watching as the body was consumed by the ghostly green flames, reduced entirely to ashes. It must be said, the strength of the skeletal dragon was exceedingly formidable. The dragon breath it exhaled seemed as if it would not extinguish until it had utterly incinerated its target. It was a pity for Mojiuyu's body. After all, it was the remains of a disaster-level giant. If one were to employ necromantic powers to resurrect it, it would undoubtedly bolster Lin Yuan's combat prowess. Alas, there are no ifs in life. Ultimately, Mojiuyu's body was reduced to mere ashes. This maniacal giant devotee had met his end at Lin Yuan's hands. He could comprehend Mojiuyu's ideology. In the latter's eyes, the giant civilization epitomized a higher form of life. In pursuit of greater power, the quickest path was to align with the giant civilization. However, while he could understand, he could not condone. The essence of existence is not merely the pursuit of unparalleled power. If only the strongest beings were permitted to thrive, then the earth would not necessitate such an abundance of species. Humanity is defined by its inherent nature, and if circumstances allowed, humans would not object to coexisting with the civilization of giants. However, Lin Yuan harbors an intense loathing for the giant civilization, and this animosity stems from a singular reason. The latter does not regard them as equals in the realm of life. In the eyes of the giant civilization, humans are but livestock, mere sustenance. This very notion is the driving force behind Lin Yuan's relentless endeavor to expel the giant civilization. Humanity does not elevate itself above all creation, yet it refuses to bow to any form of tyranny. Once he ensured that Mojiuyu had perished beyond doubt, Lin Yuan promptly turned towards the direction of the armored transport vehicle. The scene there was already a chaotic mess. Aside from him, every other individual had met their demise. These souls had been transformed into giants by Mojiuyu, only to be systematically slain by Lin Yuan through the use of advanced puppetry. Encountering such a calamity can only be attributed to their unfortunate luck. However, these individuals were inherently scum. Even in death, Lin Yuan felt no sorrow. What piqued his curiosity more was the origin of the giant serum in Mojiuyu's possession. Previously, Lin Yuan had indeed heard whispers that the giant civilization possessed certain unique means to convert humans into giants. Many devotees of the giants had pledged their allegiance for this very reason. Yet, he had never before encountered the notion that mere droplets of liquid could forcibly transform a human into a giant. Such revelations were staggering. If this method bore no limitations, it would spell a nightmare for all of humanity. After all, if the giant civilization were to taint the water sources consumed by humans with this serum, all who drank from that source would inevitably become giants. The mere thought sent shivers down Lin Yuan's spine. Subsequently, he ascended into the armored transport vehicle and began rummaging through its interior. If fortune favored him, there should still be some personal effects belonging to Mojiuyu within. He hoped to uncover something of value. Indeed, Lin Yuan's intuition proved correct. Soon, he unearthed another wooden crate from the luggage compartment. This crate, however, contained not wine, but dozens of test tube-like containers. Within these vessels was a liquid of the most vivid crimson hue. Among them, one test tube was already empty. If Lin Yuan's deductions were accurate, this scarlet liquid was likely the concentrated essence of the giant serum. You must have taken the original liquid from that empty test tube, mixed it into the case of wine, and compelled the individuals aboard the transport vehicle to drink, thereby transforming them all into giants. It is truly unimaginable that such a small vial of essence could transform so many into giants. Gazing upon the crimson liquid before him, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. In the next moment, the golden emperor flame ignited fiercely. Under the intense heat of the flame, the test tubes containing the essence, along with the wooden box, were reduced to ashes. However, Lin Yuan did not incinerate all of the essence. He retained one vial, storing it within the confines of his system space. This way, should an opportunity arise, he could secretly present it to the military of Huaxia for analysis of its components, thereby preventing any treachery from the giant civilization. After completing this task, Lin Yuan continued his search within the carriage. Naturally, his focus remained primarily on the items carried by Mou. Yet, this individual had brought remarkably few belongings, merely some basic necessities. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan managed to discover a letter concealed within the black coat he wore. Mou seemed to possess considerable confidence in his abilities, which explained why he had not destroyed this correspondence. Within this letter lay crucial information. Ming, it has been many days since we last met. Only 1 month remains until the execution of the final plan. I wonder how prepared you are. I, Ghost Tiger, and Prison Demon have all gathered sufficient essences. I must say, the process of concocting these liquids is exceedingly complex, requiring rare materials, including the heart's blood of 3-year-old children and the elderly. Otherwise, we would not have returned to the rear of Huaxia, risking exposure of our identities, to gather these materials at such peril. Fortunately, everything has progressed remarkably smoothly, except for our loss of contact with you. Should you receive this letter, there is no need to reply, as we will be awaiting your arrival at the 3rd Defense Line's war fortress. On the day the final plan is executed, both the giant civilization and humanity will be awestruck by our masterpiece. The glory of the cult of giants shall be revealed to the world in this manner. Trust me, I can hardly wait to witness that day. Chapter 89, 3rd Defense Line, War Fortress. Upon reading the contents of the letter, an icy chill crept down Lin Yuan's spine. It was now evident that this matter was far more complex than he had initially imagined. Besides Ming, there were at least 3 other cultists working clandestinely to concoct the giant elixirs, preparing for the final plan they spoke of. The requirement for the heart's blood of toddlers and the elderly necessitated their return to the rear of Huaxia, as the numbers of both children and seniors were exceedingly scarce at the front lines. The thought that these giant elixirs were created through such heinous means ignited an uncontrollable fury within Lin Yuan. These cultists of the giants truly deserved condemnation. Lin Yuan tightly clutched the envelope in his hand, a terrifying aura immediately enveloping him. Although his current understanding of the situation was exceedingly limited, he had at least discerned the number of adversaries and their code names. In addition to the author of the letter, he was aware of 2 companions known as Ghost Tiger and Prison Demon, who were currently situated within the war fortress of the 3rd Defensive Line. At this thought, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Given the heinous crimes they had committed, these individuals must be eliminated. Moreover, from the perspective of these giant cultists, their current schemes would undoubtedly be detrimental to Huaxia. It seemed imperative to devise a means to unearth these figures upon reaching the war fortress. With a flicker in his gaze, Lin Yuan swiftly reached a resolution. He then raised his head to gaze at the skeletal dragon of destruction soaring in the sky and calmly instructed, "Clear away all traces of this battlefield." This skeletal dragon, merely a summoned undead being, could not exist in the world for long and would soon dissipate. Therefore, the task of tidying up would fall to it. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's command, the skeletal dragon immediately unleashed a breath of ghostly green flame, sweeping across the battlefield before it. Armored transport vehicles, the corpses of giants, bloodstains, all would be utterly consumed by this ethereal green inferno. Amidst the roaring flames, Lin Yuan sheathed the dragon-slaying blade and strode purposefully towards the location of the war fortress. Once this conflagration extinguished, only a desolate wasteland would remain. No one would ever know what transpired upon this scorched earth. Should all proceed as anticipated, Lin Yuan would successfully arrive at the war fortress in 2 days' time. A colossal steel fortress loomed before him on this boundless wasteland, resembling a titan of iron stretching across the heavens. If Lin Yuan's memory served him correctly, the fortress walls were constructed from specially designed SSS-grade alloy. The cost of merely a single wall amounted to hundreds of billions. Such a formidable barrier could withstand even Calamity-class giants. Even if a Destruction-class giant were to attack, it would require considerable time to breach the steel walls of this war fortress. In comparison, the alloy walls of South River City appeared trivial, akin to a child's play. The walls of the war fortress were particularly robust due to their proximity to the front lines. It must be noted that Huaxia had established a total of 5 defensive lines to safeguard the rear, from the first line to the 5th. The closer one approached the front lines, the greater the peril. For instance, the first defensive line had been breached 21 times by the giant civilization over the past decade. With each breach, the devastation within the line was catastrophic. Thus, the first line of defense is entirely situated at the forefront of confrontations with the civilization of giants, rendering it utterly inhospitable for ordinary individuals to survive or settle. The second line of defense is not considerably different from the first. Should the first line be breached, the second line must bear the full brunt of the pressure from the giant civilization. Consequently, the second line is also under the complete jurisdiction of the Chinese military, referred to as the logistical defense line. As long as the first line remains intact, the second line is responsible for all logistical matters. Beginning with the third line of defense, the peril diminishes significantly. Over the past decade, the third line has only been compromised on 2 occasions. Moreover, after being breached by the giant civilization, the Chinese military swiftly rallied a substantial force to launch a counteroffensive, promptly reclaiming the third line. Although that battle was fiercely brutal, the Chinese forces ultimately succeeded in repelling the giant civilization. After all, China has established a total of 5 defensive lines. If all 5 were to be penetrated by the giants, the entire rear would be laid bare to their onslaught. At such a juncture, the previously tranquil rear would be subjected to a baptism of blood and fire. The iron hooves of the giant civilization would trample upon every inch of Chinese territory. Should this come to pass, the homeland would be irrevocably lost, and millions would be displaced. The nation would cease to exist. In any case, the Chinese military would never allow such a calamity to transpire. Thus, regardless of the cost, they must resolutely defend these 5 lines of defense. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan had approached the war fortress that loomed before him like a colossal steel dragon. Only upon nearing this edifice could one truly appreciate its towering grandeur. He found it difficult to fathom that such a fortress could indeed be constructed by human hands. Just as Lin Yuan was making his way toward the main entrance, 2 patrolling soldiers stepped forward to intercept him. "Greetings, please present your identification." Even without activating his supreme eye, Lin Yuan could discern that these 2 patrolling soldiers possessed at least A-class capabilities. It must be said, this exemplifies the distinction between the war fortress and South River City. An A-class ability user is revered in South River City, yet here, they are merely 2 of the most commonplace sentinels. Lin Yuan retrieved his hunter's certificate from his pocket and gently scanned it across the device presented by the 2 patrolling guards, subsequently pressing his fingerprint. Beep, fingerprint verification successful. Entry granted. Upon completing the identity verification, the 2 patrolling soldiers promptly allowed him to pass, while also offering a cautionary reminder. "Mr. Hunter, due to recent special circumstances, the fortress may be somewhat chaotic. Please exercise caution and refrain from venturing out at night." Lin Yuan nodded, calmly replying, "Thank you for the warning." Chapter 90. A reward of 100 million for the bounty of a deceased. Lin Yuan was fully aware that the patrolling guard was not overstating the situation. The environment within the war fortress is indeed exceedingly chaotic due to the ongoing conflict. Under normal circumstances, the Chinese military might intervene to maintain order within the fortress. However, given the pressing situation at the front lines, there is little capacity to interfere in this war zone. The military's bottom line is to avoid large-scale riots. In light of this premise, regardless of how tumultuous the environment within the fortress becomes, it pales in comparison to the urgency of the frontline battles. Consequently, the fortress is rife with a multitude of wanted criminals, smugglers, and addicts, all existing in a territory that could be engulfed in flames at any moment. Treating each day as if it were their last, Lin Tianke once remarked to Lin Yuan that should all the individuals within the fortress be executed, surely some would be innocent. Yet, if one were to randomly eliminate them, there would undoubtedly be many who escape unscathed. Compared to the rear of China, this place is the true chaotic, gray area. However, Lin Yuan is indifferent to these matters. His purpose for being here is to hone his skills. The third defensive line is the safest area, located closest to the frontline battlefield. On the battlefield, he is perpetually at risk of being slain by high-ranking giants. Yet here, he possesses ample room for growth, allowing his strength to advance further. Once he has attained sufficient power, he will leave this place and formally step onto the front line, becoming the sharp blade that pierces the heart of giant civilization. Upon officially entering the war fortress, Lin Yuan could not help but take a deep breath and murmured, "System, I wish to sign in." Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 250 days. earning a special reward, teleportation ability. Unbeknownst to him, the duration of his sign-ins had reached 250 days. Although this number may not sound particularly impressive, the reward this time ignited a flicker of excitement in Lin Yuan's eyes. Another entirely new ability, teleportation. In the next moment, with a thought, Lin Yuan began to examine the details of this ability. Teleportation ability, E rank. Usage. The bearer of this ability can teleport once every 8 hours, with a maximum distance of 50 meters. Furthermore, the longer the distance of the teleportation, the greater the consumption of physical strength. It can only be utilized once every 8 hours and is limited to a range of 50 meters. Gazing at the mere E-rank teleportation ability, Lin Yuan could not help but furrow his brow. It must be said that while the capacity for instantaneous movement sounds immensely powerful, it is, in reality, fraught with numerous limitations, time restrictions, spatial constraints, and physical stamina limitations. A mere 50 meters of teleportation distance cannot even evade some larger area attacks. Even Lin Yuan, at his peak speed, could likely exceed 50 meters in under a second. Thus, this ability seems almost trivial. Fortunately, the teleportation ability he has acquired is merely at the E-rank level. This implies that there is significant potential for enhancement. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan extracted all the ability upgrade crystals from the system space and applied them entirely to the teleportation ability. In the next instant, the system's notification echoed incessantly in his ears. Teleportation ability successfully upgraded to level D. Cooldown time reduced to 6 hours, and maximum teleportation distance increased to 100 meters. Teleportation ability successfully upgraded to level C. Cooldown time reduced to 4 hours, and maximum teleportation distance increased to 200 meters. Teleportation ability successfully upgraded to level B. Cooldown time reduced to 2 hours, and maximum teleportation distance increased to 500 meters. Having exhausted the accumulation of ability upgrade crystals over the past few days, Lin Yuan elevated this teleportation ability directly to level B in one breath. Not only was the cooldown time shortened to 2 hours, but the maximum teleportation distance was also enhanced to 500 meters. Thus, whether for fleeing or evading an opponent's attack, this teleportation ability would prove to be extraordinarily advantageous. The only regret was that after upgrading to level B, it did not awaken a talent skill like several other abilities. However, the teleportation ability itself was already sufficiently formidable. Its existence could be said to entirely shatter the rules of space. Subsequently, Lin Yuan raised his head, gazing forward, as a sudden thought crossed his mind. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot and reappeared at the other end of the street. In a mere fraction of a second, he had traversed a distance of several hundred meters. This was the essence of instantaneous movement. A surge of excitement flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. With this, regardless of the adversary he faced, the teleportation ability would grant him a significant advantage. After testing the effects of the teleportation ability, Lin Yuan promptly set forth toward the densely populated street. As a newcomer, he was still unfamiliar with this war fortress. Therefore, he needed to purchase a map to comprehend the general layout of the city before he could commence his actions. 30 minutes later, at the War Fortress, the Hunter Association. With the map he had procured for $10, Lin Yuan quickly located this establishment. It should be noted that nearly 1 million people resided within this War Fortress. Finding the few accomplices of Mo Jiuyo would not be an easy task. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan was not without means. Truly, the War Fortress was impressive. Even the Hunter Association here was constructed with great grandeur. Lin Yuan looked up, and before him stood the Hunter Association, akin to a colossal skyscraper, towering nearly 100 stories high. In comparison, the Hunter Association within Nanjing City resembled a mere thatched hut. The capacity to erect such a building within the War Fortress speaks volumes of the profound heritage of the Hunter Association. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan stepped inside. An edifice of such height naturally required the presence of elevators. In the realm of the Hunter Association, the privileges of utilizing the elevator are intricately tied to the hierarchy of the hunters. Those classified below Grade C are granted access only up to the 30th floor. It is solely the Grade B hunters who are able to unlock the permissions extending from the 30th to the 50th floor. Lin Yuan, testing the waters with his Grade A status, found that he could ascend only as far as the 70th floor. This implies that the levels beyond the 70th are exclusively reserved for those hunters of Grade S and above. Given Lin Yuan's current prowess, with a few more tasks undertaken, he could swiftly elevate his status to Grade S, and even ascending to Grade SS is within the realm of possibility. As for the Grade SSS hunters, each one of them is a figure of legend. Their capabilities are such that they could rival the generals within the ranks of the Huaxia military. These elite hunters are also engaged in the struggle against the Titan civilization. However, their aversion to constraints has led them to refrain from joining the military. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Yuan pressed the button for the 70th floor. As the elevator ascended, He soon arrived at his destination. Upon the doors opening, a stunning woman clad in a light-colored suit awaited him just outside. Hunters of grade A and above are always attended to by dedicated personnel, all of whom are young and attractive women. Esteemed hunter, how may I assist you today? The elegantly dressed woman inquired, bowing slightly, her demeanor radiating utmost respect. Lin Yuan glanced at her and calmly asked, "Is it possible to issue tasks here?" "Certainly," the beautiful woman responded with a courteous tone. "Whether you wish to accept or issue a task, I shall immediately arrange it for you." Lin Yuan nodded and inquired, "What is the highest grade of task I may issue at this moment? Let us converse as we walk. The reception room reserved for you is A7053. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me there, as I will be at your service," she replied, guiding Lin Yuan through the corridor towards the designated room. As they walked, she elaborated, "With your current hunter rank, you may issue tasks up to grade A, with a monetary cap of 50 million. The Hunter Association will also assess the difficulty of the tasks you issue. Only those that meet the criteria for grade A can be published. However, should you wish to issue a task of a higher grade, it is not impossible. According to the regulations of the Hunter Association, to issue a task exceeding your current grade, an additional commission of 20 must be paid." Upon hearing the explanation from the captivating woman, Lin Yuan nodded appreciatively. He then asked, "So, if I wish to issue a task with a reward exceeding 50 million, it must be a grade S task?" "Precisely," the beautiful woman smiled. "That is correct." Lin Yuan spoke calmly, requesting the issuance of an S-level task, setting the reward at a staggering 100 million. Upon hearing this figure, the beautiful woman momentarily faltered, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, she steadied herself just in time, avoiding embarrassment. Despite having served numerous A-level hunters, the mention of a 100 million reward elicited a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. It is noteworthy that even A-level hunters rarely possess the means to allocate 20 to 30 million for task issuance. Yet, here stood a black-haired youth adorned with a demon mask, boldly proclaiming a sum of 100 million. Furthermore, the Hunter Association levies a 20% commission for tasks issued above 1S rank, implying that he must possess at least 120 million to even propose such a task. Who exactly was this hunter? And what kind of task warranted such an extravagant bounty? What enmity could compel him to risk a task of this magnitude, offering an entire 120 million as remuneration? After contemplating these questions, she composed herself and couldn't help but inquire, "Might I ask, esteemed hunter, are you truly serious?" Lin Yuan glanced at her and retorted, "Do I appear to be jesting?" Upon hearing his response, the enchanting woman involuntarily swallowed hard. "May I boldly inquire what the nature of the task is?" Once a task is issued, it would be disseminated across all hunter associations within the war fortress. Thus, Lin Yuan had no intention of withholding details and spoke plainly. "The requirements are simple. It involves the elimination of one individual, a giant cultist known as Yu Ming. He also happens to be a Class S wanted criminal in Huaxia. Whoever succeeds in taking his head will receive the full bounty of 100 million. The beautiful woman hesitated for a moment, softly advising, "For a task of this difficulty, a reward of 30 to 40 million would suffice to entice hunters." The proposed 100 million was rather excessive. However, Lin Yuan firmly declared, "No need for adjustments. I stated 100 million, and that is final. Should anyone bring me the head of Yu Ming, I will not withhold a single penny." Seeing Lin Yuan's unwavering resolve, the woman ceased her persuasion. She could only speculate what profound enmity the black-haired youth harbored against the wanted criminal Yu Ming to warrant such a colossal reward. Nevertheless, the ability to present 120 million indicated that this black-haired youth was no ordinary character. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yuan's generosity stemmed from the knowledge that no one could possibly complete this task. After all, just days prior, Mo Jiu had already met his demise at Lin Yuan's hands. How could there possibly be another Mo Jiu in this world? Thus, the 100 million reward was merely a ruse. The reason he boldly offered a bounty for a deceased individual was that he sought to seize the opportunity to locate a few of Mo Jiu's associates. Within the war fortress, there were at least millions of inhabitants, given that he only knew the code names of his targets. Identifying those few members of the giant sect was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, Lin Yuan aimed to attract a multitude of hunters through a substantial reward, while simultaneously igniting fervor around the event. Once the bait was cast, the larger fish would inevitably take the hook. Lin Yuan merely needed to exercise patience, awaiting the moment the news of the bounty reached the ears of those giant sect followers. Upon hearing of the 100 million reward for Yu Ming, they would naturally reach out to him. Chapter 91. Do not waste my time with the assistance of the beautiful woman. Lin Yuan's task was swiftly published. In fact, the process of publishing a task was quite straightforward. One merely needed to pay a guarantee deposit of 50 and demonstrate the ability to fulfill the reward to the Hunters Association. Should the task remain uncompleted, This deposit would be refunded to the task publisher. Lin Yuan possessed 2 disaster-grade giant cores, which could easily fetch tens of millions. He placed one of the cores as collateral at the Hunters Association, successfully publishing the task. Bounty task. Wanted, giant sect follower Yu Ming task level. S-class reward, 100 million. Deadline, 30 days. Once the S-class task was released, countless hunters received notifications on their wrist devices. In an instant, all B-class and above hunters within the association were engulfed in deep astonishment. Who among the greats has issued an S-class task? A reward of 100 million? Is this for real? 100 million. This is genuinely 100 million. Quick, find out what exactly this Yu Ming is about. If this task can be completed, it would be an absolute fortune. I remember now. Yu Ming seems to be an S-class wanted criminal. I saw his name on the wanted list in Huaxia. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and search. This is an opportunity for wealth. If this individual is indeed within the war fortress, whoever finds him first stands to claim the entire bounty. The announcement of this 100 million reward sent shockwaves through all hunters. The speed at which the news spread surpassed Lin Yuan's expectations. Within a few days, no less than 30% of the Fortress' population would be aware of the situation. After all, 100 million is no trifling sum. Dear Hunter, should there be any news, I will inform you at once, the beautiful woman said, bowing slightly with utmost respect. In her eyes, this guest's significance transcended that of an ordinary A-class hunter. It is worth noting that not every hunter is capable of casually offering 100 million. Very well. Lin Yuan nodded, preparing to turn away. However, just as he was about to depart, he seemed to recall something and turned back, speaking calmly. By the way, please establish another rule for me. If this bounty task remains unfulfilled for a day, I will increase the reward by an additional 5 million, with no upper limit. Furthermore, if anyone possesses information regarding the underworld, ensure that they meet with me at the earliest opportunity. Compensation will not be an issue. The beautiful woman paused slightly before responding. No problem. After Lin Yuan left, she began to calculate in her mind. If the bounty task remained incomplete for a day, it would escalate by 5 million. The task's duration was 30 days, which meant that if it extended to the final day, the reward would soar to a staggering 250 million. Just the thought of such an astronomical figure made her legs feel weak. Who exactly was this enigmatic young man with black hair? 5 days later, Lin Yuan emerged from the hotel bathroom, drying his body with a towel. His physique was as perfectly sculpted as a chiseled statue, with 8 defined abdominal muscles and sharp muscle lines. After drying his hair, he softly said, "System, I'd like to check in." Dinging, the system replied, "Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in for 255 days. Reward obtained, 50 million cash, 10 ability upgrade crystals." Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This system was indeed considerate, even providing cash. However, for Lin Yuan at this moment, a few million was far less valuable than several ability upgrade crystals. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, his wristwatch suddenly emitted an urgent notification sound. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan answered the call. "Hello, esteemed hunter. A few individuals have contacted me, claiming they have information regarding the underworld. May I ask if you are available to meet this afternoon?" The beautiful woman's voice came through the watch. Lin Yuan replied coolly. "That works. Please arrange it for me. I will come by this afternoon." "All right. Sorry for the disturbance. See you this afternoon." After ending the call, Lin Yuan stepped to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the cityscape. This marked the 5th day since he had issued the bounty. Consequently, the reward had increased from 100 million to 125 million. Such a substantial bounty naturally incited frenzy among countless hunters. Unfortunately, the body of Mogio had already been completely incinerated by the skeletal dragon. No matter how fervently they searched, it was impossible to locate someone who had vanished from this world. During this time, many had approached Lin Yuan, claiming they could provide leads on the underworld, hoping he would pay a portion of the reward. Yet, without exception, these individuals were all frauds, their greed revealing their true intentions. The intention was to provide false leads in order to deceive Lin Yuan and extract a reward from him. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan was far from being a foolish man with an abundance of wealth. These fraudsters, aside from wasting a bit of his time, gained nothing at all. After all, Lin Yuan was not waiting for them. One could only wonder when those giant cultists would finally make their appearance. Lin Yuan's gaze flickered as he contemplated deeply within himself. Logically speaking, given that the incident had been brewing for several days, as long as they remained within the war fortress, they must have received the news. If they were still concerned about the fate of Yu Ming, they would inevitably have to negotiate with him. Moreover, this matter extended beyond just Yu Ming. It is worth noting that in less than a month, they would officially commence the execution of their final plan. The exorbitant bounty placed on Yu Ming could easily disrupt their original scheme. Thus, they had no choice but to resolve this issue. At 3 in the afternoon, under the blazing sun in the sky, Lin Yuan arrived at the Hunter Association as per their agreement. Upon opening the door to the reserved room, he found the beautiful woman who had been serving him waiting there for quite some time. Dressed impeccably in a professional attire, she smiled and spoke. "Esteemed Hunter, the individuals claiming to provide leads have arrived. Shall I bring them in to see you now?" Lin Yuan nodded casually and replied, "Bring them up." After saying this, he settled onto the sofa, lifting the teacup before him and sipping the tea within. It was no wonder his demeanor was so composed. He had encountered too many deceivers in recent days, which had significantly tempered his state of mind. 5 minutes later, the door swung open again. 2 men followed the beautiful woman into the room. "Esteemed Hunter, I have brought them to you. If you require anything further, feel free to summon me," she said before elegantly exiting the room and closing the door behind her. Lin Yuan then lifted his gaze, assessing the 2 men before him. The man on the left was exceptionally robust, towering like an iron pillar. His loose clothing was stretched taut against his frame, revealing bulging muscles on his arms. The other man had a sallow complexion, his eyes flickering with a brutal ferocity, akin to a beast poised to pounce. Furthermore, they both emanated an intense aura of menace. Upon their entrance, it seemed as though the temperature in the room had dropped several degrees. While the war fortress was rife with chaos, individuals exuding such a formidable presence were indeed rare. For a moment, even Lin Yuan's eyes betrayed a hint of solemnity. He perceived that these 2 were certainly not ordinary characters. Just then, the towering man spoke up. His voice resonated with a deep timbre, akin to the rumble of distant thunder. "May I inquire if it is you who has issued the bounty on the underworld?" As he spoke, the towering figure seemed to exude an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Under the oppressive weight of this malevolent presence, even the most ordinary individuals found it arduous to utter a word. Clearly, he intended to intimidate Lin Yuan. However, to his astonishment, Lin Yuan appeared utterly unfazed. Leaning back slightly, he calmly remarked, "My time is precious and cannot be squandered. If you wish to engage in such trivial inquiries, you may take your leave at once." Upon hearing these words, the imposing man merely chuckled instead of reacting with anger. "I was merely asking. There is no need for you to be offended." Lin Yuan inhaled deeply and straightened his posture, placing his hands firmly on the table as he activated his supreme heavy eyes. In an instant, his irises transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Simultaneously, an imperial-like pressure surged forth from the depths of his golden eyes. Under this formidable presence, even the 2 ferocious men before him could not help but change their expression slightly. "I shall reiterate," Lin Yuan stated, his tone as frigid as eternal frost. "Do not waste my time. Either provide me with information or leave this place." Chapter 92. The truly elite hunters always appear as prey, although the pressure emanating from Lin Yuan's eyes instilled a modicum of trepidation in them. The 2 men did not succumb entirely to its weight. In truth, unless their strengths were vastly disparate, it was nearly impossible to subdue an opponent solely through intimidation. Recognizing his own loss of composure, the fierce man abruptly slammed his hand onto the table, rising to his feet with a tempest of murderous intent swirling in his eyes. "You are courting death." Yet, before he could act, the towering figure beside him firmly restrained him. "Apologies, but this fellow is rather agitated. I asked for your patience." The ironclad man's hands pressed down heavily on the fierce man's shoulders, rendering him immobile. Lin Yuan, with a smile, interjected, "To be honest, I wouldn't mind if he attempted to strike me. I, too, am curious to see the fate of anyone who dares to act against the Hunters Association." Upon hearing this, the fierce man could not help but regain his composure. He understood clearly that should he truly dare to attack Lin Yuan, even if he succeeded in killing him, he would undoubtedly be met with immediate retribution from the formidable forces of the Hunters Association. Realizing this, he forcibly quelled his inner turmoil. The towering man then spoke coolly. "My lord, you jest. Since we are here, let us discuss matters of substance." Lin Yuan nodded in agreement and responded, "Very well. Let us begin by discussing what information you can provide me. If the clues prove to be valuable, I shall offer you a reward that will surely satisfy you." After uttering these words, Lin Yuan's gaze once again fixated on the towering figure before him, meticulously observing the subtle shifts in his expression. The profound insight of his supreme heavy eye rendered him nearly omniscient. No minute detail of the other's demeanor could elude his scrutiny. However, the giant man calmly inquired, "Before we proceed, may I pose a question? I am curious as to why you would expend such a considerable sum to place a bounty on a follower of the giant religion." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan replied, "Because he seeks to kill me. Since he wishes to take my life, I must ensure he pays the price. Do you find this reason sufficient?" "Indeed, it is sufficient." The giant man nodded in agreement. Lin Yuan then stated, "Very well, now divulge the information you can provide." The giant man smirked, responding with a light chuckle, "It is not particularly valuable information. I merely know that within this war fortress, there are other accomplices of the underworld. A follower of the giant religion. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed dangerously. Accomplices? How do you know this? The giant man shook his head and replied, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that. If you deem this information worthless, you may choose not to compensate us at all. He then stood up and addressed the fierce man beside him. Let us depart. However, just as they were about to leave, Lin Yuan's voice echoed once more from behind them. Wait. The giant man turned back and asked, Is there anything else? Nothing of consequence. I simply find your information quite valuable, and I am willing to offer you 10 million in reward. As he spoke, Lin Yuan continued to scrutinize the giant man's expressions. Upon finishing his statement, he produced a vial filled with a crimson liquid from his pocket. By the way, do you happen to know the origin of this potion? Inside the vial was the raw essence of the giant potion, the sole remaining vial in Lin Yuan's possession. As he revealed it, the pupils of the two men suddenly constricted, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, within mere moments, they composed their expressions once again. The giant man casually remarked, What is this? May I have a closer look? He stepped forward, seemingly eager to take the vial from Lin Yuan's hand. However, Lin Yuan was swifter, retreating a step and reclaiming the potion. Since you have not seen it before, I shall not waste your time. Please provide me with your account number, and I will transfer the 10 million reward to you shortly. The giant man smiled broadly. Thank you kindly. As he watched the two depart, a subtle smile graced Lin Yuan's lips. The fish, at last, had taken the bait. He was exceedingly certain that the two individuals before him were indeed allies of the netherworld. Their identities were equally that of the giant sect adherents. From the moment their conversation commenced, both parties had been cautiously probing one another. It was evident that the two sought to discern his true intentions, to unravel the nature of the relationship between Lin Yuan and the netherworld, and to comprehend why he was willing to offer an exorbitant bounty on the latter. Logically, upon arriving at the war fortress, the netherworld should have met with them immediately. Yet, they had yet to encounter him, and the news of the substantial bounty on the netherworld had already spread throughout the entire fortress. This was precisely why they feigned an offer of intelligence to draw closer to Lin Yuan. Even their deliberate display of pressure was merely a means to gauge Lin Yuan's strength. Unfortunately, they were blissfully unaware that their every action had long been seen through by Lin Yuan. From the very onset, this was a trap laid by him. The simplicity of uncovering their identities lay in their peculiar demeanor upon entering. While such behavior alone was insufficient for Lin Yuan to ascertain their affiliations, a more telling sign was their complete lack of reaction when he mentioned the reward. One must understand that those who provide clues typically do so for compensation. Yet these two appeared entirely indifferent to the prospect of reward. No matter how many times Lin Yuan probed, they seemed utterly unconcerned with the bounty. This could only imply that they harbored ulterior motives. Thus, as the two prepared to depart, Lin Yuan produced a vial filled with the giant's elixir from within his robes. Upon glimpsing this potion, which should have been in the possession of Mo Jiu, their expressions undeniably shifted. Although they quickly adjusted their countenances, under the scrutiny of Lin Yuan's supreme eye, even the most minute changes could not evade his gaze. Consequently, Lin Yuan was unequivocally convinced these two were indeed adherents of the giant sect. However, if his memory served him correctly, Mo Jiu's letter had mentioned 3 individuals, Goei Hu, Umo, and the unnamed correspondent. Yet, only 2 stood before him. This indicated the presence of another lurking in the shadows. A scheme must be devised to draw out this hidden adherent of the giant sect. Lin Yuan's eyes glimmered as he murmured to himself, unless he ensnared them all, these giant sect members would inevitably become a significant nuisance. It was crucial to remember that these adherents possessed ample quantities of the elixir capable of transforming humans into giants. While he remained oblivious to the extent of their plans, one thing was certain: they must not succeed. Now, he had revealed the giant elixir he held before the 2 adherents. If all went as anticipated, they would soon fixate on him. Thus, Lin Yuan's objective was to lure the serpent from its lair. He intended to enlighten those giant cultists on the fact that true elite hunters often assume the guise of their prey. The demon tiger. That lad possessed the abyssal giant elixir. After exiting the Hunters Association, the countenance of the towering man darkened instantaneously. Lin Yuan's suspicions were confirmed. The ferocious man accompanying this giant was indeed the cultist codenamed Demon Tiger. Gritting his teeth, Demon Tiger spoke in a low voice. But how could the abyssal refined giant elixir end up in that boy's possession? Could it be that the abyss has perished? The abyss demon shook his head. Not necessarily. If the abyss were truly deceased, why would that boy go to such great lengths to place a bounty on him? This was a valid point. Demon Tiger nodded, then shifted the conversation. What should we do now? Should we inform the leader? The final plan was on the verge of commencement. We could not afford even the slightest error. If that boy discovered the elixir's true potential, our predicament would only become more perilous. The abyss demon remained silent for a moment before slowly extending his hand, making a gesture across his throat. A glint of ferocity flashed in Demon Tiger's eyes. Are you suggesting we eliminate him? This is our only course of action. Regardless, the secret of the giant elixir must not be divulged. The abyss demon's expression darkened, his murderous intent palpable as he declared, "Eliminate that boy and seize the giant elixir from his grasp. Once he is dead, the bounty will be rescinded. At that point, the abyss will naturally converge with me. Even if he is met with misfortune, we must proceed with the final plan. For this is our singular opportunity to demonstrate our worth to the giant civilization. If we can slay that boy, everything can continue as originally intended. We shall transform this war fortress into a hell on earth." Chapter 93. Witness the spectacle now. Lin Yuan remained within the Hunters Association until nightfall before choosing to depart. During this period, he pondered how to draw out the last of the giant cultists. Only by exterminating all 3 cultists could this matter be deemed conclusively resolved. However, just as he stepped out of the Hunters Association, he keenly sensed that someone was covertly following him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan activated his supreme divine eyes. Once activated, the world around him revealed every minute detail. He then feigned indifference as he passed the corner of the street, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed upon one of the shop's glass windows. As anticipated, just as he was about to traverse the street, 2 exceedingly vague shadows were cast upon the glass. The 2 individuals trailing him were exceptionally well concealed. Were it not for the astonishing insight granted by his supreme divine eyes, Lin Yuan might have remained oblivious. "Are you so eager to take action against me?" A sharp glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. If he were to surmise correctly, the 2 shadows secretly trailing him must undoubtedly be the 2 acolytes he encountered earlier that afternoon. He had not anticipated that after he revealed the giant's potion, these individuals would harbor such intense murderous intent towards him, lying in wait outside the Hunters Association. The moment Lin Yuan exited the association, they immediately followed him. There was no doubt. Their intent was to eliminate him, to silence him forever. With this realization, Lin Yuan chose not to continue towards the hotel, but rather diverted to a more secluded route. This path led to one of the few uninhabited areas within the war fortress. Once a desolate demolition site, it had previously housed some vagrants. But after the mysterious disappearance of dozens of them, even the homeless were reluctant to sleep there. It is essential to note that the war fortress was fraught with chaos, with countless lives lost in its dark corners daily. In comparison, the disappearance of a mere few dozen vagrants was a trivial matter. The city patrol had only dispatched a few individuals to investigate, and they concluded the matter hastily. However, after the vagrants vanished, strange occurrences began to unfold in this area. Sudden screams pierced the night, and decayed limbs were discovered amidst the ruins. Over time, this place became a veritable haunt. Aside from the occasional smuggler rendezvousing here, few would willingly venture into its depths. Lin Yuan's decision to lure the 2 acolytes here was a strategic preparation for the impending confrontation. If he was not mistaken, these 2 acolytes, like Emojiyo, possessed the ability to transform into giants at will. Engaging them in the main urban area would inevitably endanger innocent civilians. Thus, drawing them into this desolate zone for battle was the most prudent choice. This way, Lin Yuan could cast aside any lingering concerns and focus entirely on dealing with the 2 acolytes. Although he was still unaware of the location of the 3rd acolyte, since they had already set their sights on him, he had no choice but to confront these 2 first. "Yuma, do you not find this situation rather peculiar?" Goehu furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Why would this lad venture to such a place? Could it be that we have been discovered? Yuma's expression darkened as he replied in a hushed tone, "Not necessarily. If he were aware of our presence, he would likely seek refuge within the Hunters Association, which would be far safer than coming to a place devoid of any human presence. Let us follow him and ascertain his true intentions." Clearly, Yuma exuded immense confidence in his ability to conceal their presence, firmly believing Lin Yuan could not easily detect them. The ghostly tiger nodded, and then a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Regardless of his intentions, today he must perish. This desolate area provides us with the perfect opportunity to act. Subsequently, he and the prison demon stealthily pursued Lin Yuan once more. However, to their astonishment, upon entering this forsaken zone, their target abruptly chose to accelerate. His figure swiftly darted through the remnants of crumbled walls, and before they could react, Lin Yuan had vanished from their sight. "Damn it, we must catch up. We cannot afford to lose this brat." The prison demon's eyes glimmered with cold determination as he spoke. In such circumstances, they could no longer conceal their presence and unleash their full speed, eager to pursue the elusive Lin Yuan. In this desolate place, being discovered by him mattered little. If necessary, they would simply resort to violence to eliminate him. In the blink of an eye, the prison demon and the ghostly tiger had sprinted nearly 1,000 meters. Yet, Lin Yuan's figure seemed to have evaporated into thin air, remaining completely absent from their line of sight. What on earth? How is this boy running so fast? The ghostly tiger couldn't help but curse. It's only been a few seconds, and he has completely vanished from before our eyes. The prison demon replied solemnly. Perhaps we have already been exposed. Be cautious and remain prepared for battle. Just then, as the two conversed, a figure suddenly appeared before them. There he is again. The prison demon and the ghostly tiger exchanged glances and rushed forward without hesitation. Yet, to their surprise, the figure that materialized before them was not Lin Yuan at all, but the long-absent Mo. Ming, what are you doing here? The prison demon was momentarily taken aback, his face displaying sheer astonishment. As soon as he spoke, a smile crept onto Mo's face. I've been waiting for you here. The ghostly tiger, feeling somewhat irritable, interjected, waiting for us? What nonsense is this? This is not even the rendezvous point we agreed upon. Why didn't you come to meet us immediately upon arriving at the war fortress? Moreover, why are you being hunted? What on earth happened? Upon seeing Mo, the ghostly tiger's questions poured out like beans from a bamboo tube, as he was overwhelmed with curiosity and desperately sought clarity. However, just then, the prison demon suddenly seized the ghostly tiger's hand, pulling him back with urgency and speaking in a grave tone. Be careful, Ming seems a bit off. As he spoke, the prison demon raised his right fist, targeting Mo. His fist, adorned with an alloy knuckle duster, glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Yet, in the face of the prison demon's raised fist, Mo's expression remained unchanged, and he calmly replied, Prison demon, ghostly tiger, we are all allies here. There is no need for such wariness. I have been relentlessly pursued, which is why I could not join you. After Mo called out their names, the expression of the prison demon softened slightly. Yet, he did not unclench his fists and queried, Then tell me, why are you being hunted? Mo shook his head and replied calmly, This is a long story. Let us discuss it upon our return. At this juncture, he shifted the topic and inquired, By the way, we have another companion. Where is he? Upon hearing this, the prison demon's demeanor instantly shifted. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he exclaimed, You are not Yu Ming. Who are you really? In the next moment, a cold gleam suddenly sliced through the air, aimed at his neck. The prison demon sensed the impending danger, his expression changing abruptly as he instinctively dodged. His battle instincts, honed through years of navigating the perils of life and death, ultimately saved him. The cold gleam was none other than the dragon-slaying blade in Lin Yuan's hand. Initially, he intended to use this strike to sever his opponent's head. However, due to the prison demon's timely evasion, the blade merely left a deep gash along his back. Scarlet blood gushed forth from the wound. Gritting his teeth against the pain, the prison demon swiftly distanced himself from Lin Yuan. It's you. Upon recognizing Lin Yuan, Guihu reacted instantly, launching a fierce punch toward him. Lin Yuan cast a cold glance in his direction and unhesitatingly redirected his blade toward Guihu's arm, forcing him to retract his punch. No ordinary person could withstand a collision with a blade using mere flesh. He advanced as a retreat, compelling Guihu to withdraw his strike. Though their exchange was brief, Lin Yuan had already assessed the strength of these two giant cultists. Like Mo, they were both S-rank powerhouses. However, this was merely their strength in human form. Once they transformed into giants, they could possess the might of catastrophe-level giants. Lin Yuan had initially planned to eliminate one of them through a surprise attack before they could transform. Unfortunately, the prison demon's reflexes were alarmingly swift, allowing him to evade the lethal blow. Although Lin Yuan managed to injure him, it was far from sufficient. Inflicting heavy damage and killing were two entirely different matters. Subsequently, Lin Yuan remarked, I am curious, how did you know he is not the true Yu Ming? No sooner had he spoken than Mo, standing beside him, dispelled his disguise, reverting to his doll form. Undoubtedly, Lin Yuan had employed the disguised doll to masquerade as Mo, seeking to extract information from these two. It is worth noting that a single drop of blood allows the disguised doll to assume anyone's appearance. Lin Yuan had anticipated that he might need to use the disguised doll, so he had deliberately collected Mo's blood after his demise. Regrettably, before he could extract any valuable information, the disguise was unraveled by the Abyss Demon. After Lin Yuan spoke, the Abyss Demon let out a cold laugh, remarking, Not only do you know our code names, but you are also aware that there are 3 of us. It seems you truly possess quite a bit of information. If I am not mistaken, the Phantom must have already met his demise at your hands. I finally understand. Your bounty was merely a ruse to lure us all out, so you could apprehend us all at once. And you are undoubtedly affiliated with the military of Huaxia. At that moment, the Abyss Demon finally connected all the dots. The black-haired youth before him had been orchestrating their downfall all along. Such cunning was truly chilling. One must admit, it was a remarkable deduction. Lin Yuan gently applauded, then smiled as he replied, Unfortunately, your conclusion is erroneous. I have never claimed to be a member of the Huaxia military. My desire to eliminate you stems solely from my personal intentions. Ha ha ha, personal intentions? The Abyss Demon laughed heartily, then retorted, "If you are not with the Huaxia military, then why seek our demise?" Lin Yuan met his gaze, calmly responding, "Does one require a reason to protect their homeland?" The ghost tiger interjected with a serious tone, "Stop wasting words with this guy, just kill him and avenge the phantom." However, the Abyss Demon raised his head, sneering, "Since you have revealed so much, allow me to enlighten you. Do you know why I was able to see through your deception? Because you made a critical error. You only know that there are 3 of us, but do not realize that the remaining individual is our leader. Among us." The phantom held the utmost respect for the leader. Whenever he spoke of him, he referred to him as my lord. Never so casually. If not for this detail, I might not have been able to discern the truth behind your guise of the phantom. Is this special doll capable of masquerading as another's appearance your unique ability? Lin Yuan paid no heed to the Abyss Demon's query, instead murmuring to himself, "So, there exists a leader among your ranks? It appears the one who wrote to Mo Jioyo is the leader you mentioned. Thus, the so-called final plan must have been devised by him. You two are merely inconsequential lackeys." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the expressions of the two before him turned icy. With their prowess, they had never before been subjected to such humiliation. Just then, however, the long knife in Lin Yuan's hand suddenly erupted with furious arcs of lightning. Simultaneously, a frigid aura swiftly radiated outward. Even the very ground beneath them instantly became encased in a thick layer of frost, resembling an icy realm. Since you are so intrigued by my abilities, prepare to witness them in all their glory.